Immortal family of the Clear River. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 626, Joining the Xiandan League, Black Scale Beast. Facing Wang Xian's question, Song Qingming's face slowly showed a hint of excitement, and he nodded slightly to admit his thoughts. In order to make Wang Xian agree to join the Heavenly Dan League, Qingming had also spent a lot of effort. Not only did he agree to let them exchange for Dan-forming spiritual objects, but in the end, he even claimed that he was willing to lend the spiritual spring on the mountain to Wang Xian for her retreat to Dan-forming. It can be seen that he has indeed shown a lot of sincerity. However, the other party did this not only because Wang Xian had seen the problem with the pill before and had some unique talent for alchemy, but also because he saw the huge potential in Wang Xian. Wang Xian's cultivation has now reached the edge of Dan forming. She had previously impacted the Xiandan realm once, and her cultivation foundation is much more solid than that of an ordinary 9th-level foundation building cultivator. In addition, she has the full support of Song Qingming and Song Qinggao, two Xiandan cultivators, by her side. If nothing unexpected happens, Wang Xian will succeed in Dan forming sooner or later. With Wang Xian's talent in alchemy, as long as she can successfully form a pill, it shouldn't take long for her to become a 3rd-level alchemist. As a veteran Xiandan cultivator who has practiced for hundreds of years, Qingming naturally has no difficulty thinking of these things that may happen in the near future. If you are just a 2nd-level alchemist in the foundation building period, even if you have some talent in alchemy, the people of the Heavenly Dan League may not be able to look up to you. After all, they are the alchemy holy land of the East China Sea cultivation world, and there will definitely be no shortage of low-level talents in alchemy. But if there is a cultivator who has a great hope of advancing to 3rd-level alchemist, then the situation is very different, and it is definitely worth it for the Heavenly Dan League to spend these spiritual objects to win him over. In the world of immortal cultivation, there are very few cultivators who can improve their alchemy skills to the 3rd level. Even in a large Yuanying sect like Xiaoyao sect with tens of thousands of cultivators, there can be 70 to 80 alchemists above the 2nd level, but there are only 3 alchemists above the 3rd level, including Chu Fengping, the Xiandan elder. Each of them is almost the most important and valuable talent of the sect. Xiaoyao sect also takes good care of them. Except for major events related to the fate of the sect, they rarely let these people take risks for the sect. The conditions that Qingming offered to Song Qingming in the Xiandan pavilion might seem a little strange if the target was an ordinary 2nd-level middle-grade alchemist, but it is not so outrageous for Wang Xian. The Xiandan League only needs to spend a few spiritual objects to pull her in now, but if Wang Xian succeeds in forming a pill in the future and her alchemy skills are improved to the 3rd level, they want to impress Wang Xian and let her join the Xiandan League smoothly. It may not be a matter that the 5-element alchemy spiritual objects can do. Now for Song Qingming, the most important thing is the problem of Wang Xian forming a pill. Wang Xian, who had already challenged the Golden Core realm once, had a foundation far beyond that of an average 9th-level foundation building cultivator. In addition, she had practiced a Qingyuan technique taught by Song Qingming. As long as she could successfully find a 5-element Dan-forming spiritual object, her chances of successfully forming a Dan would not be too low this time. If she could obtain the Lingji spring provided by the Heavenly Dan League as the cave where Wang Xian would retreat to form a Dan, her chances of successfully forming a Dan would increase a little more, which was also the place that Song Qingming was most excited about. When Song Qingming succeeded in forming a Dan, he retreated in a cave with a Lingji spring in the floating cloud mountains. He naturally knew that the Lingji spring would have some auxiliary effect on cultivators forming a Dan. However, in the entire Wei Kingdom, apart from the cave where he successfully retreated in the depths of the floating cloud mountains, there were only 2 Lingji springs on Guiyang Mountain. One of these 2 springs is in the cave where the great elder Li Mufang practices, and is specially used for this nascent soul cultivator to practice all year round. Except for a few people such as the head of Xiaoyao sect, Yao Qianshu, no one else has the chance to get close to it. The other one can only be used by many Xiandan elders of Xiaoyao sect when they are in retreat to break through the realm. Now it is just used by Yuxin to retreat to break through the nascent soul realm. Even for the foundation building disciples in the sect, very few people have the opportunity to retreat with the help of the Lingji Spring Cave, not to mention Wang Xian, a cultivator from a vassal family under the sect. Now that the Xiandan League is willing to directly exchange the 5 elements of Dan-forming spiritual objects for them, and also agrees to lend the Lingji Spring Cave to Wang Xian for retreat and Dan-forming, it is indeed somewhat touching Song Qingming, who is determined to support Wang Xian in Dan-forming. Although Wang Xian would need to devote some energy to help them refine pills in the future after joining the Heavenly Pill Alliance, and might reduce some of her help to the family, Song Qingming did not seem to mind it too much. After all, there would not be too many opportunities in the world of cultivating immortals. If they wanted to successfully obtain a 5-element pill-forming spiritual object here, they would have to pay some corresponding price anyway. Fortunately, in recent years, the Song family has also trained many low-level alchemists such as Song Yuanqian, who can basically meet the needs of the family in refining first-level pills, and Wang Xian does not need to be distracted too much. As for pills above level 2, the Song family currently lacks pill formulas and spiritual medicines due to insufficient foundation, and Wang Xian only occasionally has the opportunity to gather the required spiritual medicines to start refining pills. Most of the Song family's pills above level 2 still need to be purchased from Xiaoyao sect or other places. Even if Wang Xian does not have much time to refine pills, it will not have much impact on the family at present. Moreover, as long as Wang Xian successfully forms a pill, she will definitely be able to break through her own alchemy skills and become a 3rd-level alchemist in the future. At that time, as long as the family is willing to spend some effort, it will not be difficult to train another 2nd-level alchemist. Seeing that the 2 women were staring at him and did not speak directly, Song Qingming, who had already prepared himself, smiled and replied, "I do have this idea, but Xian, you don't have to mind too much. The key to this matter is whether you are willing or not. Don't worry. Even if we can't get this pill-forming spiritual object from the Xiandan League, we will find a way to find other pill-forming spiritual objects for you. On this point, you must believe me in Qingyu, and don't have too much pressure. Well, of course I believe in you, but I am indeed very interested in alchemy. If the Xiandan League is really able to help me improve my alchemy skills quickly, I can still consider it," Wang Xian said with a hint of relief on her face. Song Qingming nodded slightly and responded, "After all, the Xiandan League is also the largest alchemy alliance in the East China Sea's immortal cultivation world. The alchemy inheritance in it should be the best in the surrounding area. Joining the Xiandan League will definitely help you improve your alchemy level. There is no doubt about that, sister-in-law. If you really like the art of alchemy, you can indeed consider joining the Xiandan League first. After all, their current requirements for peripheral cultivators are not very high, and it will not have much impact on us. Moreover, the Xiandan League has abundant elixir resources. It will be of great benefit to us in the future to be able to establish this relationship with them. At least the family does not have to worry about the lack of elixirs and spiritual objects all the time." What Song Qingyu said did make some sense. It has only been a few decades since the Song family was promoted to the Golden Dan Immortal clan. At present, the family foundation is still shallow. It is not something that can be done overnight to be self-sufficient in elixirs and spiritual objects. It still takes a lot of time to accumulate family foundation. If Wang Xian is willing to join the Yondan League, with her relationship, the Song family will have an important channel to exchange the spiritual objects needed by the family in a stable manner, which will definitely be beneficial to the future development of the Song family. Seeing that Song Qingyu also agreed to her joining the Yondan League, Wang Xian smiled and said, "Since you all have no objection, then I will agree to them, but I can't let them get away with it so easily." After Song Qingming and the other 2 discussed the matter, they calmed down and waited in the Yondan city for 2 days. On the 3rd day, Song Qingming brought Wang Xian and the other 2 to the Yondan pavilion again. As soon as they entered the door, the guy at the door recognized Song Qingming and the others, and hurriedly led them to the 2nd floor, and then quickly went to inform Yuqilin, who was still studying a pill formula upstairs. Hearing the news of Song Qingming and the others' arrival, Yuqilin was also very happy, and dropped the pill formula in his hand and rushed over immediately. "Fellow Taoist Song, do you have any good news to tell me?" As soon as he entered the door, Yuqilin bowed slightly and asked with an expectant smile. Song Qingming nodded slightly and said, "Haha. Fellow Taoist, you guessed right. I have discussed with my wife these days. She is also willing to join your alliance, but there are some things we are not very clear about. We need to confirm with you before we agree to this matter." If you have any questions, you can speak frankly. I have joined the Shandong League for nearly 400 years. I am very clear about most of the things in the league. You can rest assured about this." Then, Wang Xian directly asked in detail about the rules that the peripheral alchemists of the Shandong League need to abide by, and the specific number of alchemy tasks that need to be completed every year after joining. In this regard, Yi Qian also patiently answered Wang Xian's questions one by one, and promised that as long as she joined the Shandong League now, she would not be assigned too many alchemy tasks before Wang Xian formed the elixir, so that she could prepare for the elixir formation with peace of mind. When Wang Xian asked you if he could sell them 2 more foundation building pills, Yi Qian agreed without hesitation, which made Song Qingming and others very happy. A few days later, under the guidance of the elder Yi Qian, Wang Xian went to the headquarters of the Shandong League in the city again, and successfully received a jade card representing her identity. She officially joined the Shandong League and became a peripheral member of this alchemy organization. Then Song Qingming got what he wanted. He used a piece of top-grade spiritual stone and several second-level spiritual medicines to successfully exchange for a 5-element pill-forming spiritual object Heavenly Fire Mysterious Pearl from the Shandong Pavilion. Although Wang Xian's injuries had long been healed, it had been less than 5 years since the last failure of the pill forming. It would take a few more years for the Zhangyuan technique in her body to be cultivated to the perfect state again. Therefore, Song Qingming and his companions agreed with Yi Qian that they would send Wang Xian to Shandong City to retreat and form the elixir 3 years later, and the Shandong League did not raise any objections to this. This time when they came to Shandong City, Song Qingming and his companions had obtained the Heavenly Fire Mysterious Pearl, the biggest goal of this trip, and successfully bought 4 foundation building pills, as well as many other elixirs and spiritual objects that many families lacked, which was considered to have successfully completed the purpose of this trip to the East China Sea. Seeing that almost everything on their bodies had been done, Song Qingming and his companions discussed and left Shandong City and planned to accompany Song Qingyu to the nearby Hundred Flowers Palace and visit her good friend He Mengxin, who had been thinking about her all the way. Wanhu Island, where the Hundred Flowers Palace was located, was not too far from Shandong City in a straight line. If the 3 of them took the phantom boat to travel at full speed, they could reach there in 2 or 3 days. Wanhu Island is a larger island in the East China Sea's Yuxian world, much larger in area than Shandong City. Because there are lakes everywhere on the island, it is named Wanhu Island. Although there are many mortals and immortal families on Wanhu Island, there is only one large immortal sect on the island, which is the famous Yuanying sect Beihou Palace in the East China Sea immortal world. Although Beihou Palace is a sect that mainly recruits female disciples, there are many high-level cultivators in the sect, and there are 2 Yuanying supreme elders. The overall strength of the sect can also be ranked in the top 10 in the entire East China Sea immortal world. On this day, on an unnamed island thousands of miles east of Wanhu Island, several female disciples wearing Beihou Palace clothes were hiding behind a huge rock on the east side of the island, carefully looking at a beach full of reefs hundreds of feet in front of them. After a while, not far in front of the beach, a wave suddenly appeared on the originally calm sea surface, and then a huge black head with 2 short horns quickly emerged from the water. The black head that emerged from the water scanned the surroundings and slowly sank into the sea water. After a long while, it emerged again on the water surface closer to the beach and looked around again, looking very cautious. Seeing the black head appear from afar, a woman in white who had just established her foundation and whose cultivation level was only the 2nd level of foundation building, hiding behind a rock, said excitedly, "Senior Sister Yu, it's here. This mature ice grass is really effective. It really attracted the black-scaled beast. Well, don't act rashly. Wait until it comes. This monster is very cunning. Don't be careless, otherwise it will be a waste of time." After hearing the words of the white-clothed woman next to her, an older woman in palace dress in front of the group immediately spoke to calm her companions, who were all a little excited. These disciples of Beihou Palace are all cultivators who have reached the foundation building stage. The palace dress woman who just spoke has the highest cultivation level, and is already a 9th level cultivator of the foundation building stage like Wang Xian. Although their cultivation levels are similar, for a cultivator like her who has just broken through and has not yet reached the golden core realm, her internal mana is still inferior to Wang Xian. If the 2 were to compete in martial arts, the woman in palace dress would most likely not be able to defeat Wang Xian, who has cultivated to the 9th level of foundation building for many years. Because it is close to the sea, there are countless monsters and spirits in the sea. Like most cultivators in the East China Sea cultivation world, the disciples of the 100 Flowers Palace often organize to go out and hunt monsters to obtain cultivation resources. Just when these disciples of the 100 Flowers Palace were nervous, the blackhead had already arrived at the beach and slowly revealed its huge body. This monster named Black Scale Beast is about 10 feet long, covered with black scales. Although it has a fish body, it has 4 thick legs and can move quickly on land. Although it doesn't look very good, this Black Scale Beast is a genuine second-level upper-grade demon beast, and its cultivation has reached the peak of the late stage of foundation building, which is not much different from the 9th-level foundation building cultivators among the human race. The Black Scale Beast has already walked to the beach, glanced around and suddenly accelerated, and quickly pounced towards a blue spiritual grass standing upright in the corner of the beach, and soon came to the side of the pearl spiritual grass. Just as the Black Scale Beast swallowed this second-level lower-grade iceling grass with a happy face, a burst of white mist suddenly appeared around it, and soon blurred its vision. The Black Scale Beast felt something was wrong, and immediately turned around and jumped into the air, trying to escape back to the sea not far away, but a blue figure suddenly attacked from the side, and shot a flying sword in his hand directly at the vulnerable abdomen of the Black Scale Beast, intercepting it in mid-air. Seeing someone blocking it, the Black Scale Beast seemed very angry. It spit out 4 or 5 sharp water arrows with its big black head, attacking the blue-clothed palace-dressed woman not far away. Seeing this, the blue-clothed woman immediately arranged 2 purple light shields in front of her with a wave of her hand, easily blocking the opponent's attack, and then shouted loudly to the person not far away, "Quick, start the formation to trap it." With the order of the blue-clothed woman who was fighting with the Black Scale Beast in mid-air, a white transparent shield slowly rose in the white mist around the beach, directly covering them who were fighting in mid-air. Seeing that the formation had been successfully activated and trapped the monster in front of her, the blue-clothed woman's face suddenly lit up, and she was relieved. She waved her hand and took out another round bead magic weapon, and killed the Black Scale Beast not far away. Not long after the fight started here, 2 more disciples of the 100 Flowers Palace not far away, after starting the formation, put down the formation flags in their hands, took out their own magic weapons and rushed into the formation. The cultivation of this Black Scale Beast is not much different from that of the blue-clothed woman. Its magical power was weakened by half when fighting on land. It was not able to defeat the blue-clothed woman alone. Facing the siege of 3 foundation-building monks from the Beihou Palace, it soon fell in the formation, dying. Haha. I have been guarding this guy for more than half a month, and finally succeeded. After successfully killing this Black Scale Beast, the 4 Beihou disciples also showed a look of joy. Although there are many monsters in the sea, the vast sea is boundless, and it is not easy to encounter monsters when going out, especially in the offshore area near the continent, where the number of monsters is obviously much less than that of the dangerous outer sea. The 4 of them have been out hunting monsters for almost a month. Their luck has been bad before, and they only got some first-level monsters. After squatting here for more than half a month, they finally got lucky and hunted a second-level top-grade monster. The leading woman in blue palace clothes went forward to confirm that the Black Scale Beast had no breath, then smiled and turned to the other 3 people beside her and said, "We have been out for so long, it's almost time for us to go back quickly. Quickly pack up this monster and leave here." After the blue-clothed woman finished speaking, she took out her flying sword and began to cut up the Black Scale Beast in front of her. The others also surrounded her with excitement and began to collect the more valuable fur, claws, horns, blood and other monster materials from the monster. These materials from the second-level top-grade Black Scale Beast in front of them can be exchanged for about 3,000 spirit stones in the market. After deducting the spiritual herbs used to lure monsters and the spiritual stones lost in setting up the formation, the money was divided among the people, and each person could get about 600 to 700,000 spiritual stones on average. For these foundation-building cultivators, it was a good income. About a quarter of an hour later, when the 4 people on the beach had collected the bodies of the Black Scale Beast and were about to leave the island, a loud noise suddenly came from the sea not far from the beach. After a burst of water splashing, another Black Scale Beast suddenly appeared on the sea. This Black Scale Beast was about twice as big as the one they had just killed. After roaring angrily at the front from a distance of several hundred feet, a very terrifying pressure immediately came towards the four people standing on the beach. This is not good. It looks like a giant monster. Junior Sister Lin, please activate the formation. After seeing the figure of the black scale beast, the blue-clothed woman in the lead was immediately shocked. After shouting at the white-clothed woman who was a little stunned, she immediately took out a golden sound transmission note from her body and cast a spell. After hearing the reminder from the blue-clothed woman, the four people from the 100 Flowers Palace quickly activated the formation that had just been set up to hunt monsters and hid directly in the formation. The reason why they did not choose to flee directly was mainly because the magical power of the black scale beast in the sea was much stronger than on land. Hiding on the island and relying on the formation, the four people from the 100 Flowers Palace could still hold on for a while, and perhaps they could wait for the sect to rescue them. If they rashly fled to the sea, facing such a powerful giant stage monster, they would probably die faster. After seeing the big formation in front of it light up, the black scale beast roared angrily again, and then quickly ran towards the island. In just a moment, it had crossed hundreds of feet across the sea and arrived on the island. Then the black scale beast spit out a half-foot-sized black ball from its mouth, which quickly hit the big formation in front of it, and suddenly there was a sound of earth shaking. Chapter 627, Unexpected Surprise, Wu Xiang. The attack of the giant stage black scale beast shook the white transparent light shield and made it shake. After the four people from the 100 Flowers Palace standing in the formation stabilized their bodies, they hurriedly waved the formation flags in their hands and injected their own magic power into the formation flags to stabilize the formation above their heads. Seeing that the attack failed to break the formation, the black scale beast raised its head and shot a black light blade straight at the white light shield in front of it, causing the entire formation to shake violently again. After the angry black scale beast released several attacks in succession, although it did not break the formation, it also caused the spiritual energy on the white formation to become disordered and began to show some signs of collapse. The leading woman surnamed Yu saw that the formation seemed to be unable to hold on for much longer, and her face turned pale, revealing a slight look of despair. This place is still thousands of miles away from the Wunhu Island where the sect is located. Even if the nearby giant and elders of the sect have received the message, it will take at least an hour to rush here. This second-level top-grade formation in front of them could not possibly hold out for such a long time in the face of the angry black scale beast in the giant stage. It seemed that they were doomed today. It was rare for demon kings above level 3 to appear in this coastal area. Today, they were unlucky. They did not expect to encounter a giant and demon king who came here to seek revenge. In less than a quarter of an hour, as the giant claws of the black scale beast smashed the white light shield in front of it, this somewhat annoying second-level formation finally couldn't hold out and broke apart. The moment the formation was broken, a golden sword light flew out of the formation and headed straight for the belly of the black scale beast. Seeing that the golden light in front of him was quite powerful, a black shield immediately appeared in front of the black scale beast and forcibly blocked an attack. While the black scale beast was busy dealing with the second-level high-grade talisman that the woman surnamed Yu had just used, the 100 Flowers Palace people, who had already had no way to retreat, immediately flew out of the formation and scattered to escape. However, just when the few people had escaped only 100 feet away, the black scale beast had already solved the trouble in front of them. Then, the demon king moved quickly and disappeared immediately. Not long after, it caught up with the slowest running woman in the second level of foundation building. Seeing the demon king chasing her, the woman in white also changed her face and hurriedly threw out a few low-level talismans to slow down the opponent's pursuit speed. However, such resistance did not have any useful effect. After a while, the woman in white was caught up by the black scale beast. After a scream, the woman in white was slapped into the sea by the black scale beast with one claw. After killing the opponent in front of it, the black scale beast only glanced at the sea surface under its feet, and without paying attention to the body of the man, it chased after another 100 Flower Palace disciple not far away. The woman surnamed Yu, who was fleeing forward at the 9th level of the foundation building, saw the black scale beast coming towards her. Knowing that she could not outrun the opponent in the sea, she gritted her teeth and turned back to the island. Relying on her high cultivation level and a good flying magic weapon, the woman surnamed Yu tried her best to hurry on and retreated to the island before the demon king attacked her. She plunged directly into the mountains and forests and hid behind a huge rock. After chasing to the sky above the island, the black scale beast glanced around and immediately swung an invisible wind blade at the huge rock not far ahead, directly cutting off the woman surnamed Yu's hope of hiding here. Seeing that the opponent found her hiding place so quickly, the woman surnamed Yu, who was forced to run out from behind the huge rock to avoid the opponent's attack, also showed a look of despair on her face. Just when the black scale beast wanted to launch another attack and kill the woman surnamed Yu, a giant sword light suddenly flew over from the horizon not far away, rushing towards their location at a rapid speed. Seeing this, the black scale beast immediately gave up the woman surnamed Yu in front of it, turned around and sprayed a black ball to pounce on the giant sword light that was attacking here. Just when the black scale beast thought that its attack was enough to repel the sword light, it did not expect that the giant sword light suddenly split into three, bypassing the black ball and rushing towards the black scale beast behind. Seeing this scene, the black scale beast was also surprised, and then took the initiative to step forward and slapped one of the flying swords with its claws, and a fierce collision sounded instantly. This claw with powerful power did not smash the annoying magic weapon in front of it, as the black scale beast imagined, but was directly shocked back 2 steps by the power of the flying sword. Before the black scale beast could react from the shock, the other 2 flying swords not far away had already killed in front of it. The residual power of the 2 swords hit the unprepared black scale beast and sent it flying backwards, smashing it on the huge rocks at the bottom of the mountain. After the fight, the 3 green flying swords changed their auras and soon merged together, revealing the figure of a woman in green standing on a flying sword. The woman surnamed Yu, who was still standing below and watching this scene blankly, showed an incredible joy on her face when she saw the heroic figure of the woman in green. "Thank you for saving me, Senior. It's not safe here, you should retreat first." Song Qingming, who was standing on the flying sword, glanced at the other party and asked him to retreat directly. He then stepped on the flying sword and flew directly to the place where the black scale beast fell. Seeing this, the woman surnamed Yu immediately bowed her hands to express her gratitude, then stepped on the flying magic weapon and flew back a few hundred feet, and then she watched the battle between Song Qingming and the black scale beast with peace of mind. The black scale beast that had just been caught off guard shook off the gravel and dust that hid it, and then flew high into the sky to fight with Song Qingming. The cultivation level of this black scale beast was similar to that of Song Qingming, and it was also a demon king who had just formed a pill not long ago. Because it was on land, the power of its magical powers was greatly weakened. Facing the powerful attack of Song Qingming's natal flying sword magic weapon, the black scale beast could still parry a few times at the beginning, but after dozens of rounds, it soon showed a trace of weakness and was suppressed by Song Qingming's flying sword and fell into a disadvantage. Seeing that it was somewhat unable to beat the opponent, the black scale beast made a strange cry in anger, then left Song Qingming behind and turned back, wanting to return to the sea to deal with it again. However, just as the black scale beast retreated several hundred feet and was about to approach the coast, several 5-colored strong lights suddenly shot out from all around, instantly blurring its vision. Then several large golden mirrors appeared beside it, blocking its way back to the sea. "Sorry, this road is blocked." With a whisper, a young man with a delicate face suddenly appeared out of thin air beside the black scale beast, staring at him coldly. Seeing that another giant and cultivator had arrived, the black scale beast also felt bad and hurriedly struggled forward to break through the obstruction of the golden mirror. However, the spiritual light on the golden mirror was also very powerful. Facing the fierce attacks of the black scale beast, it was still as stable as a mountain and blocked its way. After several attempts, it still couldn't rush through. Another sword light followed from behind. The black scale beast opened its mouth and spit out more a black inner pill, wanting to use its own inner pill to display its magical powers and force a passage for itself. Unexpectedly, before it finished casting the spell, a purple light suddenly shot out from the golden mirror, directly fixing the black scale beast's life inner elixir, making it unable to control the inner elixir to fight the enemy for a while. The black scale beast was also shocked when its life inner elixir was controlled by the opponent, and rushed to Song Qingming's position, trying to interrupt his spell and release the control of its life golden elixir. However, just as it moved, a group of golden and colorful spirit insects suddenly flew over not far in front of it. There were thousands of these spirit insects, and they quickly surrounded the black scale beast and blocked the opponent's way. After trapping the black scale beast, These colorful spirit insects kept releasing wind blades and began to attack the Demon King in front of them from all directions. Although these golden spirit insects were all low-level second-level spirit insects, and the wind blades they released were not very powerful, there were too many of them. Even this black scale beast in the golden core stage was difficult to break out of the encirclement for a while in the face of so many spirit insects. Seeing this, the black scale beast was helpless. It could only support the protective light shield to block the attacks of the surrounding wind blades while casting spells to kill the colorful spirit insects in front of it. Just as the black scale beast struggled to release a ball of black light and kill dozens of spirit insects flying in the air in front of it, a sword light came in front of it again, forcing it back when it was about to escape from the encirclement of spirit insects. The owner of this sword light was Song Qingming, who was chasing from behind and had been waiting for a while. Seeing that the Demon King in front of her still wanted to force her way out, Song Qingming did not want to give the other party another chance. 3 sword lights beside her lit up with a spiritual light, and circled around her body to form a larger green flying sword. Holding this powerful flying sword, Song Qingming coldly glanced at the black scale beast in front of her, raised her hand and gently waved the giant sword in her hand. After a sword light came out, the whole person flashed and followed the position of the black scale beast. This black scale beast was already somewhat inferior to Song Qingming before, and now that its life-giving golden elixir had left its body and was restrained by Song Qingming, its magical power was reduced by more than half, and now it was completely no match for Song Qingming. The two fought for less than an instant of time, and this black scale beast was severely injured by Song Qingming's life-giving flying sword, which directly cut off one of its claws, forcing it to passively parry and not have the strength to fight back. Although this unlucky Demon King finally fought to take back his life-giving golden elixir despite being injured, he still failed to break through the obstruction of Song Qingming and the other two and escaped back to the sea. He was killed on the spot by Song Qingming's sword on this island. 7th brother, your golden illusion butterfly is really useful. It seems that I have to speed up the cultivation of some after I go back, so that it can be used in the future. Seeing that the Demon King had been killed, Song Qingming put away his life-giving magic weapon Zunming Jingguang sword beside him, and walked towards Song Qingming who was collecting the golden illusion butterfly with a smile on his face. Cultivating spirit insects is too tedious in the early stage, and it consumes a lot of resources. You have just formed a pill now, so you should focus on improving your cultivation. Let's talk about it after you break through to the 2nd level of the golden pill. Don't worry, I have asked Yuan Feng and others to find a way to collect spirit objects and increase the efforts to cultivate golden illusion butterflies. If you want them in the future, you can go to the Beast Control Pavilion in the back mountain to get them at any time. Song Qingming responded to Song Qingming with a smile, and then checked the number of golden illusion butterflies lost in the battle just now, and then carefully put away the spirit beast bag in his hand. In the battle just now, although the black scale beast killed 200 or 300 golden illusion butterflies on the surface, most of them were illusions created by these spirit insects. In fact, the total number of spirit insects killed by the opponent was less than 20. For Song Qingming, who already had more than 300 second-level golden illusion butterflies on his body, losing more than a dozen of these spirit insects was nothing. In the future, as long as he spent some time, he could cultivate them again quickly. While the two were talking, the disciple of Behu Palace who had just escaped a disaster and was still in shock, and the other two who had escaped not far away and returned to the island when they saw that something was wrong, also mustered up the courage to come over together, and bowed to Song Qingming and the others with a respectful look. Junior Yu Yanting, thank you for saving my life. Song Qingming waved to her, stepped forward and said with a smile, we just happened to pass by here, and saw someone fighting on the island, so we came to see it. We are all human cultivators, and we should help each other when we are in trouble. You don't need to be so polite. This may be just a little effort for the seniors, but it is a great favor to the juniors. Please leave a name so that we can have the chance to repay you in the future. Hearing the other party say this, Song Qingming said indifferently, we are not cultivators from the East China Xiuxian world, and we will not stay here for a long time, so these repayments are unnecessary. You guys should be disciples of Behu Palace. I wonder how far it is from here to Wanhu Island. Please let me know. Hearing Song Qingming mention the word Wanhu Island, Yu Yanting showed a little surprise on her face and said, Senior is going to Wanhu Island. Is there something you want to do in our sect? Song Qingming nodded slightly and said, Fellow Taoist Mengxin and I are close friends, and I want to visit her this time, so you are Uncle He's friend. What a coincidence, this place is about 3,000 miles away from our Wonhu Island. If you don't mind, we are willing to help lead the way, maybe it will be more convenient for you." Seeing this, Song Qingming thought for a moment, nodded and said, "Okay. Then you wait here for a while, and when we have dealt with the things on this monster, we will take you on the road together, then thank you first, Senior." Yu Yanting and the other two smiled and nodded when they heard that, then left the place and went to the beach to find another companion. After the three left, Song Qingming took out a small jade bottle from the storage magic weapon, then performed the soul collection technique on the corpse of the black scale beast in front of him, and directly put the soul of the demon king into the bottle. After taking a look at the demon beast's soul in the bottle and finding nothing unusual, Song Qingming threw it directly to Song Qingming. "This demon king's soul can just help you break through the soul devouring technique. Keep it first, and try to refine it after you go back." The last time he and Mengxin explored the nascent soul cultivator's cave in Yu State, Song Qingming also collected the soul of a demon king. However, at that time, Song Qingming's second level of the soul devouring technique he practiced had not yet been perfected. Not long after Song Qingming got this thing, he refined it himself. "Seventh brother, you deal with the materials on the demon beast first, and I'll go pick up my sister-in-law." After receiving the jade bottle, Song Qingming responded and immediately put it away, then turned into a swordlight and left the place. Just now, when the three of them passed by the island, they happened to find that several people from the 100 Flowers Palace here used formations to resist the movements of monsters. When they approached the island and found that it was a golden elixir monster king, Song Qingming and the others left Wang Xian on the beach on the other side of the island before rushing to rescue Yu Yanting and others to prevent any accidents. Song Qingming nodded slightly when he heard it, turned around and looked at the huge corpse of the monster king in front of him, waved his hand and took out a flying sword, cut a hole in the monster king's stomach, and quickly found the black inner elixir from it. It was the inner elixir of the demon king of this black-scaled beast. This time, Song Qingming and his companions had been traveling on the sea for a total of 4 or 5 days when they came to the East China Sea to cultivate immortals. They had traveled tens of thousands of miles along the way, and had only seen some insignificant Qi refining stage demon beasts, and had not even seen a foundation establishment stage demon beast. They had not expected that this time they would encounter Yu Yanting and her companions, and that they would unexpectedly capture a golden core demon king. For Song Qingming and her companions, this was indeed a somewhat unexpected surprise. The inner elixir of this demon king plus other demon beast materials, such as fur, should be worth about 30 to 40,000 spirit stones in total, which would be very valuable to Song Qingming and his companions. For them, it was considered a big windfall. After Song Qingming and the other two spent half a quarter of an hour collecting the valuable materials from the demon king, Yu Yanting had already found the body of the companion who had been killed by the demon king and returned to the island. After several people boarded the phantom boat together, they soon turned into a beam of white light and left this nameless island. Facing the companion who was still talking and laughing not long ago, he turned into an extremely cold corpse in the blink of an eye. Yu Yanting and the other two standing on the flying boat couldn't help but show a bit of sadness on their faces. Seeing this scene, Song Qingming and others could only feel a look of sadness in their hearts. He sighed helplessly. The cultivators came out to hunt monsters just to get some cultivation resources, but there were many people who lost their lives for this in the world of immortal cultivation. Whether in the floating cloud mountains or in the East China Sea, similar tragedies happen all the time in the world of immortal cultivation. Song Qingming, who had become a giant in cultivator, had naturally experienced this kind of thing a long time ago. After Song Qingming and others took the flying boat and walked forward for about hundreds of miles, a golden escape light suddenly flew in front of them, and then a middle-aged man with a somewhat vicissitudes of life on his face controlled the flying boat under his feet and suddenly blocked the front of the phantom boat. "Greetings, Uncle Wu." Before Song Qingming opened his mouth to ask the other party's intention, Yu Yanting and the other three beside him immediately saluted the middle-aged man in unison after seeing the visitor. Seeing this, Song Qingming and the others also knew that the visitor should be a giant and elder in the 100 Flowers Palace, and hurriedly bowed to him slightly. The middle-aged man first looked at Song Qingming and the others meaningfully, then he nodded calmly and returned the greeting. Then he turned to Yu Yanting and the other two and asked, "I just received the message for help from you, and I rushed here directly. Brother Yu, What on earth happened to you, and why are you with these fellow Taoists? Upon hearing this, Yu Yanting immediately spoke quickly and told them about what had happened to them when they were hunting the monster just now, and how they were rescued by Song Qingming and the other two later. He also mentioned that Song Qingming and the other two came to find Himengson. After hearing Yu Yanting's explanation, the middle-aged man's attitude changed slightly. He smiled and bowed to Song Qingming again, saying, "My nephew and I were in trouble this time. Thanks to the help of Brother Song, I am Wu Xiang from Beihou Palace. I would like to thank you brothers on behalf of the sect. We were lucky to meet each other and were able to help each other. Brother Wu, there is no need to be so polite." Seeing this, Song Qingming waved his hand slightly. "Since you are here to find Sister He, you are also the distinguished guests of my Beihou Palace. Please rest for a while at the welcoming peak of our sect." After a few polite words with Wu Xiang, Song Qingming and others followed him and walked thousands of miles forward. Not long after, they came to a huge island with fairy air and green mountains and green waters. After passing through the mountain protection formation of Wanhu Island, under the guidance of Wu Xiang, the flying boat they were riding soon docked on a towering green mountain. As soon as he jumped off the flying boat, Song Qingming felt a very pure spiritual energy coming over him, which made the faces of the people who had been floating on the sea for a few days appear a little refreshed. "Fellow Taoist Song, please follow me inside and sit for a while. I will ask someone to invite junior sister He to come over, then we will bother you for a while." Song Qingming and the other two responded, and followed Wu Xiang into a loft not far ahead. As soon as they sat down, several female disciples of the Hundred Flowers Palace brought several cups of fragrant spiritual tea to them. After drinking tea and chatting with Wu Xiang in a living room for a while, a familiar laugh soon came from the door. "Qinggayu. It's really you who are here." Song Qinggayu, who was sitting on the side, stood up immediately after hearing the words, and walked over happily. Chapter 628, Beihou Palace. The time is not yet right. Himengson, who came in from the entrance of the hall, looked at Song Qinggayu who was walking towards her, and couldn't hide her joy on her face. "I couldn't believe it when I heard someone say that you came to see me. I didn't expect that after 10 years of not seeing you, you finally became a giant and cultivator like me." Song Qinggayu nodded slightly with a happy face and said, "Sister He, you underestimated me this time. I had successfully formed a golden elixir and broke through the golden elixir realm a few years ago. It's just that my seventh brother said that he was going to come to the East China Sea, and I also wanted to give you a surprise in person, so I didn't send a message to inform you of this in advance." "Oh. So that's why. No wonder your aura is so stable. You formed a golden elixir a few years earlier than me. It seems that your cultivation talent is better than mine. It won't take long for you to surpass me in cultivation in the future, Sister He. Don't laugh at me. I am very lucky to be able to form a golden elixir. How can my future prospects be compared with those of a disciple of a big sect like you?" Seeing Himengson and Song Qinggayu talking and laughing not far away, Wu Xiang glanced at Song Qingming slightly, stood up and said, "Junior Sister He, since you are here, then you will be the one to entertain fellow Taoist Song. I still have to go to the port for inspection, so I will take my leave now." Himengson heard this and bowed with a smile, saying, "Thank you, Senior Brother Wu, for helping me entertain some friends." After Wu Xiang left, Himengson pulled Song Qinggayu to sit down and had a good chat with Song Qingming and the others. It has been almost 10 years since Himengson and Xiamo left Qing County when they last explored the nascent Soul Cave. In these 10 years, the cultivation of a few people has changed a lot. Song Qingming successfully broke through to the 4th level of the Golden Core, and Himengson's cultivation has also advanced to the 2nd level of the Golden Core. The one who made the greatest progress was naturally Song Qinggayu, who had just successfully formed a pill a few years ago. Although there is only one realm difference between the 9th level of the Foundation Building Cultivator and the 1st level of the Golden Core Cultivator, the status between the two can be said to be a world of difference. Song Qinggayu's achievement has truly entered the middle and high levels of the cultivation world. After a few people chatted in the hall for a while, Himengson took the initiative to ask about the recent situation of Liu Yuxin, her most concerned disciple, and the Liu family of Qingming Mountain. Liu Yuxin still has some business acumen. In recent years, she has invested in Qianfang on behalf of the Liu family, and has been able to get some spiritual stones from it every year. In addition, when Himengson left that year, she also left her a lot of spiritual objects. Although Liu Yuxin has been alone in Qing County in recent years, she has not lacked spiritual stones and spiritual objects needed for cultivation. She has successfully cultivated to the peak of the 3rd level of foundation building and is about to break through the middle stage of foundation building. In the past 10 years, under Liu Yuxin's careful management, the Liu family of Funiu Mountain now has nearly 10,000 mortals and 7 Qi refining cultivators on the mountain. If it develops like this for another 10 or 20 years, it will almost have the appearance of the normal immortal cultivation family. After learning that Liu Yuxin's cultivation has not fallen behind and Funiu Mountain has developed smoothly, Qingming also showed a look of relief. Fellow Daoist Song, did you come to our East Sea immortal cultivation world this time to buy spiritual objects? After talking about the things on Qingming Mountain, Qingming turned the topic back to Song Qingming and the others. Upon hearing this, Song Qingming immediately nodded slightly and replied, fellow Daoist, he guessed correctly. We did come to the East Sea this time to buy elixirs and spiritual objects. You also know that spiritual objects are relatively scarce in the vicinity of our Wei state. Xian has not found any spiritual objects for forming elixirs yet. There are a few younger generations in my family who are about to build their foundations, so I heard what you said and came to the East Sea to try my luck. Oh. You came at the right time. Recently, an island west of our Wunhu Island is going to hold a trade fair for giant and cultivators. Perhaps it is possible to find 5-element spiritual objects that assist in forming elixirs. In 2 days, I will take you two along. Although I am not sure that you will encounter a 5-element elixir, it should not be difficult to find a foundation building elixir, which will definitely benefit you. Hearing what Qingming said, Song Qingming's face lit up and he said, with such a good thing, we naturally cannot waste the kindness of Dao Yao he. I would like to thank Dao Yao here in advance. Although Song Qingming and others had already obtained a 5-element elixir and 4 foundation building elixir in Yong'an City a few days ago, if there was a chance to exchange for more, Song Qingming would naturally not think it was too much. The importance of the 5-element elixir to them is self-evident. Even if Wang Xian can succeed in forming an elixir next time, Song Qingming can keep the extra ones in the clan and help other members of the clan to reach the Golden Core realm in the future. As for the foundation building elixir, the more the better. Anyway, after taking this kind of elixir back, it will not be damaged even if it is stored for decades. If it is not used now, it will definitely be used sooner or later in the future. These important spiritual objects that can enhance the family's foundation are worth it, even if they have to pay a premium of more spiritual stones. Seeing Song Qingming stand up and salute, Qingming waved his hands and said, you and I have known each other for many years, and we can be regarded as close friends. It's just a matter of helping to introduce each other. Brother Song Dao Yao doesn't have to be so polite. How about this? I will arrange for you to stay in the market at the foot of the mountain first, and I will take you there when the trade fair is held in 2 days. After agreeing on this with Qingming, Song Qingming and the other two did not stay for long. Under the guidance of a disciple of Qingming, they found an inn in the market at the foot of the mountain and stayed there. When Song Qingyu came to the East China Sea's Yuxin realm with Qingming, they also stayed on Wunhu Island for a short time. After resting for a night, they soon asked Qingming to bring Wang Xian to play around on Wunhu Island. The 3 girls were having fun together, and Song Qingming didn't want to force himself to join them, so he wandered around the several markets on Wunhu Island alone. Since he entered the Taoist practice, whenever Song Qingming was free in an unfamiliar market, he would always like to go to places selling sundries to look for some books and notes that he had never read, and find something that interested him. After arriving at the East Sea's Yuxin realm this time, Song Qingming had been quite busy in the first few markets, including Yong'an City. Now that he had the opportunity, Song Qingming hid his aura and disguised himself as a Qi refining cultivator and stepped into a grocery store. Compared with the floating cloud mountains, the East Sea's Yuxin realm not only has more cultivation resources, but also has more books recording monsters and spiritual objects. Just by searching in a store for a while, Song Qingming saw a lot of monsters and spiritual medicines that he had never seen before, as well as a lot of cultivator notes recording various strange stories in the deep sea, which opened his eyes for a while. The shop owner saw that Song Qingming had bought a lot of books and notes of this kind. He also knew that he must be a person who likes strange things, so he took the initiative to talk to him and told Song Qingming about the legends left by many senior cultivators in the East China Sea. After strolling around the market for a while, Song Qingming returned to the inn where he was staying. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the door, he ran into Wu Xiang, the elder of the 100 Flowers Palace whom he met yesterday. Fellow Taoist Wu, what a coincidence. Wu Xiang bowed slightly to Song Qingming, and said with a smile, haha. I came here today to look for fellow Taoist Song. You happened to be away just now, so I stayed here and waited for a while, looking for me. Song Qingming showed a little surprise on his face, and then quickly asked, I don't know why fellow Taoist Wu came here to look for me. Please teach me a thing or two, fellow Taoist Song. It's not convenient to talk here with so many people. How about we go upstairs to talk? Okay. Then please come in. Song Qingming nodded slightly, made a gesture of invitation to him, and then walked towards the second floor of the inn with Wu Xiang, and soon came to a relatively quiet private room. As soon as they entered the door, the two of them exchanged a few polite words, and then Wu Xiang took out a few special spiritual objects unique to the 100 Flowers Palace from his body, and introduced them to Song Qingming very enthusiastically. Because he had been in the world of immortal cultivation in the floating cloud mountains, Song Qingming had never known much about the 100 Flowers Palace sect. He only knew indirectly from Song Qingyu, Himengson and others that it was a unyielding sect dominated by female cultivators. It was only after arriving at Wanhu Island yesterday and chatting with Himengson and others for a while that Song Qingming learned more about the 100 Flowers Palace in detail. Because the main skills of the sect are biased towards women, the 100 Flowers Palace basically recruits female disciples. Among the high-level cultivators in the sect, the 2 Yuanying Supreme Elders and more than 20 Giant and Stage Elders, most of whom are female cultivators. There are only a few male cultivators who can cultivate to the Giant and Stage and become elders of the sect. Among them, the one with the highest cultivation level is Elder Wu Xiang in front of Song Qingming, who has reached the 7th level of Giant. Although Wu Xiang looks like he is already middle-aged and seems to be quite old, he is actually less than 300 years old. He is not very old among Giant and cultivators. It is just because he wasted a lot of time in building his foundation that he looks older now. In a sect like Beihu Palace that mainly uses female cultivation techniques, Wu Xiang was able to cultivate to the late Giant and stage before the age of 300. It can be seen that his personal talent is definitely very high. People like Wu Xiang, who can stand out among the Giant and cultivators, will definitely be able to directly impact the Yuanying realm, like Bai Yuxin and Yao Qianshu in the future if nothing unexpected happens. Fellow Taoist Song has previously helped to save several of our sect's nephews and nephews. He is also a meritorious person for the sect. These spiritual objects are used by our sect's General Affairs Hall to thank fellow Taoists. I hope that fellow Taoist Song will not despise them. Looking at the several high-quality second-level spiritual objects in Wu Xiang's hands, Song Qingming was also a little surprised. This 100 Flowers Palace is indeed a Yuanying sect in the East China Sea's immortal cultivation world. It spends 2,000 to 3,000 spiritual stones at a time, which is indeed much more generous than the Xiaoao sect, which is also a Yuanying sect. Fellow Taoist Wu, you are too polite. What happened yesterday was just a small favor on the way. How can I accept such a big gift, Alice? If it weren't for your willingness to help, our sect would have lost several foundation-building disciples for no reason. This is not something that can be exchanged for these spiritual objects. Fellow Taoist, please don't refuse. Otherwise, when I go back later, it will be difficult to explain this matter to the sect, haha. In this case, please help me thank your sect. Seeing that the other party's attitude was indeed very enthusiastic, Song Qingming said a few polite words and did not continue to refuse. After Song Qingming put away all the spiritual objects on the table, Wu Xiang took the spiritual tea in his hand and took a sip. Then he stared at Song Qingming and pretended to be indifferent and asked, fellow Taoist Song, you are familiar with Junior Sister He, and you came from the floating cloud mountains. Have you also seen the holy maiden of our sect, Holy Maiden? Song Qingming was slightly stunned when he heard Wu Xiang mention this name, then shook his head in confusion and replied, I have never heard of any holy maiden of your sect. Why does fellow Taoist Wu ask this? After hearing this, Wu Xiang thought for a moment, then explained with a smile, oh, it's my fault for being a little abrupt. When Junior Sister Xia went out to travel with Junior Sister He, she may not have told you that she was the holy maiden of our sect. It is normal that you haven't heard of it. Is fellow Taoist Wu talking about Fairy Xiamo? Song Qingming asked again with some uncertainty, and the figure of the fairy in white with outstanding temperament that year immediately emerged in his mind. Wu Xiang nodded calmly and said, yes. Junior sister Xia is the direct disciple of the Supreme Elder and has succeeded the position of the saint of the sect. She will be in charge of the sect in the future. I thought that fellow Taoist Song already knew about this, so I asked one more question. Oh, I don't know about this. I did have the honor to meet Fairy Xia back then, but I am not very familiar with her, and I have not heard about these things about her from fellow Taoist he, Song Qingming explained to Wu Xiang with a hint of surprise. It has only been more than 50 years since Xiamo formed the Golden Core, and her cultivation has broken through to the 7th level of the Golden Core. Her cultivation talent is the highest among all the Golden Core cultivators Song Qingming has ever seen. When she traveled to the floating cloud mountains with He Mengxin, Song Qingming had dealt with her several times and had already seen that this woman's identity was not simple. Knowing that she was the Saint of the 100 Flowers Palace, Song Qingming was actually not too surprised. However, these did not matter to Song Qingming. Even in the past 2 days on the Wanhu Island, he did not specifically inquire about Xiamo. It was only through Wu Xiang that he learned that the other party was already the Saint of the 100 Flowers Palace. Wu Xiang suddenly asked about Xiamo in front of him. Song Qingming guessed that it was possible that Wu Xiang thought that he was familiar with Xiamo and wanted to see if he could get through him to get closer to Xiamo. After all, Xiamo is now the designated successor of the 100 Flowers Palace. Sooner or later, she will break through the nascent soul and take charge of the sect. Now, it is better to get along with the people around her first. For the elders of the sect, it may be of great use in the future. After hearing Song Qingming's explanation, Wu Xiang showed a hint of disappointment on his face, and then he immediately recovered and turned the topic to something else. The two chatted in the private room for a long time before Wu Xiang got up and said goodbye. After seeing Wu Xiang off, Song Qingming returned to his room. Thinking of Wu Xiang's behavior of coming to him to ask about Xiamo, he couldn't help but smile and shook his head. It stands to reason that they are all cultivators from the same sect. Even if their relationship is not that good, there is no need for an outsider like him to improve this matter. However, many interpersonal relationships in large sects are sometimes so complicated. Song Qingming has been a guest elder of Xiaoyao sect for so many years. Although he has not directly participated in the factional struggles within the sect, he also has some understanding of this. In Xiaoyao sect, including Song Qingming and other guest elders, there are more than a dozen giant elders. Although everyone is harmonious on the surface, they often fight in secret to compete for power and cultivation resources in the sect. Among them, the law enforcement elder Li Wutuang and the elder of the General Affairs Hall, Guangling's Henren, fought most fiercely. Every time the elders of the sect discussed matters, their opinions would always be a little inconsistent, which often gave the head of the sect Yao Qianshu a headache. However, as Master Guangling is approaching his death, he has gradually withdrawn from the core of the sect's power. In recent years, the two of them have finally quieted down. It can be seen that the larger the sect, the more complicated the relationship between the internal cultivators will be. I don't know if the Song family will become like this one day after it grows stronger. But it's useless to think too much about these things now. If I can't cultivate to the nascent soul stage in the future, I will be a mound of dirt in the back mountain in a few hundred years at most, and I may not have the chance to see it. Looking at the sky outside the window that was gradually getting dark, Song Qingming put down these messy thoughts in his mind, took out a notebook he bought today, flipped through a few pages, and soon immersed himself in it with relish. As night fell, pedestrians on the street slowly returned home, and the entire market gradually quieted down. At this time, a graceful figure suddenly flew over a hill dozens of miles away from the market and landed directly on the top of the hill. After the visitor scanned the mountaintop, she took out a talisman and was about to cast a spell when a middle-aged man suddenly appeared out of thin air not far in front of her gaze and walked slowly towards her. "How is it going?" the middle-aged man replied calmly. "I have already tried it today and spent a lot of spiritual objects." Although the man surnamed Song knows junior sister Xia, he is not very close to her. If you want to rely on them for this matter, there is not much hope. The woman's face suddenly showed a trace of disappointment when she heard it. After thinking for a moment, she said, "It seems that the time is not right yet. We still need to find another opportunity." However, these people seem to have a good relationship with junior sister He. Even if it is useless now, there may be a chance to use it in the future. We still have to find a way to get closer to them, but we must be careful not to let them see any clues. "I know this, don't worry." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, the woman beside him nodded slightly, and then she moved and quickly disappeared from the spot. After the woman left for a long time, the middle-aged man took out a golden flying boat and jumped on it. He soon turned into golden light and disappeared here. The deserted hill also completely returned to peace. 2 days later, 2 beams of light suddenly flew over a small island thousands of miles west of Wunhu Island and landed on the port on the side of the island below. Some low-level cultivators standing near the port were immediately attracted when they saw the few people coming down from the flying boat. Then they hurriedly bowed respectfully. After glancing around, Qingming turned around and introduced Song Qingming and others beside him. This place is the spiritual land of 2 casual cultivators. They often hold exchange conferences that only our giant and cultivators can participate in, but the time is a bit irregular. Last time I came here, I happened to meet a fellow Taoist who took out a 5-element spiritual object to assist in forming a pill. Unfortunately, I didn't have anything good on me at the time. I missed this thing, and I don't know if we can have such good luck this time, haha. It is a rare thing to have the opportunity to participate in this level of exchange conference. Even if we don't get any spiritual objects, we can at least broaden our horizons. 7th brother is right. Anyway, it's good for us to meet more fellow Taoists and broaden our horizons. Sister He. Don't worry about it. Song Qingming smiled and echoed. After Song Qingming stayed in the market alone for 2 days, Song Qingming and the other 2 who had played outside for a long time returned to the market to find him reluctantly until the trade fair was about to begin. Then the 4 of them, together with 2 other giant and elders of the Beihu Palace who were also going to participate in the trade fair, took a flying boat to the island thousands of miles away. While they were talking, 2 young and beautiful women came over, led by a woman in pink palace dress, and whispered to Qingming beside Song Qingming, "Junior sister He, I think it's getting late. Let's go in first, so as not to let fellow Taoist Long and the others wait too long." The 2 giant and elders who were traveling with Song Qingming and his companions were led by a woman in pink palace dress named Chen Yuan, who is the one with the highest cultivation level in the 100 Flowers Palace, except for the 2 Yuanying Supreme Elders. Chen Yuan had already cultivated to the 9th level of the giant 100 years ago, and had already tried to impact the Yuanying realm once. Although she failed to successfully break through her cultivation level, her current status in the 100 Flowers Palace is already the highest among the many giant and elders. The other woman in green was named Liu Qian. Although she had not been in the giant stage for a long time like Qingming, and her cultivation level was only the 3rd level of the giant, she was a very rare 3rd level beastmaster, which made Song Qingming look up to her along the way. Hearing Chen Yuan's urging, Qingming nodded slightly in response, and then followed behind her with Song Qingming and his companions. Chapter 629, Barter Conference, Red Dragon Pill. After leaving the port and entering the island, the group walked through a small market and soon arrived at a high mountain in the center of the island. After arriving here, Chen Yuan, who was walking in front, stopped and took out a red jade card from her body and threw it into the air. A moment later, a beam of spiritual light shot out from the top of the red jade card, fell directly on the mountain wall in front. A vortex-like airflow suddenly rolled up in front of the originally calm mountain wall, and then a group of white clouds with a radius of 4 or 5 feet appeared. When the white clouds appeared in front of everyone, Chen Yuan, who was standing below, first floated up a burst of light under his feet, and directly soared into the air, and the whole person was immersed in the white fog. Seeing this, the rest of the people immediately followed, flew into the air and quickly passed through the group of white clouds. As soon as he passed through the clouds, Song Qingming felt his eyes brighten, and his figure appeared in a very tall and somewhat magnificent cave. Several huge night pearls on the mountain wall not far ahead had illuminated the surroundings of everyone, as if they were still outside. As soon as everyone stood firm, an old man with a round face and long beard came up to them. "Haha. Fairy Chen is here, and I, Long, am sorry for not welcoming you from afar. I hope you don't mind." Chen Yuan smiled and bowed in return, saying, "Fellow Taoist Long, you are too polite. These people are also friends of our sect. They want to participate in this exchange conference together. I hope you can also make it convenient for them." After hearing Chen Yuan's introduction, the old man with a round face immediately glanced at Song Qingming and others standing beside him, then smiled and nodded slightly, saying, "Although I haven't invited many strangers to join recently, but since Fairy Chen introduced them, there should be no problem. I welcome them very much." After the old man with a round face finished speaking, He took the initiative to bow to Song Qingming and others, and introduced his identity and some rules of the exchange conference to them. When Song Qingming first went to Wu to participate in the Star Conference, he also followed Chu Fangping, Chen Zuixin and others to Dengayan Tower to participate in an exchange conference among Jinden cultivators. And he used a Bailu pill to exchange with Mo Laogui for a third-level medium-grade magic weapon and a high-level defensive talisman, and gained a lot. As they walked and talked, they soon came to a hall inside the cave. This hall is also very spacious and bright, with several stone pillars standing in the middle, and beautiful landscape paintings hanging on the walls on both sides. At this time, there are already 20 to 30 people sitting in various places in the hall. Song Qingming glanced at it and found that most of the people sitting there were people with cultivation above the Jinden stage. A small number of foundation building cultivators also sat next to Jinden cultivator, and they obviously came here with their Jinden companions. Please sit for a while, and there are still a few Taoists from Phi Island and Yunlong Mountain who haven't arrived yet. I will go out to greet them. When they come, the exchange meeting will start soon. Fellow Taoist Long, please go. After the round-faced old man received everyone into the hall, he bowed and greeted Chen Yuan, and soon turned around and walked out. Soon, 2 more waves of cultivators came outside. There were already about 40 people in the hall. At this time, the round-faced old man walked to the stone platform in the middle of the hall and directly announced the official start of this exchange meeting. Through the introductions with the round-faced old man, Song Qingming also knew the name of the organizer of the exchange meeting, Long Fuhe. This person is a well-known Jinden cultivator in the East China Xiuxin world. His cultivation has reached the realm of the 9th level of Jinden. Like Chen Yuan, he has also challenged the Yuanying realm once. However, Long Fuhe is much older than Chen Yuan. Now he is over 500 years old. Basically, there is no possibility of breaking through the Yuanying, and the prospects of his Taoism are far less bright than Chen Yuan. This exchange meeting was organized by Long Fuhe and another good friend Luo Chengyun, who is also a Jinden cultivator, on this island called Lulong Island more than 100 years ago. It has been held more than 20 times so far. Unlike Song Qingming's last time at Dengayan Tower, the barter conference held by Lulong Island did not involve any mutual acquaintances or discussions between monks. The only purpose was to exchange spiritual objects between monks. However, all monks participating in the barter conference, no matter who they were, had to give a certain percentage of spiritual stones to the organizer of the barter conference, Lulong Island, for each spiritual object they successfully exchanged. In addition to organizing people to participate in the barter conference, Lulong Island was also responsible for identifying and guaranteeing the value of spiritual objects, as well as providing some conveniences such as exchanging spiritual stones for the monks who came to the conference. Long Fuhe had just announced the start of the barter conference, and soon a young Confucian scholar in a yellow robe and a purple gold jade crown took the lead and walked onto the stage. After the young scholar greeted everyone with a bow, he waved his hand and took out a white jade bead with a golden light from his body. Then he showed it to everyone and said slowly and calmly, "Fellow Taoists, this is a level 3 middle-grade white jade thunder bead, a defensive magic weapon made from the eyeball of a thunder dragon, especially effective against thunder attribute spells. I want to exchange this for a Demon King's inner elixir of the same quality. If anyone can take out a Demon King's inner elixir with golden attributes, I am willing to add a level 3 low-grade spiritual talisman as compensation." Seeing this person take out a level 3 defensive magic weapon of good quality as soon as he came on stage, Song Qingming's face also showed a little surprise. You should know that in the world of cultivating immortals, defensive spiritual objects and magic weapons have always been relatively precious. Song Qingming has participated in many large and small trade fairs over the years, and rarely sees people take out spiritual objects of this level to sell. Even when he participated in the Wu Kingdom Star Conference, Song Qingming only saw 1 or 2 items, and basically they were immediately snatched up by everyone as soon as they came out, and they were finally sold at a premium. This person took the initiative to exchange a 3rd-level middle-grade Demon King inner pill, which was indeed not taking advantage of others. I just don't know if anyone among the many people at the scene will take it out. Although there are many powerful people who have reached the late stage of the golden elixir, among the many golden elixir cultivators present, it is not easy for everyone to hunt down a Demon King in the middle stage of the golden elixir. Song Qingming also has an inner pill that he got from the Black Scale Beast not long ago, but unfortunately the demon pill is only a 3rd level low grade, which does not meet this person's requirements, otherwise he would definitely try it out through voice transmission. As soon as the middle-aged Confucian scholar finished speaking, it didn't take long before someone started to transmit a voice to the stage, wanting to exchange this item with him. What Song Qingming didn't expect was that Immortal, who was sitting not far from him, also sent a voice transmission to the stage. Seeing this scene, Song Qingming slightly recalled that when Immortal and the others were exploring the Yuanying cave in Yu State, the inner elixir of the Grey Rat Demon King that they killed together fell into her hands when they finally divided the spiritual objects. After so many years, Song Qingming thought that Immortal had already used up the Demon King's inner elixir, but he didn't expect that she had kept it until now. You should know that the Demon King's inner elixir is not like spiritual objects, such as spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits, that can be preserved for a long time. Generally, it will start to deteriorate and damage after about 20 to 30 years. Most of the cultivators who got such things would choose to deal with them quickly and would not keep them on their bodies. Although Immortal also sent a voice transmission, it was a pity that the middle-aged Confucian scholar did not choose her as the trading partner, but exchanged the defensive magic weapon in his hand with another thin old man who looked a little ugly. After Long Fu, on behalf of Lulong Island, checked the spiritual objects provided by both parties and found no problems. The first deal in the exchange conference was officially concluded, and both parties left the middle platform with satisfaction. Seeing that in the transaction just now, 4 or 5 people, including Immortal, tried to compete for the third-level medium-grade defensive magic weapon, Song Qingming was also quite shocked. Unexpectedly, among the many giant cultivators present, there are really many people who are like the middle-aged Confucian scholar, bringing top-grade treasures. This also makes people look forward to the spiritual objects that will appear in this exchange conference. Sure enough, the second cultivator who came on stage took out another valuable third-level medium-grade spiritual medicine with water attributes, and wanted to exchange it for a defensive spiritual talisman of the same quality. Although the value of a third-level medium-grade spiritual medicine is far less than a defensive magic weapon just taken out by the first person, this level of spiritual medicine is also a spiritual object that most cultivators are very useful to. Everyone present, including Song Qingming, was a little moved when they saw this thing. Song Qingming did have a level 3 middle-grade defensive talisman, but he had always kept it on him as a self-defense trump card. Although a level 3 middle-grade spiritual medicine was good, it was not what Song Qingming needed urgently. After thinking for a moment, he gave up the idea of exchanging this spiritual object. As the exchange meeting went smoothly, the level 3 middle-grade spiritual medicine soon fell into the hands of a graceful man in white. Although they were all trade fairs organized by giant cultivators, the exchange meeting that Song Qingming attended in Dengaian Pavilion also attracted many giant cultivators, but the spiritual objects that most people brought out were not of high quality. And they were basically relatively unpopular and difficult to sell on the market, which was not so attractive to other giant cultivators. Many cultivators were disappointed after going on stage and failed to get the spiritual objects they wanted. Unlike the last time, the participants of this Lulong Island barter meeting obviously came with some sincerity to exchange spiritual objects. The spiritual objects that everyone brought out were obviously much more practical, and basically attracted many cultivators to make voice calls and bid. Among the 7 or 8 people who came on stage in succession, only one late giant cultivator walked down the stage with a look of disappointment. However, the reason why this person failed to exchange for the spiritual object he wanted was not because the spiritual object he brought out was not attractive enough, but the material from the third-level upper-grade fire attribute monster he wanted to exchange was too unpopular, and no cultivator present had this spiritual object. You have to know that the East China Sea's Yuxin world is surrounded by vast oceans, and fire attribute monsters do not like this living environment and are very rare. It is naturally not an easy task to find materials from high-level fire attribute monsters here. Although he had seen a lot of good things come out, although these things were good, they were not the spiritual objects that Song Qingming wanted most at the moment. Therefore, he had only tried to bid once so far, and gave up immediately when he failed to get the other party's approval, and did not participate in the competition for spiritual objects too much. It was not until the 9th cultivator came up that the things that the person took out made Song Qingming, who had been somewhat calm, show a trace of excitement on his face. All fellow Taoists are people with successful cultivation. I don't think there is any need to introduce the function of this water spirit fruit. I want to use this spirit fruit to exchange for a magic weapon of wood attribute, or a pill of level 3 or above that can improve cultivation. If you are interested, feel free to make an offer." After hearing this person say what he wanted to exchange for, Song Qingming only thought for a moment, and immediately cast a spell to send a voice transmission to the other party. Water spirit fruit is the main medicine that can be used to refine the foundation building pill. As long as the mature spirit fruit is taken directly to the good merit pavilion of Xiaoyao sect, it can be exchanged for a foundation building pill. Song Qingming naturally does not want to miss such a spiritual object. However, this water spirit fruit not only attracted Song Qingming. After he finished casting the spell, 2 giant monks also followed suit and quoted their prices. The monk who took out the water spirit fruit on the stage waited for a long time and saw that no one else was bidding. After hesitating for a moment, he still sent a voice transmission to Song Qingming and agreed to his offer. Seeing this, Song Qingming was also delighted. He hurriedly stood up and came to the front of the stage, and then walked into a yellow formation that blocked the view from the outside. This yellow restriction was set up by the Lulong Island side to ensure that the information of the monks on both sides would not be leaked during the transaction. After entering the formation, Song Qingming took out a green short sword magic weapon from his body with one hand and handed it to Long Fuhe on the side. This green short sword magic weapon was the green willow sword that the fire phoenix returned to Song Qingming when he formed the den. Over the years, as his cultivation level improved, Song Qingming already had a more sophisticated magic weapon in his hands. He no longer needed this third-level low-grade magic weapon, so he gave it to Jin Fen to use. When he heard that the other party wanted a wood-attributed magic weapon, Song Qingming immediately thought of the Qingming sword on his body, and directly sent a voice message to the other party that he wanted to use this magic weapon in exchange for the Shuling fruit. The person who wanted to trade with Song Qingming happened to practice wood-attributed exercises. Being able to hold a magic weapon of the same attribute would naturally improve his ability to fight. Therefore, the Qingming sword was important to him, and its value must be higher than some other magic weapons of the same level. After Long Fuhe checked that there was nothing wrong with the Qingming sword, he asked an alchemist who was more familiar with spiritual fruits to pick up the Shuling fruit in the other party's hand and carefully examined it for a moment before he returned the spiritual object to the 2 people with confidence. After getting the water spirit fruit he wanted, Song Qingming showed a bit of satisfaction on his face, and immediately took out 2 medium-grade spirit stones from his body and handed them over to Long Fuhe. This was also the fee they needed to collect as the organizer of the trade fair. After completing the transaction, Song Qingming did not rush to leave the stone platform in the middle, but directly took out a set of third-level low-grade formations from his body, and said to the monk sitting around, "This is a set of third-level low-grade formations that I personally refined. If it is used properly with the help of the terrain, it can easily trap the monsters below the middle stage of the golden elixir. I intend to use this set of formations to exchange for a 5-element spiritual object that assists in forming the elixir. If the price is not enough, I am willing to compensate the price difference. If that Taoist friend is interested, feel free to make an offer." Since he advanced to the 3rd-level formation master, Song Qingming has refined several sets of 3rd-level formations in the past few decades. The formation in his hand was refined after he found the materials in the Good Merit Pavilion of Xiaoyao sect more than 10 years ago. Seeing the high-level magic array floating in front of Song Qingming, most of the cultivators present were immediately attracted to it, and many of them showed a hint of excitement. There are not many formation masters above level 3 in the world of immortal cultivation. In addition, it takes much longer to refine a set of formations than other skills. Many high-level formation masters are unwilling to spend too much time on this. Therefore, magic arrays above level 3 are not common on the market. The reason why Song Qingming was able to refine several sets of level 3 magic arrays in just a few decades without affecting his own cultivation is mainly because he has the incomplete map that can quickly restore mana. It would not be so easy for others to do it. Although the high-level magic array in Song Qingming's hand, which is helpful for hunting monsters, is also a very good rare spiritual object here, it has a great attraction to the cultivators present as soon as it is taken out. However, the 5-element spiritual item that Song Qingming wanted to assist in forming the elixir was also not a common and precious spiritual item. Although many giant and cultivators present were very tempted by the array in Song Qingming's hand, not many people sent voice messages to make offers. Moreover, The people who sent voice messages to Song Qingming did not offer the 5-element spiritual item that he wanted, but other high-level spiritual items that were equal in value to the array in his hand. After a long while, seeing that no one had offered a price for the 5-element spiritual item, Song Qingming's face slowly showed a hint of disappointment. It seems that none of these giant and cultivators present have what he wants. Just as Song Qingming was about to put away the array in front of him, another voice message suddenly flew into his ears. Fellow Taoist, I still have a 3rd-level middle-grade red dragon pill in my hand. This pill can improve the mana cultivation of a mid-stage giant and cultivator by about 10 years. Can I exchange it with you for this magic array? After hearing the other party's voice transmission, Song Qingming also showed a little surprise on his face. After standing there and thinking for a moment, he did not hesitate to reply to the other party directly with voice transmission, and agreed to the deal. A 3rd-level middle-grade elixir that can improve mana cultivation is worth more than the 3rd-level low-grade magic array in Song Qingming's hand. To be honest, the other party is willing to take it out and exchange it with Song Qingming. Since the 3rd-level array in his hand cannot be exchanged for the 5-element elixir he wants, it will definitely not be a loss for Song Qingming to trade it for a 3rd-level middle-grade elixir that is helpful for his practice. After all, for Song Qingming, who is helped by the incomplete map, it is not difficult to refine a set of 3rd-level magic array again as long as there are suitable materials and spend some time. If it weren't for the fact that high-level materials for refining arrays were not easy to find around Uyghur, Song Qingming would probably be able to make several more high-level arrays. This time, according to the estimation of Lulong Island, the 3rd-level medium-grade red dragon pill offered by the other party was worth more than the 3rd-level low-grade array in Song Qingming's hand. Therefore, Song Qingming compensated the monk who came on stage to trade with him with 5,000 spiritual stones, and finally completed the transaction. Although Song Qingming had handed over an additional 600 spiritual stones to the Lulong Island party in 2 consecutive transactions, he still had a satisfied look on his face when he walked down from the stage. After all, everyone's luck is limited, and it is impossible to get the spiritual objects they want every time they go out. At this level of trading fair, as long as they can get 1 or 2 useful things for themselves, it is worthwhile for Song Qingming. At the following exchange meeting, the remaining monks, including He Mengson and others besides Song Qingming, also came on stage to exchange what they wanted, but Song Qingming did not see the spiritual objects he liked until the end, so he could only become a spectator. Because Song Qingming came mainly to follow Song Qingming, he did not have any spiritual objects he wanted to trade, so he did not go on stage to quote the price. He Mengson, who came with them, was lucky. She used an extra magic weapon and some spiritual stones in her hand to exchange for a 3rd-level spiritual fruit that could help the early giant and cultivators break through. It was a good deal for her. Chen Yuring and Liu Qian also exchanged for 1 or 2 spiritual objects that were useful to them. It was not a wasted trip, and it was also a gain for everyone who participated in the trade fair. After participating in the trade fair on Lulong Island, Song Qingming and the other 2 had already planned to return to Uyghur immediately, so they said goodbye to He Mengson and others directly, and did not choose to follow them back to Wonhu Island. When they parted, He Mengson pulled Song Qingming aside, took out some spiritual stones and other spiritual objects that had been prepared long ago, and asked her to help pass them on to Liu Yuxin, who was practicing alone outside. It has been more than a month since they left Qing County. Song Qingming and the other 2 were also a little concerned about the situation at home. After He Mengson and the others left, they immediately took the spiritual boat to leave Lulong Island. Chapter 630, White-Haired Old Man, Gilded Fruit Tree. Song Qingming and his companions flew westward on the phantom boat. After crossing several seas and reaching the land, they rested for a day in the small market they had visited before. It was almost half a month later when they crossed a broken cloud mountain and arrived near the floating cloud mountain range. On this day, on a high mountain on the west side of Zheng State, a white light came from far away and circled in the air before landing directly on the top of the mountain. Song Qingming jumped off the flying boat, looked at the quiet surroundings on the top of the mountain, nodded with satisfaction, and turned to Song Qingming and the other 2 who had just jumped off the flying boat and said, "This place is relatively quiet. Let's rest here for one night and continue our journey tomorrow." In order to quickly pass through Zheng State in the past 2 days, several people took turns to help control the flying boat all the way, and their mana was also consumed a lot. Although Funiu Mountain is close to Qing County of Wei State, there has never been a demon king above level 3, but near Zhang State, due to the constant invasion of demon beasts from Funiu Mountain, demon kings have begun to appear nearby in recent years. In order to make the next journey smoother, Qingming decided to rest on this mountain for a night before entering Funiu Mountain to restore the mana and state of several people, so as not to suffer losses if they run into a demon king. After nightfall, Qingming and the other two meditated with their backs against a rock, each holding a few spiritual stones in their hands, closing their eyes and quietly restoring their mana. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the south of the mountain, causing Qingming, who was sitting on the ground, to stand up with a frown. Seventh brother. It seems that someone is fighting over there. Qingming, who was also meditating on the side, also heard the sound, and hurriedly stood up and asked Qingming. Qingming nodded slightly upon hearing this and said, "You stay here first, I'll go over and see what's going on." As soon as he finished speaking, Qingming turned into a beam of light and disappeared directly on the spot. In a valley a few miles away, two foundation building cultivators in different clothes were struggling to besiege a white-haired old man who had a similar cultivation level to them, but was already suffering from a lot of injuries. The white-haired old man already had several injuries on his body, and his face was slightly blue. Although his own condition was already very bad, he still struggled to control the magic weapon in his hand and forced back the two people who wanted to approach him. The two people who besieged him also knew that the other party could not hold on for much longer, so they were not too anxious. They always stood at a distance to consume the other party, step by step, and gradually compress the other party's range of activities. "Brother Bai, you have been poisoned by my bee venom. Don't even think about running away. I advise you to cooperate and hand over the things. Junior brother, we can consider letting you go. Otherwise, it will be too late for you to beg for mercy later." "Humph. You people who come from banditry will not believe anything. Even if I destroy this thing today, I will not let you get it for nothing." After the white-haired old man finished speaking, a golden spiritual fruit appeared in his hand. After throwing it into the air, the longsword in his hand slashed out a light blade, wanting to destroy this spiritual object on the spot. "Stop him." The two people who were besieging the old man were also slightly surprised when they saw this. They didn't expect that the old man would be so uncooperative and actually wanted to destroy this precious spiritual object. One of them quickly took out a green spiritual talisman and cast a spell directly at the light blade spell released by the white-haired old man in the air, trying to stop the other party's actions. Just as the two sides were fighting for the spiritual object, a figure suddenly appeared beside the golden spiritual fruit. Before the two magic spells arrived, he picked up the spiritual object and quickly put up a shield, easily blocking the two spells that were already close at hand. Seeing this figure that appeared out of thin air, the white-haired old man and the two foundation-building monks who were chasing him all changed their faces in an instant, revealing a look of great surprise. "My friends, if there is anything, can't you sit down and discuss it properly? There is no need to quarrel and fight to the death like this." A man in a green robe standing between the two sides glanced at the spiritual object he had just taken in his hand, then looked up and said to the two foundation-building monks not far away. Seeing the powerful pressure emanating from the green-robed man, the two foundation-building monks who had just besieged the white-haired old man with a proud look on their faces immediately became cautious and submissive. It took him a while to react, and he bowed to Qingming, who was not far away, and said, "Senior, we are cultivators of Xiangxing sect. This man betrayed the sect and stole a treasure from our sect. The two of us are here to arrest him under the order of the sect elders. We have no intention of disturbing you. Please don't misunderstand me." Hearing that the other party called him a traitor, the white-haired old man said angrily, "These two bastards are really good at confusing right and wrong. Senior, please don't listen to their nonsense. They were both born as bandits and only joined our Xiangxing sect halfway through. These two beasts attacked me, a fellow sect member, today just because they coveted this treasure. Haha. It is God's will that this thing falls into your hands today. Senior, you can take it directly if you want, as long as it doesn't get cheap from these two ungrateful bastards." "Well, you are quite generous, but I don't know if you two agree with this." The green-robed man nodded slightly to the white-haired old man, then looked calmly at the two foundation-building cultivators not far away. "Senior, this item is very important to our sect. If I give it to you for no reason, I'm afraid it will be difficult to explain this to the elders of the sect after we go back." The green-robed man thought for a moment after hearing this, and then slowly said, "You are right. It is really difficult to explain to your fellow disciples when we go back. How about I help you think of a solution, Senior? Please don't misunderstand. We are indeed ordered to chase the traitor. If you want this item, just take it. Don't worry, we will find a way to explain this matter after we go back, and we will definitely not reveal your identity." Hearing the cold tone of the green-robed man in front of them, the two foundation-building monks felt a sense of pressure, and a trace of cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. Their feet began to retreat involuntarily. Just when the two foundation-building monks had given up asking for the spiritual object and were ready to escape from here, a group of green spiritual lights suddenly gathered in the hands of the green-robed man, and then immediately turned into several green sword lights and rushed straight to the location of the two. Seeing this, the two men also hurriedly dodged the attack and then desperately stepped on the magic weapon to leave here quickly. However, when they flew out for only a few dozen feet, a figure suddenly flashed in front of them and blocked their way in midair. Before the two men turned around and fled, two more fierce sword lights quickly attacked them, forcing them to stop and use magic weapons to deal with it. The one with the highest cultivation level among the two was only at the 7th level of foundation building. At this moment, facing the fierce attack of a giant and cultivator, even if the opponent had not even used magic weapons, they were still unable to resist. After a while, two screams sounded in succession in the sky, and the man in green robe returned to the original place with the storage bags on the two people. Looking around, the man in green robe was a little surprised that the white-haired old man who was seriously injured and could hardly support himself just now had disappeared in a moment. Huh? He really ran fast, the man in green robe muttered to himself, and the light under his feet flashed and disappeared immediately. On a small hill not far from here, a white-haired old man who was hiding there with a robe to conceal his aura saw the green-robed man not far away leave. After a long time, he carefully stood up and walked forward in a direction. However, after just a few dozen steps, the white-haired old man stopped again and looked at the green-robed man standing not far in front of him with a shocked face. He thought he had just avoided the man's spiritual sense detection, but he didn't expect that the man didn't really leave. He was still a little careless. The white-haired old man couldn't help showing a trace of helplessness on his face at this moment. "You are really brave. You dare to hide in front of me. Don't blame me, Senior. I was just scared and wanted to escape from here." The green-robed man looked at the other party calmly, then took out a golden spiritual fruit he had just snatched from them, and asked directly, "Where did you get this thing from? Tell me first. I advise you to think about it before answering, and it's best not to talk nonsense. Even if you are from Qingming, it doesn't matter to me. It's just killing one more person." Hearing the unquestionable cold words from the green-robed man, the white-haired old man, who had seen the other party decisively kill two of his fellow monks just because of a disagreement, naturally did not dare to doubt the other party's words. Although the Qingming is a dominant force in Zheng state, it is just a giant sect. However, this person is also a giant master with profound cultivation. It is not strange that he does not take them Qingming seriously. The white-haired old man's eyes rolled slightly before he answered helplessly, "We found this thing not long ago in a canyon deep in Funiu Mountain. We found 2 spiritual fruits in total, and one is on them. If you don't believe me, just open their storage bags and you will know. We had agreed that I would distribute the spiritual objects together after returning to the sect, but they became greedy halfway and wanted to snatch the spiritual fruit from me, which led to the following events. Don't worry, Senior, these 2 scums are originally bandits. Killing them is like eliminating harm for our sect. I will find a way to explain this matter after I go back, and I won't cause you any trouble." After the white-haired old man finished speaking, he couldn't help but glance at Qingming from time to time, for fear that the other party would turn against him and kill him on the spot to silence him. Qingming did not doubt the explanation of the white-haired old man. Because of the civil strife in Zheng state for so many years, the Qingming sect has indeed actively recruited a large number of independent cultivators. In order to strengthen the strength of the sect among them, there must be some cultivators who were originally bandits. Before taking action, Qingming had actually heard some of their conversations on the side, and he also knew that the 2 people were motivated by money and wanted to murder their fellow disciples, so he decisively killed them later. After so many years of cultivation, although he has long been accustomed to all kinds of fighting and killing, conspiracies and intrigues in the world of immortal cultivation, Qingming still felt a little unhappy when he saw this kind of behavior of killing companions for a little spiritual object. I see. This spiritual object is indeed useful to me. I will put it away first, but I don't like to take other people's things for nothing. You can keep these spiritual stones. Just think of it as you selling it to me." Taking over the large bag of spiritual stones thrown by Song Qingming, the white-haired old man also showed a little surprise on his face, and he couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. In this situation, the other party, a giant and cultivator, could easily control him. Sparing his life was already a luxury. He was actually willing to give him thousands of spirit stones in exchange for the spirit fruit just now. It was really beyond his expectation. "Thank you for saving my life, senior. Please accept my respect." Seeing this, the white-haired old man hurriedly stepped forward with a happy face and kowtowed to the man in green robes. "Don't be in a hurry to thank me. Before letting you leave, I still need your help. Don't worry, as long as you are willing to cooperate, I will definitely let you leave safely. Whatever you want, senior, just tell me. I will cooperate with you to the fullest and will not let you down." Hearing that Song Qingming still had something to ask him for help, the white-haired old man hesitated for a moment, but still agreed respectfully. Now that his life is still in the hands of others at any time, the white-haired old man also understands that his situation does not have any room for bargaining with the other party. "Wait for me here. I will take you to the valley where you found the 2 spiritual fruits. Once we get there, I will let you go." Don't worry, senior. I know what to do." Hearing that the other party was just going to find the valley where they found the spiritual fruits, the white-haired old man was not sure what the other party wanted to do, but he immediately agreed. After the green-robed man disappeared in a flash of light, the white-haired old man looked around. When the green-robed man just appeared in his mind, he quickly suppressed the idea of escaping in his heart and stood there patiently without daring to move his body. Song Qingming and the other person on the mountain peak waited for a long time, but Song Qingming did not come back. When they were discussing whether to go over to see him, a flash of light flew from the horizon and landed in front of them. "Who are you?" Song Qingming and the other person who were about to meet him suddenly changed their faces after seeing the appearance of the person who came, and immediately summoned the magic weapon on their bodies, looking at the other person with hostility. The green-robed man standing there, seeing the 2 women's reaction, also understood the reason instantly. After a light laugh, his body shape suddenly began to change, and instantly restored to Song Qingming's original appearance. After obtaining the transfiguration technique from Ho Feng a few years ago, Song Qingming has also made some progress in cultivation over the years. Although it is still difficult to hide from cultivators above the giant stage, it is still enough to deal with cultivators below the foundation building stage. When he appeared in front of the white-haired old man and the others just now, Song Qingming performed the transformation technique in advance, slightly changing his appearance. When he came back, he had not yet released the secret technique, which almost caused Song Qingming and the others to misunderstand. "Seventh brother. When did you learn such a fun magic? You almost fooled me, husband. What happened over there? Why did you take so long to come back?" After seeing this scene, Song Qingming was relieved to put away the magic weapon beside him, and walked quickly towards Song Qingming with Wang Xian. Song Qingming smiled and said, "It's nothing serious. It's just that a few foundation building monks fought for spiritual objects. I just went over to persuade them and accidentally got 2 third-level spiritual fruits." Seeing the 2 golden spiritual fruits in Song Qingming's hand, Song Qingming and Wang Xian were also surprised and hurriedly surrounded him. Song Qingming immediately explained to the 2 what he had just encountered. After listening, Song Qingming's big eyes turned slightly, and he immediately asked, "Seventh brother, according to what you said, they found the spiritual fruit from Funiu Mountain. There should be a mature 3rd-level fruit tree there, right?" "It is indeed possible. There is still a lot of spiritual energy left on this spiritual fruit. It was indeed picked not long ago." Wang Xian picked up a spiritual fruit in Song Qingming's hand and looked at it carefully, and then spoke. Song Qingming nodded slightly and said, "Yes. I also have this guess, Qingming. You go back to the family tomorrow, and then bring Yuanzu here. I and that guy will find the location of the valley, and we will meet there when the time comes." "Yes. Let's do it." After hearing Song Qingming's plan, Song Qingming and the others quickly responded. After carefully instructing the 2 of them, Song Qingming immediately turned back. After seeing that the white-haired old man was still standing there honestly, Song Qingming, who had changed his appearance, also showed a little satisfaction on his face, and then took him away. 2 days later, In a valley deep in Funiu Mountain, Qingming took a closer look at the depths of the valley, then turned around and asked the white-haired old man beside him, "Is this the valley you mentioned?" "That's right. We found the 2 spiritual fruits in a cave in the valley. We came here to chase a level 2 monster." "Well, then take me there first." Following the white-haired old man, they flew into the valley. After a while, they came to a more secluded cave. After Qingming stood at the entrance of the cave and closed his eyes to release his spiritual sense, he soon felt a relatively strong spiritual energy coming out of the cave. Seeing this, Qingming was delighted and walked directly into the cave. After walking forward for about a few hundred feet, Qingming felt a hint of golden light in the dark cave, and soon a 3-foot-tall golden fruit tree appeared in front of Qingming. There were still 4 or 5 unripe spiritual fruits on the golden fruit tree, as well as 2 short branches that had just been cut off. Qingming only took a quick glance and immediately confirmed that this was the 3rd-level spiritual fruit tree he was looking for. Sure enough, there is another mature 3rd-level gilded fruit tree. It seems that this time my efforts were not in vain. Qingming's spiritual sense swept through the cave before returning to the cave entrance. Then Qingming threw out a few formation flags in front of the white-haired old man, and soon a 2nd-level formation that isolated the spiritual sense of the cultivators was set up not far in front of him. "I need to do something here. In case of any changes, I need you to stay here for a few days. I will let you go when the things are done." Seeing this, the white-haired old man immediately understood what Qingming meant, and hurriedly smiled and bowed his hands, saying, "Don't worry, senior, I know what to do." After greeting Qingming, the white-haired old man immediately took the initiative to walk into the formation and sat down. After waiting patiently in the valley for another day, Qingming finally saw a beam of light flying in the sky, and a few familiar figures appeared in front of him a moment later. "Seventh brother, did you find the fruit tree?" In addition to Yuanxu, the spiritual plant master, Qingming also brought Wang Xian, Yuanli, and Changs. After seeing the family members, Qingming did not delay too much. After leaving Yuanli to guard the cave entrance, he led everyone into the cave. Seeing a mature 3rd-level spiritual fruit tree, everyone in the Song family showed a trace of joy on their faces, especially Yuanxu, who had learned the spiritual plant technique. At this moment, a gleam of brilliance appeared in her eyes. After carefully observing the 3rd-level spiritual fruit tree in front of her, Yuanxu turned to Qingming and nodded slightly, saying, "Seventh uncle, there is nothing wrong with the current condition of this fruit tree. It can be transplanted at any time. However, my spiritual plant level is only the 2nd-level middle grade. After bringing this fruit tree back to the family, if I want to cultivate it again, I am afraid I need to find a 3rd-level spiritual plant master to be safer." "Well, don't worry about these first. Bring the spiritual fruit tree back to the family first. I will think of a way to find a 3rd-level spiritual plant master when the time comes." Under the command of Yuanxu, everyone in the Song family worked together and spent half a day to finally dig this 3rd-level spiritual fruit tree out of the ground. Then Yuanxu immediately cast a spell and used a 2nd-level spiritual talisman to seal the roots of the fruit tree to prevent the spiritual energy from leaking out and damaging the spiritual roots of the fruit tree during transportation. Because the spiritual fruit tree cannot be directly put into the storage magic tool, Changs can only carry it on his back. After checking that there is nothing wrong, the Song family members left the cave together. After watching Qingming lead them away from the valley, Qingming cast a spell to put away the magic circle not far away and released the white-haired old man who had been trapped in the formation for several days. "My business has been done, you can leave now, but in order to save some trouble in the future, you still need to make a vow not to tell anyone about me, and you are not allowed to come to this valley again in the future." The white-haired old man was delighted when he heard this, and he made a vow that made Qingming very satisfied on the spot. With the other party's approval, he left the valley with some trepidation. Looking at the white-haired old man leaving, Qingming, who had regained his original appearance, sighed helplessly. Chapter 631, Counting the Spiritual Objects and Seeing Gao Yuiao again. Although it would be safer to kill the other party directly, the other party was also a person who brought him a lot of benefits. It was indeed difficult for him to kill people for no reason. In the nearly 200 years of cultivation, Qingming's hands were stained with the blood of many cultivators, but he had never killed anyone casually so far. In most cases, he just wanted to protect himself. In this dangerous world of cultivation, it is indeed difficult for cultivators to survive and become an absolutely good person. However, the fate of heaven also has reincarnation. Cultivators who have done too many bad things are also very likely to be backfired by fate. He has never revealed his true face in front of the other party, and he made him swear a blood oath. In any case, Song Qingming has tried his best to cover up the matter. However, the Xianxing sect is not a big sect. Even if something really happened one day, the Song family, with Xiaoyao sect as a backer, does not have to be too afraid of the other party coming to the door. At most, they will just make some compensation to them. Thinking of this, Song Qingming slowly relaxed in his heart, and soon turned into a white light and disappeared on the spot. 2 days later, several shield lights appeared in the northeast corner of Qing County, heading straight for the highest spiritual mountain in the county. Song Qingming and others standing on the flying boats saw the familiar scene in front of them, and they all smiled. From leaving Funiu to heading to the East China Sea's Yuxin realm, to finally crossing Yunwu Mountain safely and returning to Qing County, it has been almost 2 months. Song Qingming and the other two have traveled back and forth for more than 100,000 miles, and now they are finally back home. After returning to Funiu, Song Qingming took out all the spiritual objects he had harvested this time and counted them. Among them, those low-level elixir spiritual objects with low value were all handed over to Song Yuanfang, asking him to put them in the family's gold storage pavilion first. Song Qingming kept the remaining foundation building pills, water spirit fruits and other more valuable spiritual objects on himself, intending to wait until someone in the family needs them in the future, and then go to him to get them. During this trip to the East China Sea's Yuxin realm, Song Qingming and his two companions first obtained a 5-element spiritual object that assisted in forming a pill and 4 foundation building pills in Yongdan City. Then on the way to Baihua Palace, they accidentally killed a black scale beast and obtained another Demon King's inner pill and several other demon beast materials from the Demon King. They followed Immortal and others to participate in the Lulong Island Trade Fair and exchanged for a 3rd-level medium-quality red dragon pill and a water spirit fruit that was much less valuable than the foundation building pill. Then, when they passed through Yunwu Mountain a few days ago, they obtained 2 3rd-level low-quality golden spirit fruits and the mature 3rd-level spirit fruit tree that they had transplanted back. Among these spiritual objects, the 5-element spiritual object Heavenly Fire Mysterious Pearl that assisted in forming a pill was naturally prepared for Wang Xian to use in forming a pill. After Song Qingming came back, he quietly handed this spiritual object to her. Song Qingming planned to save the red dragon pill of the 3rd-level middle grade for a breakthrough in cultivation in the future. This level of pill can help a cultivator to break through the bottleneck and take it directly. The 2 3rd-level low-grade golden spirit fruits obtained in the Yunqian mountain range are also spiritual objects that can directly improve the cultivation of Jinden stage cultivators after refining. Song Qingming and Song Qingyu just happened to need them, so they each took one. As for the inner pill on the Demon King, Song Qingming planned to ask Chu Fenping when he went to Guiyang Mountain in the future to see if he could work with him to refine a high-level pill. Some of the remaining materials on the Demon King could be used to draw 3rd-level spiritual talismans, so Song Qingming picked them out directly. The rest he planned to take to the Good Merit Pavilion of Xiaoyao sect to see if he could exchange them for other high-level talisman-making materials. The water spirit fruit obtained from the Lulong Island Trade Fair, plus the spiritual medicine garden in the back mountain of the Song family, which will mature a Cal 70 golden mushroom in about 10 years. Can already gather a furnace of the main medicine for refining the foundation building pill. When the other auxiliary spiritual medicines are gathered, Song Qingming can ask Chu Fenping or the alchemy masters in the Xiandan League to help open the furnace and refine another furnace of foundation building pills. Although there were some twists and turns on this trip to the East China Sea's Yuxin realm, it was generally smooth. It was also beyond the expectations of Song Qingming and others that they obtained some other spiritual objects. After more than 2 months away, Qing County remained the same, and nothing major happened. However, Guiyang Mountain sent Song Qingming a more unexpected news. Bai Yuxin, who had been in seclusion for more than 10 years, came out of the retreat cave last month. This time she did not succeed in breaking through to the nascent soul realm. Fortunately, although Bai Yuxin failed to condense the nascent soul this time, she was not as seriously injured as Yao Qianshu last time. After taking the healing pill, she only needed to rest for a few years to slowly recover. Hearing the news that Bai Yuxin failed to break through the nascent soul, Song Qingming had already prepared himself mentally, but he couldn't help but sigh slightly in his heart. Even for her, a cultivator with the top cultivation talent in the world of immortal cultivation, it was so difficult to break through the nascent soul realm, not to mention Song Qingming and other people with ordinary spiritual roots. However, it was still a little early for Song Qingming, who was only at the 4th level of the golden core, to condense the nascent soul. If he wanted to break through the nascent soul realm, he had to improve his own cultivation to the 9th level of the golden core, otherwise it would be useless to take too big a step. A few days after returning to Funiu, Song Qingming asked Song Qingyu to take Wang Xian to Qi Mountain and replaced Su Ziyan, who was helping them to stay there. Before going to the East China Sea, in order to ask Su Ziyan to help take care of Qi Mountain, Song Qingming also spent thousands of spiritual objects of spiritual stones to take care of her. After all, he didn't know how long it would take to come back at that time. If something happened on Qi Mountain before he came back, Song Qingming would not be able to explain to Xiaoyao sect and Jinayan Pavilion. Song Qingming went directly to Qingming Mountain to find a 3rd-level spiritual plant master there to help go to Funiu to transplant a 3rd-level spiritual fruit tree they had obtained not long ago. This 3rd-level spiritual fruit tree, as long as it can be properly taken care of in the future, can produce a mature 3rd-level spiritual fruit every few decades. It is a spiritual object that can enhance the family heritage of the Song family in the future. After arriving at Qingming Mountain, Song Qingming originally wanted to visit Zhao Menglian, a 3rd-level middle-grade spiritual plant master, but the other party happened to be in seclusion not long ago, so Song Qingming was turned away. When Song Qingming heard from his disciples that Zhao Menglian's retreat might take 2 or 3 years, he was immediately disappointed and gave up the idea of asking her for help. According to Song Yuangsu, the gilded fruit tree that the family brought back from Funiu Mountain must be transplanted to the spiritual medicine garden within 2 months, otherwise the spiritual energy of the fruit tree will be lost due to too much time, which will inevitably damage the essence of the spiritual tree. Once this happens, the unripe spiritual fruits on the spiritual fruit tree will probably damage their vitality and mature prematurely, which will be a big loss. It is necessary to find another 3rd-level spiritual plant master quickly. Although Song Qingming has been a guest elder of the sect for decades, except for the giant elders in the sect, he may not know as well as a foundation-building cultivator who has been staying on Qingming Mountain for many years in terms of understanding the low-level cultivators of the sect. In desperation, Song Qingming turned and came to the spiritual mountain on the other side of Qingming Mountain where Su Ziyan's cave was located, intending to ask her about the news of other 3rd-level spiritual plant masters on Qingming Mountain. Since Master Guangling resigned from the position of elder of the General Affairs Hall due to his dying years a few years ago, Su Ziyan, the last person in the Xiaoyao sect to form a dan and who had no specific position, took over the position of elder of the General Affairs Hall of the sect under the personal nomination of the Grand Elder Li Mufeng. Although this position is relatively busy compared to other elders in the sect, it is a good job to be able to manage tens of thousands of low-level disciples and many vassal families in the sect. For Su Ziyan, who has just formed a dan and still lacks cultivation resources, it is a position that is more suitable for her. After Su Ziyan successfully formed a dan, in order to facilitate her own cultivation, her cave residence has been moved to the west side of Qingming Mountain, on a 3rd-level lower-grade spiritual vein with rich spiritual energy. As soon as she arrived outside Su Ziyan's cave residence, she was soon greeted by a female disciple in purple clothes. It was one of Su Ziyan's disciples. "Greetings, Master Song." Song Qingming took a closer look and found that the cultivation level of this person was very different from the last time he saw him. He smiled and said, "I haven't been here for a long time. I didn't expect that you have successfully established your foundation. It's really a happy thing. Your master and I are old friends. This talisman is a gift for your foundation building. I hope you don't despise it." Seeing a 2nd-level low-grade talisman handed over by Song Qingming, the purple-clothed woman hurriedly bowed to thank him and took him to Su Ziyan's cave with a happy face. Compared with the gorgeous cave of Zhao Menglian's mountain gate, with birds singing and flowers blooming, Su Ziyan's cave has always been relatively quiet and elegant. In addition to some necessary daily necessities, there are not many luxury items in the cave. As soon as he entered the door, Song Qingming saw Su Ziyan coming out with a woman in yellow. The two of them talked and laughed and seemed very intimate. Song Qingming looked at the face of the woman in yellow and couldn't help but shudder slightly. He said to her softly, "Fairy Gao, long time no see." The woman in yellow standing with Su Ziyan was her fellow apprentice Go Yuiao. Since returning from the expedition to the floating cloud mountains, Song Qingming had seen Go Yuiao several times, but there was no communication between the two. After Song Qingming formed the Dan, he hadn't seen her for many years. Although Go Yuiao's appearance now looks not much different from that of the past, with the passage of time, her face has become more weathered and she is much more mature than before. Go Yuiao's age is not much different from Song Qingming's. She is now about 180 years old. Among the foundation building cultivators, she is already quite old. Even those who have taken the anti-aging pill cannot completely keep their appearance unchanged. Seeing Song Qingming's figure, Go Yuiao's face showed a hint of surprise, and she hurriedly stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Hello, Uncle Song, don't be polite, Fairy Gao. You and I have known each other for many years. From now on, we can just call each other equals." Hearing this, Go Yuiao was not too polite. She smiled and nodded slightly and said, "Then Yuiao will not be polite to fellow Taoist Song. You must have something to discuss with me when you come to me. I just happened to go back to practice, so I won't stay here to disturb you." Seeing this, Su Ziyan reminded her before she left, "Junior sister, you can go back and practice with peace of mind. When senior brother Chu has refined the jade dust pill, I will naturally try my best to help you get one. You can't rush into cultivation. I hope you can stabilize your Tao heart, well. Yuiao understands. Thank you, fourth senior sister, for worrying about me." As soon as Go Yuiao finished speaking, she greeted Song Qingming and then walked out quickly alone. After Go Yuiao left, Song Qingming asked Su Ziyan with some curiosity, "Fairy Gao, are you here for the golden pill?" "Indeed, when master passed away, he told me to take care of them, my fellow brothers and sisters, but everyone has their own opportunities, and I can only do my best. Junior sister Gao has failed to form a golden pill twice in recent years. Even if I can get her a jade dust pill this time, it will be difficult for her to achieve anything in her current situation." After Su Ziyan finished speaking, she shook her head slightly and sighed helplessly. Junior sister is right. Everyone has their own opportunities. Compared with other geniuses in the sect, the two of us can only be considered average in cultivation talent, and we can't set foot on the golden pill road. Fairy Gao may also have her own opportunities in the future. We should do our best in everything, and junior sister Su should not be too pessimistic about this matter. If senior brother Chu needs my help, junior sister Su can also send me a message. Fairy Gao and I knew each other back then, and it is reasonable for me to help her with a little effort." Hearing Song Qingming say this, Su Ziyan waved her hand and said, "Brother Song, you are too polite. I am now in charge of the affairs of the General Affairs Hall, and I have some say in the sect. It should not be difficult to ask for a favor from Brother Chu. By the way, Brother Song, what is the matter with you today? I don't know yet. Why don't you go inside to have tea and talk in detail?" "Okay. Then I'll bother you, Sister Su." Seeing Su Ziyan's enthusiastic invitation, Song Qingming hurriedly said a polite word, and then followed her into the cave. After leaving Su Ziyan's cave, Go Yuiao, who stepped on the flying sword to return to her own cave, kept thinking of the figure of Song Qingming she had just seen, which made her sigh in her heart. When Go Yuiao first met Song Qingming on Funiu Mountain, the other party was just a cultivator from a small Qi refining family with extremely ordinary talent. Unexpectedly, in just over 100 years, the handsome young man who seemed a little cautious in front of her has now successfully formed a golden elixir and become the Song patriarch who dominates the Wei state. And she, who was born in a foundation-building family and was highly regarded by the elders, was able to become an inner disciple of Xiaoyao sect at a young age. Now, she has failed to form a golden elixir several times. She can only look at others standing on the high ground with helplessness. How can she not feel helpless in her heart? However, in the world of cultivating immortals, personal opportunities are illusory. Even if you are a person with outstanding spiritual roots, you will not be able to have a smooth life and enter the golden elixir realm as you wish. In Xiaoyao sect, there are also many people of the same generation as Go Yuiao who have higher talents in the golden elixir realm. With the strong support of the sect, they are also insurmountable in the face of the huge threshold of forming a golden elixir. Moreover, for many foundation-building disciples of Xiaoyao sect, There are only a small number of foundation building cultivators who can cultivate to the 9th level of foundation building and have the opportunity to impact the golden elixir realm. Guo Yuiao was able to cultivate to the 9th level of foundation building early and twice made an attempt to reach the golden elixir realm. Her performance was actually quite good among her peers in foundation building. It was just that Su Ziyan and Song Qingming, who had both successfully formed a golden elixir in the cultivation world of Weiguo in recent years, were once her good friends, which made Gao Yuiao feel a little unwilling about her failure to form a golden elixir. However, although Gao Yuiao failed to reach the golden elixir realm twice, her lifespan had not exceeded the 200-year limit for reaching the golden elixir realm. In addition, she had Su Ziyan, a golden elixir senior sister, to help her. She still had a chance to form a golden elixir next time. So she didn't need to be too desperate about this. After chatting with Su Ziyan over tea in the cave, Song Qingming slowly spoke out the purpose of his trip. After hearing that Song Qingming was looking for a 3rd-level spiritual plant master to help, Su Ziyan thought for a moment and quickly recommended a candidate to him. Unlike high-level alchemists and array masters, who are relatively hard to find, there are 4 or 5 spiritual plant masters above level 3 in Xiaoyao sect, in addition to Zhao Menglian. These relatively important talents for the sect are basically in the spiritual medicine garden, in the back mountain of the sect on weekdays. They will not go out casually unless they receive any sect tasks. The 3rd-level spiritual plant master recommended by Su Ziyan to Song Qingming is named Wei Jinglian. Although this person's cultivation has just broken through to the 7th level of foundation building, his spiritual plant skills have been upgraded to level 3 more than 20 years ago. He is considered a relatively good 3rd-level spiritual plant master in Xiaoyao sect. It should not be a big problem for Wei Jinglian to just transplant a 3rd-level spiritual fruit tree. With the help of Su Ziyan's introduction, Song Qingming soon met Wei Jinglian himself in the general affairs hall of the sect. Although he is not ugly, Wei Jinglian rarely goes out to interact with people because he has been in the spiritual medicine garden of the sect all year round. At first glance, he is a hard-working person who doesn't talk much. After Song Qingming introduced him to him in person, Wei Jinglian, who learned that it was a task issued by the guest elder of the sect in the general affairs hall, only thought for a moment and readily agreed. This task was not difficult for Wei Jinglian, and he had the opportunity to get closer to Jinden cultivator. Naturally, he had no reason to refuse. Wei Jinglian, who soon accepted the task, followed Song Qingming back to Funiu Mountain. When they arrived at the spiritual medicine garden in the back mountain of the Song family, after seeing the gilded fruit tree brought back by Song Qingming and his team, Wei Jinglian first stepped forward to carefully check the roots of the fruit tree. After confirming that there was no problem with the fruit tree itself, Wei Jinglian carefully transplanted it to the spiritual medicine garden of the Song family with the help of Song Yuangsu and several other spiritual plant masters of the Song family. After successfully completing the task of transplanting the spiritual fruit tree, Wei Jinglian smiled and said to Song Qingming beside him, "Uncle Song, although this fruit tree lost some spiritual energy during the transportation, the essence of the fruit tree has not been damaged. It only needs to be carefully cared for and cultivated for a while. Once the spiritual tree adapts to the environment in the spiritual medicine garden, it should be able to recover slowly, and it will not affect the spiritual fruits on the tree. I have also taught fellow Taoist Yuan Zhu how to take care of this spiritual fruit tree in the future. If there is any change in the future, Uncle Song can send a message to the sect's General Affairs Hall to inform the disciples, and I will find a way to deal with it then." Seeing the golden fruit tree slowly recovering its spiritual energy, Song Qingming nodded to Wei Jinglian with satisfaction, and then took out the 600 spiritual stones he had prepared in advance and handed them to him personally. Seeing that Song Qingming took out a little more spiritual stones than agreed in advance, Wei Jinglian immediately began to refuse, not daring to take more, but under Song Qingming's very insistent attitude, Wei Jinglian finally accepted all the spiritual stones. "Junior brother Wei, although these spirit stones are not many, they are a gift from our Song family. This fruit tree is now an important spiritual object of our Song family. I hope that you will try not to mention this matter to others in the future, in case someone gets to know about it and brings trouble to our Song family in the future." Upon hearing this, Wei Jinglian immediately understood what Song Qingming meant, and nodded quickly. "Uncle Song, don't worry. I just like to fiddle with some spiritual medicines and herbs in the spiritual medicine garden on weekdays. I am definitely not a nosy person. You have been a little busy over the past month. If you are not in a hurry to go back, just rest on the mountain for 2 days. You are also a distinguished guest of our Song family. We should at least do our best to be a good host, then. I would rather obey your order. Thank you, Uncle Song. After getting the other party's approval, Song Qingming arranged for Song Yuanxa to take Wei Jinglian to the Huxin Pavilion on the top of the mountain first, and asked someone to take some spiritual objects unique to the Song family from the Kanjing Pavilion and give them to him. Although Song Qingming was a giant and cultivator, he still respected and was willing to befriend Wei Jinglian, a talent who was outstanding in the art of cultivating immortals. That night, he specially hosted a banquet in the meeting Immortal Pavilion on the top of the mountain to entertain him. Song Yuanxa had been transplanting the gilded fruit tree with the Wei Jinglian for more than a month, and had learned a lot about spiritual plants. Both of them liked the art of spiritual plants, and after finally having some free time, they had a lot of common topics during the banquet. After transplanting the third-level spiritual fruit tree, which was very important to the family, Song Qingming, who finally had some free time, prepared and began to practice in seclusion. Chapter 632 Song Zuanfeng, Meddlesome. Time flies, and soon another 3 years have passed. On this day, in Mujiao town under the Funiu Mountain. Because the biennial Song Family Spirit Testing Conference has come again, dozens of mortals from all over the Song family have gathered in a huge square hundreds of feet wide on the east side of the town early in the morning, and many people are anxiously rushing here on the road. There are adults and children among these people, standing in the square and laughing with each other. Everyone has a trace of joy on their faces, and their eyes are still focused on the stone platform in the middle of the square from time to time. When the sun was high in the sky, when there were almost hundreds of people gathered in the square, a team of mortal and 8 warriors came not far away and surrounded the stone platform to prevent the mortals who were watching the ceremony from getting too close. Then several Qi Refining monks with a fairy-like aura strode onto the stone platform. One of them said a few auspicious words to the many Song family mortals who came with their children to test their spirits below, and then announced that this year's spirit testing conference in Mujiao town has officially begun. There are now nearly 100,000 mortals in Mujiao town. Every spiritual testing conference can gather hundreds of children of the right age. In order to speed up the spiritual testing and avoid any mistakes, the family also arranged 3 cultivators to be responsible for the spiritual testing conference at a time. A boy of 8 or 9 years old standing in the audience looked at his peers, who walked up to the stage happily and left with disappointment. He asked his mother standing beside him with some fear, "Mom, why can't so many people do it? Then can I not cultivate immortality?" The woman next to the boy lowered her head and stroked her child's forehead, smiling and encouraging him. "Fanger, don't be afraid. You are the descendant of our Song family's ancestor. Mom believes that you are different from them and will definitely become an immortal in the future." "Yes, I will definitely become an immortal." Hearing his mother's encouragement, the boy clenched his fists tightly, and his face regained a little courage. Seeing that her child wanted to become an immortal, the woman sighed slightly in her heart. The probability of a mortal being able to detect spiritual roots is only about 1 in 1,000. Every time Mujiao town tests spiritual roots, hundreds or even thousands of children can gather, but at most only one person can ascend to immortality each time. Most of the time, no one can even be tested for spiritual roots. Although she knew in her heart that the probability of her child being tested for spiritual roots and becoming an immortal was very low, as a mother, she was still unwilling to hit her child at this time, so she could only use her own ancestors to encourage him. Just as the woman was still thinking about how to comfort her child after getting the results of the spiritual test, a warrior who helped organize the spiritual test conference on the high platform suddenly shouted out a name. "Song Yanfeng, come up to test the spirit." After hearing this name, the woman hurriedly raised a piece of bamboo with her child's name written on it in her hand, and quickly walked to the stage with her child. "Fanger, don't be afraid, just listen to the immortal," the woman carefully told the young man in front of her. And then she handed him to the immortal on the side with confidence, and stepped aside to look at them nervously. After a while, when the boy put his hand on the spirit testing plate as instructed by the immortal, several rays of light suddenly flew out from it, causing a burst of exclamations in the square. Another immortal has appeared. Finally, someone has found out his spiritual roots. The boy, who was still a little confused, looked at the immortal who was staring at him with a puzzled look after hearing the cheers around him. "Not bad. He should be a good seedling with 3 spiritual roots. You can follow us to practice in the mountains in the future. Go and call your mother, After hearing the immortal say that he had spiritual roots that could cultivate immortals, the boy hurriedly ran to his mother with a happy face and told her the good news. Hearing the news that her child had been found to have spiritual roots that could cultivate immortals, the woman was a little bit unbelievable for a while, and thought she had heard it wrong, until the immortal who had just tested Song Yunfeng's spirit came over with a guard. She reacted and hurried to thank him. The middle-aged man, who had always been called the Immortal Master by everyone, walked up to the mother and son, and asked the town guard next to him, "You just said that this child is the descendant of the ancestor, is it true?" Upon hearing this, the town guard immediately replied, "Master, Immortal Master, I have been managing the west side of Mujao town for more than 10 years, and I basically know all the descendants of the ancestor. Song Yunfeng is indeed one of them. Well, I will report this matter to the elders of the clan as soon as possible. You go back and prepare first. I will pick him up the mountain in 2 days." In the old house of the Song family on the west side of Mujao town, an old man who was already staggering, with dozens of people standing behind him, bowed to several portraits hanging on the wall, and then knelt on the ground with a happy face and kowtowed several times. "Thank the ancestors, after more than 100 years, our lineage finally has another person who has ascended to heaven." The reason why the old man appeared in the old house of the Song family was because he was the direct descendant of Song Qingming's fourth brother. They were the closest people to him, the ancestor of the Song family, among the mortal bloodline down the mountain. Since the immortal ancestor Song Qingming appeared in the family, at least nearly 100 people from the entire Song family who were inherited from Song Qingming's fourth brother's lineage have participated in the Spirit Measurement Conference in the past 100 years. As a result, without exception, none of them were found to have spiritual roots by the family. This time, the family finally had a child with spiritual roots who could ascend to heaven. The descendants of the Song family, who were worshipping the immortal in the backyard of the Song family, were also very excited. In the past 100 years, although the ancestor on the mountain has rarely returned home, because of him, the descendants of the Song family have been taken care of by the Immortal Master in the town for so many years. Although they can't say that they have a very glorious life, at least they are worry-free. Now that there is another younger immortal who is closer to the family, the status of their lineage in the Song family will definitely be improved in the future. How can the elders not be excited? Among the crowd, the only one with a trace of worry on her face was Song Yunfeng's mother, who was standing at the back. Her child would become an immortal after ascending to heaven. Logically, she should be the happiest one, but when she thought that her child would be far away from her in the future and part with her, she couldn't help but show a trace of reluctance on her face. "Fenger, when you get to the mountain, you must listen to the words of the ancestors and elders, take good care of yourself, and remember to come back to see us when you have time." Faced with his mother's constant exhortations, Song Yunfeng, who was only 8 or 9 years old, could only understand very little and nodded repeatedly in a dull manner. 2 days later, Song Yunfeng was successfully taken to the Song family's meeting hall on Lingyuan Mountain by the 2 immortals who came down from Funiu Mountain. Song Yunfeng, who was busy, saw the child brought to him. After confirming with the Song family monk who brought him, he personally took Song Yunfeng to the cave on the top of the mountain where Song Qingming was in seclusion. Song Yunfeng looked at the immortal uncle beside him. As if it was a magic trick, he took out a talisman and cast a spell. The talisman automatically flew into the cave in front of him. After a while, the tightly closed door of the cave slowly opened. Seeing this, Song Yunfeng hurriedly took him in. Song Qingming, who was drinking tea and chatting with Wang Xian in the cave, saw Song Yunfeng and the others come in, and his eyes immediately noticed Song Yunfeng, who was following not far behind him, still a little timid and at a loss. With Song Yunfeng's reminder, Song Yunfeng realized that the man in green in front of him was the ancestor on Songjia Mountain, who had been mentioned to him countless times by his elders, and he quickly knelt on the ground and bowed. "Greetings, ancestor, haha. This child really looks a bit like your eldest nephew back then. You can tell he's his descendant at first glance." Before Song Qingming could speak, Wang Xian beside him walked over quickly and said with a smile. Before Song's mother passed away, Wang Xian had also been to the Song family. Naturally, she still had some impressions of Song Qingming's close family members. When she saw Song Yunfeng, she immediately thought of him. Song Qingming smiled when he heard this, turned around and asked Song Yunfeng beside him, "What's his name?" "His name down the mountain is Song Yunfeng. He just came up the mountain today." I haven't had time to change his name and enter him into the family tree. He is the descendant of the seventh uncle. I think you should give him a name," Song Yuanfang answered with a smile on his face. Song Qingming nodded slightly and said, "Since you are in the Zhuan generation, just change your name to Zhuanfeng. You just went up the mountain today, so I won't give you anything. When you draw Qi into your body and reach the Qi refining stage, I will see what spiritual objects I can give you, haha. Since your ancestor is stingy and reluctant to give, I will give you some spiritual objects. These pills are all made by me. You should be able to use them right away. Keep them first." After Wang Xian finished speaking, she took out 2 small white porcelain bottles with a flash of light in her hand, walked up and put them in Song Zuanfeng's hands with a smile. Looking at the 2 porcelain bottles in his hand, Song Zuanfeng was also at a loss, and he cast his eyes nervously on the family ancestor Song Qingming, who was standing aside. "Since it is for you, just keep it. Although you are the descendant of my 4th brother, there is no difference between all the family cultivators on the mountain. If you want to get more support from the family, you still need to practice hard on your own." After Song Zuanfang nodded slightly, he put the pill in his hand into his arms with confidence. After Song Zuanfang stood up, Song Yuanfang bowed and asked Song Qingming on the side, "Seventh uncle, there is something else I want to tell you. Yuan Jin sent a message a few days ago that Zuanting has gathered the merits required to exchange for the foundation building pill. Do you think you should give him one of the foundation building pills first? Since the merits have been gathered and you family elders think there is no problem, then this foundation building pill should be given to him. You can arrange the foundation building of Zuanting directly. You don't need to ask me again. However, regarding the issue of selecting candidates for foundation building in the future, I would like to add a suggestion, that is, in addition to the cultivators of our own family, you should also treat all cultivators who marry into the family or marry into the family equally. As long as the conditions are suitable and the elders agree, they can come to me to apply for a foundation building pill. In the future, including the family's peripheral cultivators from the Qi Refinement, as long as they are absolutely loyal and have made great contributions to the family, they can be included in the assessment of supporting foundation building." Hearing that Song Qingming was going to directly relax the family's original policy of selecting foundation building cultivators and support the foundation building of cultivators from other families in the family, Song Yuanfang's face suddenly showed a trace of surprise, and he asked excitedly, "Are you saying that in the future, cultivators who are not from our family will also be included in the scope of support for foundation building?" "Yes. That's what I mean. Yuking has been practicing to the 9th level of Qi refining for some time. I think we should start with her. Tomorrow, you notify all the elders of the family to come to the meeting hall to discuss this matter. I will go with them then. As long as everyone has no objection, you can arrange for Yuking to prepare for the foundation building, and let her go into seclusion with Zuanting to build the foundation as soon as possible." Song Yuanfang hesitated and said, "Seventh uncle, I know you are doing this for me and Yuking. I am thinking about this, but after all, I am in charge of the family affairs. If I favor my Taoist partner so much, I am afraid that it will cause gossip in the future and affect the hearts of the cultivators in the family. This is my idea." "Who asked you to be partial? Didn't I just say that from now on, the selection of candidates for foundation building will be expanded? In the future, all cultivators from other families in the family will have the opportunity to be supported to build a foundation. As long as the elders pass it. Anyone who dares to gossip behind the back will be punished according to the family rules and directly sent to Yinfeng Ridge." Song Qingming waved his hand after he finished speaking, stopping Song Yuanfang from saying the following. Song Yuanfang's Taoist partner Wang Leking is actually a cultivator with 3 spiritual roots and good qualifications. However, the Song family has supported the Song family cultivators in recent years, and has not considered supporting her, who is not from the family. Therefore, every time the family discusses the candidates for foundation building, even if Wang Leking's cultivation has reached the requirements of foundation building, she is automatically excluded. After Wang Yuking broke through the 9th level of Qi refining a few years ago, Song Yuanfang also wanted to support his Taoist partner in building his foundation. In the past few years, he has been secretly raising spirit stones and asking around for news about foundation building pills. Song Yuanfang's intention to support Wang Yuking in building his foundation was naturally impossible to hide from the clan leader Song Qingming. After learning about this, Song Qingming, Song Qingyu, and Wang Xian discussed it and decided to help Wang Yuqing build her foundation, and also took this opportunity to modify the family's system for exchanging foundation building pills. For non-family cultivators like Wang Yuqing who have married into the Song family for decades and have made certain contributions to the family cannot always treat them as outsiders, but should treat them equally. Supporting Wang Yuqing in building his foundation can not only show the Song family's generous attitude towards others, but also allow other non-family cultivators in the family to see a glimmer of hope in the future and be willing to make more contributions to the family. Seeing Song Qingming's unquestionable attitude, Song Yuanfang was immediately moved. He nodded his head and agreed to this matter. Then he took Song Yuanfang out of Song Qingming's cave. After the two of them left the cave, Wang Xian said softly, looking at Song Qingming, whose smile had not yet faded, "This child is still a 3 spiritual root. With your support, there will be no big problem in building a foundation in the future." Song Qingming nodded slightly and said, "The help from us elders is always limited. How far he can go on the road depends on his personal luck. However, after more than 100 years, the fourth brother's lineage can be regarded as a cultivator. If my father and others knew about it, they would be very happy." Wang Xian nodded slightly and said, "It's rare to be so happy today. Let's go out for a walk together." After walking down the mountain and taking Song Yuanfang to the family school, Song Yuanfang immediately returned home and told his Taoist partner Wang Leking the good news. "My husband, are you sure? Why did the ancestors suddenly support me in building my foundation? If we accumulate spirit stones for a few more years, it will be enough to exchange for foundation building pills. Why do you have to rush to ask the ancestors for me?" Wang Leking's face showed a trace of disbelief when she heard Song Yuanfang's happy words. She thought that Song Yuanfang had made the decision without her knowledge and asked Song Qingming, the ancestor of the family. Hearing this, Song Yuanfang smiled and waved his hands and said, "Leking, you really misunderstood me this time. I didn't say it on my own initiative. This is the intention of the ancestors themselves. In the future, not only you, but also other non-family cultivators will have the opportunity to be supported in building their foundations. The ancestors are really thoughtful." Wang Leking was moved when she saw that she had misunderstood. She didn't expect that the ancestors of the families on the top of the mountain would actually care about the path of a cultivator like her who married from outside. "Leking, you should prepare for the foundation building well and don't think too much about other things. This time, besides you, Zuoting also has to prepare for the foundation building. As an elder, you must not fall behind him." Wang Leking responded with a smile, "Don't worry. I have been prepared for the foundation building over the years, and I will definitely not let you and the ancestors down. In this life, I only hope to succeed in building the foundation and accompany you for another 100 years. I don't expect to form a pill, haha. Apart from family affairs in this life, I only have this wish left. No matter whether it is 100 years or 200 years, I just hope to accompany you to the end, and I will be satisfied." On the top of Funiu Mountain, Song Qingming and Wang Xian walked, and they came to the tomb of Song's mother at the foot of the mountain. Seeing a lot of brand new tributes placed around the ancestral tombs of the Song family, Song Qingming knew that the descendants at the foot of the mountain must have come to worship in the past few days. He took out a pot of spirit wine from his body, poured a few cups for several deceased relatives, and then quietly shared the joy he had just received with them. This time, Song Qingming was also so happy that he kept chattering in front of his mother's grave for half an hour before returning to the top of Funiu Mountain with Wang Xian. As soon as the two came back, a blue sword light flew in front of them. It was the family ancestor Song Qingming who had just returned from Toyin Mountain. In the past few years, Song Qingming, Song Qingming, and Wang Xian have been practicing in seclusion, and each of them has made considerable gains. After 3 years of seclusion and hard practice, Wang Xian has finally cultivated the Zhengying technique to the perfect state. Now her cultivation state has been adjusted to the best state, and she can impact the Jinden realm again at any time. After Song Qingming refined the 3rd level inferior golden spirit fruit, the mana in his body also increased a lot, and now his cultivation is almost at the peak of the 1st level of Jinden. Song Qingming, who also refined a golden spirit fruit, also improved his cultivation a lot, but he was still some distance away from the perfection of the 4th level of the golden core. As for the red dragon peel on him, Song Qingming did not choose to take it and refine it now. He planned to wait until the mana in his body was more perfect, and then use this pill to directly break through the realm of cultivation. Seventh brother. I just came back and heard Yuan Jin and the others say that another young person in your family has ascended to heaven. This is a great event. How do you plan to celebrate this? As soon as he saw Song Qingming and the others, Song Qingyu hurriedly asked with a happy face. It is a happy event that someone in the clan has ascended to heaven, but I did not ask you to come back for this. Tomorrow, the family meeting needs to decide on 2 candidates for foundation building. You, the ancestor of the family, must come back to participate when you have time. Xian and I will go to the East China Sea in a few days. You should pay more attention to the affairs of the clan and don't be careless. Well, I know all these things. Brother Qi, you are not going to reward me, then sister-in-law, you will not be so stingy? Seeing that Song Qingming was about to talk to her about family matters again, Song Qingyu hurriedly pulled Wang Xian aside and looked at her expectantly. Seeing this, Wang Xian also smiled helplessly and said, you have finally come back, so you should be rewarded. Then you should go back with me first. Seeing the 2 women leaving, Song Qingming could only smile and shake his head, and walked back to his cave alone. After Song Qingyu followed Wang Xian to her cave, Wang Xian brought 2 servings of fragrant spiritual food to her. Sister-in-law, your cooking skills are still better. The same thing, the taste of those younger generations in Xianfang Tower is a little worse. After tasting the delicious spiritual food on the table, Song Qingyu couldn't help but praise her with satisfaction. Wang Xian replied happily after hearing this, it takes time to hone the skills of a spiritual chef. It's not the fault of these young people. The main reason is that you are becoming more and more cunning like your brother, and it's hard to please you, haha. You are the one raising them anyway, so you just need to be responsible for them in the future, now that the descendants of 7th brother have ascended to heaven. Sister-in-law, when do you 2 plan to have a child of your own? Wang Xian was embarrassed when she heard Song Qingyu's sudden question. She glared at Song Qingyu shyly and said, you are really nosy now. It seems that I shouldn't be so kind to help you out and make spiritual food for you next time, sister-in-law. Why are you angry for no reason? You and 7th brother have been married for so many years. It's normal to have a child. I kindly reminded you, but why do you think I'm meddling in other people's business? After Song Qingyu finished speaking, she pretended to show a trace of grievance on her face. Chapter 633, Wang Xian in seclusion, Lingyuan Island. Seeing this, Wang Xian also showed a helpless look on her face, and shook her head slightly at Song Qingyu. Since being with Song Qingming, the 2 have considered this issue, but Song Qingming's attitude has never been particularly concerned about this matter. In addition, for the sake of Wang Xian's path, he does not want to delay her time to form a pill because of this matter. Therefore, the 2 have not yet planned to have children. At this moment, facing Song Qingyu's intentional reminder, although Wang Xian knows her good intentions, she can only shake her head helplessly and explain, your 7th brother and I have already agreed that we will go to Xiantan City to form a pill in a few days. Now there is no time to take care of these things. We can only wait and see. If I can successfully form a pill this time, I will definitely be able to accompany him for a longer distance. There is no need to worry about whether there is a child or not. If I fail, I am afraid that it will be difficult for me to pass this level in this life. I will definitely consider this matter carefully at that time. Seeing that there was still a trace of worry between Wang Xian's eyebrows, Song Qingyu repeatedly comforted her, sister-in-law. You don't have to worry too much about this. Your current cultivation foundation is not worse than mine at that time. In addition, there is the spiritual spring provided by the Xiantan League for retreat. The chance of success is definitely not lower than mine at that time. Even if we can't succeed in one try, with a relationship with the Xiantan League, it is not difficult for us to find the 5-element spiritual objects to assist in forming the elixir. Just focus on forming the elixir, and don't think too much about other things. Leave it to your 7th brother and me. Well, don't worry, I understand. I'm just expressing my feelings to you. Don't tell your 7th brother nonsense, lest he worry about me again. After Wang Xian finished speaking, a touch of relief appeared at the corner of her mouth. Early the next morning, several Song family elders who were away hurried back to Funiu from various places in Qing County to participate in the family meeting. During the discussion on the selection of the family foundation building candidates, Song Qingming, the patriarch, proposed to support the non-family cultivators in the family. To Song Qingming's surprise, the many family elders present all expressed their support for this matter, and no one raised any objections. Soon, the family meeting room passed a resolution to select Wang Leqing as the first non-family cultivator to support the foundation building. Faced with this somewhat smooth and unexpected result, Song Yuanfang, who had never spoken out, was also very moved. In this matter concerning Wang Leqing's path, everyone present gave their support, which also indirectly proved that whether it was the several ancestors of the family or the many family elders around him, everyone was absolutely sure of Song Yuanfang's achievements in managing the family for so many years. After the family meeting was over, Song Yuanfang immediately brought his wife Wang Leqing and another family junior Song Zuanting to the top of the mountain. After receiving the foundation building pill that he had been thinking about from Song Qingming, Wang Leqing quickly bowed to the ground and saluted with a respectful face. "Thank you, old ancestor, for your cultivation. I will do my best to serve the family in the future." Song Qingming nodded with a smile and said, "You have made a lot of contributions to the family in Funiu over the years. It is only natural that you can get the support of the family to build your foundation now. You don't have to worry so much. I hope you can succeed in building your foundation and make more contributions to the family in the future." Another cultivator selected by the family to build his foundation this time is Song Zuanting, a leader among the younger generation of the Zhuan generation in the family. Like Song Yuanli, Song Zuanting is also a cultivator with extremely good talent for the second spiritual root. He is currently the one with the best cultivation talent among the Zhuan generation cultivators of the Song family. He has long surpassed his peers and broke through to the 9th level of Qi Refining. Song Zuanting is only in his 30s now. If he can successfully build his foundation this time, he will definitely have the opportunity to impact the Golden Core realm in the future. The family has also attached great importance to his cultivation over the years and has always cultivated him as a foundation building seed. It must be said that the two cultivators selected for foundation building this time are obviously much more talented than Song Yuanqian and Song Qingwen a few years ago, and the probability of success in foundation building should be slightly higher. After bidding farewell to Song Yuanfang and the other two, Song Qingming explained to Song Qingyu again, and then quietly left Funiu Mountain with Wang Xian. The main purpose of going to the East China Sea's Yuxin realm this time was still for Wang Xian's Dan formation, so Song Qingming did not prepare too many spiritual stones and spiritual objects like last time, and set off directly with Wang Xian. With the experience of going to the East China Sea's Yuxin realm last time, although there were only Song Qingming and the other two this time, the speed of traveling was much faster than last time, and it only took more than 20 days to rush all the way to Yondan City. When the two came to the Yondan Pavilion to look for Yuan, they didn't expect that only a few years had passed, and that Yondan Pavilion had replaced a giant elder who was relatively unfamiliar to the two. In desperation, Song Qingming took Wang Xian to the headquarters of the Yondan League and finally met Yuan. Seeing Wang Xian coming as scheduled, Yuan was very happy. After a few greetings, he hurriedly arranged for them to stay in the city first. After more than 10 days, Yuan, who had discussed with other elders in the league, sent someone to notify Wang Xian to go to the Yondan League. After informing her of some problems with Dan formation, he quickly arranged for Wang Xian to go to the Lingshan behind the Yondan city to retreat and form Dan. This time, in addition to the heavenly fire mysterious pearl that assisted in Dan formation, after seeing that Song Qingming had prepared a jade dust pill for Wang Xian in advance, Yuan also generously took out a Suling pill and gave it to Wang Xian for Dan formation. Suling Dan has the same effect as Yu Chen Dan, and is also a spiritual medicine that has some effect on assisting Dan formation. However, one of the main ingredients of this pill requires a very rare third-level spiritual water, which is very difficult to refine and is not as common as Yu Chen Dan. Even in the alchemy holy land of the East China Sea's Yuxin worlds such as Yondan League, this thing is very rare. The reason why Yuan was able to take it out was because he happened to get a material not long ago and successfully refined a furnace of Suling Dan, which gave Wang Xian the opportunity to get a spiritual pill. In this regard, Song Qingming naturally couldn't let the other party suffer a loss. He immediately took out the spiritual stone that was almost equivalent to Suling Dan and exchanged it with Yuan. Although the effect of a Suling Dan on the formation of Dan by cultivators can only be icing on the cake, and it does not have a big decisive role, but Wang Xian's confidence in forming Dan this time is already not low. Being able to slightly increase the probability of forming Dan is indeed much more important to her than ordinary people now. Ye Kelun was willing to take out this Su Ling Dan so generously, and it was precisely because he saw this that he left to favor her in advance. Although Wang Xian had already had the experience of forming a pill, Song Qingming couldn't help but give her another careful reminder before she went into seclusion this time. Husband, don't worry, I have written down all these things. You go back first. When I succeed in forming a pill, I will return home by myself. Faced with Song Qingming's kind reminder, Wang Xian listened very patiently and nodded gently. With Qingyu at home, nothing will happen. I have planned to travel in the East China Sea's Yuxin realm for a few years. When you succeed in forming a pill here, I will pick you up and go back together. After hesitating for a moment, Song Qingming still told Wang Xian what he thought in his heart. Although Song Qingyu's cultivation is only at the first level of Jinden, she has practiced the way of sword cultivation and successfully refined her own life magic weapon. Her fighting strength has obviously surpassed that of ordinary cultivators of the same level. The last time Song Qingyu fought with a demon king on the way to Wanhu Island, she had shown her magical power, which was able to easily suppress the black scale beast that was also in the early stage of the golden elixir. Song Qingming agreed with her on this point. Even if he had just formed a golden elixir not long ago, it would not be so easy to defeat Song Qingyu now. The Yun Demon King, the most threatening to Funiu Mountain, was only at the peak of the early stage of the golden elixir, and it had not appeared for a long time after being frightened by Song Qingming last time. With Song Qingyu guarding at home, there would definitely be no big problem. Song Qingming was a little worried about Wang Xian being left alone to form a golden elixir here. After arriving in the East China Sea, he had an idea to take this opportunity to travel around again, so as to make some preparations in advance for his future travels. When he learned from Mo Laogui and Dengayan Tower that Donghuang country might be able to find news about Yuxun Mountain and Taiksa Palace, Song Qingming actually had the idea of going there to investigate. It was just that his cultivation was still shallow at that time, and Song Qingyu and Wang Xian had not yet formed a golden elixir. And he was a little worried about his family, so he kept delaying. Now that Song Qingyu has successfully formed a golden elixir, as long as Wang Xian can also successfully form a golden elixir next, there will not be too much for him to worry about at home, and he can start preparing to go to Donghuang country. But before that, Song Qingming still wants to work harder to improve himself and make more preparations for going out, although he has now successfully broken through to the middle stage of the golden elixir. However, Song Qingming's cultivation may be considered good in the floating cloud mountains, but it is still far from enough to be seen in those large-scale immortal cultivation worlds outside. According to what Song Qingming has learned over the years, the area controlled by the immortal cultivation world of the Donghuang country in the west has occupied nearly a quarter of the entire Donghuang Xian's Hao, which is more than 10 times larger than the floating cloud mountains. In the immortal cultivation world of the Donghuang country, there are no less than 100 sects above the nascent soul, and there are even legendary immortal cultivators in the territory. It has always been a holy place for the human cultivators of the entire Donghuang Xian's Hao. In the world of immortal cultivation in Donghuang country, even a nascent soul cultivator is nothing there, let alone Jinden-level cultivators like Song Qingming. In order to have more protection when going out, in addition to improving one's own strength, one also needs to exercise more experience in traveling abroad. For this reason, Song Qingming had the idea of traveling in the world of immortal cultivation in the East China Sea. Seeing that Song Qingming had made up his mind, Wang Xian did not say much, nodded slightly, and turned to walk into the cave where he was in seclusion. After the magic circle restriction at the entrance of the cave was opened, Ye Kelun, who was standing aside, came over and said to Song Qingming, "Don't worry, fellow Taoist Song. Although our Xiandan city is not a top-level sect, we also have a Yuanying ancestor who lives in the city all year round. Your wife is in seclusion here, so there will be no problem with safety. Moreover, her cultivation base is far beyond that of ordinary people in the Jinden stage. I estimate that the possibility of her successfully breaking through the Jinden stage this time is still very high. You just have to wait patiently." Song Qingming nodded slightly and said, "Fellow Taoist Yi is right. I am naturally relieved about this matter. I also intend to travel around the East China Sea next, and I am afraid that I will not be able to do it in a short time. I will be back soon. I will ask you to take care of Xian." Ye Kelun waved his hand and said with a smile, "Haha. Your wife has joined our Shandong League now. You don't need to ask us. We will do our best. If you want to travel in the East China Sea, you need to be careful. There are monsters everywhere in the sea. Even giant and cultivators like us will occasionally run into those difficult monster kings when we go out. Thank you for your reminder. After bidding farewell to Qingming, Song Qingming left Shandong City directly and began to travel in various places in the East China Sea's world. In just over 2 years, he has traveled to many places in the East China Sea's world and has a deeper understanding of the local customs and people. One day, a white light suddenly flew over a port on the west side of an island port in the northeast of the East China Sea's world. Not long after, a young man in green clothes appeared at the entrance to the city in front of the port. Song Qingming, who was standing at the city gate, was about to ask around how to enter the city when a yellow-clothed girl of about 17 or 18 years old suddenly walked towards him. Senior, this should be your first time to Lingyuan Island, but you still need someone to lead you. Song Qingming glanced at the yellow-clothed girl and saw that her cultivation was only at the 4th level of Qi Refining. He quickly guessed that she should be a guide monk on the island. It's indeed my first time here. I want to find a place to live inside first. Take me in and take a look. Song Qingming took out 2 spiritual stones from his body and threw them to the girl in front of him. When the yellow-clothed girl saw the spiritual stones given by Song Qingming, a trace of joy suddenly appeared in her eyes, and then she walked in front of Song Qingming with a respectful face. Senior, don't worry, I grew up on this Lingyuan Island. Whether you want to find something here or inquire about any news, I can help you. Please follow me into the city first. Seeing the yellow-clothed girl's excited look, Song Qingming didn't say much and hurriedly followed her. For low-level cultivators like the girl in yellow, who had just entered the Dao not long ago, most of them were unable to join the Xuexin sect because of their poor spiritual roots, so they became casual cultivators and made a living for a few spiritual objects. Such casual cultivators would not have a good life no matter where they were in the Xuexin world. After traveling in the Xuexin world of the East China Sea for so long, Song Qingming had already met such guide cultivators in many places. This Lingyuan Island is a large island near the outer sea under the control of a unyielding sect. Most of the cultivators on the island gathered from all over the country and went to the outer sea to hunt monsters and look for cultivators with spiritual objects above the foundation building stage. The cultivators guarding the city gate did not feel anything strange about the arrival of Song Qingming, a strange cultivator. They just verified his identity a little, collected a few spiritual stones, and quickly let him in. After following the woman in yellow into the city, Song Qingming quickly found a place to stay in the city with her help. Senior, are you looking for something here? Luo Li is very familiar with all the shops in the city, maybe I can help you. After taking Song Qingming to the cave he rented in the back mountain, the yellow-clothed girl named Luo Li asked again with a respectful look. Song Qingming also understood that the other party wanted to earn more spiritual stones from him, so he smiled and asked directly, where's there a place on this island that specializes in selling Xuanbing fruit above level 2? I have never seen Xuanbing fruit above level 2, but you can wait a moment, I will go to the market to ask for you, and there should be news soon. After Luo Li finished speaking, before Song Qingming made any statement, he turned around and ran quickly to the market. After seeing the yellow-clothed girl leave anxiously, Song Qingming smiled and shook his head, then turned around and walked into the cave he had just rented. After traveling in the East China Sea for more than 2 years, Song Qingming was basically in the inner sea area. This was his first time to come to an island near the outer sea. The reason why he came to Lingyuan Island was not only to find some spiritual objects he wanted, but also to see if he could have the opportunity to follow other cultivators of the same level to practice in the outer sea. Although there are many monsters that can be seen in various places in the inner sea, they are basically low-level monsters of level 1 or 2, and it is rare to encounter monster kings above level 3. Song Qingming has traveled around for the past 2 years, but he has not even encountered the shadow of a monster king. This made him, who was determined to practice, a little disappointed, and he wanted to go to the outer sea to have a look. After closing the door of the cave, Song Qingming looked around and took off a spiritual beast bag from his body. As soon as he opened the bag, the ice and fire dragon that had been in it for several days immediately popped its head out and then climbed up Song Qingming's arm to Song Qingming's shoulder. In order to cultivate the ice and fire dragon over the years, Song Qingming has invested a lot of spiritual objects in it. Now the cultivation of this spiritual beast has finally reached the peak of the late stage of Qi refining, and it is only one step away from entering the foundation building stage. However, it is not so easy for a demon beast to advance to the major realm. If there is no external help, it will probably take at least 10 to 20 years for the ice and fire dragon on Song Qingming to successfully advance to the foundation building stage. In order to help it break through its cultivation as soon as possible, Song Qingming has recently been asking around for those second-level spiritual objects with ice and fire attributes that can help the ice and fire dragon advance. After resting in the cave for half a day, Song Qingming, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly felt that the forbidden magic circle arranged at the entrance of the cave was moved. After releasing his spiritual sense to explore outside the cave, he found that it was the yellow-clothed girl who ran back again. After sending a voice transmission to ask her to wait at the door for a while, Song Qingming got up and packed up and walked out of the cave. "Senior, I have heard about the second-level spiritual fruit you are looking for." Seeing Song Qingming's figure, the girl in yellow hurriedly ran over with excitement. Seeing this, Song Qingming nodded calmly and said, "You have news so soon. It seems that you are still attentive. Where can I buy it in the city?" "Take me there first." I asked the shopkeepers of more than a dozen shops in the market, and finally found the news of the ice spiritual fruit in this Fangling pavilion. A senior brought back one from the outer sea not long ago, and happened to put it in their store to help sell it. Hearing what Luo Li said, Song Qingming showed a bit of joy on his face, and strode into the shop called Fangling Pavilion. After a while, Song Qingming walked out of the shop with a satisfied look on his face, took out 10 spiritual stones and put them in the hands of Luo Li, who had been waiting on the side. Looking at the sparkling spiritual stones in his hand, Luo Li's eyes also glowed, and after putting away the spiritual stones, he hurriedly asked, "Senior, do you have any other instructions? I have found what I am looking for, and there is nothing else I need help with for the time being, and you don't have to follow me anymore." Hearing Song Qingming's refusal, Luo Li couldn't help but show a trace of disappointment on her face, but she didn't dare to say anything more. After nodding in response, she took the initiative to leave here. After parting with Luo Li, Song Qingming walked alone to the middle of Lingyuan Island, and soon came to the outside of a very tall hall. As soon as he entered the hall, a foundation building cultivator not far away saw that the person coming was a giant and cultivator, and hurriedly greeted him with a warm face, and invited Song Qingming to the back of the hall to entertain him warmly. The open sea is several times more dangerous than the near sea. Whether it is a foundation building stage or a giant stage cultivator, going to the open sea to hunt monsters generally does not dare to go alone, and needs at least 4 or 5 people to go together. This hall is a place for many cultivators who come to Lingyuan Island to form teams to go out to sea to hunt. Song Qingming came here to see if he could find an opportunity to go to the open sea to hunt monsters. After asking a few questions, the foundation building cultivator learned that Song Qingming was looking for teammates to go out and hunt monsters. He quickly replied with a happy face, "Senior Song, you came by chance. It just so happens that several giant seniors are going to Funiu Sea area to hunt the 3rd-level Monster King next month. Please wait a moment. I will help to contact them right away. We will notify you as soon as we have news." After Song Qingming nodded in agreement, the foundation building cultivator hurriedly walked out with a smile. After Song Qingming waited for a long time, the foundation building cultivator returned to the back of the hall and brought back 2 giant cultivators with high cultivation, 1 man and 1 woman. When he saw the figures of the 2 people, Song Qingming's face suddenly showed a trace of surprise, and he stood up in surprise. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 634, Monster Hunting at Sea, Lei Yuan He. Seeing the familiar cold face in front of him, Song Qingming never thought that he would meet the genius cultivator Li Xianian, whom he had not seen for many years. "I haven't seen you for many years. I didn't expect to meet you here. I am honored, Song Dao. I really didn't expect that you would want to go out with us to hunt monsters." What a coincidence. Li Xianian bowed slightly and returned the greeting, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. The foundation building cultivator from Lingyuan Island, who was about to introduce the 2 parties to each other, saw that they knew each other, and immediately explained with some embarrassment, Senior Song. These two are the seniors who are going to hunt monsters in the Outer Sea next month. Since you all know each other, I won't bother you anymore. You can chat slowly. A woman in white standing next to Li Xiannian waved her hand and said, "You go down first. As long as we have a deal, you will not be short of the spiritual stones that should be given." The cultivators from Lingyuan Island helped to introduce the cultivators to form a team to go out to hunt monsters, and naturally they also had to charge some commissions for introduction. Hearing the words of the woman in white, the foundation building cultivator from Lingyuan Island nodded and said, "Thank you for your care, senior. I will take my leave now." After the visitor left, Li Xiannian asked Song Qingming with a curious look on his face, "Fellow Taoist Song, shouldn't you be in Uyghur? Why did you come to the East China Sea and want to hunt monsters in the Outer Sea?" "What fellow Taoist Li said is right, but I am indeed a little." Facing Li Xiannian's questioning, Song Qingming smiled and explained to the other party that he came to the East China Sea to travel in the world of cultivation and wanted to go to the Outer Sea to experience a little. "I see. Why did fellow Taoist Song suddenly come to Lingyuan Island?" Hearing that Song Qingming came to the East China Sea to travel in the world of cultivation, Li Xiannian's face showed a hint of understanding. In the world of immortal cultivation, whether it is a sect cultivator or a casual cultivator, most cultivators will choose to travel to other places after building a foundation or forming a pill to increase their knowledge. It is not uncommon for Song Qingming to choose to travel to the East China Sea immortal cultivation world at this time. However, Song Qingming was very surprised to run into Li Xiannian here. Although Li Xiannian was a cultivator from Uyghur, he left Uyghur soon after forming a pill. Except for helping Xiaoyao sect to deal with the monster turmoil that occurs once every 100 years, Song Qingming has not heard of him returning to Uyghur. However, when the Babel Tower was opened last time, Li Xiannian also showed up once. When Song Qingming saw her, he thought he had been traveling near the floating cloud mountains. He didn't expect that he would come to such a far-away East China Sea immortal cultivation world. After not seeing each other for decades, the cultivation of both of them has changed. Song Qingming has broken through from the 3rd level of Jiandan to become a mid-stage Jiandan cultivator, and Li Xiannian's cultivation has also advanced from the 8th level of Jiandan to the 9th level of Jiandan, and he is only one step away from breaking through the nascent soul. After chatting with Song Qingming for a few words, Li Xiannian introduced the white-clothed woman next to him. "Fellow Taoist Song, this is my good friend Longyu, who will go with us to hunt monsters. I am Song Qingming from the Uyghur Xiaoyao sect." And Fairy Longyu is polite. Song Qingming actually saw the woman who was traveling with Li Xiannian once outside the Babel Tower that year. Although the woman was wearing a veil on her face at that time, Song Qingming could still roughly guess that it was the same person based on her figure and dress. Although Longyu's cultivation is slightly lower than Li Xiannian's, she has also cultivated to the 8th level of Jiandan, and is also a late-stage Jiandan cultivator with unfathomable strength. Longyu smiled and stood up, returned the greeting, then squinted his eyes and asked with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Song, this time we are going to the Outer Sea to unt monsters, but there will be unyielding demon kings in the Xianyuan Sea area where we are going, which is relatively dangerous. Taoist friend, have you considered going with us? I came here to experience the Outer Sea, and I will definitely not retreat because of a little danger. If you two Taoists don't mind, I am willing to go with you." Song Qingming replied to Li Xiannian and the others with a firm face. Song Qingming had also seen Li Xiannian's magical powers in the past. As a sword cultivator, he basically had the upper hand against monsters of the same level. The other Longyu was also a cultivator of the 8th level of Jiandan, and his strength was not weak. With these two familiar late Jiandan masters, it would definitely be more reliable than going with other unfamiliar Jiandan cultivators. Therefore, Song Qingming did not hesitate too much and immediately expressed his desire to go with him. Seeing this, Li Xiannian and Longyu looked at each other and made up their minds. Since fellow Taoist Song is so determined, then we welcome you to join us. We will meet at the port in half a month. I will notify fellow Taoist Song in advance. After the three of them agreed, they left each other a contact address and chatted in the hall for a while before leaving. Just after returning to his cave, Song Qingming saw a white note left on the front side of the magic circle at the door. It was obviously placed there not long ago. After Song Qingming reached out and picked up the note and glanced at it, he soon found two elegant words Luoli at the bottom of the note, and a smile appeared on his face. After opening the bin and walking into the cave, Song Qingming immediately released the ice and fire dragon in the spirit beast bag, and then took out a snow-white spirit fruit from his body. This second-level inferior ice spirit fruit was purchased by Song Qingming from Fengling Pavilion based on the information provided by Luoli. According to some methods of cultivating spirit beasts that Song Qingming had inquired about, taking some special spirit fruits with corresponding attributes can help spirit beasts break through the realm of cultivation and advance. This ice spirit fruit is a second-level spirit fruit that is more suitable for the ice fire dragon to break through. As soon as the ice fire dragon, which had already climbed onto his shoulder, saw the ice spirit fruit in Song Qingming's hand, he immediately approached the spirit fruit with curiosity and smelled it, and soon showed a bit of happiness. Seeing this, Song Qingming moved his magic power, and a trace of Dan fire emerged from his body, and soon removed the layer of white ice on the ice surface of the ice spirit fruit, revealing the blue spirit fruit inside. Just as he put the spirit fruit in his hand on the stone table beside him, the ice fire dragon who had been waiting for a long time on the side immediately rushed over and swallowed the spirit fruit on the table. After successfully swallowing the ice spirit fruit, a strong icy air suddenly emerged from the ice fire dragon, and soon the entire cave became a little cold due to the influence of the ice fire dragon. After a while, the ice and fire dragon that was originally full of energy slowly coiled up its entire body, and fell into deep sleep on the stone table with its head drooped. Seeing that the ice and fire dragon had undergone such a big change after swallowing the ice spirit fruit, Song Qingming was also surprised, and a hint of joy slowly emerged on his face. According to some books and notes on cultivating spirit beasts that he had seen before, the ice and fire dragon that was in deep sleep in front of him had obviously entered the state of molting blood recorded in the classics. As long as the monster beast enters this state, it is basically equivalent to starting to break through the realm. If nothing unexpected happens, when the ice and fire dragon wakes up, it will probably be able to advance to the initial stage of foundation building and become a second-level monster beast. Although it is not 100% certain that the monster beast will succeed in breaking through the realm at once, Song Qingming is somewhat confident in the advancement of the ice and fire dragon this time. I don't know if it's because the fire phoenix has enlightened the blood of this ice and fire flood dragon since it was born. Since it was hatched, the speed of its cultivation has always been far beyond Song Qingming's expectations. However, in just over a decade, it has cultivated from the early stage of Qi refining to the peak of the late stage of Qi refining, and has even begun to break through the foundation building realm. If it were any other ordinary monster, even if Song Qingming had more resources to invest, it would not be possible to cultivate so quickly. Obviously, there are other reasons. This ice and fire flood dragon is still in its infancy and is not very helpful to Song Qingming, but after it breaks through to the foundation building realm, it should be able to have some effect. Thinking of his own spirit beast's upcoming breakthrough in cultivation and realm, Song Qingming was also very happy. The advancement of monsters generally does not take too long. In order to prevent someone from accidentally breaking into the cave during this period and affecting the advancement of the ice and fire flood dragon, Song Qingming set up a separate magic circle in the cave and put his spirit beast in it, and then he felt relieved. Some people said that 6,000 words are too much, so I'll break the chapter. Half a month later, 4 or 5 figures were already standing on a huge reef not far from the port on the west side of Lingyuan Island. After a while, a golden light flew over from the port and landed on the reef, transforming into a round-faced man in golden armor. Haha. Fellow Taoists, you are really early. Luo got up early today, but I didn't expect to be the last one to arrive. I am really ashamed, hearing what the golden armored man said. The leader Long Yu smiled and said, haha. Fellow Taoist, Luo is not late. It's us who arrived a little earlier. Don't misunderstand me, fellow Taoists. Oh. It's good that you are not late. It's not easy to get enough people to go to the open sea. I don't want to delay everyone's time to hunt monsters together. Fairy Long Yu, don't you think so? The golden armored man said indifferently. Long Yu nodded slightly, then took out a high-grade 3rd-grade spiritual boat, and said to the people beside him, since everyone is here, let's set off immediately, and go early and come back early. After Long Yu finished speaking, he jumped onto the green flying boat under his feet. Seeing this, the others immediately followed and jumped on it, including Song Qingming who had arrived here not long ago. In addition to Song Qingming, Li Zianian, and Fairy Long Yu, there were 3 other people who went to the outer sea to hunt monsters. They were the golden armored man who arrived last, an old man with a long beard, and a handsome scholar in white who always held a folding fan. The cultivation of these three people was not much different from that of Song Qingming. The old man with a long beard was also a fourth-level giant and cultivator like Song Qingming. The white-clothed scholar seemed to have not been in the damp formation for a long time, and only had the third-level giant in cultivation. The one with the highest cultivation level among the few people was the big man in golden armor, who had already reached the peak of the sixth level of the golden collar. In addition, it was obvious that he had practiced a body refining technique, so his strength would probably not be much worse than that of an ordinary late-stage golden core cultivator. As long as they did not encounter the unyielding demon king, this team of golden core cultivators would definitely be enough to deal with ordinary golden core demon kings. After meeting up with everyone and setting off, Song Qingming began to look forward to this trip to the outer sea to hunt monsters. After the six people took the flying boat and traveled eastward for a few days, Song Qingming saw that the color of the sea water suddenly became darker, and he knew that they had entered the dangerous outer sea area. The so-called outer sea area actually means that they have already left the East Phoenix Immortal State continent and entered the Lingyuan Sea. The Lingyuan Sea is located in the east of the East Phoenix Immortal State. There are also many islands and countless rare and precious spiritual objects in its territory. It can be regarded as a very rich large-scale cultivation world. However, there are many monsters in the sea, and the islands occupied by human cultivators are only a small part of them. Especially the sea area near the East Phoenix Immortal State is almost entirely the territory of monsters. In the depths of this sea, there are not only countless powerful high-level monsters, but also legendary level 5 monster saints that can compare to the human race's divine transformation cultivators. Even the nascent soul cultivators dare not go deep into it at will. This boundless and extremely dangerous outer sea area, where monsters are rampant, also blocks the normal contact between the cultivators on the East Phoenix Immortal State and the Lingyuan Sea. Generally, there are only two ways for cultivators to cross the outer sea area controlled by monsters to go to the Lingyuan Sea Immortal Realm. Either take the large treasure ships made by the Yuanying sects in the East Sea Immortal Realm and find a safer sea route to bypass it. If you are lucky, it will take 2 or 3 years to reach the Lingyuan Sea Immortal Realm. However, choosing to take this sea route is not only too long, but also very dangerous. Only the caravans of those large sects that regularly go to the Lingyuan Sea to trade spiritual objects will choose to take this risk. There is another safer way, which is to cross the floating cloud mountains to the East Phoenix State, take the super large teleportation array that can cross the continent, and teleport directly to the Lingyuan Sea Immortal Realm. If you take the teleportation array, there will be absolutely no major safety issues. However, such super large teleportation arrays are basically controlled by the top sects in the world of immortal cultivation. The spiritual stone fee they charge for teleporting is also very amazing. Generally, only cultivators above the giant stage can afford it. After entering the open sea, the flying boat went forward for about 4 or 5 days, and suddenly entered a sea area with dense islands and reefs. After seeing the small islands scattered around like stars below, and a trace of unusual spiritual energy emerging around, Song Qingming's face slowly emerged with a bit of excitement. This should be the destination of Li Xiannian and his companions this time to hunt monsters, the Lingyuan Sea. In the past few days on the flying boat, Song Qingming and the people who were traveling with him chatted for a long time, and slowly learned about the specific situation of this sea area. There was originally an ancient sect in the Lingyuan Sea area. About tens of thousands of years ago, for some unknown reason, this sect was suddenly attacked by several demon kings, resulting in the destruction of the entire sect, and this place was completely occupied by monsters. In that war, this powerful human clan fought a bloody battle with the monsters, and the battle was extremely tragic. In the end, even the mountain gate spiritual veins were directly destroyed by them, and the entire island where the clan was located sank into the sea, leaving only the surrounding small islands. Since then, there has been almost no trace of human monks in the Lingyuan Sea area, but because there are still many small and medium-sized spiritual veins here, it has attracted many monsters and even monster kings to entrench nearby, and it has become a favorite hunting place for some monks. There are also some monks who will venture here to find some inheritance left by the legendary ancient clan, but most of them will return disappointed, and only a very few lucky ones can find those spiritual objects that are still related to tens of thousands of years. After the 6 people entered the Lingyuan Sea, Fairy Longgao, who was controlling the flying boat, slowly slowed down the speed of the flying boat, and then waved her hand and threw out a magic flag to stand in front. The entire flying boat, including the people in it, was soon covered with a thin layer of mist, hiding the figures of everyone. After doing all this, the flying boat slowly moved forward, until half an hour later, it arrived at a small island with a radius of only about 10 to 20 miles on the west side of the Xianyuan Sea. Dear Taoist friends, it's not far from the nest of the silver tiger shark. Let's rest here first and go to find the Monster King tomorrow. After hearing Fairy Longyu's proposal, everyone nodded in agreement and found a place on the island to meditate and rest, preparing for the next battle with the monster. The silver tiger shark mentioned by Fairy Longyu is a very powerful great monster king in the late Jiandan period, and it is also the first target of everyone entering the Xianyuan Sea to hunt monsters. The reason why they set their sights on this powerful demon king right away was mainly because Fairy Longyu and Li Xianyuan wanted to refine a high-level elixir, which happened to require the golden elixir in its body, so they took the initiative to organize this demon hunting trip. Before setting off, Li Xianyuan and Fairy Longyu had already explained this matter to Song Qingming and the others, and the group basically had no objection to it. Anyway, everyone came out to hunt demon beasts, and it didn't matter which demon king the target was, as long as they could get the corresponding spirit stones or demon beast materials afterwards. After a night's rest, the next day, when Fairy Longyu covered up the whereabouts of the flying boat again, Song Qingming and the others quickly set out together to the sea area where the silver tiger shark often appeared, still looking for the traces of this demon king. However, after searching for more than 10 days in a row, apart from capturing a few not-so-powerful second-level demon beasts, they did not find the silver tiger shark at all, and seeing this, everyone became a little anxious. So many Jiandan monks finally came to the outer sea to hunt monsters. They couldn't miss other opportunities to hunt monsters just to find a silver tiger shark, which would result in them returning empty-handed. Seeing that everyone began to have some opinions, Fairy Longyu sighed helplessly and agreed with everyone's opinions. They went to hunt other monsters first, and then came back to try to find the whereabouts of the silver tiger shark. After changing their minds, Song Qingming and others left the west side of the Xianyuan Sea and turned north to look for other monsters. 10 days later, in the northern part of the Xianyuan Sea, Song Qingming, the white-clothed scholar, and the long-bearded old man each held a formation flag in their hands. Several golden lights were connected above the formation flags, locking a huge monster body more than 3 meters tall in the golden light. Although the demon king was in the sea, he tried to escape from the bottom of the sea several times, but was caught by the golden light underwater and could not get away from the formation formed by the golden light. Li Xianyuan and the golden armored man had already rushed into the formation and attacked the golden elixir demon king, who was trapped in a desperate situation and could not escape. They did not give him a chance to escape from the golden light formation. After about an incense stick of time, the golden armored man used a giant hammer magic weapon to smash the head of the golden elixir demon king. The flying sword in Li Xianyuan's hand also quickly penetrated into the demon king's body, killing him directly, and even took out his life elixir. Seeing the dead body of the golden core demon king floating on the sea below, the big man in golden armor put away his magic weapon and laughed loudly towards Song Qingming. Fellow Taoist Song's golden light demon binding formation is really useful. With this formation, we will definitely be able to capture other demon kings easily when we encounter them, and will not let them escape easily. Song Qingming, who was putting away the golden light demon binding formation in his hand, heard the praise from the big man in golden armor and waved his hand quickly, saying, "The formation in my hand is only of the 3rd lower grade. It is okay against this kind of giant and early stage demon king with low cultivation. But if you really encounter a big giant and late stage demon king, I am afraid it will be difficult to trap him so easily. Brother Luo, don't think too highly of this formation." The old man with a long beard on the side heard this, smiled and shook his head. "Alice, although Brother Song's formation is only of the 3rd lower grade, under your control, it is indeed better than the 3rd middle grade formation to deal with the monsters. I think even if you face an ordinary big demon king, it will not be difficult to trap him for a while." Brother Luo is still too modest. Just as they were talking, a white light flew over and landed beside them. It was Fairy Longyu, who had been driving away the low-level monsters summoned by the demon king not far away. "My fellow Taoists, this place is not that safe. I'm afraid there will be other high-level monsters lurking around. Let's deal with the monster corpses and leave here first." Haha. Fairy Long is right. We shouldn't stay here for long. If the corpses attract a monster tide, it will be troublesome. Let's leave here quickly. Chapter 635, Skywind Beast Tide. Hearing the reminder from Fairy Longyu, everyone hurriedly responded with a smile, and then went together to deal with the body of the Demon King on the sea. Since leaving the sea area where they were looking for the silver tiger shark, to everyone's surprise, their luck suddenly improved. In just over 10 days, they had captured more than a dozen level 2 demon beasts, and now they have hunted down a demon king in the early stage of the golden core. The materials on these demon beasts alone, if converted into spiritual stones, would add up to about 40,000 to 50,000 spiritual stones. Even if everyone returns together now, it is still a good harvest. Demon beasts are very good at hiding their bodies in the sea, especially those golden core demon kings who have already opened their spiritual intelligence. As long as they find something wrong, they will immediately escape into the deep sea. Even if they can be found, it is not so easy to capture them. Not everyone who comes to the demon hunting team in the open sea can gain something when they return. Every year, many unlucky monks will encounter high-level demon beasts that they cannot deal with when hunting demons, or a beast tide of many demon beasts, leaving their lives in the deep sea. Through these days of contact with everyone, Qingming also got to know a little about the people he was traveling with, and knew their names and identities. The old man with a long beard, who was at the 4th level of the golden core like Qingming, with a Taoist name Liu Yan's Henren, was a casual cultivator who had been forming a golden core for more than 200 years. His cave was on a small island not far from Lingyuan Island. The big man in golden armor who liked to joke with everyone the most was named Luo Yulong, who was also a long-established casual cultivator. Luo Yulong's cave was on Lingyuan Island. He often liked to team up with others to go deep into the outer sea to hunt monsters. He had known Fairy Longyu and Li Xianyan for a long time, and it was not the first time he went out to hunt monsters. The other young scholar was named Wang Lingyuan, a guest elder of a small sect near Lingyuan Island. Although he had formed a golden core for about the same time as Qingming, his cultivation speed was much slower, and he had just broken through the 3rd level of the golden core not long ago. Fairy Longyu seemed more mysterious. Apart from her name, Qingming had not heard anyone mention anything about her identity. He could only guess that she had a very good relationship with Li Xianyan and seemed to be a cultivator who was a casual cultivator. Although everyone was a giant and cultivator, most of them were casual cultivators. Their daily lives were indeed more difficult than those of giant and cultivators from large sects. After packing up, seeing that this trip had achieved these results, everyone on the same trip showed a burst of joy on their faces, sweeping away the gloom of finding nothing when they were looking for the silver tiger shark. Especially Luo Yulong and Master Liu Yan, who were doing their best to deal with the corpse of the monster, had already shown an excitement that was difficult to conceal on their faces. Just when everyone had almost packed up the corpse of the monster, Fairy Longyu, who was alerting the surroundings in midair, suddenly caught a glimpse of a huge silver-white figure emerging from the sea in the distance, slowly approaching where everyone was. This is the silver tiger shark. Seeing the demon king that she had always wanted to hunt suddenly appeared in front of her, Fairy Longyu couldn't hide her joy on her face and couldn't help shouting. When the people on the sea below heard Fairy Longyu say the name silver tiger shark, they were also slightly stunned, and soon they flew into the air together under the leadership of Li Xianyan. It's really a silver tiger shark. I didn't expect that after searching for so long without any news, this guy actually took the initiative to deliver it to the door. After seeing the figure of the silver tiger shark, Li Xianyan's face was also happy, and he rarely showed an excited look. Seeing that a more important target had appeared, Qingming and others no longer cared about the remaining demon king corpses below, and focused their attention on the silver tiger shark not far away. Fairy Longyu took out a magic flag she had used before, cast a spell to cover everyone's figures, and said directly, "Fellow Taoist Song, the 3 of you set up the formation on the side, and fellow Taoist Li, fellow Taoist Luo and I will hold this monster head on together. As long as you can successfully kill this monster king, in addition to this monster king's golden elixir, all the materials obtained from this monster hunting will belong to the 4 of you. Please rest assured, Fairy Long, we will definitely do our best." Hearing that Fairy Longyu offered such a generous condition in public, Luo Yulong and others were also encouraged. Although it is not so easy to kill a monster king in the late golden elixir stage, if you can succeed, you can easily get more than 10,000 spiritual objects per person, which is not an opportunity that can be obtained at any time. Everyone hide their figures with a flag in Fairy Longyu's hand. After waiting for a while, the silver tiger shark finally slowly swam to the corpse of the golden elixir monster below. Just as the silver tiger shark surfaced with a tall head, intending to devour the body of the giant monster, a sword light with extremely powerful power and a hint of sword intent suddenly slashed out from the air, heading straight for his huge white head. Seeing someone attacking, the silver tiger shark immediately spit out a shield magic weapon made of animal skin to block in front of himself, trying to block the dangerous attack that was so close. With a bang, the sword light touched the top of the shield in front of the silver tiger shark, and the shield magic weapon was immediately knocked aside. Before the silver tiger shark could take back the magic weapon, 3 golden lights in the air shot directly into the sea, turning into several golden rays that trapped the huge body of the Monster King. Haha! Fellow Taoists, you have done a good job. It's our turn. With a hearty laugh, Luo Yanlong and Fairy Longyu, holding a huge iron hammer magic weapon, rushed towards the silver tiger shark below from the left and right. Seeing so many giant monks coming, the silver tiger shark immediately rushed forward in the sea, shaking Song Qingming and the other 2 who were still controlling the formation in the air, and knocked the golden light demon binding formation they controlled, which also moved forward dozens of feet away. Song Qingming, who was fully controlling the formation, also immediately felt the power of this great demon king in the late Jinden period. Whether it was the power of mana or the power of the flesh, the silver tiger shark below was far from the demon king in the early Jinden period that they had dealt with before. Just when the silver tiger shark wanted to break free from the control of the golden light formation below, a huge iron hammer blocked his way in front of him, blocking the silver tiger shark from moving forward. Then, from the other side of the silver tiger shark, 2 more sword lights of different colors attacked. They were the 2 flying swords controlled by Fairy Longyu, which immediately forced out the protective light shield on the silver tiger shark. But a moment later, another green sword light flew into the sea in the air and joined the battle. Facing the full-scale attack of Li Xianian, Fairy Longyu and Luo Yulong, the silver tiger shark could only parry for a while, unable to break through the obstruction of the golden net binding demon formation. Seeing that it was at a disadvantage under the siege of the crowd, the silver tiger shark with many injuries on its body suddenly became a little angry. After roaring with all its strength, it directly spit out the golden elixir in its body and forced Li Xianian and the other 2 to retreat. Then the silver tiger shark hit hard again, directly passed through the control of several golden lights, and then moved forward quickly with this large formation. Song Qingming and the other 2 in the air were also a little helpless in the face of this situation. They could only try their best to control the magic formation to prevent the other party from diving into the deep sea, but they could not stop the silver tiger shark from escaping quickly in the sea. Fellow Taoists, you must hold on. If you give us a little more time, this guy won't be able to escape. Seeing this, Fairy Longyu and the others who were chasing behind were also a little afraid that Song Qingming and the other 2 would not be able to hold on and let the silver tiger shark run away, so they quickly encouraged them. In this way, the few people chased the silver tiger shark and ran for dozens of miles in the sea before slowly slowing down a little. Just as Li Xianian and the others stepped forward to stop the demon king again, a deafening roar suddenly came from the distant sky, scaring everyone who was fighting the demon king on the sea, and they quickly moved their eyes over. Suddenly, a huge wave rolled up in the distant sky, rushing towards the direction of their battlefield like a turbulent wave, mixed with many black spots and shadows. Everyone's face changed drastically when they saw this scene. The most experienced Master Liuyan immediately turned around and shouted to the people around him, "Not good. The Sky Wind Beast Tide is coming, everyone evacuate here quickly." Hearing the words Sky Wind Beast Tide, Song Qingming was incredulous. Looking at the formation flag in his hand, he was a little confused for a while. The outer sea is not as calm as the inner sea. The weather here is unpredictable. It may be sunny in the last moment, and violent black clouds and storms will hit the next moment. There are often some natural disasters that even cultivators are afraid of. The Sky Wind Beast Tide mentioned by Master Liuyan is one of the famous natural disasters in the outer sea. When the storm rolls up huge waves, countless sea monsters will follow, and there will even be giant and monster kings. If you encounter such a large-scale Sky Wind Beast Tide in the outer sea, if you can't avoid it in time, even giant and cultivators will be in danger of falling. No wonder everyone is so nervous. Don't worry about the silver tiger shark, let's retreat. As the leader, Fairy Longyu saw that the scale of the beast tide in front of them was beyond her expectations. Without much hesitation, she quickly took out a flying boat on her body and shouted to everyone. Seeing this, Qingming and his companions did not hesitate. They directly dropped the formation flags in their hands and joined Fairy Longyu and others. They took advantage of the flying boat to turn around and flee. Although the flying boat controlled by Fairy Longyu was not slow, the beast tide chasing behind was much faster than them because of the huge waves caused by the wind. They soon caught up with the flying boat not far behind them. They were still hunting the Demon King just now, but in the blink of an eye, they became a group of people fleeing. This sudden change of roles also made everyone on the flying boat look helpless, and they couldn't help but find it difficult to accept this fact. Such a large-scale beast tide, too big a target will attract the attention of the Demon Kings inside. Let's run separately and contact each other after returning to Lingyuan Island. As the leader of the team, Fairy Longyu saw that several Demon Kings had already flown out of the huge waves behind them and chased them. After a slight hesitation, she hurriedly issued a dispersed escape order to everyone. Afterwards, Fairy Longyu put away the flying boat, turned into a white light and left the place first, and fled directly from here. Seeing this, the rest of the people were unwilling to fall behind, and each chose a direction to quickly escape forward, hoping that the Demon Kings chasing behind would not target them. Wang Lingyuan, who was the slowest among the group, saw that there was a Demon King behind him, and he didn't care too much. He hurriedly took out a flying magic weapon from his body that could help increase his speed, wanting to speed up his flying speed. However, his movement was too loud, and two giant Demon Kings with high cultivation levels beside him immediately focused their attention on him and chased directly to where Wang Lingyuan was. Qingming, who saw this scene from afar, was slightly startled and immediately suppressed his idea of using the phantom boat. There must be more than just a few Demon Kings in such a large-scale beast tide. Although using the phantom boat can speed up his escape, if he attracts the attention of the Demon Kings and is entangled by them, he may be buried in this beast tide. After running forward for more than 10 miles, Qingming had lost the figures of other people in front of him. He could only bite the bullet and continue to escape alone. Because Qingming had practiced the 9 Palaces meteor escape, his escape speed was not too slow among the crowd, and he could still leave the beast tide far behind. However, it was not known whether Qingming's continuous use of the 9 Palaces meteor escape was too noisy or his luck was too bad today. After running for a while, Qingming still attracted the attention of the 2 Demon Kings around him and chased him. Although the 2 Demon Kings were not strong, both were at the early stage of the Golden Core stage. One of them was a bird demon beast, and its speed of escape far exceeded that of ordinary Golden Core stage cultivators. Qingming tried to speed up several times to get rid of it but failed. The Demon King in front of him was chasing him again, preparing to harass him with magic. Qingming, who was already at a loss and had little mana left in his body, was thinking hard about how to get away when he suddenly saw an unnamed island appear in front of him. After taking a look at the terrain of the island, Qingming did not hesitate and directly used the phantom boat to suddenly accelerate and get rid of the other party, and then controlled the flying boat to quickly pass through a cliff in the middle of the island below. When the phantom boat flew to the back of the island, Qingming saw that there were many stone caves on the cliff, so he found a smaller one and hid directly in it. When the flying bird Demon King chased to the sky above the island, he saw that he had lost the trace of Qingming all of a sudden, and wanted to look for him everywhere. Suddenly, a deafening roar was heard from a cave on the cliff of the island. Then, the entrances of several surrounding caves were completely buried by the huge rock fragments falling from above. Chapter 636, Jinayang 5 Thunder Formation, The Secret of Xiangxuan Sect. After seeing this, the flying bird Demon King came to the ruins of the explosion and turned around twice. He opened his big mouth and spit out several wind blades towards the rubble. There was only a violent crash, and a large piece of the stones below were shattered, but there was no reaction in the pile of stones. Seeing this, the flying bird Demon King tried his best to spit out several more wind blades until all the rubble above was cleared, but he still couldn't find the figure he wanted to see. Seeing this, the flying bird Demon King could only spread his spiritual sense and search carefully around the island, still wanting to keep Qingming in the sea area. But what disappointed it was that until the huge waves came and submerged most of the island, Qingming's figure still did not appear. After the flying bird Demon King and the other 2 Demon Kings lingered around the island for a few days, they still couldn't find Qingming, So they had no choice but to leave here one after another. After the demon kings above had left, a white spiritual light suddenly lit up beside the empty mountain wall in a karst cave below the island, and then a young man in green clothes walked out slowly from the white light. After using his spiritual sense to sense the surroundings, he saw that there was no trace of the demon king around, so Song Qingming slowly put down his heart and put away the round bead magic weapon in front of him that concealed his figure and breath. Then he immediately took out 2 healing pills from the storage bag and swallowed them, then sat on the ground and began to practice and refine the pills in his body. It was not until half an hour later that Song Qingming, whose face was a little pale, slowly recovered his original appearance, and then he slowly stood up and began to observe the surrounding environment. After hiding in the cave helplessly that day, in order to block the search of the flying bird demon king who followed, Song Qingming made up his mind and directly used a powerful third-level lower-grade spiritual talisman, which blew the entire cave and the surrounding caves into ruins. He wanted to hide his body with a rebel above, but he didn't expect that this third-level low-grade talisman would collapse the bottom of the cave, and Song Qingming fell into the cave below with many rebels. Song Qingming, who had just fallen, didn't dare to move his body at will because the demon king above was searching nearby. He could only use magic tools to cover his breath on the spot. It was not until the flying bird demon king left the upper part and went to another part of the island that he took out the isolation magic array he had been carrying with him and arranged it around himself, blocking the demon king's spiritual detection. Behind him, huge waves hid in seawater poured into the cave. Song Qingming, who was hiding below, soaked in the seawater for a few days before finally waiting for the demon kings to leave. This time, the monster hunting in the open sea was quite smooth at the beginning. Song Qingming and others had already captured many monsters. Unexpectedly, when hunting the silver tiger shark later, he would be so unlucky to run into the sky wind beast tide and eventually end up in a situation where he could only flee. Several flags of the golden net binding demon formation were taken away by the silver tiger shark. The power of this formation has been lost by more than half. Although Song Qingming can repair it in the future, it also caused him to lose a lot of spiritual stones and materials. Later, in order to avoid the pursuit of the flying bird demon king, Song Qingming also used a valuable third-level spiritual talisman after escaping to this small island. In addition, he was accidentally injured by the power of the spiritual talisman at close range, and wasted some elixirs to heal his wounds. When he thought about the fact that he had consumed nearly 10,000 spiritual stones in succession after encountering the sky wind beast tide, Song Qingming couldn't help but show a look of pain in his heart. However, although he lost a lot of spiritual stones and spiritual objects, he finally got rid of the pursuit of the monster and temporarily escaped this disaster. Compared with his own life and property, losing this little bit of external things in front of him is really nothing to Song Qingming. The danger of the outer sea is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even a giant and cultivator with a successful cultivation can only leave it to fate when encountering a natural disaster like the sky wind beast tide. Song Qingming sighed helplessly, then slowly stood up and put away the magic circle beside him, and began to observe the surrounding environment where he was, looking for a way to leave here. Because the power of the third-level inferior spiritual talisman used before was too great, the many rebels that fell from it had completely blocked the entrance where Song Qingming fell from above. After trying it up, Song Qingming found it a bit difficult to get out from here, so he thought about it and returned to the cave, turned around and walked to the front of the cave, trying to find a place relatively close to the top. When the huge waves hit before, the seawater quickly filled the entire cave, which also showed that there must be an exit nearby that connected to the outside or the sea. With this idea in mind, Song Qingming slowly walked into the depths of the cave, while releasing several golden illusion butterflies on his body, and began to help himself find an exit that could easily get out along the surroundings of the cave. After walking a short distance, Song Qingming found that the cave below was much larger than he had imagined. There were forks everywhere, connecting to each other, like a huge maze, making it difficult to know which way to go to the exit. What Song Qingming did not expect was that some places in the cave had traces of artificial excavation, and it did not seem to be completely naturally formed. Just as Song Qingming was still thinking about whether there were other monks who had been here, a golden illusion butterfly that was searching in front suddenly cut off the connection with Song Qingming. Seeing this, Song Qingming, who had originally had a calm face, tensed up instantly. After waving his hand to summon the 5 elements divine light mirror in his body, He frowned and walked slowly to the place where the golden illusion butterfly disappeared with a cautious look. After a while, Song Qingming came to a very tall cave according to the guidance of the path that the golden illusion butterfly had walked. Seeing a huge green stone gate in front of him and the body of the golden illusion butterfly falling on the ground not far in front of the stone gate, Song Qingming's face suddenly showed a bit of surprise. What on earth is this place? How can there be such a powerful mechanism? You know, the golden illusion butterflies released by Song Qingming are all second-level spirit insects that have advanced to the foundation building period. Although their offensive ability is average, their defensive ability is not much worse than that of ordinary second-level monsters. To be able to kill a golden illusion butterfly so silently and instantly, at least it takes a blow from a giant and cultivator to do it. It can be seen that there must be a very powerful band guarding this green stone gate. After carefully observing the surroundings of this green stone gate, Song Qingming turned around and retreated to the entrance of the cave. Then the mana in his hand surged, and quickly condensed a bowl-sized fireball, which was then sent out by Song Qingming and flew straight to the stone gate. What surprised Song Qingming was that the big fireball he cast a spell actually flew to the green stone gate without any hindrance. However, this fireball did not cause any damage to the stone gate. It only produced a slight collision sound, and soon it slowly extinguished on the spot. Seeing this, Song Qingming summoned another golden fantasy butterfly. After issuing an order to it, this golden fantasy butterfly immediately flew towards the black stone gate again. This time, just as the golden fantasy butterfly flew in front of the science stone gate, 4 or 5 white lightnings suddenly appeared on the top of the cave above the stone gate. Before the golden fantasy butterfly below could react, it had already landed on it. The next moment, this spirit insect fell directly from mid-air, and like his original companion, it lay motionless in front of the science stone gate. Golden Sun 5 Thunder Formation, seeing the white lightning that had just appeared and instantly killed a golden fantasy butterfly, Song Qingming couldn't help but show a bit of surprise on his face, and couldn't help but exclaimed. The Golden Sun 5 Thunder Formation in front of him was a very rare third-grade upper-grade formation in the world of Immortal cultivation. Song Qingming had been cultivating for so many years, and he had only seen relevant records of this formation in some classics that recorded various formations and prohibitions. This was the first time he had seen a real formation. The Golden Sun 5 Thunder Formation was a formation with a very powerful attack power, much more powerful than the third-grade upper-grade formation that he and Himengson and others encountered in the Yuanying Cave mansion of Yu State. Moreover, the person who set up the formation intentionally hid the formation in the mountain wall above the gate. Even if a giant and cultivator with a successful cultivation accidentally walked into the range of the formation's attack, he would most likely be killed on the spot. Seeing the Golden Sun 5 Thunder Formation not far above his head, Song Qingming couldn't help but become a little curious. What exactly was hidden behind this green stone gate that would make people spend so much effort to set up such a powerful prohibition and protection here? After standing there and thinking for a while, Song Qingming waved his hand, and a young man in a black robe of similar size suddenly appeared not far from him. Then Song Qingming took out a golden ball from the storage magic tool on his body and handed it to Jin Feng in front of him. Old partner. Please. After hearing Song Qingming's gentle instructions, Jin Feng's magic power moved, and then he put the thunder gathering bead in his hand above his head and walked towards the blue stone gate. The power of the Golden Sun 5 Thunder Formation in front of him is indeed very strong. Even if he has a spiritual object thunder gathering bead that can restrain thunder magic, Song Qingming still doesn't dare to go forward and take risks. So he handed the thunder gathering bead to Jin Feng, who had been following him, and asked him to go forward and help him test the power of the formation in front of him. When Jin Feng approached the bottom of the Golden Sun 5 Thunder Formation, several lightning flashes suddenly flashed in the sky, which was originally extremely calm, and rushed directly to the top of Jin Feng's head. A break. However, at this moment, the lightning pearl above Jin Feng's head also became spiritual, and took the initiative to fly into the air to meet these lightnings, and soon absorbed them all into the magic weapon. Seeing that the lightning pearl controlled by Jin Feng could actually block the white lightning in the Golden Sun 5 Thunder Formation, Song Qingming was delighted, and hurriedly summoned the 5 elements divine light mirror in his body to protect him, and flew to the location where Jin Feng was. While most of the lightning in the Golden Sun 5 Thunder Formation was attracted by the lightning pearl on Jin Feng's body, Song Qingming used the 5 elements divine light mirror to forcibly resist a lightning that attacked him, and flew directly to the top of the cave. After taking a close look at the formation in front of him, Song Qingming flew out several golden flags and inserted them into the several formation eyes around the Golden Sun 5 Thunder formation. Then Song Qingming cast spells with both hands quickly, and those golden flags that had been inserted into the Golden Sun 5 Thunder formation immediately emerged with a bunch of golden runes, and slowly merged into the formation eyes. Just after doing all this, the lightning shot out from the Golden Sun 5 Thunder formation above Song Qingming's head obviously began to weaken a little, which also relieved Jin Feng, who was fighting against the formation with all his strength. Seeing this, Jin Feng immediately flew to Song Qingming's side, and under Jin Feng's control, the Thunder Pearl immediately turned into a golden shield, directly covering the two of them. Although they were closer to the Golden Sun 5 Thunder formation and the lightning summoned by the formation was more dense, as the formation-breaking runes on the flags controlled by Song Qingming slowly merged into the formation eyes, the power of the lightning shot out from the Golden Sun 5 Thunder formation was also slowly weakening. After about an instant of time, the Golden Sun 5 Thunder formation, which had been completely sealed at several points, finally stopped emitting lightning and slowly became quiet. Song Qingming and Jin Feng fell from midair to the ground. Song Qingming, who had temporarily sealed the Golden Sun 5 Thunder formation, put away the Thunder Pearl on Jin Feng's body, and was secretly grateful in his heart. Fortunately, he had the Thunder Pearl, a spiritual object that restrained the Thunder method, and because the formation had not been maintained for a long time, its power had weakened a lot. So he found an opportunity to break the formation. Otherwise, if there were no help from these two conditions, even if Song Qingming was a third-level lower-grade formation master, it would be difficult for him to break the Golden Sun 5 Thunder formation in front of him alone. After passing through this formation, Song Qingming and the others came to the Blue Stone Gate. Jin Feng stepped forward and tried to push the stone gate in front of him, but found that the Blue Stone Gate seemed to be stuck by something inside, and it was difficult to push at all. Seeing this, Song Qingming glanced around again and soon found a protruding stone on the left side of the stone gate. After Jin Feng stepped forward and gently pressed the stone, there was a sudden vibration in front of the two of them, and the blue stone giant door had slowly risen. Seeing a burst of thick dust suddenly flying out of the stone gate, Song Qingming and the other person quickly stepped back a few steps and released a protective light shield to block the dust in front of them. After the dust dispersed, Song Qingming and Jin Feng walked into the blue stone gate one after the other. A taller stone chamber space, but because no one had entered for a long time, it was covered with thick dust everywhere. After Song Qingming took a look near the blue stone gate, he didn't see anything that could attract him, and strode into the depths of the stone chamber, and soon came to a pile of dry bones in the middle of the stone chamber. Although this dry bone had been dead for many years and the flesh had long ceased to exist, it still emitted a faint golden light, which was enough to prove that the other party must have been a cultivator above the Jinden stage. However, judging from the dust accumulation in the stone chamber and the degree of decay of the bones of the corpse, this person should have been sitting here for at least 1,000 years. After carefully scanning the surroundings of the corpse, Song Qingming's face suddenly showed a burst of joy, and with a move of magic power in his hand, he quickly took a silver bracelet next to the corpse into his hand. Although the silver ring was also covered with dust, Song Qingming just cast a spell and gently wiped it on it, and immediately a layer of faint spiritual light emerged, like a new magic weapon. Seeing that there were not many traces of erosion by time on the silver bracelet, it was obviously a high-level storage magic weapon made of special materials. Seeing this, Song Qingming was also surprised and smiled a little more. After searching around the corpse again, seeing that no other useful spiritual objects were found, Song Qingming returned to the original place with a slightly disappointed face, took out the silver bracelet he had just obtained, and began to cast a spell to erase the marks on it. Although he did not find anything else in the cave, it was beyond Song Qingming's expectation to get a storage artifact left by a Jinden stage cultivator. Even if most of the spiritual objects inside were damaged because of the passage of 1,000 years, he could still exchange a lot of spiritual stones for this silver ring storage artifact that had not changed for 1,000 years, which could at least offset the loss of spiritual objects Song Qingming had lost before. He did not expect that his rebirth after a catastrophe would bring him some good luck. He found a cave left by a senior Jinden cultivator, which was indeed something Song Qingming could never have imagined. This silver ring storage artifact was indeed of high quality. Song Qingming spent most of the day in the cave to completely erase the mark left by the senior cultivator on this storage artifact. When Song Qingming opened the magic weapon and probed his consciousness into it with great expectation, his already excited expression suddenly showed a bit of shock, which made him stand there in a daze for a moment before slowly recovering. Who is this person? How can he have such a fortune? In this silver ring storage magic weapon, there are many high-level spiritual objects piled up in a dazzling array, among which there are 4 or 5 third-level magic weapons of no less rank than the one Song Qingming has. There are countless high-level spiritual talismans, cultivation manuals, and many wooden boxes and porcelain bottles containing various high-level spiritual medicines, spiritual fruits, and elixirs, as well as spiritual stones of various ranks with colorful spiritual light, which add up to almost tens of thousands of pieces. Ask yourself, Song Qingming has been in the Jiandan stage for so many years, and his wealth is already quite good among many Jiandan cultivators, but compared with the spiritual objects in the storage magic weapon of the Jiandan cultivator in front of him, it is still a bit lacking. After Song Qingming poured out all the spiritual objects in the silver bracelet, he was about to clean them up when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a letter. After picking it up and opening it, he found that it was a suicide note left by this senior. After sitting in place and carefully reading the letter, Song Qingming finally understood the identity of this senior, why he did not sit and die here, and some secrets hidden in him. The owner of the remains was named Zhao Jibei. He was a top master who had reached the peak of the Golden Core stage. He was also the head of a sect called Xiangxuan sect in the East China Sea. The reason why Zhao Jibei came to the Xiangxuan Sea was because the Xiangxuan sect he belonged to had a deep connection with this place. Tens of thousands of years ago, the ancient sect called Xiangxuan sect ruled the entire Xiangxuan Sea. There were many monks in this sect, and there were several unyielding monks sitting in it. It was once the overlord of the East China Sea's Yuxin world. Later, for some unknown reason, this sect was attacked by many high-level monsters in the Liuan Sea. Although the monks of Xiangxuan sect tried their best to defend the sect, the enemy was outnumbered and the mountain gate was eventually breached by the monsters, and the entire island sank into the sea. Almost all the high-level monks of the entire Xiangxuan sect perished in the battle that destroyed the sect. Only a small number of monks escaped under the leadership of a Jiandan elder. These Xiangxuan sect monks who escaped from the Xiangxuan Sea changed their names and stayed away from the open sea because they were afraid of being found by some of the original enemies of the sect. They found an island near the sea and re-established a new sect, Xiangxuan sect. After tens of thousands of years of inheritance, the Xiangxuan sect has experienced ups and downs, but it has never been able to recover its former glory. At its peak, it was only a relatively powerful Jiandan sect, although the sect's Taoist lineage was destroyed. Some of the relics of the Xiangxuan sect were successfully passed on to each generation of the Xiangxuan sect leader. The stone chamber that Song Qingming accidentally broke into was not the cave opened by Zhao Jibei himself, but the entrance to a secret realm left by the Xiangxuan sect. This is a big secret that only the head of each generation of the Xiangxuan sect can know. It is related to the fate of the sect. It is also one of the most important reasons why the Xiangxuan sect, a small sect, can be passed down for tens of thousands of years. This secret realm was originally a separate space opened up by a great monk in the late Yuanying period of the Xiangxuan sect in ancient times. Many precious spiritual objects were cultivated in it. When the Xiangxuan sect was still there, this place was also a trial place for the sect. Later, the Xiangxuan sect was destroyed by monsters, but because this secret realm was not on the mountain gate, and the entrance was covered by a high-level formation by the monks of the Xiangxuan sect, it was not discovered by the monsters. After thousands of years, the Yuanying demon kings entrenched in the Xiangxuan Sea slowly left the Xiangxuan Sea, and human monks began to set foot here again. At that time, a leader of the Xiangxuan sect who learned of these secrets brought some monks to find this place, and brought out a lot of spiritual objects from the secret realm, thus revitalizing the declining sect. From then on, almost every 100 years or so, someone from the Xiangxuan sect would come here and enter this secret realm to find spiritual resources to revitalize the sect. Chapter 637, Unexpected Gains, Ice and Fire Dragon Advancement. However, over the past tens of thousands of years, although many cultivators of the Xiangxuan sect have cultivated to the peak of the Golden Core, no one has broken through to the nascent soul realm, and they have never been able to take back the Xiangxuan Sea from the monsters. It was not until more than 2,000 years ago that Zhao Jibei took over as the head of the Xiangxuan sect. He also came to the Xianyuan Sea twice and entered the secret realm to search for spiritual objects. Originally, with his talent, he had cultivated to the 9th level of the Golden Core before he was 300 years old, and there was a great hope of breaking through to the nascent soul realm. Unfortunately, it was not as expected. After Zhao Jibei came out of this secret realm for the second time, he was unfortunately besieged by several powerful monster kings on his way back to the sect. After a hard battle, he was seriously injured. After escaping here, he died here not long after. In addition, because the Xiangxuan sect has been covering up the secret of this secret realm for so many years, each generation of the head has passed it on by word of mouth, and few people in the sect know about it. After Zhao Jibei fell here, no other cultivators from the Xiangxuan sect had come to look for him for so many years. It was not until Song Qingming mistakenly entered this place to avoid a skywind beast tide that he found his skeleton. The reason why Zhao Jibei left this suicide note in his storage magic tool before his death was to make these things clear. In addition to hoping that someone would find this place in the future and bring his remains and relics back to the Xiangxuan sect, he also did not want the secret of this secret realm to be buried on him. After reading this suicide note, Song Qingming was also greatly shocked. He never dared to imagine that this inconspicuous stone chamber actually hid a secret realm opened up in an independent space. You know, a secret realm developed by an ancient cultivator is basically a foundation that only sects above the nascent soul can have. Xia Oyo sect has been established for thousands of years, and the only Taiyu-like secret realm in the territory cannot be owned alone, and needs to be shared with other surrounding sects. It can be seen that the preciousness of this secret realm, once known to outsiders, even those unyielding major sects in the world of immortal cultivation, will be very excited and come to compete for this place. It is no wonder that the successive heads of the Xiangxuan sect pay so much attention to protecting this secret. Compared with such a secret realm that can enhance the foundation of the Yuanying sect, the spiritual objects in Zhao Jibei's storage instruments are also very precious, but there is still a big gap between the two. According to the message on the suicide note, Song Qingming soon found a snow-white jade tablet from the many relics left by Zhao Jibei, as well as a bamboo slip that recorded the details of this secret realm. After a while, Song Qingming, who was holding the white jade tablet, cast a spell in his hand, and the jade tablet soon emitted a burst of spiritual light and flew into the air, and then automatically came to the middle of the stone chamber and began to frantically absorb the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After a long time, the white jade card, which had absorbed enough energy, began to spin rapidly in the air, slowly forming a huge spiritual vortex of more than 10 feet in radius. After carefully observing the spiritual vortex in front of him, Song Qingming cast a spell to test it before raising his hand and taking the white jade card back to his hand. Without the active traction of the jade card, the huge spiritual vortex that was constantly spinning in the air slowly stopped, and then quickly disappeared, and the spiritual energy surging in the cave gradually returned to normal. The barrier of this space channel is so strong that it is difficult for ordinary Yuanying cultivators to break through it. It's really a bit of a bad time. Song Qingming sighed lightly and put the jade card and bamboo slips in his hand directly into his storage artifact. According to the secret notes on Zhao Jibei's body, there are many precious high-level spiritual herbs and spiritual medicines in this secret space, and even the main medicine used to refine the foundation building pill can be found. However, this secret realm is the same as the Taiyu-like secret realm. You cannot enter it at any time. You need to wait until a specific time when the space barrier is weak before it can be opened. When the Xianyuan sect was still there was a spiritual object left by the late Yuanying elder of the sect to open the secret realm. It can be opened once every 30 years or so. But after the destruction of this ancient sect, the spiritual object was lost. Now the white jade tablet in Song Qingming's hand was copied by a later leader of the Xiangxuan sect based on some records left by his predecessors. Although this imitation spiritual object can barely open this secret realm, the actual effect is relatively much worse. It takes about 70 to 80 years to open it. Song Qingming just tried to enter the space barrier of the secret realm and found that it was much stronger than the record in the notes that the secret realm can be opened. It is estimated that it will take at least a few decades before he can try to reopen this secret realm. Knowing that there was a secret realm in front of him, but he couldn't enter it for the time being, Song Qingming was slightly disappointed, and couldn't help showing a bit of helplessness. Sure enough, his luck was still a little worse. However, although he couldn't enter the secret realm smoothly now, He now knew the secret and got the key to open the secret realm. As long as he waited patiently for a few decades, he would definitely have a chance to enter in the future. Thinking of this, Song Qingming's mood slowly calmed down, put away the disappointment on his face, and turned his attention back to the many precious spiritual objects left by Zhao Jibei in front of him. Regardless of whether there will be a chance to enter the secret realm to search for treasures in the future, at least this senior in front of him still left a lot of good things for himself. After spending another half an hour carefully sorting out the many spiritual objects on the ground, Song Qingming slowly picked out those spiritual objects that were useful to him. The most eye-catching thing is the colorful spiritual stones. After Song Qingming counted them, he got a total of 3 high-grade spiritual stones, 125 medium-grade spiritual stones, and more than 10,000 scattered low-grade spiritual stones, with a total value of nearly 60,000 yuan. Seeing the various spiritual stones piled up like a mountain in front of him, flashing with bursts of colorful spiritual light, Song Qingming was in a very good mood. No matter whether it was a Qi refining cultivator or a giant cultivator, no one would have too many spiritual stones. After putting away these spiritual stones, Song Qingming found 5 magic weapons above level 3 in Zhao Jibei's storage magic tools. Except for one that was so badly damaged that it could not be used, the other 4 were still intact. The best quality among them was a jade ruler magic weapon, white dragon ruler with a white dragon engraved on it, and a pair of palm-sized golden rings golden Yaobao halo. These 2 magic weapons, one for attack and one for defense, are both of excellent quality and powerful 3rd-level top-grade magic weapons. When Song Qingming held these 2 magic weapons, he couldn't let them go, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. The remaining 2 magic weapons are a 3rd-level middle-grade flying sword of similar quality to Song Qingming's Mobe sword, and a 3rd-level low-grade round shield magic weapon. Although the quality of these 2 magic weapons is not bad, they can attract some giant monks to fight for them in the market outside, but they are relatively ordinary compared to the above 2 magic weapons. In addition to these 4 3rd-level magic weapons of good quality, Song Qingming also found a lot of 2nd-level magic tools from these spiritual objects. However, because the materials used to refine these magic tools are not as good as magic weapons, most of them have been rusted and cannot be used after being placed in Zhao Jibei's storage bag for so many years. Song Qingming carefully searched for a while, and finally found only 2 or 3 pieces of good quality that could be used, and put them away. After putting these useful instruments and magic treasures aside, Song Qingming picked out the spiritual talismans that were emitting spiritual light. Compared with instruments, as long as the spiritual energy of the talismans was sealed during the refining process, they could generally be preserved for a long time and would not be easily damaged. It was just a pity that although Song Qingming found quite a few talismans on Zhao Jibei, they were basically low-level talismans. There were only 2 high-level talismans above level 3, and they were all low-quality level 3 talismans. This also made Song Qingming, who was originally looking forward to this kind of spiritual objects, slightly disappointed. It is not known whether it was because Zhao Jibei used up all the other high-level talismans on his body in the battle when he was attacked by the Demon King in the end, or whether he forgot to bring them when he went out. In addition to these spiritual objects, Song Qingming also found a giant and period practice method from the spiritual objects left by Zhao Jibei, as well as some low-level practices and some classics related to talisman making that are more common on the market. Song Qingming searched for the remaining bottles, jars and wooden boxes filled with various spiritual medicines, spiritual herbs and elixirs for a while, and as expected, a bitter smile slowly appeared on his face. Although these spiritual objects were sealed and preserved, the contents had long been damaged over time and could not even be identified in their original form. However, these were actually all within Song Qingming's expectations at the beginning. After all, it has been 2,000 years since Zhao Jibei's death. Even spiritual medicines above level 4 can hardly be preserved for such a long time, not to mention other low-level spiritual objects. Looking at the various spiritual herbs and spiritual medicines in the wooden box that had turned into black powder, Song Qingming's face also showed a trace of regret. Many of these spiritual medicines should have been brought out by Zhao Jibei from the secret realm, but unfortunately they are no longer recognizable, and Song Qingming doesn't know what good things he brought out from there. From Zhao Jibei's storage magic tools, he got nearly 60,000 spiritual stones and 4 third-level magic weapons of good quality. If we count other spiritual objects of lower value, the total amount is almost 100,000 spiritual stones. This is the biggest harvest for Song Qingming after so many years of cultivation, except for the trip to the Tower of Babel decades ago. When Song Qingming entered the Tower of Babel, he was able to harvest so many spiritual objects. In addition to the help of the fire phoenix, he also went through many difficulties and dangers and fought with the devil cultivators for life and death several times before he finally gained something. This time, Song Qingming was able to get these spiritual objects from Zhao Jibei mainly because he found this place by chance when he was avoiding disaster. Except for spending some effort to seal the Golden Sun 5 Thunder formation at the door, he basically did not encounter any major dangers. Compared with the dangerous trip to the Tower of Babel, Song Qingming was extremely relaxed this time. This also made Song Qingming secretly feel fortunate for his good luck at this moment. Break the chapter. After putting away all the useful spiritual objects he had picked out, Song Qingming found a cloth bag, wrapped up Zhao Jibei's skeleton on the ground, carefully put it into the storage magic tool, and then turned around and walked out of the stone chamber. In order to cover up this stone chamber and prevent other outsiders from discovering the secrets here, Song Qingming was not in a hurry to leave this underground cave. First, he dismantled the Golden Sun 5 Thunder formation that guarded the stone chamber outside, and patiently spent a lot of time to repair its original power before rearranging it in its original place. Then, at the entrance of the stone cave outside, he rearranged a second-level top-grade concealment magic formation to completely cover up the stone cave, and then he was relieved. Although the stone cave had long been an empty and deserted cave after Song Qingming's treatment. But in order to prevent someone from mistakenly entering this place like himself, and attracting other high-level monks to discover the secrets of the secret realm in the stone chamber, Song Qingming patiently arranged several protective measures outside before leaving. Fortunately, this stone chamber is located in the underground cave under the entire island, which is relatively secretive. Otherwise, no one would have found it for 2,000 years. In addition, Song Qingming repaired the Golden Sun 5 Thunder formation at the door. Except for those strong men above the late Jinden stage, even if ordinary cultivators can find this place, they will not be able to enter it alive. After doing these things, Song Qingming has been under this cave for nearly a month. After seeing that there was nothing wrong, he left this place directly. According to the instructions of the secret notes left by Zhao Jibei, Song Qingming did not spend much effort to find a small pool filled with seawater in these interconnected caves. Song Qingming jumped directly into the pool, cast a spell to use a water avoidance tactic, and then fled forward along a passage deep in the bottom of the pool. After walking down for about 20 to 30 feet, Song Qingming's eyes lit up and he felt as if he had escaped into the deep sea. He quickly floated to the surface of the water. After feeling the long-lost sunshine, Song Qingming glanced around and found that he had come to the other side of the island. He couldn't help but sigh to himself. The entrance to the cave below has been hidden in the deep sea and has been covered by the seawater all year round. No wonder it is difficult for outsiders to find it. After feeling around and not finding any powerful monsters, Song Qingming immediately left the sea and flew to a huge rock on the shore of the island, not far away. After taking a closer look at the deserted island where he was, Song Qingming recalled some of the things he encountered when he came here, which still seemed like a dream. From coming out confidently to hunt monsters, to encountering the Sky Wind Beast and escaping for their lives, to mistakenly entering the cave and finding an opportunity left by the senior Jinden cultivator. In just over 2 months, Song Qingming experienced ups and downs and twists and turns, which made him still feel a little unreal in his heart. After standing there for a long time, Song Qingming slowly raised his right hand, cast a spell to release the phantom boat on his body, and then jumped on the flying boat and turned into a white light and disappeared on the spot. After leaving this deserted island, Song Qingming did not want to look for other traces of his companions. The flying boat went straight west and sped towards the offshore direction. After separating from Li Xiannian and others that day, everyone agreed to return to Lingyuan Island and reunite. Although Song Qingming did not know whether they had escaped the attack of the Sky Wind Beast like himself, it has been more than a month now. If they are still alive, they should have returned long ago. More than half a month later, at the port of Lingyuan Island, a white light suddenly flew quickly from the horizon and landed on a reef next to the port. Standing at the place where he set off a few months ago, Song Qingming glanced at the familiar Lingyuan Island, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a smile slowly emerged. On the way back from Xianyuan Sea, except for encountering a demon king in the middle stage of Jinden halfway, which Song Qingming quickly got rid of, He did not encounter too many demon beasts to stop him, and he returned to the relatively safe territory of the human race without any danger. Song Qingming, who had been running all the way, was a little tired at this moment. After entering the city, he went directly back to the cave he rented. Just as he walked not far in front of the cave, a very handsome figure ran towards him quickly. "Senior, you are finally back, this is really great." Seeing Luo Li coming towards him with excitement, Song Qingming rarely smiled at her and asked softly, "No one has come to me recently." Before leaving the cave to go out with Li Xiannian and others to hunt demons, Song Qingming left the ice and fire dragon in the cave because it had not yet been advanced. In order to prevent someone from forcibly breaking into his cave when he was away, Song Qingming spent some spirit stones and asked Luo Li to take care of the cave before he came back. Ask her to come here every day to patrol, and if she finds someone touching the restrictions outside her cave, she should immediately notify the monks who are responsible for managing the rented cave on Lingyuan Island at the foot of the mountain. For Luo Li, who makes a living on Lingyuan Island all day, just coming here every day to help look after Song Qingming's cave can get a reward of dozens of spirit stones. This is a rare good thing that falls from the sky. He agreed without thinking. After hearing Song Qingming's inquiry, Luo Li hurriedly replied, "Senior. A month ago, a senior came here to look for you several times, and left me an address, asking me to notify him as soon as I saw you back, as if there was something urgent to find you. Apart from him, no one else has come here." "Oh? What does this person look like? Tell me first," Song Qingming asked with a hint of curiosity. "That senior is about the same height as you, and looks a little cold." After Luo Li slowly described the general appearance of the senior who was anxious to find him, Song Qingming's face slowly showed a trace of relief. The person who came here to look for him several times was none other than Li Xiannian, who went out with him to hunt monsters. Hearing from Luo Li that Li Xiannian had already returned to Lingyuan Island safely, Song Qingming was somewhat happy for him. He took out 10 spirit stones and gave them to Luo Li, asking her to help him send a letter to Li Xiannian to report his safety. Seeing the spirit stones in Song Qingming's hand, Luo Li waved his hand and declined, saying, "I'm just going to help report the news. Senior, you don't have to give me so many spirit stones. You have already given me so many spirit stones before. If I take your spirit stones again, Luo Li would be too greedy. Senior, don't worry, I will help you send the letter right away. If you have any instructions, just contact me. I will take the initiative to tell you about the matters that require spirit stones." Seeing the serious look on the little girl's face, Song Qingming did not insist anymore. After putting away the spiritual stone in his hand, he watched her leave here quickly with a happy face. Knowing how to choose and give up, knowing when to advance and retreat, this character is really similar to me. After standing there and laughing to himself, Song Qingming turned around and came to the front of his cave. After carefully checking the several restrictions he had set at the entrance of the cave, and finding that no one had touched it, Song Qingming opened the restrictions and walked into the cave with confidence. As soon as he entered the door, a blue figure flew towards him in the air. Seeing this, Song Qingming also immediately released a golden shield in front of him, and bounced back the blue figure that suddenly attacked him. But the next moment, when Song Qingming saw clearly what the thing that just wanted to attack him was, a trace of guilt suddenly appeared on his face. "Why is it you? Hey! Look at this aura, you have successfully broken through the realm." Seeing the ice and fire dragon in front of him, whose body had grown several times larger and whose aura had changed greatly, Song Qingming was suddenly surprised, and a hint of surprise slowly emerged on his face. The ice and fire dragon that was bounced to the side looked at Song Qingming, a little aggrieved, but still slowly crawled towards him and landed on Song Qingming's shoulder. "After a few months of being away, I didn't expect that the ice and fire dragon had successfully advanced to the foundation building realm," which really gave Song Qingming a big surprise. After spending a lot of energy and consuming so many resources and spiritual objects for so many years, Song Qingming was very pleased to finally see some results. Ice and fire dragon is a monster with a strong bloodline. Once it grows up, its strength will definitely be a few points stronger than that of ordinary monsters. As long as Song Qingming is willing to spend more time cultivating it in the future, it will be able to advance to the Golden Core realm sooner or later. The ice and fire dragon had been pent up in the cave for a long time. When it saw its master Song Qingming coming back, it immediately clung to him and refused to come down. It was not until Song Qingming took out a blood-red first-level spiritual fruit from the storage bag and threw it to it that it returned to the spiritual beast bag with a satisfied look on its face. Chapter 638 Leaving Lingyuan Island, Luo Li's determination. One day later, in the largest restaurant in Lingyuan Island Market. As soon as Song Qingming entered the door, a mortal waiter immediately came to greet him. After learning that he had an appointment, the waiter immediately invited him to a private room on the second floor with a warm face. Fellow Taoist Song. You are finally here. It's great to see that you are okay. Seeing Li Xiannian and Fairy Longyao bowing to him with joy, Song Qingming hurriedly bowed in return and explained, Song was unfortunately chased by the Demon King that day, and he escaped with his life at the risk of his life. Later, because of the serious injuries, he really didn't dare to cross the open sea alone, so he stayed on a deserted island for more than a month of recuperation. Yesterday, he returned to Lingyuan Island, which made the two fellow Taoists worried for a long time. I am really ashamed, haha. I am glad that fellow Taoist Song can return safely. We have encountered a disaster but survived it, so we can be regarded as close friends of life and death. Fellow Taoist Song, please do not be so polite in front of us in the future. Fellow Taoist Song invited you here today. In addition to confirming that you are okay, I also want to take this opportunity to calm you down. Please sit down first and we can eat and chat. Seeing Fairy Longyao came forward to invite him, Song Qingming did not hesitate and immediately sat in front of the two. The reason why Song Qingming came here was because yesterday he asked Luo Li to send a letter to Li Xiannian to report that he was safe. When the girl came back from him, she brought Song Qingming the news that Li Xiannian wanted to host a banquet here. When Song Qingming received the news, he did not think much about it and immediately agreed. In fact, he also wanted to know how everyone else escaped after encountering the Sky Wind Beast tide that day except for himself. After chatting with Li Xiannian in the private room for a while, Song Qingming soon learned about the current situation of the others from Fairy Longyao. After encountering the Sky Wind Beast tide that day, everyone scattered and fled for their lives. The first one to return to Lingyuan Island was the oldest among the crowd, Immortal Liuyan. Song Qingming did not expect that Immortal Liuyan, who had always performed mediocrely in front of everyone, would escape unscathed and be the first to escape after separating from everyone that day. It can be seen that this old Taoist still has some skills. The second to return here were Li Xiannian and Fairy Longyao. There was a special secret method between the two of them to connect with each other. After escaping the danger separately, they returned to Lingyuan Island together. Song Qingming was not too surprised that Li Xiannian and the other two could escape the pursuit of the monster beast. After all, they were both late giant and cultivators with higher cultivation, and their magical powers and magic weapons were definitely not comparable to the remaining few people. In addition to the three of them returning safely, the remaining two people were not so lucky. Wang Lingyuan, the scholar with the lowest cultivation, has not appeared on Lingyuan Island yet. In addition, Song Qingming and his companions had seen him being chased by several demon kings that day, so he was probably in danger. Luo Yulong did run back later, but in order to escape the pursuit of the demon beasts. He also fought several bloody battles and was seriously injured before he was able to save his life. After returning, he immediately closed himself off to heal his wounds. If Song Qingming had not been lucky that day and had been hidden in the underground cave of the deserted island, he would probably have found it difficult to escape unscathed. Naturally, he also had a deep understanding of this. This time, the 6 people in the group were usually high-ranking and accomplished giant and cultivators in front of others. As a result, they ended up like this, which really made Song Qingming see the dangers of the open sea. After Song Qingming was in danger that day, he had not returned for more than a month. Li Xiannian and Fairy Longyao actually felt that Song Qingming was probably in danger. Yesterday, they learned from Luo Li that Song Qingming had returned safely. They were very surprised, so they hurriedly asked Song Qingming out of curiosity. After the three chatted in the private room for a while, Fairy Longyao took out a bag of spirit stones and handed it to Song Qingming, saying that it was obtained from the sale of the monster materials they had obtained before. Song Qingming opened it and found that there were 80 pieces of medium-grade spirit stones neatly placed inside. He immediately nodded with satisfaction and thanked the other party, and put the spirit stones into his storage magic tool. My two fellow Taoists, I will stay on Lingyuan Island for a while. If you organize monks to go out to hunt monsters in the open sea, remember to take me with you, of course, fellow Taoist Song, and we have a friendship of sharing will and woe. So this is naturally trustworthy. Hearing what Song Qingming said, Fairy Longyu's face immediately showed a trace of surprise, and nodded politely in response. After all, Song Qingming had just come to the outer sea. He had already seen such a powerful natural disaster as the Sky Wind Beast Tide during his first monster hunting. He actually took the initiative to propose to go to the outer sea with them so quickly. Longyu and Li Xiannian really looked up to him. However, the reason why Song Qingming was so anxious was because he knew that he didn't have much time to stay here to train. Now it has been almost 3 years since Wang Xian closed her doors to attack the Golden Core Realm. At most, in about a year, she should be able to successfully form a pill. Song Qingming must return to Skydan City in advance to welcome her out of seclusion. I came to Lingyuan Island just to train myself in the outer sea. I can't retreat at the slightest difficulty. After all, the probability of encountering a natural disaster like the Sky Wind Beast Tide is extremely small, and it is impossible for me to encounter it every time I go out. If I am really so unlucky, even if Song Qingming hides in the near sea every day, he may still encounter other disasters when he goes out. After practicing Taoism for so many years, Song Qingming knew that if he wanted to have a smoother path, he could not just sit at home and practice hard. He also needed to go out and experience it occasionally, so that he could have more personal insights and practice. After chatting with Li Xiannian and the others in the private room for a few more words, Song Qingming got up and said goodbye and left, returning to his cave. More than half a month later, Song Qingming, who was practicing in the cave, soon received a letter from Fairy Longyuan inviting him to go out to sea, and embarked on a journey to the open sea with him. In this way, Song Qingming lived on Lingyuan Island for more than a year. During this period, Song Qingming also followed Li Xiannian and the others to the open sea to hunt monsters many times. Although he also experienced many dangerous things, fortunately, he never encountered such a powerful natural disaster as the Sky Wind Beast Tide. Through the contact for nearly 2 years, the relationship between Song Qingming and Li Xiannian and Fairy Longyuan has become closer, and he has a better understanding of them. Compared to Li Xiannian's background as a casual cultivator, Fairy Longyuan's identity is much more respected. Song Qingming only knew the real origin of this woman when they chatted after getting familiar with the two. Fairy Longyuan's master is a well-known Yuanying casual cultivator in the East China Seaxin world. When Li Xiannian had not yet formed a pill, he had received some favors and guidance from this person. Although he did not formally become his disciple, he was actually half of his nominal master. After Li Xiannian formed a pill, he left Uiguo not long after, and went to the East China Seaxin world to find Fairy Longyuan's master. The reason why the two of them came to Lingyuan Island to hunt monsters was because Fairy Longyuan's master gave her a test of going out for training, and Li Xiannian took the initiative to follow her because he was worried about her being alone. On this day, hearing that Song Qingming was leaving Lingyuan Island and preparing to return to the floating cloud mountains, Li Xiannian, Fairy Longyuan, and several familiar giant and cultivators on the island also rushed to his cave to say goodbye to him. After talking with everyone for a while, Song Qingming waited until they all left on their own initiative. He returned to the cave to pack up his things, then went down the mountain to the market and directly returned the cave he rented. When Song Qingming walked through the streets of the market alone and came to the port to leave Lingyuan Island, a beautiful woman in yellow suddenly followed him not far behind. After Song Qingming sent out his spiritual sense to investigate, he found that the one who had been following him was Luo Li, who had often helped him to inquire about information and run errands in the past 2 years, so he smiled and turned to look at her. Yesterday I sent you a message and asked you to come to my place to get something. Why are you here now? Luo Li stood there, hesitated for a while, and then took the initiative to walk up to Song Qingming and bowed. Senior, I know you will definitely not come back this time. I want to leave here with you to practice in other places. Can you take me with you? Hearing the words of this little girl, Song Qingming immediately understood what she wanted to express, and couldn't help but sigh slightly. The place I'm going to is very far, it's not suitable to take you with me. After gently shaking his head to reject Luo Li, Song Qingming took out a storage bag that he had prepared long ago, and continued to speak to her. There are some elixirs and spirit stones in it. Although they are not valuable, it should not be difficult to help you cultivate to the late stage of Qi refining. At that time, you can go out to sea with others to hunt monsters. And you will have some opportunities to build your foundation in the future. Song Qingming had planned to give these things to her yesterday, But because she did not go to him after receiving his message, she had been left with Song Qingming, a fragment. After staying on this island for such a long time, Song Qingming has also dealt with this little girl for 2 years. Naturally, Song Qingming has some understanding of her personal situation. Luo Li is not actually a cultivator from Lingyuan Island. She also came here with her parents more than 10 years ago. More than 10 years ago, Luo Li's father, who is a casual cultivator, brought the young Luo Li and her mother to Lingyuan Island to settle down in order to go out to sea to hunt monsters. After Luo Li was diagnosed with spiritual roots when she was 12 years old, her father joined a nearby Immortal cultivation sect to raise resources for her. He chose to venture with others to explore the cave of a senior cultivator, but he never came back. After his father disappeared, Luo Li's mortal mother died of a serious illness a few years later, leaving her alone on Lingyuan Island. Although the successive departure of her parents left the young Luo Li without support, fortunately, this girl was smart and soon learned some skills to make a living from the casual cultivators who had the same hardship on the island. Although she lived a little tight in these years, she barely survived in this difficult environment. Especially after meeting Song Qingming, a stable big customer, in the past 2 years, Luo Li, who earned a lot of spiritual stones from him, has improved his cultivation very quickly in the past 2 years, and has recently broken through to the 5th level of Qi Refining. Looking at the storage bag in Song Qingming's hand, Luo Li thought for a moment, shook his head firmly, and bowed to Song Qingming again. Senior, you have given me a lot of spiritual stones in the past few years. How dare Luo Li Wugang accept these things? I don't want to rely on the help of others. I want to practice step by step through my own efforts. Senior, you have such a high level of cultivation, you must know some cultivators from other sects. I want to ask you to take me away from here and introduce me to a better sect. You just need to take me there. I will find a way to do other things myself. I will never cause you too much trouble. You still want to join a sect? After hearing Luo Li's request, Song Qingming's face showed a little understanding. These years, it is not the first time that he has heard from this girl that she wants to join a sect, but the tone she set in the past was not as firm as today. When Luo Li's father learned that his child had spiritual roots, he wanted her to join a big sect, but he died unexpectedly and failed to fulfill this wish. This also made her mother obsessed with this matter before she died. She didn't want her daughter to be a helpless casual cultivator all her life, and told her to find her way to join a sect in the future. However, although Luo Li's spiritual root aptitude is not too bad, and he is a 3 spiritual root cultivator, because he is an outsider and has no elders to help him, he has failed to join the nearby big sects several times. Seeing Song Qingming, the giant and senior, leave this time, it seems that this girl has made up her mind to go out and see the world. And she doesn't want to stay on Lingyuan Island to continue the life of a casual cultivator. Seeing Luo Li nodded again with a firm face, Song Qingming thought for a moment, and then asked quietly with a calm face, have you really decided to leave here and never come back? Don't worry, senior, Luo Li will never regret his choice. As soon as Song Qingming finished speaking, Luo Li spit out the answer he had already thought of without hesitation. Seeing this, Song Qingming smiled and nodded, saying, I can take you away from here, but I don't know many sects in the East China Sea, so I can't guarantee that I can help you. I'll wait for you here for an instant of time. If you really want to go with me, then go back and pack your things and come here. If you haven't decided yet, you can still think about it now. Don't think about it, senior. I've already packed my things. After Luo Li finished speaking, he pointed to a red storage bag hanging on his waist, then ran to Song Qingming with a happy face and stood beside him very obediently. Seeing that she had already prepared to leave with him, Song Qingming didn't say anything more. He waved his hand and released a phantom boat on his body, and then jumped on it with her. After practicing Taoism for so many years, even though he had become a giant and cultivator, Song Qingming rarely chose to take the initiative to intervene in other people's affairs when he was walking outside. The reason why he was willing to take the initiative to help this little girl this time, in addition to the fate of knowing Luo Li for the past 2 years, the most important reason was that Song Qingming saw some of the qualities he liked in her. Although in order to survive, Luo Li was no different from other casual cultivators on Lingyuan Island, racking his brains every day to earn more spiritual stones. However, this girl always firmly adhered to her bottom line in dealing with people and never greedily took advantage of others. Even if Song Qingming occasionally asked her to do something and wanted to give her more spiritual stones, she would often refuse. Among the mixed casual cultivators on Lingyuan Island, she can always abide by these good qualities. For a 20-year-old girl like her who lives alone and is forced to survive, it is indeed not easy. Since Song Qingming entered the Tao, his style of doing things has been the same. He often reminds himself that when dealing with people, he must know how to advance and retreat, and not be too greedy. More than half a month later, on a small island with a radius of only 20 to 30 miles near the sea, Song Qingming sat in a tea house on the west side of the island called Cultivation Island, sipping tea while listening to several mortal storytellers below, who were telling stories about the newcomers on the island fighting monsters to save everyone. After a while, a very young woman suddenly walked into the door of the tea house and came to Song Qingming quickly. Seeing Luoli's figure, Song Qingming turned around and smiled and nodded slightly at her, and then put some silver used by mortals on the table, and then got up and walked out of the tea house with her. Have you seen them? When they came to a slightly secluded place on the street, Song Qingming turned around and asked Luoli who was standing beside him. Luoli nodded slightly and replied, well, I took the thing given by the senior to show it to the people of Xiangsuan sect. And they recognized it on the spot. It should be the sect. Well, then come with me to take a look. After Song Qingming finished speaking, he took Luoli and walked to the high mountain in the middle of the island. After leaving Lingyuan Island, Song Qingming did not rush back to Xiandan City, but first came to the vicinity of Xiangsuan sect near the sea, intending to fulfill Zhao Jibei's last wish and send his remains back to his sect. Because he was not very clear about the current situation of Xiangsuan sect, Song Qingming did not want to have too much to do with him. He originally wanted to find a suitable place to secretly bury Zhao Jibei's bones near the sect and leave. As a result, after Song Qingming found the island where Xiangsuan sect was originally located according to Zhao Jibei's last words, he found that this sect had declined 1,000 years ago, and even the original Mountain Gate Spirit Vein had now been occupied by other giant insects. After careful inquiry, Song Qingming learned that Xiangsuan sect had long been reduced to a weak foundation-building sect and moved to the nearby Beisha Island with only one second-level medium-grade spirit vein. Seeing that the Xiangsuan sect had now fallen to this point, with not only few giant and cultivators but even few foundation-building cultivators left in the sect, Song Qingming no longer had too many concerns and brought Luoli directly to this sect. Hearing that someone had brought back the relics of the sect's predecessors, the two remaining foundation-building elders of the Xiangsuan sect were soon alarmed. After seeing the several relics related to the sect left by Zhao Jibei in Song Qingming's hands, the head of the sect, Chen Jianghe, hurriedly and respectfully invited him to the sect. After asking in person, Song Qingming quickly confirmed that the declining small sect in front of him was indeed the Xiangsuan sect he was looking for. When Zhao Jibei was still there, the Xiangsuan sect was still the overlord of the sea area. In addition to Zhao Jibei, the head of the sect who was at the peak of the Jiandan level, there were two other Jiandan elders with considerable strength, and there were thousands of disciples under the sect. As a result, after Zhao Jibei's sudden death in the open sea, the two Jiandan elders in the sect started an internal fight to compete for the position of the head, which seriously damaged the vitality of the Xiangsuan sect. In addition to the loss of the secret realm in the open sea, the entire sect quickly began to decline. Just a few hundred years later, the Xiangsuan sect lost its last Jiandan cultivator and was forcibly taken away from Lingshan by other Jiandan sects. During this period, it wandered in the nearby sea for nearly 1,000 years before finally settling on the Beisha Island. Today, there are only two foundation-building cultivators left in the Xiangsuan sect, and there are only more than 100 disciples, which can only barely maintain the dignity of a foundation-building sect. After confirming that the two people in front of him were the descendants of the Xiangsuan sect he was looking for, Song Qingming took out the remains of Zhao Jibei and some of the relics in his storage magic tools and handed them to the two Xiangsuan sect foundation-building elders in front of him. In addition to the martial arts books that Song Qingming had already recorded separately, Song Qingming also took out a few second-level magic tools and talismans and handed them to the two of them. These things are of no use to Song Qingming now, but for the Xiangsuan sect, a declining foundation-building sect in front of him, they can still help them more or less. Since I have received the favor from the senior, it is only natural for me to help him when I am here. I found the remains of Senior Zhao in the open sea. Although I found more than these things on him at that time, most of them are useless. You keep these things. I have also fulfilled Senior Zhao's last wish, Senior Song. You have sent back the remains and relics of the headmaster from thousands of miles away. You are really a great benefactor of our sect. Please accept our greetings first." After seeing the many spiritual objects that Song Qingming took out, Chen Jianghe, the head of the Xiangxun sect, hurriedly stood up and saluted him with another foundation building elder. Chapter 639, Visiting Xiangxun sect, Xian conquers the pill. Although they knew in their hearts that Zhao Jibei, as the head of the Xiangxun sect and a high-level giant and peak cultivator, might have more than just the spiritual objects Song Qingming brought out. However, it was already very rare for a giant and cultivator to travel thousands of miles to send back the remains of the predecessor's head, not to mention that Song Qingming also gave them so many precious spiritual objects. If it were another cultivator who encountered such an opportunity, they would probably just dig a pit on the spot to bury Zhao Jibei's bones. How could they be as thoughtful as Song Qingming and spend so much energy to bring it back to the Xiangxun sect for burial? Moreover, the current Xiangxun sect has long been a declining small sect in the world of immortal cultivation. It simply does not have enough ability to protect those precious high-level spiritual objects. If it is not careful, it will lead to the disaster of extermination. Even if Song Qingming is willing to return 1 or 2 third-level magic weapons to them, Chen Jianghe and the others may not really dare to take them now. Seeing that the two of them did not ask any more questions about Zhao Jibei's relics and were reasonable people, Song Qingming smiled and waved his hand and said, "For me, this is just a piece of cake, so you don't have to be so polite, Senior Song. We want to hold a funeral for Patriarch Zhao in a few days. I wonder if you can stay in our sect for a few days, so that we can have the opportunity to show our hospitality and thank you for your kindness to the sect. I can meet Master Zhao in the open sea, which is a fate with your sect in this case. I will stay for a few days and send Master Zhao off." Facing Chen Jianghe's enthusiastic invitation, Song Qingming thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Since he had already sent Zhao Jibei's remains back, Song Qingming didn't need these few days. After seeing him buried, Song Qingming would have successfully completed this matter and he would feel more at ease. It should be at least a few months before Wang Xian comes out of retreat, and Song Qingming is not in a hurry to return to Yong'an City. Seeing Song Qingming agreed, Chen Jianghe immediately smiled and quickly arranged accommodation for Song Qingming and the others, and sent them many special spiritual fruits and spiritual teas from the sect. Luo Li was also very happy to learn that she would stay in Bianzhuan sect for a few days. She had never been far away before, and it was her first time to come to another sect. She was very curious for a while. Accompanied by several Bianzhuan sect monks specially arranged by Chen Jianghe, she played around on Beisha Island all day. After Song Qingming and the others lived on the island for 5 days, Tianzhuan sect finally prepared Zhao Jibei's funeral. Although Zhao Jibei was just a former head of 1,000 years ago, Chen Jianghe and his men still attached great importance to his funeral this time. Not only did they use the highest standards of the sect, but they also invited many nearby foundation building forces to come. As a distinguished guest of the Xiangxun sect, Song Qingming also participated in the funeral. Chen Jianghe also brought several foundation building monks who had a good relationship with the Xiangxun sect to come and say hello to him. Knowing that the other party wanted to take this opportunity to show the good relationship between him, a giant and monk, and them in front of the surrounding monks, Song Qingming did not mind too much, and still cooperated with Chen Jianghe's performance with a calm face. After all, he had never told them about his origins from beginning to end, and he did not often walk in the East China Sea's Yuxin world. It was nothing more than borrowing the name of a giant and monk to Chen Jianghe and others to use, so that other foundation building forces around him would look up to them. After seeing that Zhao Jibei's remains were buried, Song Qingming, who was relieved, prepared to leave the Xiangxun sect the next day. However, what he did not expect was that after Luo Li had contact with the monks of the Xiangxun sect these days, he actually had the idea of joining this small sect and staying on Beisha Island to practice. Song Qingming originally planned to send Luo Li to Wunhu Island to see if he could get her to join the 100 Flowers Palace, through He Mengxin's relationship. Now, although Song Qingming was a little surprised to hear that this little girl wanted to join the Xiangxun sect, he still respected her idea and took her to find Chen Jianghe to make it clear. Upon learning that Luo Li wanted to join the Xiangxun sect, Chen Jianghe, as the head of the sect, was also very excited. He immediately agreed and accepted Luo Li as his personal disciple on the spot, fearing that Song Qingming and the others would regret it. Song Qingming didn't feel bad about Luo Li's choice. Although this little girl's cultivation talent is not bad, it is not very good. Even if she can successfully join the 100 Flowers Palace, I am afraid she will not have the opportunity to be trained by the sect staying in a small foundation-building sect like the Xiangxuan sect. Although the prospects for the path will not seem as good as those of a large sect, it can also reduce the internal struggles of some large sects, which is not a bad thing for her. Besides, the path of cultivation mainly depends on chance. How far Luo Li can go in the future is not something that can be determined by today's decision. It still depends on her personal luck in the future. Before coming to the door, Song Qingming had already inquired around. Although the Xiangxuan sect is a small sect that has been declining, it still has a good reputation in the nearby sea area. Chen Jianghe has already accepted Luo Li as his personal disciple, and with his own relationship, he will never treat her badly. As long as Luo Li can work hard to cultivate, she will definitely have the opportunity to build a foundation in the future. After helping Luo Li stay in the Xiangxuan sect, Song Qingming left her some spiritual objects and left Beisha Island alone on a flying boat. Because there was no need to send Luo Li to Wanhu Island, Song Qingming turned around and rushed to Xiandan City, and finally arrived there more than 10 days later. At this time, it had been nearly 4 years since Wang Xian retreated to the Jiandan realm. As soon as he entered the city, Song Qingming went straight to the Yondan Pavilion and wanted to find Yi Kewen to inquire about the specific situation of Wang Xian's retreat. Seeing Song Qingming coming, Yi Kewen, who happened to be on duty at the Yondan Pavilion, immediately invited him aside and told him what happened after Wang Xian's retreat in recent years. After learning that Wang Xian had not yet come out of retreat, Song Qingming slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Generally, if a cultivator fails to form a pill, he will come out of retreat in about 3 or 4 years, and if he succeeds, it will take about 5 years. Now it is just at the 4th year. As long as Wang Xian has not come out of retreat after failing to form a pill, it also indirectly proves that her chance of success this time will be much higher than before. Seeing that Wang Xian would not end her retreat so soon, Song Qingming rented a cave in Yondan City and patiently stayed in the city to wait. More than half a year passed in a flash. One day, in a cave on the back mountain of Yondan City, holding a high-level rune pen bought in Yondan City not long ago, Song Qingming stood in front of a stone table with a focused look, patiently dancing the rune pen in his hand. After a long while, Song Qingming, who had already had beads of sweat on his forehead, finally completed the last rune. After casting a spell to seal the spiritual power above the talisman, he carefully picked it up. Seeing that the 3rd level low-grade talisman in his hand was shining brightly and there was no major quality problem, Song Qingming's face suddenly showed a trace of joy. He took out an identical talisman from his body and compared them carefully. During the 6 months of waiting for Wang Xian to form a pill, Song Qingming went to the market below when he had nothing to do. After buying a lot of high-level talisman-making materials, he began to try to improve his talisman-making skills. Hard work pays off. After Song Qingming's years of hard practice, he has invested a lot of spirit stones and many high-level talisman-making materials. Now he has finally increased his success rate of making 3rd-level low-grade spirit talismans to about 30%, becoming a qualified 3rd-level talisman-making master. The reason why Song Qingming can buy so many high-level talisman-making materials is also due to the high-level materials in Yondan City, which are indeed much richer than other places Song Qingming has been to. In addition, Song Qingming has the relationship with Yondan Pavilion to help him inquire, so he bought a lot of high-level talisman-making materials without much effort, which made his talisman-making skills improve so smoothly. Now, in addition to being a 3rd-level formation master, Song Qingming has successfully improved his talisman-making skills to the 3rd level. In terms of immortal cultivation skills, he is still a long way ahead of many cultivators. After seeing that there was nothing wrong with the talisman in his hand, Song Qingming patiently collected it and planned to take it to Yondan Pavilion together with several 3rd-level spirit talismans he had made before, and put them in their store for them to help him sell them. In addition to selling various kinds of elixirs, Yondan Pavilion also sells other types of spiritual objects. However, Yondan Pavilion generally does not directly collect high-level spiritual objects above level 3 in Song Qingming's hands. It can only be placed in the store to help sell and extract the spiritual stones obtained after the transaction. This is enough for Song Qingming. There is no shortage of markets for spiritual talismans, even if they are above level 3, in the world of immortal cultivation. The spiritual talismans in Song Qingming's hands are also more commonly used offensive spiritual talismans. As long as they are not sold too expensive, they can generally be sold smoothly in a maximum of 10 days. Just after leaving his cave and walking down the mountain for about a few hundred feet, Song Qingming suddenly felt that there were some subtle changes in the surrounding spiritual energy. After turning around and looking around, and not finding anything unusual, Song Qingming suddenly raised his head and looked above his head, only to find that at this time, waves of white clouds had gathered in the sky not far away and began to roll violently. This should be the heaven and earth phenomenon of Dan formation. Song Qingming, who saw the strange phenomenon in the sky, was immediately delighted, and hurriedly quickened his pace to go down the mountain, wanting to ask Yiqian to help him go to the top of the mountain to see if the one who triggered the heaven and earth phenomenon was Wang Xian, who was in retreat to form Dan. As soon as he arrived at the door of Xiandan Pavilion, Song Qingming ran into Yiqian, who had just walked out of the door, and learned that he had just received the news that the heaven and earth phenomenon appeared on the top of the mountain and was about to go to check the situation. Break the chapter. Seeing a trace of nervousness on Song Qingming's face, Yiqian hurriedly smiled and said to him, "Don't worry, Dao Song, there is no one else in retreat to form Dan on the mountain recently. The one who triggered this heaven and earth phenomenon must be your wife. Dao, since you are here, just go up the mountain with me to take a look, so that I don't have to look for you again." "That's great, thank you very much, Dao Yi." Seeing Yiqian invite him to go to the top of the mountain together, Song Qingming nodded and responded. The top of the mountain behind Xiandan City is where the elders of the Xiandan League, who are above the Jiandan level, practice. Outsiders are not allowed to enter at will. Song Qingming has been back to Xiandan City for more than half a year, and he has only been there once when he just came back accompanied by Yiqian. Because of this, he did not rush to the cave where Wang Xian was in retreat, but ran to the Xiandan Pavilion to ask Yiqian for help to inquire about the news. With the help and guidance of Yiqian, Song Qingming quickly came to the top of the mountain behind Xiandan City. As soon as the two of them walked to the place where Wang Xian was in retreat, they saw a middle-aged Taoist in a gray Taoist robe standing in front of the cave where Wang Xian was. Seeing this person, Yiqian hurriedly took Song Qingming and walked forward quickly, bowing to the gray-robed Taoist with a respectful face. "Greetings, Grand Elder." This gray-robed Taoist was none other than Taoist Zuantong, one of the 3 Grand Elders of the Yondan League, and also one of the nascent soul elders who guarded Yondan City all year round and managed the affairs of the League. Taoist Zuantong's cultivation had reached the 5th level of the nascent soul, and he usually practiced in seclusion in the back mountain. He appeared here today, probably because he was alarmed by the strange phenomenon of Wang Xian's Dan formation, so he came out to take a look. After turning around and glancing at Yiqian in front of him, Taoist Zuantong nodded slightly, and then set his eyes on Song Qingming, who was standing aside. At just this moment, Song Qingming felt a powerful spiritual consciousness that suddenly covered every part of his body, causing his face to change, and he instinctively released his spiritual consciousness to resist it. However, when Song Qingming's spiritual consciousness just came into contact with this very powerful spiritual consciousness, the other party's spiritual consciousness covering him immediately withdrew on its own initiative, and Song Qingming was relieved. "Huh? Your spiritual awareness can actually rival that of a late Jiandan cultivator. It seems like you must have practiced some powerful soul-related techniques." Hearing Taoist Zuantong's words, Song Qingming hurriedly nodded slightly and responded, "Senior is right. In my early years, when I had not yet formed a core, I had the opportunity to obtain a soul-related technique. But unfortunately, this technique can only be practiced to the Jiandan realm. The rest is incomplete, and my comprehension is average, and I cannot deduce the subsequent techniques, so I have only practiced to the current level." Song Qingming has been practicing the soul-devouring art for so many years. Although his spiritual awareness can rival that of an ordinary late Jiandan cultivator, it is still a world of difference compared to a mid-Yuanying cultivator like Taoist Zuantong. After just a confrontation with him, his forehead was already covered with beads of sweat. Upon hearing this, Taoist Zuantong calmly waved his hand at Song Qingming and said, "Although practicing soul skills can have many benefits, it is also very mentally taxing. If you are not a person who practices special skills that require the assistance of spiritual consciousness, there is no need to focus too much on training the soul. You should focus more on your own practice. There are not many high-level soul skills handed down in the world of immortal cultivation. You are already very lucky to be able to cultivate your soul to such a level in the Jinden stage. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I will keep it in mind, Song Qingming responded, and immediately stepped forward and bowed. After Master Xuantong nodded slightly, he turned around and looked at the cave where Wang Xian was in seclusion, and said softly, I just took a look, and it seems that your Taoist partner is about to succeed in condensing the golden elixir. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be able to break through to the golden core realm. You don't have to worry too much with me here. Just go back and wait patiently. Hearing what Master Xuantong said, Song Qingming was immediately excited. He and Yi Kelun nodded with joy, and then took the initiative to retreat from the top of the mountain. As soon as he arrived at the foot of the mountain, Yi Kelun immediately turned around and bowed to Song Qingming with a smile on his face and congratulated him. Fellow Taoist Song, since Uncle Xuantong is so optimistic, your wife should be able to succeed in forming the elixir this time. I would like to congratulate you in advance, haha. This time, my wife can have the opportunity to step into the realm of forming the elixir, and it is also thanks to the help of fellow Taoist Yi. After my wife comes out of seclusion, my husband and I will definitely thank fellow Taoist Yi in person. Upon hearing this, Yi Kelun shook his head and said, Alice, your wife has already joined our Shandong League. We are all one family, so why should we be so polite? Fellow Taoist Wang is about to succeed in forming the elixir now. You and your wife are both young and promising people. I may have to rely on you in the future, don't worry about this, Taoist friend. Although we haven't known each other for a long time, I have already regarded Taoist friend Yi as my best friend in my heart because of your care in Shandong City. In the future, if there is anything we can help, Taoist friend, just let us know and we will do our best. Song Qingming bowed and returned the greeting. Haha. Taoist friend Song is right. Although between you and me, Song Qingming and Yi Kelun are both successful Jinden cultivators, and naturally they can see that the two have always wanted to make friends with each other. The reason why Yi Kelun took the initiative to show goodwill to Song Qingming today and wanted to get closer to the two of them was naturally because he had just confirmed the news that Wang Xian was about to succeed in Jinden, which made him make this decision. Song Qingming, on the other hand, has always wanted to make friends with Yi Kelun, a third-level upper-grade alchemist, not only because of Wang Xian, but also so that he or his family can get some help from him when they lack the necessary elixirs in the future. The two people who had become close friends on the spot stood there and exchanged a few polite words before leaving happily. The strange phenomenon of heaven and earth in the back mountain of Shandong City lasted for more than half a month before slowly dissipating. 2 months later, Wang Xian, who had broken through the Jinden realm and stabilized her own cultivation, walked out of the cave where she was in seclusion and came to Song Qingming and others who had been waiting outside for a long time. Congratulations to fellow Taoist Wang on his success in forming a golden elixir and becoming one of our generation. This small gift is not a sign of respect, so I hope fellow Taoist will not despise it. Before Song Qingming could speak first, Yi Kelun and 2 other elders of the Shandong League who were traveling with him bowed their hands and congratulated him, and then took out a bottle of elixir needed for the cultivation of a golden elixir cultivator and gave it to Wang Xian, who had just formed a golden elixir, as a gift. These elders happened to stay in Shandong City. When they learned that a new golden elixir cultivator had appeared in the league, they hurriedly followed and presented a gift, wanting to make friends with Wang Xian in advance. After greeting everyone and getting to know each other, Wang Xian did not argue with them and generously accepted the pills and gave a gift to everyone in return. After seeing Wang Xian accept the gifts from several people, Yi Kelun smiled and said to Song Qingming beside him, Fellow Taoist Song, you and your wife have been apart for a long time, and you must have a lot to say. We have to go back and report to Master Tongsun, so we won't stay here to delay you two any longer. After saying that, Yi Kelun took the other 2 elders of the Jinden League with him, bowed and said goodbye to the two and left here, leaving Song Qingming and Wang Xian alone to talk. After practicing Taoism for more than 100 years, Wang Xian finally succeeded in entering the Golden Core realm today. Naturally, he wanted to say a lot to Song Qingming. But after walking in front of him, Wang Xian didn't know where to start what he wanted to say for a while. After a long while, he still looked at him with a smile on his face, without saying a word. Seeing this, Song Qingming was very happy and took the lead in speaking. Xian, congratulations on finally entering the Golden Core realm. Seeing that you can achieve what you have today, I am really happy for you. Today, I can witness the Golden Core Avenue, mostly relying on the support of my husband. Fortunately, God has blessed me to live up to your expectations. Otherwise, with my personal qualifications, I am afraid that I will not see this day in this life. Others may not know, but Wang Xian, who has already broken through to the golden core realm, is very clear in her heart. If it weren't for the many damn-forming spiritual objects that Song Qingming prepared for her in advance, plus the auxiliary damn-forming exercises that Song Qingming taught her, even if she could get the help of the Heavenly Dan Li this time, the probability of a successful breakthrough would probably not exceed 50%. Although they have been Taoist companions who have supported each other for many years, Wang Xian has always followed Song Qingming for so many years, and the help she has given him on his path is far less than that given by Song Qingming, so naturally she is often a little lacking in confidence. Fortunately, Wang Xian has now broken through the Jiandan realm, which is a big step to catch up with Song Qingming. If she can successfully improve her alchemy skills to the 3rd level, Wang Xian's help to Song Qingming and the entire Song family in the future will not be comparable to what it is now. You must be a little depressed after being in seclusion for so long. Let me accompany you to the mountain for a walk. Facing Wang Xian, whose temperament has been completely renewed after breaking through the Jiandan realm, Song Qingming could not hide his excitement. He took the initiative to step forward and held her jade hand. Like other Taoist couples who had been separated for a long time, the two walked down the mountain together. Chapter 640 Returning to Wei State, Yao Qianshu's Considerations. After they went down the mountain, they strolled around the streets of Yong'an City and then walked through the market to the beach, where they admired the unique sunset scenery in the East China Sea. Wang Xian, who had always been very quiet in front of Song Qingming, completely changed her personality after arriving at the beach this time, and completely let go of the dignified image she had maintained for many years. Seeing Wang Xian like a little girl, happily facing the sea in front of her, talking loudly to herself and shouting out many small wishes she wanted to fulfill in the future, Song Qingming, who was standing aside, was also surprised by her innocent appearance. Since Wang Xian entered the Taoism and practiced, she was first neglected by the family and sent to the Song family as a pawn. Later, in order to build a foundation, she went out alone for decades and experienced life and death before returning. Wang Xian, who had suffered from the warmth and coldness of human feelings since childhood and was used to relying on herself in everything, was much more mature than Song Qingming, although she was a dozen years younger than Song Qingming. Since Song Qingming met her, he had never seen her so innocent. The two watched the sunset at the beach that day, and waited for the moon to rise. It was not until the next morning that they returned to the cave where Song Qingming rented in Yong'an City to greet the sunrise. After Wang Xian successfully formed a pill, the Yong'an League specially held a small pill formation celebration for her in Yong'an City to show its importance to her, and invited many monks in the league to come to the ceremony and congratulate. Although Wang Xian was only a peripheral member of the Yong'an League, the internal elders such as Qingming did take good care of her as a monk who had just formed a pill. Not only did they send a lot of gifts in person, but they also took the initiative to teach Wang Xian a lot of things related to alchemy skills during the celebration. This also benefited Wang Xian, who was well versed in alchemy, and her understanding of some elixirs was greatly improved. After staying in Yong'an City for more than a month, Song Qingming, who was ready to leave, took Wang Xian, who had already received her 3-year alchemy task, and said goodbye to Qingming and others, and set off to return to the Funiu Mountain range to cultivate immortals. The two took the phantom boat all the way west, spent half a month passing through Qi Mountain, and then passed through several small countries in Zheng State, and finally returned to Qing County, which they had been away from for a long time, after a lapse of 5 years. Just after passing through Funiu Mountain, Song Qingming saw a fierce battle sound coming from a high mountain not far ahead. After controlling the phantom boat to approach directly, Song Qingming found that it was a large group of cultivators who were struggling to encircle and suppress a second-level inferior foundation-building monster. It's Chang's and Zhuanting. I didn't expect Zhuanting to have successfully built his foundation. After a glance at the crowd, Wang Xian on the side quickly recognized that the two leading foundation-building cultivators in the group of cultivators were the people of the Song family in Funiu Mountain. The many cultivators who were fighting hard with the second-level inferior monster below suddenly saw two sword lights flying quickly in front of them, landing directly on the foundation-building monster that had been confronting them for a long time. After a moment, the monster let out a miserable cry, and then slowly fell to the ground without any breath. Everyone who saw this scene was also shocked. They hurriedly looked up in the sky and found the figures of Song Qingming and the other person in the air in the distance. There was a burst of exclamations from the crowd. Soon, 2 sword lights flew directly from the mountain to Song Qingming, and bowed to them. Chang's Zuanting greeted the clan leader, looking at the 2 people in front of him. Song Qingming first smiled and nodded to Song Zuanting, the newly promoted family foundation building cultivator, and then asked Song Chang's on the side, "Why are you hunting monsters here? Did Yuan Feng ask you to come?" Nothing happened in the family in the past few years, reporting to the clan leader. Not long ago this monster attacked a mine near Qianfang. Uncle 16 asked us to lead the Fangxi law enforcement team to strengthen patrols. These few days, Zuanting and I happened to track the monster, so we led people to surround it here. In the past 2 years, except for Zuanting and Aunt 16 who have established their foundation, the family has been peaceful and nothing major has happened. It is still a bit dangerous for you guys to hunt monsters above level 2 in a place where there are many monsters. What if there are other level 2 monsters nearby that come to find you? Don't be so reckless in the future. You still have to wait until you have organized your manpower before taking action. After hearing Song Chang's reply, Song Qingming spoke again to remind the 2 of them, and then turned the direction of the flying boat away from the original place, flying towards the direction of Funiu Mountain not far away. When Song Qingming just arrived outside the mountain protection formation of Funiu Mountain and was about to pass through the formation, a green sword light suddenly flew out from Funiu Mountain and stopped beside Song Qingming and the others. "Qingyu, you are also at home. This is really a coincidence. We thought you should be at Tuan Mountain now." Seeing Song Qingyu just greeted them at home, Wang Xian and Song Qingming showed a hint of surprise on their faces. Song Qingyu did not answer the 2 people's words. As soon as he came, his eyes were directly fixed on Wang Xian. When he saw that the aura exuded by Wang Xian was different from before, and she became a giant and cultivator who was not much different from her, Song Qingyu suddenly jumped onto the phantom boat, came to Wang Xian with a happy face, and hugged her shoulders tightly. "Haha. Sister-in-law, you really didn't let me down. You have successfully formed a pill and broken through to the giant realm. This is really great. Look how excited you are. I didn't see you so happy when you succeeded in forming a pill yourself." Wang Xian smiled and nodded in response, and hurriedly pushed her away slowly. "Qingyu, if you have anything to say, let's talk about it slowly after we get back." Seeing the 2 people standing on the flying boat, who seemed to have endless things to say after not seeing each other for many years, Song Qingming shook his head slightly, and hurriedly controlled the flying boat to enter the mountain protection formation of Funiu Mountain, and brought the 2 women to the meeting Immortal pavilion on the top of the mountain. After the 3 of them sat down and chatted for half a day, Song Qingming and the others finally slowly learned about some major events that happened in the Song family and even in Uyghur in the past few years when Song Qingming and the others were away. The reason why Song Qingyu happened to appear in Funiu Mountain to greet Song Qingming and the others was because during the 5 years when Wang Xian went to the East China Sea to form the elixir, a major event happened in the northern cultivation world of Uyghur. Just over a year ago, Zhang Rong, a disciple of Chen Jinlian of Tuan Mountain, had already succeeded in forming the elixir before Wang Xian. Back then, through the introduction and guidance of Song Qingming, after the brothers Lin Yudang exchanged the Demon King's inner elixir from Chen Zuixin, they began to fully support Zhang Rong to take the path of fake elixir. After so many years of careful preparation, Zhang Rong, who had been in a rented cave house and practicing Dan in seclusion, finally successfully formed a fake Dan and returned to Tuan Mountain in Uyghur a year ago. After Zhang Rong came back, because there was a fake Dan monk sitting on Tuan Mountain, Song Qingyu saw that he no longer had to stay on Tuan Mountain, so he went directly back to Funiu Mountain to practice. Although the combat effectiveness of the fake Dan monk was much worse than that of the ordinary giant Dan monk, Zhang Rong would definitely find it difficult to deal with a monster beast of the level of Yun Monster King. However, with the 2/3 level mountain protection formations on Tuan Mountain strengthened by Song Qingming, Zhang Rong could still deal with it even if he couldn't beat the opponent. Even if he was besieged by many monster beasts, as long as the monks on Tuan Mountain could hold the mountain protection formation for a period of time, they could send a message for help and wait for reinforcements from the Song family or Xiaoyao sect. Hearing the news that Zhang Rong had successfully formed a fake Dan, Song Qingming was also a little surprised. Although he helped Lin Yuding and others and wrote a letter of introduction to Chen Zuixin, Song Qingming did not deliberately inquire about what happened between them later. He did not expect that Zhang Rong actually got the Demon King's inner pill from Chen Zuixin, and used it to form a fake pill and successfully entered the Golden Pill realm. You should know that although it is relatively easier to take the fake pill path than a normal cultivator to impact the Golden Pill realm, the probability of success will not exceed 30% at most, and it is not certain to succeed with just a third-level demon pill. In addition to the fact that the strength of forming a fake pill is not as good as that of a real golden pill cultivator, the spiritual resources required to form a fake pill are far more than those of a normal impact in the golden pill realm, and there is still a high probability of failure to form a pill. It is precisely for this reason that in the world of immortal cultivation, whether it is a casual cultivator or a sect cultivator, most of the foundation-building cultivators who face the problem of forming a pill will not choose to take the fake pill path. Just like Wang Shengxin back then, even if they couldn't find the 5-element spiritual objects to assist in forming the elixir, they would only choose to use the second-rate jade dust pill to impact the golden pill realm, and would not waste resources to try to form a fake pill. Only people like Feng Yang back then, who had no hope on their own path and had the full support of the golden pill cultivators behind them, would take the shortcut of the fake pill without any worries. In fact, from the beginning, when Song Qingming knew that Zhang Rong chose to form a fake pill, he was not very optimistic about this matter. Before this, although the Golden Cloud Pavilion still had a high status on Qi Mountain, the lifespan of Lin Yudang and his fellow apprentices was not much, and Zhang Rong had failed to form the elixir twice. In fact, Chen Jinliang's lineage was in a dangerous situation without successors. Once the two brothers passed away, the ability of the remaining people in the Golden Cloud Pavilion was not enough to protect this industry. It would not be long before the Golden Cloud Pavilion and even the entire Qi Mountain spiritual veins would fall into the hands of others. Lin Yudang and Zhang Rong were so depressed that they chose to let Zhang Rong take the fake pill route. In Song Qingming's opinion, even if they exchanged the demon pill with Chen Zuixin, they would probably fail to form the pill. However, this matter was an internal matter of Lin Yudang and Zhang Rong's Golden Cloud Pavilion after all, and Song Qingming didn't want to care too much. At that time, he just reminded them a little, and when he saw that Lin Yudang and the others were determined, he didn't say anything more. Unexpectedly, Song Qingming was really a little wrong this time. Zhang Rong actually withstood the pressure and successfully formed a fake pill when the Golden Cloud Pavilion was now facing internal and external troubles. Zhang Rong's success in forming the pill not only reversed the dangerous situation of the Golden Cloud Pavilion, but also brought about great changes to the entire Qi Mountain. Qi Mountain, which originally needed to rely on the Song family in Xiaoyao sect for protection, now has Zhang Rong, a fake elixir cultivator, and can be regarded as having some self-protection power. This also makes the influence of Jinayan Pavilion on Qi a lot. However, the Qi Mountain market is still under the joint management of 3 families. So far, Jinayan Pavilion has not put forward any ideas in this regard. In addition to the matter of Zhang Rong's elixir formation in Qi Mountain, the Song family has also had several things that have had a great impact on the family in recent years. The biggest one is that half a year after Song Qingming and his friends left the family for the East China Sea, Song Zuanting and Wang Leking immediately succeeded in building their foundations, adding 2 more foundation-building cultivators to the family. As a second spiritual root cultivator, Song Zuanting's probability of successfully building his foundation is higher than that of ordinary people. Wang Leking's foundation is not bad, and he has Song Yuanfang, a foundation-building cultivator, to help him with all his strength. Song Qingming was not too surprised that both of them succeeded in building their foundations. After learning the news that Wang Leking and Song Zuanting had successfully built their foundation, Song Qingming and Wang Xian were very happy. The next day, they summoned them separately in the cave on the top of the mountain and gave each of them a second-level magic weapon as a gift to compensate them. After Wang Xian successfully formed a pill and returned to Funiu Mountain, Song Qingming did not want to be too low-key this time. He immediately decided to hold a pill formation ceremony for her to celebrate this event. However, Wang Xian herself disliked it being too troublesome, and was anxious to retreat to refine her own life magic weapon, so she directly declined the family's idea of holding a big celebration for her. Seeing this, Song Qingming and Song Qinggai did not insist too much. They just held a banquet for her within the family like Song Qinggai did last time, and did not send invitations to invite other cultivators outside. However, although the Song family was very low-key and did not publicize the fact that Wang Xian had formed a Xiaoyao sect still quickly learned of the news. Song Qingming and his partner had only been back for a dozen days when Su Ziyan, the elder of the General Affairs Hall of Xiaoyao sect, came to the sect in person and presented a gift to Wang Xian, who had just formed a On behalf of the sect, Su Ziyan came to Funiu for the same purpose as Zhao Menglian and Chu Fengping last time, in order to bring Wang Xian into the sect as a guest elder. Song Qingming did not want to hide this from the sect. After entertaining Su Ziyan, he immediately followed her to Qi Mountain and met with the head of the sect Yao Qianshu to discuss the matter. Although there is nothing to do as a guest elder of Xiaoyao sect, you still have to accept the sect's call anytime and anywhere. If you encounter a war with other sects or an invasion of the Xianhe League, you may not be able to return for several years once you are called. If Wang Xian is in the same situation as Song Qingming, and has no other identity besides being in the Song family, Song Qingming will naturally agree to Wang Xian becoming a guest elder of the sect. But before this, Wang Xian had reached an agreement with the Yondan League in order to successfully break through the Jiandan realm, and join them as an outer sect elder. Given her situation, it is indeed difficult for her to take on the position of guest elder of Xiaoyao sect at the same time. Therefore, Song Qingming went to Xiaoyao sect this time to explain this matter in person to avoid any misunderstandings on the sect side. After returning from the East China Sea last time, Song Qingming had actually revealed the matter of Wang Xian joining the Yondan League to Chu Fengping, Su Ziyan and other elders who were familiar with the sect. As the sect leader of Xiaoyao sect, Yao Qianshu naturally knew about this matter a long time ago. However, when Song Qingming mentioned this matter in person, wanting to use it to help Wang Xian shirk the position of guest elder of the sect, Yao Qianshu did not agree with Song Qingming's idea and insisted on letting Wang Xian join the sect. In order to reassure Song Qingming, Yao Qianshu had already made preparations and directly stated that the sect did not mind Wang Xian continuing to serve as the outer elder of the Yondan League. After she joined the sect, she could interact with the Yondan League normally. Moreover, Yao Qianshu also promised Song Qingming in person that after Wang Xian served as the guest elder of the sect would not easily recruit her to go out to perform tasks. According to Yao Qianshu's idea, since Wang Xian was a second-level middle-grade alchemist, she could directly join the sect's alchemy pavilion after she became a guest elder of the sect on weekdays. She only needed to come to Qi Mountain to help refine some pills when the sect needed it. There was no need to go out to perform other sect tasks. Every year, she could still receive the same sect merit salary as Song Qingming and others. In this way, even if Wang Xian served as the outer elder of the Yondan League, after joining the sect, there would not be much impact on each other. It was nothing more than having to devote more energy to alchemy. For Wang Xian, who mainly practices alchemy, as long as it does not affect her daily practice, it is not a bad thing to have more opportunities to make pills and improve her alchemy level. The reason why Yao Qianshu did this was mainly because he saw that Wang Xian had joined the Heavenly Pill Alliance and would sooner or later be able to improve her alchemy skills to level 3 and become a high-level alchemist. You should know that among the tens of thousands of cultivators in the Xiaoyao sect, there are only a few alchemists above level 3, and each of them is a very important talent in the sect. Yao Qianshu did not want to let Wang Xian, the future level 3 alchemist, go, and he must pull her into the sect. This is also a result of his consideration for the future development of the sect. As the head of the Xiaoyao sect has always been protecting the high-level alchemists in the alchemy pavilion of the sect, such talents that will affect the development of the sect, and will never easily recruit them to go out and take risks to perform sect tasks. On this point, Song Qingming naturally believed what Yao Qianshu said. Seeing that Yao Qianshu had already said so much, Song Qingming thought about it and did not refuse. He immediately agreed to Yao Qianshu's agreement to Wang Xian joining the sect. The reason why Song Qingming had not dared to agree to this matter before was mainly because he was afraid that Xiaoyao sect would not accept Wang Xian's identity as an outer sect elder of the Yondan League, so he came to Qi Mountain in person to explain this matter. But now Yao Qianshu has expressed on behalf of the sect that he does not mind the relationship between Wang Xian and the Yondan League and will not arbitrarily recruit her to go out to perform sect tasks, which leaves Song Qingming with no other reason to refuse this matter. After discussing this matter with Yao Qianshu, Song Qingming immediately returned to Funiu Mountain to discuss it with Wang Xian. Half a month later, he took her to Qingming Mountain and officially joined Xiaoyao sect as a guest elder of the sect. In just less than 100 years, 3 people from the Song family have successfully formed a golden elixir and served as guest elders of the sect. This matter also caused shock to other golden elixir elders in Xiaoyao sect. Even Chu Fangping, Zhao Menglian, and Su Ziyan, who had always had a close relationship with Song Qingming, all felt that there seemed to be something fishy going on behind the Song family. Li Wutuang and Guangling's Henren, who had always had a mediocre relationship with Song Qingming, went to the headmaster Yao Qianshu to ask, but they did not get any useful information and were soon sent back by Yao Qianshu. Not long after joining the sect and becoming a guest elder of Xiaoyao sect, Wang Xiayun began to retreat and refine her own life magic weapon. Song Qingming, who had been training in the East China Sea for several years, had almost reached the peak of the 4th level of the Golden Collar. Now that he had returned to Funiu Mountain, he was free, so he began to retreat and try to break through his own cultivation. Because he still had a 3rd level middle grade red dragon pill in his hand, Song Qingming's breakthrough in cultivation was very smooth this time. In less than 2 years of retreat, he successfully broke through the bottleneck of the 4th level of the Golden Collar and raised his own cultivation to the 5th level of the Golden Collar. Not long after Song Qingming had just broken through his cultivation, Wang Xiayun also successfully refined her own life magic weapon Purple Gold Seal and walked out of her retreat cave. After Wang Xiayun failed to form a golden elixir for the first time, she switched to the golden abyss art left by Chen Jinlian. Like the 5 elements mysterious art practiced by Song Qingming, this art also has a set of methods for refining life magic treasures. Song Qingming had already helped Wang Xiayun collect all the materials needed to refine magic treasures before returning from Yongdan City, so she was able to refine her own life magic treasure so quickly. The 2 of them came out of retreat, and each of them had a lot of gains in retreat. Naturally, they were very happy, so they took Song Qingyu, who happened to be free, to the meeting Immortal pavilion on the top of the mountain to set up a banquet to celebrate. Just as Song Qingming and the other 2 were happily tasting wine and chatting in the meeting Immortal pavilion, a 15 or 16-year-old boy with a slightly immature face ran up in a hurry with a letter in his hand. Zhuangfeng, do you have something to talk to me about? Seeing Song Zhuangfeng standing not far away anxiously, Song Qingming, who still had a little smile on his face, hurriedly asked softly. Upon hearing this, Song Zhuangfeng immediately stepped forward and handed the letter in his hand to Song Qingming with a respectful look. Reporting to my 3rd uncle, a letter just came from Yinfeng Ridge. It's from my 18th uncle looking for you. What does Yuanli want to talk to me about? Did the letter say it? Hearing that Song Yuanli had sent a letter from Yinfeng Ridge to find him, Song Qingming's face also showed a hint of doubt. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 641, Secret Testing, Returning After 100 Years. After Song Yuanli came back from the front line of Lu State last time, he stayed at home to recover from his injuries for a while, and then he took the initiative to go to Yinfeng Ridge to help the family guard the mine there. Because the mine of Yinfeng Ridge is deep in the Funiu Mountain and there are no people around, it is often attacked by nearby monsters. Therefore, the Song family in Xiaoyao sect attach great importance to the protection of that place. Not only has a 2nd-level top-grade defense formation been arranged on Yinfeng Ridge, but there are also 2 or 3 foundation-building monks and hundreds of Qi Refining monks guarding it all year round. Even so, occasionally when the monsters in Funiu Mountain riot, when the mine of Yinfeng Ridge is attacked by many monsters, they will send letters to the nearby Song family for help. However, because Funiu Mountain is close to Qing County, there are basically 2nd-level monsters, and there have never been monsters above level 3 in the past few hundred years. When they sent letters for help to the Song family, they were all arranged by Song Yuanfang, and rarely alarmed Song Qingming, the ancestor of the family. Therefore, when Song Qingming heard that it was an urgent letter sent by Song Yuanli, he was puzzled. Could it be that some powerful level 3 monster appeared near the mine? Thinking that there was a crisis at the Yinfeng Ridge mine, Song Qingming took the letter sent by Song Yuanli, opened it and took a look. His expression suddenly changed several times, and he looked up and asked Song Zhuangfeng in front of him, Have you confirmed that this letter came from Yinfeng Ridge? Reporting to the third great-grandfather, the law enforcement team has confirmed that it was sent from the 18th uncle from Yinfeng Ridge. After receiving the letter, seeing that Song Qingming's face was a little strange, Song Qingyu hurriedly asked, "Seventh brother, what's wrong? Did Yuanli and the others encounter any trouble again?" After Song Qingming waved his hand to let Song Xuanfang go down first, he said to the two people beside him calmly, "Yuanli said in the letter that they found a piece of red jade in the mine, and asked me to go over now." "What? They found red jade in Yinfeng Ridge? Do the people of Xiaoyao sect know about this?" When they heard that Song Yuanli's letter said that a spiritual object, red jade that assists in forming a pill, was found, Song Qingyu and Wang Xian both showed some surprise on their faces. Although it is indeed possible to find precious spiritual objects such as red jade in large mines such as Yinfeng Ridge, the probability of this is extremely low. Sometimes, even after mining for hundreds of years, no piece can be found. It is no wonder that Song Qingyu and the others were so surprised to hear this news. Song Qingming shook his head slightly and said, "He only mentioned this sentence in the letter, and didn't say any other details. He just urged me to go over there quickly." "Seventh brother, there's something wrong with this. Yuan Li is not the kind of person who would act so carelessly. Why would he only write this sentence and ask you to go over there without explaining things clearly?" After Song Qingyu picked up the letter that Song Qingming had placed on the table and took a look at it, a look of confusion appeared on his face. I also find it a bit strange, but since the letter came from Yinfeng Ridge, it should be written by Yuanli and the others. I just don't know what happened over there." Seeing that Song Qingming had already seen the clues in the letter, Song Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Then seventh brother, you'd better not go over there. I'll go and see the situation first. In case there's anything wrong over at Yinfeng Ridge, you can be ready at home." Song Qingming shook his head slightly and said, "Don't worry, I won't rush over before I figure out the situation. Now you can't take risks casually either. Qingyu, you go find Yuan Feng and go to the family ancestral hall to see if there are any abnormalities in the life cards of Yuanli and other family cultivators in Yinfeng Ridge." The letter that Song Yuanli sent to Song Qingming was obviously a little weird. It didn't seem like something he would do under normal circumstances. Song Qingming was also worried about their safety at the moment. After receiving Song Qingming's order, Song Qingyu and Song Yuanfang hurried to check. They did not find any problems with the life cards left by Song Yuanli and other Song family cultivators on the family genealogy. This was enough to prove that they should be safe now. After knowing that Song Yuanli and his companions were not in trouble for the time being, Song Qingming and the other two breathed a sigh of relief. "Seventh uncle, since the situation is unclear, I'd better go to Yinfeng Ridge to check the situation. If I haven't come back in a day, I must inform Xiaoyao sect of this matter." Song Yuanfang, who had just learned about this, thought about it and put forward his own suggestions. Song Qingming stood there and thought for a moment, then shook his head and said slowly, "There are so many things going on at home, and we can't leave you for a while. Let Yuan Hao go first. This kid is quite smart, and if there is anything, he can almost see it. If someone wants to target us, they should not attack him, a foundation building cultivator, before they achieve their goal. Otherwise Yuanli and the others would not be safe now." After that, Song Qingming put away the letter on the table and sent a voice transmission to Song Yuanhao, who was practicing in the cave down the mountain, to call him up the mountain. Song Yuanhao has been building his foundation for nearly 30 years, and now his cultivation has broken through to the 4th level of foundation building. He has always been restless, and since he built his foundation, he is not willing to stay in the mountains. If he is not outside to carry out family tasks, he likes to go to the floating cloud mountains or Yunwu mountains with others to adventure and hunt monsters. Until these few years, when his mother Chen Yan'an's health was getting worse as her lifespan was approaching, Song Yuanhao finally calmed down and stayed in the mountain. After receiving Song Qingming's summons, Song Yuanhao thought that the family had another important task to entrust to him, and he was secretly excited. Unexpectedly, after arriving at a meeting Immortal Pavilion, Song Qingming directly handed him a reply letter he had just written, and asked him to go to Yinfeng Ridge to give it to Song Yuanli. From the Song family's Funiu Mountain to the Yinfeng Ridge deep in the Yunwu Mountain, it is less than 2,000 miles away. On weekdays, the Song family basically uses the second-level 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman when contacting there, and rarely sends monks to deliver letters. Faced with Song Yuanhao's confusion, Song Qingming did not explain too much to him, but just asked him to be careful on the road, and after arriving at the Yinfeng Ridge, if he found anything wrong, he should return to the family immediately. Seeing that the eyes of several ancestors of the family were full of caution, Song Yuanhao also felt that this matter seemed a little bit complicated. After nodding seriously, he took the reply letter from Song Qingming to Yinfeng Ridge. Song Yuanhao was very careful on the way to deliver the letter this time, but the road was calm and nothing happened, so he arrived at Yinfeng Ridge smoothly. However, when he arrived there, he wanted to complete the task of delivering the letter, but he couldn't find Song Yuanli. After asking, he learned that Song Yuanli went out half a day ago to look for a monk who suddenly disappeared not long ago, and he has not returned yet. Song Yuanhao, who heard the news, instantly realized that something was wrong, and immediately hurried back to Funiu Mountain and told Song Qingming and the other two the news. After knowing that Song Yuanli and the others seemed to have disappeared, Song Qingming was considering whether to inform Xiaoyao sect in advance, but he didn't expect Song Yuanli to suddenly return to Funiu Mountain alone. After learning the news, Song Qingming hurriedly called Song Yuanli to the top of the mountain. After careful questioning, he learned that the letter he had sent to Song Qingming from Yinfeng Ridge not long ago was indeed forced by a mysterious person after being held hostage. Just half a day ago, a Song family cultivator suddenly lost contact with a Yinfeng Ridge mine while patrolling nearby. Thinking that the other party was attacked by a monster outside, Song Yuanli hurried out to check the situation. As a result, he was immediately controlled by a mysterious masked man not long after he left the mountain protection formation. The other party's cultivation was extremely high, at least a cultivator above the middle stage of the golden collar. In front of him, Song Yuanli was like an ant trying to shake a tree. He had no power to fight back at all, but he fell into the hands of the other party in one round. After the mysterious man caught Song Yuanli, he did not make things too difficult for him. He just asked Song Yuanli to help him pass a letter to Funiu Mountain to help him invite Song Qingming to Yinfeng Ridge. Song Yuanli had already fallen into the hands of the other party, so naturally he didn't have much choice. However, he also knew that the other party was so mysterious that he held him hostage to lure Song Qingming out, and there was a high probability that he had no good intentions. Therefore, when Song Yuanli wrote a letter, he also deliberately left a more obvious flaw in the letter, just to remind Song Qingming and others not to be easily fooled. When Song Yuanhao went to Yinfeng Ridge to deliver the letter, Song Yuanli actually saw him nearby, but he was coerced at the time and had no way to contact Song Yuanhao. The mysterious man who held Song Yuanli hostage, after seeing that it was not Song Qingming but a foundation-building cultivator from the Song family, for some reason he let Song Yuanli go back and asked him to bring a painting to Song Qingming for him. After hearing Song Yuanli tell the story from beginning to end, Song Qingming and the other two were also full of confusion. They didn't know when they had offended such a powerful giant and cultivator at home, and why the other party went through such a big circle to send them a painting. However, when Song Qingming opened the painting handed over by Song Yuanli and saw a crane painted on it, the puzzled expression on his face disappeared instantly, and a bit of helplessness appeared on his face. "Husband, what does this crane mean by this person? Is he someone you know?" Seeing the crane in the painting, Wang Xian and others beside him could not figure out what the other party's purpose was, so they could only ask Song Qingming. "Well, I am quite familiar with him, but he has a strange temper, so don't ask too much." Song Qingming put away the painting in his hand with a wry smile. A brief excerpt. East of Qing County, outside Qinghofang. It was just dawn, and with a huge creaking sound, several law enforcement team monks guarding the market slowly opened the gate of Qinghofang in the morning light. Before these people stood at their respective posts, more than a dozen monks who were anxious to enter the market immediately surrounded the city gate. The leading law enforcement team, a cultivator in the late Qi refining stage, glanced at these people with some contempt, and reached out to stop them. "You have to verify your identity before entering the market. Line up by yourselves, don't gather here to waste my time." These people who were anxious to enter the market early in the morning were basically casual cultivators who were seeking a living nearby. The reason they came so early was that they were anxious to enter the market and wanted to find a good place to set up a stall. After checking 7 or 8 people in a row, another young man in a green robe and a handsome appearance came over. "Dao looks unfamiliar, have you been here before?" The law enforcement team cultivator who checked the identity immediately asked after glancing at the other party. The green-robed man, who seemed to be only in the middle stage of Qi refining, shook his head slightly and replied calmly, "No, I heard from a friend in Liuan County that I came here to buy some elixirs and spiritual objects in the market. What's your name? I'll register you first before you go in," the law enforcement team cultivator said as he lowered his head and opened a book in front of him that recorded the names of the cultivators. Liu Feng, hey. Your name is clearly in this booklet. Have you been here before and registered? Facing the somewhat puzzled look of the monks from the law enforcement team, the man named Liu Feng smiled and shook his head and said, "Dao Yao, you have misunderstood. This is indeed my first time here. It might be a duplicate name." Upon hearing this, the monks from the law enforcement team took another close look at the records in the booklet and nodded slightly, saying, "It seems to be a duplicate name. This person has been recorded here for 100 years and he is probably dead long ago. Strange. It's been such a long time, why is his name still on it and not crossed out? I really don't know what those people who manage the treasury are busy with every day." After the monk from the law enforcement team muttered to himself, he picked up a pen and marked the place where Liu Feng's name was originally recorded, and then wrote a new name and detailed information in the blank space next to it. "Okay. You go in first. Since the last expansion, the size of Qinghefang has doubled. Although the business of the market has been affected in recent years because of the establishment of Qianfang by the Song family, it is still much more prosperous than 100 years ago." After entering Qinghefang, the green-robed young man walked for a while on the street of the market and stopped on his own initiative. He began to scan the surrounding shops, restaurants and tea houses, as if looking for something. After a while, the green-robed young man took his eyes off, but he didn't want to go to these shops to take a look, and raised his legs to continue walking forward. He kept walking and stopping until he was standing at the end of the street of the market. When the green-robed young man saw a remote small shop selling groceries in front of him, a faint smile appeared on his face, which had always been as calm as water. "Haha. Sir, are you going to buy some skills or talismans?" As soon as he entered the store, a mortal clerk in the shop saw the green-robed man and immediately stepped forward to greet this rare customer who came to buy things so early in the morning. "I want to sell a low-level puppet beast. I wonder if you will accept it." After the green-robed man finished speaking, he quickly raised his left hand, and immediately a palm-sized crane puppet beast appeared in his hand, and he placed it in front of the clerk. The rank of this puppet beast is not very high, only the first level middle grade, but the workmanship is very delicate, and the patterns on it are lifelike. At first glance, it is a work that the person who refined this thing likes very much. When the mortal clerk saw the crane puppet beast in the green-robed young man's hand and was about to ask the other party how many spirit stones he wanted to sell it for, a voice suddenly appeared and interrupted him. "Excuse me, fellow Taoist, did you refine this thing yourself?" The speaker was an old man with a white beard, who was also the shopkeeper of the store called Liu Fengtang. Seeing that the shopkeeper, who rarely came out to greet customers on weekdays, suddenly became very enthusiastic in front of the customer who came to sell spiritual objects today, the mortal clerk quickly stepped aside to make room for him. "Yes. This thing was made by me personally." Facing the shopkeeper's inquiry, the green-robed man responded directly without changing his expression. The shopkeeper nodded immediately after hearing this, and extended his hand to him with a somewhat respectful attitude. "Don't worry, fellow Taoist, this shop will naturally accept this thing, but how about the price? Please go to the back hall to talk about it first, and we will discuss it slowly. How about it?" "Even so, then lead the way," the green-robed young man said and put away the crane puppet beast in his hand. After hearing what the other party said, the shopkeeper hurriedly took the green-robed man to the back hall of the shop. After the two of them passed through several corridors one after the other, they soon came to a closed door. "Senior, the person you want to see is inside. I will wait outside first, so that no one will disturb you." The shopkeeper bowed his head respectfully to the green-robed man, and then hurriedly retreated. The green-robed man looked at the other person's leaving figure, and after showing a bit of satisfaction on his face, he raised his hand and pushed open the door in front of him, and strode in. In this small room that looks very ordinary, there are some messy semi-finished puppet beasts everywhere, and a green-robed man holding a scroll is sitting in front of a wooden table in the middle. It's been 100 years, and there is still no change here. "You are thoughtful." The green-robed man saw Song Qingming sitting in front of the wooden table, spoke softly, and walked towards him quickly. The door behind him immediately closed automatically. When Song Qingming saw the newcomer, He immediately stood up with a smile and bowed to him, saying, "I will do my best to fulfill the promise you made to me. I haven't seen you for 30 years since we parted at Tongshan Tower. I wonder if you have been doing well in recent years." The green-robed man who came to Liu Fangtang was Feng He, the owner of this shop 100 years ago. However, when Feng He left, he was just a young cultivator who had just established his foundation. Now, after 100 years, he has returned again, and his cultivation has jumped to the 9th level of the Golden Core, and he is only one step away from entering the nascent soul realm. Although he knew that Feng He was a nascent soul cultivator who had taken over another body to cultivate, seeing his cultivation speed with his own eyes still shocked Song Qingming. Hearing Song Qingming's cordial greetings, Feng He, who had long been accustomed to the other party's politeness, first picked up the cup of spiritual tea poured by Song Qingming on the table and took a sip, then slowly said, "Thank you for your concern. Although I haven't had any great opportunities in these years, it has been relatively smooth overall. Otherwise I would not be standing in front of you safe and sound now. What you said is right. I haven't heard from you for many years, so I have been worried about you. When I received the token you asked the younger generation in your family to send me on the mountain yesterday, I was a little afraid that I had made a mistake. Fortunately, Senior Feng He is doing well. Ever since he received the crane painting brought by Song Yuanli on the mountain that day, Song Qingming had recognized on the spot that the mysterious cultivator who restrained him should be Feng He, whom he had not seen for many years. After Song Qingming met Feng He on the front line of Lu State, until he took over Feng He's body and established his foundation and left, the two had been dealing with each other for decades. Song Qingming naturally knew the other party's style of doing things very well. With Feng He's strange temper that is difficult for ordinary people to figure out, it is indeed very likely that he will do something strange like kidnapping Song Yuanli to test and lure him out. But Song Qingming still doesn't know whether Feng He did this just to test him or if he has other purposes and ideas in mind. Hearing Song Qingming mention that he asked Song Yuanli to help him deliver a letter 2 days ago, Feng He nodded calmly and admitted, "Yes. I asked him to send you that letter. I wanted to try to see if you would come out to see me because of him, but I didn't expect that you are not only getting bolder and bolder, but also more and more cruel. You don't care about the life and death of your own juniors. But your junior is still a good character. When he was facing life and death, he dared to risk his life to write a letter to remind you. There is no problem with his loyalty to you, in this case. I have to thank you for helping to test the juniors in my family." Hearing Feng He's explanation, Song Qingming also smiled bitterly. Although Feng He said that he was testing Song Yuanli, Song Qingming knew very well that the reason why this old guy went to such great lengths to do this was actually to test himself on the mountain. After the two exchanged a few pleasantries, Song Qingming poured Feng He a cup of spiritual tea that he had brewed himself, and then asked, "I wonder if you came to see me this time just to reminisce or for some other purpose?" Seeing that Song Qingming could no longer hold back and directly introduce the topic, Feng He immediately put down the teacup in his hand, slowly put away the smile on his face, and showed a very rare serious look. "Song Xiaoyao, I have always heard that you want to travel abroad. I wonder if you are willing to go to Donghuang country with me in a while." Senior is going to Donghuang country. Is it to impact the nascent soul realm? Hearing Feng He suddenly ask him to go to Donghuang country with him, Song Qingming, who had some guesses in his mind, couldn't help but ask him directly. Chapter 642, Half-Year Agreement, Succession of the Leader. Feng He's current cultivation has reached the 9th level of the Golden Core. The next step is to prepare for his breakthrough to the nascent soul. Unlike retreating to form the core, the Golden Core cultivators will make much more noise when they break through the nascent soul, and will also directly invite the nascent soul thunder tribulation from the sky. If there is no perfect preparation, once they are affected by others in the process of resisting the thunder tribulation, or their enemies block their way, the cultivators who are crossing the tribulation are very likely to be buried directly in the thunder tribulation. Therefore, in order to successfully survive the thunder tribulation, every Golden Core cultivator needs to find a safe retreat place for themselves before retreating to break through the nascent soul, or ask some powerful high-level cultivators to protect them, and then they dare to go all out to attack the nascent soul. Feng He proposed to go to the East Phoenix country at this time, and Song Qingming could not hardly guess his purpose. Unlike Bai Yuxin, who can choose to retreat in his own sect because he has the care of the nascent soul cultivators, although Feng He has now cultivated to the 9th level of the Golden Core, he is just a casual cultivator with no support. Moreover, Feng He's body was destroyed by someone, and he has been hiding and keeping a low profile for so many years after taking over someone else's body. He must have enemies near the floating cloud mountains. Although so many years have passed, Song Qingming has never heard Feng He talk about the past when he was killed, but Song Qingming knows without thinking that the person who has the ability to destroy the body of the nascent soul cultivator is most likely a powerful old monster in the nascent soul. In this case, if Feng He chooses to break through the nascent soul in the floating cloud mountains, the risk will definitely be great. Therefore, for him, going to the East Xiuxin realm or the farther East Phoenix country to break through the nascent soul realm in seclusion is a more secure and better strategy. Seeing that Song Qingming had guessed his intention and was ready to confront him, Feng He did not intend to hide it from him. He nodded and replied, "You should have known for a long time that I have some powerful enemies here. And to break through the nascent soul realm, it will take at least 10 to 20 years of retreat. I can't find a place here that I can completely rest assured to retreat. I can only go outside to find a place to form a nascent soul. Don't worry, I have already inquired about a place where I can retreat without worry, but I still need someone I can trust to help take care of me while I am in retreat. It's great to have such trust from Senior Feng He. I am also very honored in my heart, but the senior also knows that my cultivation is low, and I am afraid that it is beyond my ability to protect you alone." Feng He shook his head slightly and said, "I didn't ask you to help me protect the law. I just asked you to go to Donghuan country with me so that it would be convenient for you to help me do some things, and help take care of it after I go into seclusion. As for the breakthrough of the nascent soul and the tribulation, don't worry, I will make other arrangements, and you don't need to worry about it." Seeing that Feng He had already made preparations and didn't need to protect him through the tribulation, Song Qingming slowly let go of his heart. After thinking for a moment, he directly agreed to the other party. "Since the senior has already arranged it, I will do my best. However, the journey to Donghuan country is long, and it may take a long time to come back. I still have to arrange things at home before I can go with the senior. I hope that Senior Feng He can understand." Seeing that Song Qingming did not refuse this matter, Feng He said happily, "Of course, this matter is not urgent. I also need to make more preparations here. This time I just came to say hello to you. If you have no objection, then we will agree to set off in half a year. This much time should be enough for you to deal with the trivial matters around you. Then do as the senior said, we will set off in half a year, and this is a deal." After hearing Feng He's proposal, Song Qingming did not hesitate too much this time and immediately agreed. After talking to Song Qingming about this, Feng He's hand moved with a flash of light and a jade box appeared, which he placed on the table next to Song Qingming. "Since you have agreed to go with me to Donghuan country, I can't take advantage of you for nothing. I got this piece of red jade not long ago, and it's of no use to me. I'll give it to you as a reward for this trip. If I can successfully break through the nascent soul this time, when I get my revenge in the future, I will definitely repay you if I can help you." Seeing the red jade in the jade box on the table, Song Qingming was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that Feng He had the red jade that Song Yuanli wrote to him to lead him out. Although Song Qingyu and Wang Xian have both successfully formed a pill, no one in the Song family needs this thing to break through the golden pill realm for the time being. However, the red jade is a 5-element spiritual object that can assist in forming a pill, and it can be stored for a long time. Among the family's current foundation building cultivators, there are still many people who hope to break through the golden pill realm, and they will be able to use this thing sooner or later. Just when Song Qingming was about to put away the jade box in front of him with a happy look on his face, a trace of doubt suddenly flashed through his mind. He turned his head to look at Feng He beside him and asked carefully, "Senior, may I ask where did you get this?" Hearing Song Qingming's question, Feng He smiled and replied to Song Qingming, "Why? Do you think I stole this thing from your mine? You don't even think about it. Red jade is generally buried deep in the core of underground mineral veins. You still want to find this kind of thing in that mineral vein that has not been dug for decades. You kid really think you are so lucky that you can find opportunities everywhere? Haha. Senior, you misunderstood. I just asked casually. I definitely don't have this idea." Seeing Feng He's unhappy face, Song Qingming quickly explained. Although Song Qingming only had a little doubt in his heart, the Yinfengling mine was related to Xiaoyao sect after all. If it was something really dug out from the mine, Song Qingming would have to be careful in dealing with the matter. So he took the risk of offending Feng He and asked directly. After seeing Song Qingming's slightly nervous explanation, Feng He, who took a sip of the spiritual tea, had a slightly changed expression on his face. He replied to him with a chuckle. I got this thing from the vicinity of the Qin state in the west a few years ago. Don't worry about where it came from. Anyway, it has nothing to do with your Song family. You should be relieved now. After saying this, Feng He didn't care about Song Qingming. He got up and walked to the wooden table with several semi-finished puppet beasts on the side, and began to admire the things he left behind. Seeing that the red jade stone in his hand had nothing to do with the Yinfangling mine, Song Qingming breathed a sigh of relief and put it away with a happy smile on his face. Okay. I came to you mainly for this matter. I have said almost everything I should have said just now. If you have nothing else to do, then let's stop here today. Senior Feng He, are you leaving now? Don't you want to stay here for a few more days? When did I say I was leaving soon? I only asked you to take care of Liu Fengtang back then. You shouldn't have been surnamed Song yet. Hearing what Song Qingming said, Feng He immediately turned around and showed him a puzzled expression. Ah. Senior, you are joking. The name of the owner of this shop has always been your alias in Qinghofang. I have never asked anyone to change the deed of the shop. The Song family is now just helping you manage the business in name. Since Senior Feng He has nothing else to do, I will take my leave first. If you have any more instructions, just ask the shopkeeper to send me a message. I will tell him when I get outside. After explaining, Song Qingming suddenly realized that Feng He's words just now seemed to remind him that it was time to leave, so he quickly bowed and said goodbye and left his little house. In order to prevent outsiders from disturbing Feng He, Song Qingming, who had used the shape-shifting technique to transform into the appearance of Song Yuanfang, specially called the shopkeeper to give him a detailed explanation before leaving Liu Fengtang, asking them to pay attention to serving the person inside. The shopkeeper in charge of Liu Fengtang is a cultivator from another family who has joined the Song family for many years. This person has always been steady in doing things, and has never made any mistakes in the many years he has been in charge of the shop. The Song family has always been relatively confident in him. After hearing the careful instructions of Song Yuanfang, the shopkeeper immediately realized that the identity and status of the senior inside was somewhat unusual, and became more cautious about the matter. After leaving Liu Fengtang, in order not to attract attention, Song Qingming, who was walking on the streets of Qinghofang, transformed into the appearance of an ordinary Qi refining cultivator. Ever since he was reminded by Mo Laogui in Wu Kingdom, Song Qingming had long wanted to go to Donghuang Kingdom for some training, and by the way, inquire about the news of Funiu Mountain and take Su Palace there. Even if Feng He didn't come to him this time, Song Qingming would have to start preparing for this matter, but Feng He's sudden arrival brought this matter a little earlier. Although Song Qingming's current cultivation has reached the 5th level of the Golden Core, and he already has a lot of sophisticated magic weapons on him, as long as he faces those masters in the late Golden Core stage, he will have no problem protecting himself. However, with Feng He, who is at the peak of the Golden Core stage, with a top master accompanying him, he can also increase his security on the way to Donghuang country, which is definitely much safer than Song Qingming going alone. Because of this, Song Qingming agreed to Feng He without much hesitation just now. In any case, although Feng He has a strange temper, he has been very good to Song Qingming during the years they have known each other. Without the auxiliary spiritual objects that Feng He sent as promised, it would not be so easy for Song Qingming to break through the Jiandin realm. Having received the support of the other party, Song Qingming has actually treated Feng He as his own good friend in his heart, and naturally trusts him. After agreeing with Feng He to go to Donghuang country, Song Qingming returned to Funiu Mountain and directly informed Song Qingyu and Wang Xi that he wanted to travel in the near future. Wang Xiyun and Song Qingyu, hearing that Song Qingming wanted to go to Donghuang country, which was tens of thousands of miles away from the west of the continent, alone, Wang Xiyun and Song Qingyu were a little worried and quickly persuaded him. However, Song Qingming was very determined about this matter. He said frankly that the purpose of his trip was not only to travel, but also to find a place that was related to his future path. This time, after thinking it over again and again, Song Qingming did not choose to hide it from Wang Xiyun and Song Qingyu. He told the two girls everything about how he met two mysterious people in Gianfang and got the Yuxun Sutra. Knowing that Song Qingming wanted to travel to Donghuang country to inquire about the news of Yuxun Mountain and take Su Palace for his own path, Wang Xian and Song Qingyu no longer had any reason to stop him, and immediately nodded in agreement with his idea. Husband, this matter is related to your future opportunities and fortunes. Since you have made up your mind, just go with peace of mind. Qingyu and I are at home, so there is nothing to worry about. Sister-in-law is right. Seventh brother, you can go to Donghuang country with peace of mind. There will be no problem at home. If you can really find that senior and obtain the subsequent exercises in the Yuxuan Sutra, maybe we too and even the entire family will benefit from it in the future. Hearing this, Song Qingming smiled and comforted the two of them, saying, you don't have to worry too much. I am only traveling in Donghuang country this time and looking for those two places by the way. I am not going to carry out any dangerous mission. Besides, I am not a person who forces personal opportunities. No matter whether I can find it in the end, I will come back on time. It is estimated that 10 or 20 years will be enough. Wang Xian and the others have been with Song Qingming day and night for so many years, so they naturally know that he has always been a steady and seldom impulsive person. Naturally, they believe in what he says. However, the three of them have supported each other for so many years, and they are always concerned about each other. It is impossible to say that they are not worried about Song Qingming's trip. After talking to Wang Xian about this matter, Song Qingming took out a few spiritual objects from his storage magic tools and handed them to Song Qingyu. I will definitely not be able to come back in a short time this time. These things are needed by the family at any time. You should keep them first. Don't let me delay everyone's path. Among the things Song Qingming took out, there were the 2 foundation building pills he had left, the red jade he had just obtained from Feng, and a water spirit fruit obtained from the Lulong Island exchange meeting a few years ago. These are precious spiritual objects that assist cultivators in building foundations and forming pills, and are related to the family's heritage. Song Qingming is still not at ease to hand them over directly to the people below, so he handed them to the 2 women for safekeeping. The floating cloud mountains are far to the east of Donghuang Xian's Hao, and are separated from Donghuang country, which is close to the middle of the continent, by a distance of more than 100,000 miles. Even if everything goes smoothly, it will take Song Qingming at least 10 to 20 years to return. If these things are kept with him, if there is any delay outside, it will definitely delay the path of other cultivators at home. Therefore, Song Qingming must make these preparations before leaving. In addition, Song Qingming has used up 2 of the 3rd-level inferior blood dragon fruits brought out from the Babel Tower last time. There are still 2 left for Wang Xian and Song Qingyu. This time, he also took them out and divided them among the 2 girls. These 2 3rd-level inferior blood dragon fruits can help giant and early cultivators break through the bottleneck. The best time to use them is when giant and early cultivators break through the 4th level of Giantan. Wang Xian has just formed a pill not long ago. Although Song Qingyu formed a pill earlier, her cultivation is only at the peak of the 1st level of Giantan, and has not yet broken through to the 2nd level of Giantan. Although it was still a long time before they could use this fruit, Song Qingming decided to give the 2 fruits to the 2 girls first and told them the effect of this fruit after thinking it over again and again, just in case. As for whether to take it now or wait until they break through the bottleneck of the middle stage of the golden elixir, Song Qingming did not say much, and left the decision to them. He just told them to be careful and not to leak the information of this spiritual fruit. After all, the blood dragon fruit above level 3 is already a very rare spiritual object in the world of immortal cultivation. Every one of them will cause many golden elixir cultivators to fight for it. Once the news is leaked, it may cause them some unnecessary trouble. After explaining it to Wang Xian, Song Qingming took the opportunity to go to Qingming Mountain again and explain to the head of the sect Yao Qianshu that he was going to travel outside. Although Xiaoyao sect usually does not care about the whereabouts of these guest elders, this trip to Donghuang country is different from his previous trips. When he can come back, Song Qingming himself is a little uncertain. In order to avoid any misunderstandings from the sect in the future, Song Qingming thought about it and decided to take the initiative to come to Qingming Mountain to explain the matter to the sect. After arriving at Qingming Mountain, Song Qingming came to Xiaoyao Hall where Yao Qianshu usually handled affairs. Unexpectedly, he ran into Bai Yuxin, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Master brother, senior sister Bai, junior brother Song, it's been a long time since we last met. I didn't expect that your cultivation has improved again, and you have caught up with junior brother Jin and the others. Seeing Song Qingming's figure, Yao Qianshu, who was sitting next to him, hurriedly stood up and greeted him, and arranged for him to sit aside. Bai Yuxin, who was sitting at the top in white, smiled slightly and nodded at Song Qingming after seeing him. Seeing that the seat Yao Qianshu usually sat in was suddenly replaced by Bai Yuxin, Song Qingming's face also showed a trace of surprise. Seeing the doubt in Yao Qianshu's heart, he immediately smiled and took the initiative to explain after sitting down, haha. Junior brother Song, you don't know, I have been feeling a little lack of energy recently. Last month, Uncle Lee has arranged for junior sister Bai to come here to take over my handling of the sect's trivial matters. I'm afraid I won't be out and about often in the future. If there is any official business, you can directly discuss it with junior sister Bai. I've been busy for half my life and it's time for me to take a good rest. We cultivators have been practicing hard all our lives, and this day will inevitably come. Brother, the head of the sect, has worked hard for the sect all his life, which is really not easy. Uncle Lee is very considerate of you in making such arrangements. Song Qingming nodded slightly and replied. Yao Qianshu's lifespan is already 560 years old. In addition, he suffered several serious injuries in his early years, which affected his lifespan. It is estimated that he will be away from the end of his life in 10 to 20 years at most. Li Mufang arranged for Bai Yuxin to take over the affairs in his hands at this time, and he should have intended to let Bai Yuxin take over his position as the head of the sect. Junior brother Song is right. Since I entered the Tao, I have been cultivated by the sect and Uncle Lee to have my current status. Compared with junior brother Lu and others who died in battle, I am blessed by God to have a good end. Haha. It is easy to talk too much when you are old. I have been talking for so long, but I haven't asked junior brother why he came to Qingming Mountain to find me today. Yao Qianshu sighed, and then turned back to the topic and asked Song Qingming the purpose of his visit today. Seeing this, Song Qingming immediately opened his mouth and told him about his plan to travel to the eastern Phoenix country. It was not strange for a giant and cultivator to travel after forming a pill. Except for a few people in Xiaoyao sect who had never traveled, other giant and elders, including Yao Qianshu, had traveled in their early years. It's just that the places they chose to travel were generally near the floating cloud mountains, or to the East China Sea's Yuxin world. Few people would go too far. Hearing that Song Qingming was going to travel to the eastern Phoenix country in the middle of the continent, Yao Qianshu and Bai Yuxin both showed some surprise on their faces. It is a good thing that junior brother Song wants to travel, but the East Phoenix Kingdom is too far away. If junior brother encounters any difficulties, I am afraid that the sect will not be able to take care of him. Why don't you choose to travel to a nearby place, or go to the East China Sea Immortal Cultivation world? Song Qingming shook his head slightly and said, since I am going to travel, I can't always count on the sect to take care of me. I still want to go to a farther place to see the outside world. Master, you know that I just went to the East China Sea Immortal Cultivation world not long ago. I already have some understanding of it, but now I don't have much interest in it. Since I entered the Tao, I have heard about the vastness of the East Phoenix Kingdom's Immortal Cultivation world for a long time. I have always yearned for it in my heart, but I am troubled by my own practice. I have not been able to get away and fulfill my wish, and coupled with the burden of my family, I have not been able to get away. Now that I have achieved success in my cultivation, King Gaiu and Xiayun have both successfully formed their elixirs, and the sect is taking care of them. I don't have to worry too much about my family, so I have time to go out and take a look. I just can't stand practicing hard at home all the time, and I still like to walk around and see the outside world. I hope that the head brother can fulfill my wish. Hearing this, Yao Qianshu nodded slightly with a little appreciation and said, Alice. Junior brother Song, what you said is serious. There is nothing wrong with you wanting to go out for a walk, and I can't stop you for no reason. But going to Donghuang country is a long way away. After all, the mountains are high and the roads are long, and you still need to make some preparations. It would be best if you get to know the situation there from people in the sect who have been there before. Chapter 643, Donghuang Country's Immortal Cultivation World, Breakthrough in Cultivation Technique. I wonder if anyone else in the sect has been to Donghuang Country. Can you tell me something, brother master? Hearing Yao Qianshu's kind reminder, Song Qingming immediately asked. Haha. Brother Song has finally come to the right place this time. There happens to be someone in our hall who has been to Donghuang Country. Seeing Yao Qianshu suddenly look up with a smile at Bai Yuxin, who had been sitting at the top and had not spoken a word, Song Qingming's face suddenly showed a hint of surprise. Is brother master talking about Sister Bai? In the entire Uyghur cultivation world, although most cultivators knew about the existence of the Donghuang country cultivation world, not many people had actually been there. Song Qingming really didn't expect that Bai Yuxin, a genius who was focused on training by the sect, would actually travel to such a far-away place. Yao Qianshu nodded slightly and said, Junior Sister Bai went to Donghuang country once when she had just formed a pill in her early years. It will definitely be helpful for you to ask her. Yes. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother, the sect leader. Seeing that Song Qingming's eyes had turned to him, Bai Yuxin, who had been sitting there listening to the conversation between the two, suddenly stood up and left his seat and came to Song Qingming and the others. Senior brother, since junior brother Song has something to ask me, I'll trouble you with the things here first. I'll come again tomorrow. After talking to Yao Qianshu, Bai Yuxin made a gesture of invitation to Song Qingming who was standing beside him. Junior brother Song. It's not convenient to talk in detail here. If you have anything to know, please come with me to another place and talk slowly. In Xiaoyao Hall, there are often cultivators coming in and out to find the sect leader to report some sect affairs. It is indeed not appropriate for them to sit here and chat. Seeing that Bai Yuxin had taken the initiative to walk out of the hall, Song Qingming and Yao Qianshu bowed and said hello, then immediately stood up and quickly followed. As soon as they walked out of the hall, Bai Yuxin waved her hand and took out a green flying boat, and said to Song Qingming behind her with a smile, Junior brother Song, please, senior sister Bai, you are polite. After the two got on the flying boat, the green flying boat, under the control of Bai Yuxin, immediately turned into a beam of light and disappeared on the spot. After a cup of tea, Song Qingming and Bai Yuxin arrived on a high mountain guarded by many disciples of the sect. Song Qingming, standing on a high mountain, looked at a teleportation array guarded by several Xiaoyao sect disciples not far away. He couldn't help but ask Bai Yuxin, who had just put away the flying boat, with a puzzled look on his face, Senior Sister Bai, is there anything else you need to do here? Song Qingming had been to this high mountain where the two were before, but there was no other convenient place for the two to talk except for a teleportation array guarded by sect disciples that led directly to Gianfang. Song Qingming was a little confused for a while. What did Bai Yuxin mean by suddenly bringing him here? I have been staying in the cave to recuperate for a while, and I haven't been out for a long time. Junior brother Song, you finally asked me for help this time, so you should show your sincerity. Last time I heard that a new restaurant was opened in Gianfang, and the taste was quite good. Why don't you invite me to taste it today? It shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? After Bai Yuxin finished speaking, she blinked her big eyes slightly and looked at Song Qingming with some expectation. What are you talking about, senior sister Bai? This is what should be done. Why should I make it difficult? Song Qingming naturally didn't mind when he heard Bai Yuxin's request. He immediately nodded and agreed to invite the other party to Gianfang for a meal. It would only cost 100 or so spirit stones at most. For Song Qingming, who could easily take out tens of thousands of spirit stones, this amount of spirit stones was completely a trivial matter. Seeing that Song Qingming readily agreed to this matter, Bai Yuxin immediately smiled and took Song Qingming to leave Qi Mountain directly using the sect's teleportation array. A moment later, they arrived at Gianfang thousands of miles away. Gianfang has developed quite well in recent years. It has always been the most important industry of Xiaoyao sect outside Qi Mountain, and it can bring a considerable amount of income to the sect every year. After walking out of the teleportation array and coming to the streets of Fangxi, Bai Yuxin, who had not been out for a long time, was immediately attracted by the prosperous scene in front of him. It's a rare opportunity to go out. Junior brother Song, don't worry. I'll buy a few things here and take you to the restaurant right away. We'll eat and talk at that time. If you have anything you want to know, just ask me. This, senior sister Bai, since you still have something to do, why don't you tell me the name of the restaurant you want to go to first? I'll go there first and ask them to prepare it, so as not to keep you waiting for a long time. Hearing that Bai Yuxin was going to buy things on the street, Song Qingming instantly felt that something seemed to be wrong. A wave of unfriendly memories quietly came up in his mind, making him instinctively want to avoid what was about to happen next. Seeing that Song Qingming wanted to run away, Bai Yuxin's pretty face, which had just been smiling, suddenly turned cold. Junior brother Song, Why are you so anxious? Don't you want to stay with me, senior sister? Bai misunderstood. That's not what I meant. Since that's not the case, then accompany me to go shopping. Bai Yuxin's face changed again after she finished speaking. Without waiting for Song Qingming's answer, she happily walked into the nearest store next to her. She didn't look like a high-level giant and cultivator at all. Song Qingming, who was standing in place, also smiled bitterly when he saw this. It seems that I can't hide today. In any case, Bai Yuxin is about to replace Yao Qianshu as the head of the Xiaoao sect. Song Qingming didn't dare to offend the future head of the sect too much at this moment. After standing in place and whispering to himself, he immediately put on a smile and followed slowly. This stroll was exactly as Song Qingming expected. It took more than 3 hours. It was not until the sky gradually darkened that Bai Yuxin was satisfied and took Song Qingming into a restaurant on the east side of the market. Since returning from the Tower of Babel, Bai Yuxin has spent most of the past 20 years breaking through the nascent soul and healing in seclusion. It has indeed been a long time since she came out. Recently, she has been very busy because she has handed over many things from the head of the sect, Yao Qianshu. Today, she finally found a chance to satisfy herself. Song Qingming, who was following beside her, accompanied Bai Yuxin from the afternoon until dark. In order to cope with her, he was exhausted, but fortunately, he successfully completed this very difficult hard work. After the two arrived at the restaurant, Bai Yuxin, who was in a good mood, did not make any excessive demands this time. She was very satisfied with Song Qingming's performance during the day. Before Song Qingming asked, she immediately shared with Song Qingming some of her real experiences when she went to the Eastern Phoenix country. As Song Qingming expected, Bai Yuxin went to the Eastern Phoenix country for a trip shortly after she had formed a pill. However, she did not go out alone that time. She was accompanied by a late giant and elder from the sect who had already passed away. The Eastern Phoenix country's Yuxin world is the core territory of the human race in the entire Eastern Phoenix Zion's Hao, which is much larger than the more remote areas such as the floating cloud mountains. Bai Yuxin and his companions traveled there for more than 10 years last time, and they only visited 4 of the 13 states in the Eastern Phoenix country near the east, and they did not even walk half of the way. However, even so, Bai Yuxin, who had traveled to the Eastern Phoenix country once, was still very clear about the local customs and the division of some large sects. The 3 most powerful top forces in the entire Eastern Phoenix Zion's Hao continent, as well as the 10 major sects of Yuxin that were slightly weaker than them, were also called the 10 major sects of the Eastern Phoenix country. The 3 most powerful forces are the Xianyu sect, Zionism sect and Dangmo Palace. Together, they control almost 1/3 of the territory of the entire Donghuang Kingdom cultivation world. These 3 are recognized as the strongest cultivation sects by all the cultivation forces in Donghuang Zion's Hao. Their reputation and influence have even spread to other cultivation continents in the 5 continents and 4 seas of Huaiyang realm. Not only are there many unyielding masters in the sect, but the 2 strongest sects, Xianyu sect and Zionism sect, now even have Shenhe cultivators in charge. Although the weakest Dangmo Palace no longer has Shenhe cultivators in charge, it is also a major cultivation sect in Donghuang Zion's Hao that has been passed down for more than 10,000 years. There were ancestors who ascended to the upper realms in the sect. A large sect like the Dangmo Palace that has produced ascended cultivators can still become the top immortal cultivation force in Donghuang country. Even if there is no old ancestor of the God Transformation sect, there must be some means to check and balance the immortal cultivators in the sect. The sect's foundation is far beyond the ordinary nascent soul sects. Below the 3 top-level immortal transformation forces are the 10 largest nascent soul sects in Donghuang country. There are no less than 100 nascent soul sects in the entire Donghuang country immortal cultivation world, but those who can be ranked in this position are almost all the most powerful nascent soul sects in the entire Donghuang Zion's Hao. Moreover, the 10 largest nascent soul sects in Donghuang country will be re-evaluated every 100 years or so, and then their respective spheres of influence will be divided. If the strength of a sect has declined during this period, it will soon be replaced by other sects with rising strength. Many of the nascent soul sects that can be on the list for many years have also produced immortal cultivators. The strength and foundation of the sect are not comparable to those of the general emerging nascent soul sects. Even the sects at the bottom of the list of the top 10 unyielding major sects in the Eastern Phoenix Country cultivation world are far more powerful than the ordinary unyielding sects in the Floating Cloud Mountains. The unyielding sect in the Floating Cloud Mountains cultivation world is recognized as the strongest, with a unyielding late-stage cultivator in the sect. If it were placed in the Eastern Phoenix Country cultivation world, its strength would probably not even be ranked in the top 20. The reason why the Eastern Phoenix Country cultivation world can become a holy land for human cultivators is not only because of its rich cultivation resources, but also because there are many powerful cultivation sects in the territory that bless this pure land, which has ensured the stable development of the Eastern Phoenix Country cultivation world for more than 100,000 years. In contrast, the Floating Cloud Mountains cultivation world is not only poor in resources, but also faces the huge threat of monsters in the northern border at all times. Every 100 years, there will be a crisis of life and death, and it is difficult to have a chance of stable development. Therefore, it is difficult for even late nascent soul cultivators to be born in the Floating Cloud Mountains, let alone the divine transformation cultivators. Facing the continuous invasion of powerful monsters from the north, the major sects have been passively defending for tens of thousands of years. After introducing the power structure of the Eastern Phoenix Country cultivation world to Song Qingming in detail, Bai Yuxin also informed Song Qingming in detail about some of the sects that he knew that needed to be carefully paid attention to. He reminded him that when he traveled to the Eastern Phoenix Country, he must try to avoid the territories of the sects that were not easy to provoke, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. In addition to these, Bai Yuxin also told Song Qingming about several more dangerous places near the Eastern Phoenix Country cultivation world, and told him not to get close, otherwise he might be in danger of his life. The two chatted for a long time in the restaurant, until the moon was 3 o'clock in the sky, and then they walked out of the restaurant together. Junior brother Song, if I were not so busy, I would like to go to Donghuan country with you again. It's a pity that the head brother is not going to live long now, and I am afraid that I will hardly have the opportunity to leave the sect at will in the future. After chatting with Bai Yuxin for so long, Song Qingming naturally knew that she was also a person who liked to travel around like himself, but now that Li Mufang had planned to let her take over the position of head, he would definitely not let her travel at will. In Xiaoyao sect, apart from Bai Yuxin and the head Yao Qianshu who was about to die, the one with the highest cultivation level was Li Wutuang, who had just broken through to the 7th level of Jinden more than 10 years ago. At present, there was indeed no one more suitable than Bai Yuxin to take over the position of head. Sister Bai, you still have plenty of life left, and with the support of Uncle Li, you will definitely be able to advance to the nascent soul stage in the future. When the time comes, it will be natural for Sister Bai to travel. Not to mention Donghuan country, even going across the state to visit other immortal cultivation worlds is a simple matter. After hearing Song Qingming's compliments, Bai Yuxin sighed slightly and was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, "Then I'll take advantage of Junior Brother Song's good words. Junior Brother Song, it's getting late. If you have nothing to do here, I will return to the sect first. I hope you have a smooth trip and can come back soon. Take care, Sister Bai." Half a year later, on a deserted mountain outside Qinghofang, the sun was scorching in the sky, and the scorching sun had already made a huge rock on the top of the mountain hot, and you could feel the surrounding groups of hot air rising from the rock. In the middle of the boulder, a man in green was sitting on a hot stone surface with his eyes closed, absorbing the hot spiritual energy around him. Half an hour later, a green light suddenly flew from the horizon, circled around the mountain, and then slowly landed on the boulder, turning into a figure in a green robe. Looking at the man in green whose face was slightly red from the scorching sun, the man in green robe asked with a little curiosity, "What kind of strange skill are you practicing? Do you need to come here to absorb the fire attribute spiritual energy?" Hearing the words of the man in green robe, the man in green put away his magic power, slowly opened his eyes and stood up. "I don't know when Senior Feng He will be here, so I tried to practice some skills here out of boredom. Please don't misunderstand me." Feng He chuckled when he heard the words, and then changed the subject and asked, "How are your preparations going? When can you leave with me?" Song Qingming nodded slightly and replied, "I'm ready. If you have nothing else to do, we can leave now. Well, let's go back and say goodbye to your lady. It may take us 20 years to come back, so don't rush. I can wait for you in Qinghofeng for a few days. Thank you for your kindness, Senior Feng He, but I have already explained the things at home to them, and there is nothing to say goodbye." We might as well leave early and come back soon." Seeing that Song Qingming was already prepared, Feng He smiled and nodded. "In that case, let's leave now." After Feng He finished speaking, he moved his hand slightly and released a delicate green flying car, and jumped directly on it. It was the first time that Song Qingming saw the flying magic weapon on Feng He. He couldn't help but take a closer look before he quickly jumped on it. "Why do you like this flying car?" Seeing that Song Qingming had been looking at the flying car with some curiosity after he came up, Feng He asked with a smile on his face. "It's just a little curious, senior, please don't misunderstand." Hearing what Feng He said, Song Qingming quickly retracted his gaze. Feng He chuckled and said, "This thing is nothing special. Except for its faster speed, it is actually not as useful as the flying boat on you. You don't have to envy it. When I break through the nascent soul and get my revenge, I can agree to a request within my ability. If you want this flying car, just tell me directly, haha. Thank you for your kindness, senior, but I already have a flying magic weapon, and I don't need it now. Let's talk about it later." Hearing that Feng He wanted to give this flying car to him, Song Qingming waved his hand and rejected his kindness. Seeing this, Feng He did not say anything more. He smiled and turned around to look forward. Soon, the flying car, under his control, turned into a green light and disappeared from the spot, flying directly to the northwest of Qinghofang. After returning from Gianfang with Bai Yuxin, Song Qingming immediately called back several foundation-building elders of the Song family to Funiu Mountain. After arranging for Song Qingyu to act as the patriarch, he told them about his upcoming travels. Now, in the Song family, in addition to Song Qingming, there are 2 giant cultivators, Song Qingyu and Wang Xian, plus 8 foundation-building elders such as Song Yuanfang, and more than 300 Qi refining cultivators. With so many clan members and cultivators, plus the 3-level mountain protection formation set up by Song Qingming on the mountain, even if they do not rely on the power of Xiaoao sect, there will basically be no big problem in guarding the safety of the family's spiritual land, Funiu Mountain. Song Qingming does not need to worry too much about this. After explaining the family affairs, Song Qingming accompanied Wang Xian to have a good time around Weiguo, taking advantage of the fact that there was still half a year left in the agreement with Feng He. Knowing that Song Qingming might not be able to return for a long time, the two of them completely abandoned the tedious cultivation matters along the way, and traveled through most of the entire Weiguo in just a few months. From the extremely dangerous and beautiful Funiu Mountains in the north to the sparkling Taiyu Lake in the south, the footprints of Song Qingming and Wang Xian were left in all the mountains and rivers of Weiguo. After the two of them had been traveling for several months, Song Qingming returned to Funiu Mountain with Wang Xian. In the remaining 2 or 3 months, Song Qingming had nothing to do, so he began to practice in seclusion again. It was not until the time agreed with Feng he was approaching that Song Qingming walked out of the cave with a happy face. Although the seclusion practice only lasted for a few months, what surprised Song Qingming was that he had made great progress in the Tongshan Wanlingju, which had been very slow in practice before. Since he got this skill in the Tongshan Tower, Song Qingming has been practicing hard for decades, but he has been stuck in the late stage of Qi refining and has not broken through to the second level of the foundation establishment realm. Unexpectedly, this time Song Qingming put down his practice and went out to travel with Wang Xian for a few months. After returning to practice for a while, he successfully broke through the Tongshan Wanlingju to the foundation establishment realm. This really gave Song Qingming a big surprise before he went on a long journey. However, the second level of Tongshan Wanlingju is also very difficult to practice. It requires practitioners not to use spiritual veins or spiritual stones and other auxiliary spiritual objects, but to absorb the purest spiritual power between heaven and earth to practice slowly. This is why Song Qingming chose to absorb the spiritual energy of the nearby heaven and earth under the scorching sun. However, the incomplete map on Song Qingming's body can help a lot in absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth to practice. In this regard, he is much simpler than ordinary people. The speed of practicing the foundation building stage of Tongshan Wanlingju should be much faster than originally expected. In addition to the surprise of the unexpected breakthrough of his own practice, Song Qingming had just come out of seclusion for 2 days, and Song Qingyu, who had been in seclusion for half a year, also successfully broke through the cultivation and advanced to the second level of Jiandan. Although there was a third level inferior gilded fruit that Song Qingming got from Yunwu Mountain to help, her practice speed was accelerated. However, it has only been less than 13 years since Song Qingming successfully formed the Golden Elixir. He was able to successfully break through to the second level of the Golden Elixir in such a short time. Among all the Golden Elixir cultivators Song Qingming knew, Song Qingming's cultivation speed was already relatively fast. Song Qingming, who was about to go out, felt more at ease with Song Qingming's breakthrough in cultivation. Chapter 644, Xiannian Sect, Xianbao Chamber of Commerce. After traveling westwards from Wei State through several countries, Song Qingming and Feng He have arrived at the territory of Song State, east of Tai Lake. Song State is also a country of similar size to Wei State. Its territory is ruled by a unyielding sect called Xiannian Sect, whose strength is not much different from that of the current Xiaoyao sect. Crossing the border of Song State, going westwards is the territory of Qin State, the largest country in the floating cloud mountains. After reaching the border of Song State, Feng He suddenly changed direction and flew south in his flying boat, bypassing the entire Qin State border before continuing on. Seeing Feng He's intention to do so, Song Qingming could also guess that the other party might be afraid of the power of Unyielding sect and afraid of being troubled by them. Qin State's Unyielding sect is not only the strongest sect in the floating cloud mountains, but also has a great cultivator in the late Unyielding stage. Once they are provoked, even a master like Feng He who has reached the peak of the golden core will probably have a hard time getting away. Song Qingming naturally agreed with Feng He's cautious and low-key behavior. The big sects to the west of Tai Lake were not on good terms with the Xiaoyao sect and other sects to the east. As a guest elder of the Xiaoyao sect, Song Qingming had to keep a low profile when he arrived at their territory. It would be best if he could not show up. After bypassing the Qin State and passing through two small countries, Song Qingming and Feng He finally arrived at the edge of the Fantasy Sea Desert to the west of the floating cloud mountains a month after their departure. The entire Fantasy Sea Desert stretches nearly 100,000 miles from east to west, and is located on the only way for the floating cloud mountains to the eastern Phoenix country. In the desert, except for a few places where there are some oases suitable for mortals to live, there are endless yellow sands. There are also many powerful monsters and very difficult sandworms in the desert, and the living environment is extremely harsh. Because no one would take the initiative to come here, it has become a perfect hiding place for some demon cultivators or bandits who are avoiding being tracked. It is said that there are even powerful demon cultivators at the nascent soul level hiding here. The low-level cultivators in the foundation building and Qi refining stages below the golden core stage simply do not have the ability to cross the Fantasy Sea Desert alone. If they want to cross this place to the eastern Phoenix country cultivation world, they can only rely on large flying boats and spend more than half a year. As soon as the flying boat entered the Fantasy Sea Desert, Feng He took out a red talisman from his body and handed it to Song Qingming behind him, and said, "Take this talisman for self-defense first. After entering the depths of the Fantasy Sea Desert, if you encounter any danger that I can't solve, you should take care of yourself and don't worry about me. Thank you for the gift, Senior." Seeing that Feng He took out a very precious third-level upper-grade talisman, Song Qingming showed a little surprise on his face, and didn't say anything polite to him, and just put it away. Half a year later, outside a market town in the southeast corner of the eastern Phoenix country's Yuxin world, just before sunset, a beam of green light flew over and stopped a few miles outside the market town. After landing, the green light directly turned into two figures, Song Qingming and Feng He, who had just crossed the illusionary sea desert. "Senior, this place is not far from the eastern Phoenix country. We can just take a break and rest for a night before continuing on our journey." Feng He, who was standing by, heard this, nodded slightly, and then reminded, "When you get here, don't call me Senior anymore, lest someone with ulterior motives discovers and becomes suspicious. From now on, let's call each other fellow Taoists. Senior is still thoughtful." Then, "Fellow Taoist Feng, please," Song Qingming said, smiling and raising his hand to Feng He. The two soon walked towards the market town with a happy look on their faces. Song Qingming and Feng He had a relatively smooth journey. Although they were harassed by monsters and sandworms many times when they crossed the illusionary sea desert, these did not cause much trouble to their journey, and most of them were quickly repelled by the two. The most dangerous time was when they encountered a sandworm with strength comparable to that of the late Jinden. Relying on the geographical advantage, it wanted to use its many low-level sandworms to block the flying car driven by Song Qingming and the others. However, with Feng He and Song Qingming both attacking, This blade giant sandworm fought with them for a long time, but still could not defeat them. It could only leave behind hundreds of low-level sandworm corpses and hide in the depths of the sand alone to escape. If Song Qingming and Feng He did not dislike the sandworm because there were not many valuable materials on it, and did not want to waste time on it, the high-level sandworm in the late Jiandan would probably not have such good luck to escape with its life. The two concealed their own cultivation, disguised themselves as two foundation-building monks and entered this market. After walking around inside, they quickly found a relatively large inn. Feng He had also been to the Eastern Phoenix country cultivation world in his early years, and was very familiar with the accents of the cultivators here. After entering the inn, under the leadership of Feng He, Song Qingming did not say a word, and the two of them were regarded as foreign cultivators who entered the desert to search for treasures. Unlike the floating cloud mountains, the desert near the Eastern Phoenix country cultivation world is relatively lively. There are often low-level cultivators from all over the world who enter the desert to look for treasures or caves left by senior cultivators. On the way here, Song Qingming and the others had already met a team of cultivators from the Eastern Phoenix country who entered the desert to explore and search for treasures. This small market on the edge of the desert is to facilitate the cultivators here to enter and exit the desert to search for treasures. The people who come and go are all low-level cultivators in the Qi Refining or foundation building period. After resting for one night in this small market, the two left the market early the next morning and continued to head northwest. After more than 3 days of travel, they officially entered the Liangzhou area of the Eastern Phoenix country's Yuxin realm. Liangzhou can only be regarded as a small continent of lower middle level among the 13 states of the Eastern Phoenix country, but its territory is almost half the size of the entire floating cloud mountain range Yuxin realm. The two of them used their flying boat to rush on the road, and it took a full month to cross the entire Liangzhou and enter the destination of Feng He's trip, Ningzhou. Ningzhou is a large state located in the core area of the Eastern Phoenix country's Yuxin realm, which is almost the size of 2 Liangzhous, and is very close to the size of the floating cloud mountain range Yuxin realm. The entire Ningzhou territory is the sphere of influence of the Xianyuan sect, the top Yuxin sect in the Eastern Phoenix country's Yuxin realm. No matter who the high-level foreign cultivators are, after entering the Ningzhou territory, as long as they want to stay here for a long time, they must find a way to go to the nearby Xianyuan sect-controlled market first, register their identities and whereabouts, so that they can walk here conveniently. Otherwise, if something happens here, if you encounter the law enforcement cultivators of the Xianyuan sect who are patrolling outside, and find that you have not registered your identity in advance and cannot explain clearly, you may be directly arrested and interrogated and then expelled from the country. However, Feng He had already prepared for this matter. Not only did he prepare a very suitable identity for himself, but he also prepared for Song Qingming, wanting him to hide his identity with him. After thinking about Feng He's arrangement again and again, Song Qingming still declined Feng He's kindness and directly used his real identity to make a detailed registration for the other party. This time he came to the Donghuang country's Yuxin world, not only to help Feng He pass the tribulation and become a unyielding, but also to travel here and look for news about Funiu Mountain and take some palace. Therefore, when Song Qingming is alone in the future, he will definitely have to walk around in Ningzhou. In order to prevent others from finding out his identity and causing unnecessary trouble, Song Qingming chose to register his origin and name truthfully. After doing these things, Feng He took Song Qingming to the largest city in Ningzhou, Xianyuan City. This Xianyuan city is located on the east side of Ningzhou and is built on a 4th-level upper-grade spiritual vein. It is the largest fairy city under the control of Xianyuan sect except for the mountain gate. There are nearly 100,000 cultivators in the city alone, and there are countless mortals living nearby. Although Xianyuan sect is the leading sect of the East Phoenix Immortal state, compared with other major sects in the East Phoenix country cultivation world, Xianyuan sect has always been more friendly to scattered cultivators from all over the world. As long as a person with a clean background comes to Xianyuan city, whether you want to travel here or want to settle down here for a long time to practice, as long as you do not violate the rules of Xianyuan city, you can choose to rent a cave here to live. Moreover, Xianyuan city does not exclude outsiders. As long as you are willing to spend more spirit stones, you can directly retreat here to form a pill or impact the nascent soul realm. Xianyuan city will also provide you with some necessary shelter. Therefore, in Donghuang country and even the entire Donghuang Xianzhou continent, Many independent cultivators who can't find a suitable place to retreat and break through the realm, or cultivators who come from small sects and immortal cultivation families without much support, will choose to come here to retreat and break through the realm. Not only do you not have to worry about not having enough spiritual energy to retreat and break through, you can also get the protection of Xianyuan sect to prevent your opponents and enemies from coming to the door to block the way after hearing the news. Seeing Feng He brought him here, Song Qingming thought at first that he was going to retreat in Xianyuan city to form a baby. Unexpectedly, when they arrived at Immortal town dozens of miles away from Xianyuan city, Feng He took the initiative to stop and took out a letter and a white jade tablet and handed them to Song Qingming. Brother Song, please help me run these two things and hand them over to the shopkeeper of Xianbao Chamber of Commerce in the north of Xianyuan city. Just hand the things to him, don't ask any more questions or answer any other questions. After you enter the city, don't rush to go anywhere immediately. First walk around the city to see if there is anything you like, and then go back after 2 hours. You must remember that you must hand it over to the shopkeeper of Xianbao Chamber of Commerce in person, and you can't use other people's hands, otherwise you will miss the big thing. Seeing Feng He's cautious look, Song Qingming didn't ask any more questions. He put away the two things in his hand, nodded slightly, and left the town and walked quickly towards the Xianyuan city in front. During this period, Song Qingming followed Feng He. Although they had been in the Eastern Phoenix Country cultivation world for almost 2 months, they were in a hurry to get on the road, so they did not stop to stroll around when passing by some large markets and immortal cities. In order not to attract attention and save some trouble, the places they chose to rest and restore their mana on the way were basically nearby immortal towns or small markets. This was the first time Song Qingming came to a large immortal city in the Eastern Phoenix Country cultivation world. Although he had seen the prosperity of Yongdan City in the East China Sea, when Song Qingming arrived at the foot of Xianyuan City, he was still shocked by the immortal city in front of him, which was several times larger than Yongdan City. The entire Xianyuan city was built by the mountains and rivers, with a length and width of hundreds of miles, backed by a majestic mountain thousands of feet high, and a river about 10 miles wide in front. Not only is the place bigger, but the number of cultivators in Xianyuan city is also much greater than in all the immortal cities and markets Song Qingming has been to. Just looking at the cultivators queuing to enter the city, Song Qingming estimated that there are at least thousands of them. Unlike the immortal cities and markets that Song Qingming had visited in the past, Xianyuan city is not so strict in checking and controlling foreign cultivators. It only requires a simple identity verification, and even ordinary mortals can enter and leave the city at will. The only difference is that there is a giant magic array set up at the gate of Xianyuan city to deter demon cultivators. All cultivators and mortals entering and leaving need to pass through the array before they can enter and leave the city smoothly. This high-level magic array is very convenient. You only need to walk through it, and you don't need to stop in it to wait for detection. And the effect is much more powerful than the low-level arrays that Song Qingming has seen before to deal with demon cultivators. Even if a demon cultivator at the unyielding level comes here, it is difficult to pass the detection of this 4th-level magic array. Like the immortal cultivation world in the floating cloud mountains, there are also many demon cultivators in the vast Eastern Phoenix Country immortal cultivation world, but the righteous sects in this immortal cultivation world are very powerful, and these demon cultivators are not so arrogant here. As a giant cultivator, Song Qingming still received some respect when he entered the city. He did not queue up with those low-level cultivators and mortals to enter the city, but took the special passage that only high-level cultivators above the Jinden stage could enter and exit. After checking his identity at the city gate, Song Qingming quickly got a silver ring that could represent his identity in the city, and then directly passed through the demon-subduing array and entered Xianyuan city. According to Feng He, Song Qingming did not rush to find the Xianbao Chamber of Commerce first, but walked around the city for a long time before slowly coming to a street in the north of the city. After walking a few dozen steps forward, a very lively shop came into view. Song Qingming took a closer look at the surroundings. After confirming that there was only this shop called Xianbao Chamber of Commerce nearby, Song Qingming immediately raised his legs and walked in. "Hey, senior, please come in. Are you going to buy elixirs or spiritual objects? Our good things are all on the 2nd floor. How about I take you upstairs to have a look?" "No, I'm here to sell a spiritual object. Can I meet your shopkeeper first?" Although it was Song Qingming's first time to come to the Eastern Phoenix Country cultivation world, He had been following Feng He for some time and had almost learned the accent of the local cultivators and could communicate with them normally. Hearing that Song Qingming wanted to sell spiritual objects, the clerk, who was only in the Qi refining stage, was slightly disappointed, and immediately nodded and said, "Oh, senior, please sit inside for a while. I will notify the shopkeeper to come and see you." After that, the clerk took Song Qingming to a small room next to the hall for guests to rest. Less than half a quarter of an hour later, a woman with a charming figure and appearance walked in with a smile on her face. "I am Gan Ruding, the shopkeeper of Xianbao Chamber of Commerce. I am honored to meet you, senior." Although the woman who spoke did not look very stunning, her voice was very pleasant. Song Qingming, who was sitting in the room sipping tea, immediately put down the tea bowl in his hand and nodded slightly to greet her. Gan Ruding walked to Song Qingming and sat down, and then asked enthusiastically, "I just heard the guy downstairs say that the senior wants to sell spiritual objects. I don't know what it is, so please tell me directly." Hearing the other party's question, Song Qingming did not rush to answer. He first glanced around the room, and then waved his hand to set up a soundproof barrier next to the two of them. Seeing Song Qingming being so careful, Gan Ruding did not show much strangeness on her face. Obviously, she had encountered such cautious guests more than once. "Don't worry, senior. We have set up a barrier outside the room to isolate the spiritual consciousness of the cultivators. Even a giant cultivator cannot send a spiritual consciousness into here." Song Qingming nodded slightly and said, "I am also entrusted by someone to come here, so I have to be careful. I hope you don't mind." After saying that, Song Qingming waved his right hand, and a letter and a white jade plate appeared in a flash of light around the table in front of him. They were the two things Feng He had given him before. "This is by Lingyuan. Where did this thing come from, fellow Taoist?" Gan Ruding's face suddenly changed when she saw the white round jade plate on the table, and she asked Song Qingming softly, "I am just a messenger. Since the things have been delivered, I will leave first." Song Qingming replied calmly, and waved his hand to put away the soundproof barrier he had just set up. He ignored Gan Ruding, who was looking at him strangely, and walked out directly from her side. Seeing that Song Qingming refused to say anything more, Gan Ruding did not ask any more questions. After watching him leave, she carefully picked up the two things on the table. After carefully examining the white jade plate for a while, Gan Ruding put it and the unsigned letter together, walked out of the room and came to the hall outside. "Go to the second floor and tell shopkeeper who that I have something to go out for. Let him take charge of the things here." Gan Ruding came to the hall, calmly called a waiter and told him a word, then turned around and walked out of the Xianbao Chamber of Commerce. After completing the task of delivering the letter assigned by Feng He, Song Qingming did not rush to leave Xianyuan City. He found a restaurant in the city that looked pretty good, patiently tasted a few delicious spiritual foods, and then returned to the mortal town that he had agreed with Feng He with a look of reluctance. Seeing Song Qingming coming back, Feng He immediately asked carefully, and after learning that everything went well and there were no unexpected situations, he slowly put his mind at ease. "Senior Feng He, if you want to retreat and form a baby, why don't you just go to Xianyuan City? Why do you have to go to such trouble to find someone else for help?" Seeing Feng He's happy face at the moment, Song Qingming took the opportunity to ask the doubts in his heart. "Haha. You underestimate the Xianyuan sect too much? The methods of these big sects are not as simple as you think. In the past few thousand years, there are probably more than 1,000 people who have fallen into the hands of the Xianyuan sect. Even if I enter the territory of Xianyuan sect, I have to be careful and dare not show up casually. Let me go to Xianyuan City to retreat and break through the nascent soul realm. Are you not afraid of my identity being revealed, or do you think your life is too long? If this trip is really that simple, why do I need to bring you here especially? Oh. This junior really doesn't know. Senior, please don't blame me. You said that Xianyuan sect can find out so many people who have taken over the body. Don't they have any special means?" After hearing Feng He's explanation of this matter, Song Qingming showed a trace of confusion on his face. Feng He shook his head slightly and sighed. "Xianyuan sect has caught so many monks who have taken over the body. I have heard many people talk about this when I came to Donghuang country last time. It should not be false. As for how they found out, I don't know. What kind of means does the Xianyuan sect have? How can we guess it casually? But you don't have to worry too much. I have already planned the things here. You just need to help me do some things that I am not convenient to show up." As long as you are a little careful, there will be no great danger. Seeing Feng He's helpless look when he talked about this, Song Qingming was also slightly surprised. The cultivators who can take over other people's bodies are at least those who have reached the Jinden stage or above. Unfortunately, their knowledge, experience and magical powers are definitely not comparable to ordinary cultivators of the same level, so it is not so easy for others to easily discover their identities. For example, Feng He standing in front of him, although he is still a Jinden 9th level cultivator, he was once a unyielding cultivator, and his personal magical powers are much more powerful than the Jinden 9th level cultivators Song Qingming has seen. Even when Yao Jin, the former top master of Xiaoyo sect, was at his peak, facing Feng He now, he would not have much chance of winning. His strength was almost the best among masters below the nascent soul stage. Even such a powerful Feng He was so cautious when he came here, and he did not even have the courage to enter the Xianyun city. No wonder he chose to take the initiative to ask for help. Song Qingming and Feng He waited patiently for a few days in this mortal town, and finally a Jinden cultivator took the initiative to come to the door. After Feng He talked to the other party alone, the two followed the other party and left the town again, and came to a small Taoist temple called Jinyuan Temple thousands of miles away. Chapter 645, The Gathering of Immortals, Feng's Tribulation. This Taoist temple is located deep in the mountains. There is no human habitation within dozens of miles around. Only a few ordinary Taoist priests with no cultivation live here. However, what surprised Song Qingming was that these Taoist priests did not panic at all when they saw the three Jinden cultivators falling from the sky. One of the older Taoist priests came forward and greeted the leading Jinden cultivator, then turned around and led them into a very ordinary tile-roofed house behind the Taoist temple. As soon as he entered the door, Song Qingming immediately felt a strong aura that was no weaker than Feng He's. He looked closely and found that it was an old man with white hair and a childlike face wearing a gray Taoist robe, who was walking towards them. The old man had a smile on his face and looked amiable and kind, but his cultivation was unfathomable. He was also a master who had cultivated to the peak of Jinden. The Jinden cultivator brought by the famous General Song Qingming and the others immediately whispered to the white-haired old man after seeing him, then took the initiative to leave the room, turned into a white light and left the place quickly. My two Taoist friends, I am Luo Tongzhao, an elder of the Juxin League. After the guide left, the white-haired old man bowed slightly to Song Qingming and the others, and directly stated his identity. Feng He, Song Qingming. Seeing this person, Feng He also changed his previous arrogant attitude in front of Song Qingming, and took the initiative to bow to the other party with a smile on his face. After greeting the two, Luo Tongzhao took out the white jade pendant that Song Qingming sent to Xianyun City a few days ago, and asked Feng He beside him, if I'm not mistaken, this white feather jade should be sent by this fellow Taoist Feng, right? Is it because you want to retreat to the nascent soul stage? Feng He nodded and said, Dao is right. It was indeed brought by me. This item was given to me by a close friend of mine. He had dealt with an elder of your alliance in the past, and was fortunate enough to get it. This time when I came to Donghuang country, I just happened to need it, so my friend and I borrowed it to use. This should not violate your rules. Luo Tongzhao waved his hand and smiled. The rules of this business alliance are to only recognize tokens and not ask about their origins. Dao, don't worry about this. Heart. Even if this jade pendant is obtained by you from killing people, it has nothing to do with us, as long as it does not hinder our business. Since you have brought this token to Xianbao Chamber of Commerce, you should also know our rules. May I ask you, have you prepared enough spiritual objects? Of course I understand this. I have already prepared the spiritual objects for forming a baby. I just need your alliance to help find a safe place for retreat and shelter to prevent others from disturbing my retreat and breakthrough. After Feng He finished speaking, he took out a silver storage bag from his body and threw it to Luo Tongzhao. After taking the storage bag and opening it to take a look, Luo Tongzhao's face suddenly showed a hint of joy, and he nodded slightly at Feng He with a smile on his face. I already know what you want, but I still want to remind you that our alliance can only provide you with a retreat cave and shelter. No one will help you deal with the nascent soul thunder tribulation. I hope you know this in advance. If you haven't made up your mind, you can take back your things and leave here. If there is no problem, then follow me. I understand this matter. Thank you for your help, Feng He responded to the other party with a firm face. Seeing that Feng He had made up his mind, Luo Tongzhao did not say anything more. After returning the white jade pendant in his hand to Fenghe, he led the two into the house. The two followed Luo Tongzhao to a wall in the inner room of the house. Facing this very ordinary stone wall, Luo Tongzhao waved his hand and threw out a golden token, and then began to cast spells quickly with both hands. After a moment, a burst of white light suddenly burst out from above the golden token, and then slowly a dark square hole appeared in front of the wall. "Follow me, fellow Taoists," Luo Tongzhao said, putting away the golden token in the air, and led the way into the black cave. Fenghe glanced around and followed without much hesitation. The three of them quickly passed through the cave and came to a dark cave without a trace of light. Being in this pitch-black environment where you can't see your hand in front of you, people immediately feel a sense of depression. Just when Song Qingming stretched out his hand to condense a ball of fire to illuminate the surroundings, a ball of white light suddenly lit up in front of him, and soon the entire cave was illuminated. Under the illumination of a high-level night pearl released by Luo Tongzhao, Song Qingming could see clearly where the three of them were. It was a fully enclosed cave that had been embedded in the mountain. There were no entrances or exits around it, and not even a breeze could be felt. There was nothing extra in the cave. Only in the middle was there a teleportation array with a radius of 5 or 6 feet. Intermediate teleportation array. Seeing this array, Song Qingming's face also showed a trace of surprise. He didn't expect that in this inconspicuous Taoist temple in the deep mountains, there was actually an intermediate teleportation array that could teleport tens of thousands of miles. You know, the cost of setting up an intermediate teleportation array is at least more than 100,000 spirit stones. The general sect forces simply can't afford such a large amount of money. In the immortal cultivation world of the floating cloud mountain range, those who can set up and use this intermediate teleportation array are basically forces above the nascent soul stage. The Xiaoyao sect, which has been passed down for thousands of years, has only set up an intermediate teleportation array in the most important Ya'an Feng in the north of the sect, although I have heard of following Feng in the past few days and probably know that the Juxin League behind Luo Tongzhao is not a simple force, but when I saw them setting up an intermediate teleportation array in such a place, Song Qingming couldn't help but sigh at the other party's wealth. Just as Song Qingming was sighing in his heart, Luo Tongzhao had already taken out 2 medium-grade spirit stones and placed them on the side of the teleportation array. After getting ready, Luo Tongzhao reminded Fenghe and Song Qingming to walk onto the teleportation array. Standing aside, he immediately cast a spell to start the teleportation array. After the array started running, Luo Tongzhao quickly walked into the array. Soon, a white light flashed, and after a dizzy spin, Song Qingming and the other two reappeared in a very empty hall. "Please, fellow Taoists," after looking at Song Qingming who was still in a daze, Luo Tongzhao spoke to remind the two and immediately took the lead to walk down the teleportation array here. Under the leadership of Luo Tongzhao, Song Qingming and the other two came to another place deep in the mountains that looked similar. However, compared to the previous Taoist temple, which was relatively desolate, this place was very lively and there were people everywhere. There were also many cultivators and mortals living in the town. In addition, Song Qingming also clearly felt that the spiritual energy of this floating cloud was very rich, just like the Xianyuan city he had visited before. Obviously, there should be a spiritual vein of level 4 or above nearby. After arriving here, Luo Tongzhao and Shaoxin greeted a giant and cultivator near the teleportation array, and then brought Fenghe and Song Qingming to the highest peak nearby. "Wait a moment here, fellow Taoists. I will inform the Supreme Elder of the Alliance about this matter first, and then arrange matters for the cave where you will be in seclusion. Go ahead, fellow Taoists. We will wait for you here." After responding to the other party, Fenghe immediately found a clean stone and sat down on the spot. The two waited here for about an incense stick of time, and Luo Tongzhao returned here with another giant and cultivator. Then the two of them took Fenghe and Song Qingming to a cave with relatively sufficient spiritual energy, enough for seclusion to break through the nascent soul realm. "Fellow Taoist Fenghe, this is the location of the headquarters of our alliance. You can rest assured to retreat here. As long as the Juxin League is still here, no one will come here to disturb you. I have something else to do, so I will leave first. If you two Taoists need anything in the future, just tell Junior Brother who." After Luo Tongzhao finished speaking, he bowed to the two of them, and then stepped on the escape light and left here directly. For more than a year, Feng He and Song Qingming live here at the headquarters of the Juxin League to prepare for his next retreat to form a baby. During this period, Song Qingming also went out several times to go to the larger fairy city markets, such as Xianyuan City, to help Feng He collect some spiritual objects needed for breaking through the nascent soul. The location of the headquarters of the Juxin League is very mysterious. After Song Qingming and Feng He arrived here, they found that there were powerful restrictions within 100 miles around the mountain. Without the guidance of their own people, others could not leave here alone. Every time Song Qingming went out, he basically had to go through the teleportation array inside the Juxin League to go outside. Only through the effective distance of the teleportation array can we judge that the location of their headquarters should still be in Ningzhou, and we cannot know the specific location of the places we have been to. After staying in the Juxin League for a while, Song Qingming slowly learned about this somewhat mysterious business alliance, and also knew why Feng He chose to find them to protect him to condense his nascent soul. The Juxin League is a very mysterious force in the Donghuan Kingdom's Juxin world. On the surface, they seem to be just an ordinary chamber of commerce organization. There are many places in the Donghuan Kingdom's Juxin world that they secretly control or directly participate in the operation of commercial shops. The Xianbao Chamber of Commerce that Song Qingming visited is one of them. But what many people don't know is that behind these shops there is also the Juxin League, a very powerful Juxin organization, and the projects they operate are far more than what they seem. Organizing underground auctions that are not allowed to see the light in the world of immortal cultivation, hiring assassins, buying and selling intelligence, selling stolen spiritual objects that come from shady sources, protecting some cultivators with questionable identities from breaking through realms, etc. These things that are difficult to do outside, as long as you can afford the spiritual stones, the Juxin League will accept them all. The Juxin League can also be regarded as one of the most famous underground immortal cultivation forces in the world of immortal cultivation in Donghuan country. Because of this, Feng He chose to find them for his retreat to break through the nascent soul of this time. Although the spiritual stones required to spend in the Juxin League are much more than in the Xianyuan City, at least there is no need to worry about too many security issues. Unlike the immortal cultivation forces such as the Xiandan League that Song Qingming has seen, the Juxin League mainly deals in things that are not allowed to see the light. Although these people in their organization look no different from ordinary cultivators, their style of doing things is to only look at interests and will not talk to you too much about the bottom line of benevolence and morality. Therefore, underground immortal cultivation forces such as the Juxin League are extremely unwelcome by the major orthodox immortal cultivation sects in the Donghuan Kingdom's immortal cultivation world. When they walk outside, they are also very cautious and dare not easily reveal their identities in front of others. Even many shops that have been secretly controlled by them, the people inside are unaware of the existence of this organization. Only when the organization needs it, will they send the core cultivators of the alliance to take over the management. Xianbao Chamber of Commerce is an important stronghold of the Juxin League that has been operating in Xianyuan City for thousands of years. Although the foundation building cultivators above the storekeeper are all internal members of the Juxin League, the shop assistants in the Qi Refining period actually do not know the true identity of this shop. After more than a year of careful preparation, Feng He, who has adjusted his state and prepared everything, finally activated the ban at the entrance of the cave and began to retreat to impact the nascent soul realm. After Feng He's retreat, Song Qingming was not in a hurry to leave, and he found a cave on the nearby mountain and lived there directly. After retreating for a period of time, seeing that the situation on Feng He's side had stabilized, Song Qingming took the initiative to leave here. A brief excerpt. 10 years later, near a mountain to the west of the headquarters of the Gathering Immortals Alliance, the sky that was originally clear and blue suddenly changed color and a black cloud gathered, directly covering the entire mountain, instantly covering the original daytime into night. The mortals and low-level cultivators near the mountain were instantly attracted by such a shocking phenomenon of heaven and earth. Just as everyone started to discuss, several rays of light suddenly flew from the sky and stopped above their heads. Everyone, enter the mountain protection formation immediately, and do not stay outside at will, otherwise you will be severely punished. Hearing the lectures of several high-level cultivators in the sky, the crowd below surged, and soon all moved away from the vicinity of the mountain. After these people finished speaking, they glanced down and saw that no one was staying here, then turned around and quickly flew to the side of the mountain. Soon, the group arrived at a mountain more than 10 miles away. Seeing two figures standing in the air ahead, They hurriedly bowed and saluted respectfully. "Greetings, Grand Elder." The two people in front, a man and a woman, were both at the nascent soul stage or above. The young man in white was a cultivator at the 3rd level of the nascent soul, and the older woman in yellow was at a higher level, already at the 5th level of the nascent soul. Seeing the giant and cultivators who had just arrived, the young man turned around and nodded slightly to greet them, but the other woman ignored them, her eyes still fixed on the top of the mountain. It seems that the young man who is in seclusion on the mountain is about to start dealing with the nascent soul thunder tribulation. This is a rare and good opportunity for you, but don't miss it easily. Hearing what the young man said, Luo Tongzhao, who was standing in front, was slightly startled and asked quickly, "Uncle Zhang, how confident do you think this Taoist Feng is in surviving this thunder tribulation?" Haha. It's hard to say, but a cultivator who can get to this point must be a capable person. I estimate that he should be half confident. It's just that the cultivators who hide here to retreat and survive the thunder tribulation are basically people of evil origin. Although we can provide them with a place of shelter, we must not interfere in the matter of the thunder tribulation. If he really dies in the thunder tribulation, it can only be considered that he is unlucky. After the man in white said this, he greeted the woman in yellow beside him, and then turned into a ray of white light and disappeared on the spot. The woman in yellow stood there and watched for a while, then turned into a ray of light and disappeared, leaving only Luo Tongzhao and a few others standing there. After the two nascent soul cultivators left, more than a dozen golden core cultivators flew over from all directions, including Song Qingming, who was practicing in seclusion nearby and suddenly sensed some changes in the spiritual energy outside, so he came out to check the situation. Although Feng He did not ask Song Qingming to stay in the Juxin League to help him protect the law after his seclusion. However, in case something went wrong with him, Song Qingming did not dare to leave too far after Feng He's seclusion. After traveling around Ningzhou for a few years, he returned to the Juxin League and stayed here to practice in seclusion. Fortunately, because Feng He spent spirit stones, the people of the Juxin League did not deliberately make things difficult for Song Qingming. Not only did they agree to let him stay, but they also allowed him to go out to buy spiritual objects when he needed it. However, if he wanted to leave here and use the teleportation array in the Juxin League, he still had to pay extra spirit stones, and the fee they charged Song Qingming for each teleportation was not low, so Song Qingming also spent a lot of spirit stones on it. Dao Yao Luo, was this strange phenomenon caused by Dao Yao Feng? After seeing Luo Tongzhao, Song Qingming hurriedly asked him with a bow. Luo Tongzhao nodded slightly and said, "Dao Yao Song, don't worry. It seems that Dao Yao Feng has already successfully formed a nascent soul. As long as he successfully survives the thunder tribulation, he will be able to enter the nascent soul realm." "Oh. Thank you Dao Yao Luo for your advice," Song Qingming bowed and responded, and like everyone else, he turned his eyes to the sky. Hearing the news that Feng He was about to start to survive the thunder tribulation, Song Qingming was excited, but still a little worried about him. Unlike breaking through the Jiandan realm, every cultivator who breaks through the realm above the nascent soul will encounter a thunder tribulation from the heavenly Dao because they have gathered and absorbed too much of the vitality of the heaven and earth at once. There are 6 thunder tribulations for this nascent soul cultivator. The first 3 are not very powerful, only equivalent to the full force of an ordinary late Jiandan cultivator. A cultivator who survives the tribulation normally can deal with it. The next 3 thunder tribulations were much more powerful, and the power had reached the level of nascent soul, and each thunder tribulation was a few points stronger than the previous one. Most cultivators who were going through the tribulation would ask for help from cultivators above the nascent soul, so that it would be safer. However, the impact of outsiders' help on this kind of thunder tribulation sent by the heaven was limited. It only slightly reduced the pressure of dealing with the thunder tribulation, and could not completely help you to pass the thunder tribulation 100%. If you want to successfully pass the tribulation, you still have to rely on yourself. After Song Qingming and others waited at the foot of the mountain for 4 or 5 days, as the rolling noise of the black clouds gathered in the sky became louder and louder, a thunder finally fell from the sky and instantly landed on the top of the mountain. Seeing this lightning with amazing speed and power that was no less than the full force of a late Jiandan cultivator, the Jiandan cultivators with slightly lower cultivation levels on the scene also showed a trace of horror on their faces. Only a few late Jiandan cultivators with higher cultivation, such as Luo Tongzhao, remained calm and did not change their expressions. After the attack fell from the sky, a golden light suddenly lit up on the top of the mountain, and then Feng He, with a golden jade seal on his head, flew into the air facing the lightning. The lightning fell on the golden shield beside Feng He, and sparks flew fiercely at first, but it did not cause much damage to the golden shield, and it disappeared in the air soon. However, before everyone could relax, thunder roared again in the sky, and soon another more powerful lightning fell, but it still did not penetrate the golden shield beside Feng He. Until the third thunder fell, the golden jade seal on Feng He's head was suddenly shattered into two halves by the lightning, and the shield beside him quickly disappeared. Fortunately, in the golden shield, there was a white shield arranged by Feng He using another defensive magic weapon to block the attack of the remaining lightning. Seeing that his golden jade seal magic weapon had been destroyed by the third thunder tribulation, Feng He had no time to feel sorry for his magic weapon. He waved his hand and immediately took out a green array disc and threw it directly into the air. As Feng He cast a set of spells in his hands, 5 golden lights appeared on the array disc, and instantly connected to the 5 array flags that had been arranged around, forming a semicircular white shield, protecting Feng He in it. It turned out to be the Xiangang 5 Elements array. No wonder this person has such confidence to deal with the Yuanying Thunder Tribulation alone. After seeing the array on the top of the mountain light up, a giant and late-stage cultivator in the crowd immediately exclaimed. Song Qingming, who was standing aside, saw the Xiangang 5 Elements array in front of him, and a trace of excitement also appeared on his face. This third-level superior defense array was exactly what Feng He helped to set up before he went into seclusion, but this array was not something he had, but something Feng He had prepared long ago. Because there was no help from others, the two of them spent a full half a year to barely set up this array. Seeing this great formation light up, Song Qingming was somewhat expectant. He wondered how powerful this formation was and whether it could help Feng He deal with the next few thunder tribulations. Chapter 646, Yuanying Dachin, Inquiring for Information. While Song Qingming was thinking, another white light lit up in the dark clouds above the sky. Then a huge roar came, and a thunder tribulation that was several times more powerful than the third thunder tribulation fell quickly and hit the Xiangang 5 Elements formation above Feng He's head. This fierce attack was close to the casual attack of a Yuanying cultivator, and its power was much stronger than the previous few thunder tribulations. For a moment, the position where Feng He was located was completely covered by white light, making Song Qingming and others unable to see the situation inside the formation for a while. Seeing such an amazing thunder tribulation, all the cultivators present were almost amazed at this moment. If the people who were crossing the tribulation at this moment were ordinary giant and cultivators like them, under this kind of powerful thunder tribulation, even with the help of the formation, I am afraid that few of them would have the confidence to survive. After a while, as the white light on the top of the mountain dissipated, a white shield reappeared in front of everyone. Seeing Feng He still standing in the air, and that Xiangang 5 Elements formation was not penetrated by the thunder tribulation, Song Qingming was slightly relieved. The power of this third-level superior defense formation was indeed good, and it did not disappoint him. The reason why Feng He wanted to find Song Qingming to help him condense his nascent soul in Donghuang country was that he was attracted by Song Qingming, a third-level formation master, who could help him arrange this formation to deal with the thunder tribulation. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Feng He, who had a relatively average formation level, to complete the arrangement of the formation in such a short time, and the power of the Xiangang 5 Elements formation would be much weaker than it is now. Not long after the fourth thunder tribulation, as the black clouds above continued to roll violently, the fifth thunder tribulation was immediately conceived, and it fell with a thunder, directly impacting the Xiangang 5 Elements formation. This thunder tribulation was like a ferocious thunder beast, tearing the formation that wanted to block it into pieces under its own lightning. The power of the fifth thunder tribulation was 3 times stronger than the fourth thunder tribulation, and it was comparable to the powerful attack of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Although he knew that the defense ability of the Xiangang 5 Elements formation was not bad, after seeing this powerful thunder, Song Qingming couldn't help but sweat for a Feng He in the formation. Fortunately, after the thunder dissipated, although the white shield released by the Xiangang 5 Elements formation had been reduced to a thin layer by the fierce thunder tribulation, Feng He in the formation was still safe and sound, and survived the fifth thunder tribulation without any danger. It was the first time for Song Qingming to see a cultivator survive the nascent soul thunder tribulation. To be honest, he already admired Feng He's personal strength and courage. Feng He, who had survived 5 thunder tribulations in succession, was standing in the formation at this moment, looking up at the 6th thunder tribulation brewing in the sky. There was no fear in his eyes, but full of expectation. This is the last thunder tribulation. It's your turn. Feng He muttered to himself, took out a blue talisman, injected his mana into it, and threw it into the air. As soon as the talisman flew out of the Tiangang 5 elements formation, a deafening sound was heard in the sky, shaking the entire mountain where Feng He was. Although Song Qingming and others were in midair, they also felt a deafening sound brought by the loud noise, and the space nearby trembled slightly. Just as he stabilized his body, Song Qingming heard a cry of surprise. "Brother Luo, this guy took out a level 4 thunder control talisman." "Yes. It should be. This guy dared to deal with the thunder tribulation alone. He must have a lot of trump cards. I just didn't expect that he could even take out such a rare level 4 thunder control talisman. It seems that we still underestimated him." Seeing the high-level spiritual talisman that Feng He had just used, Luo Tongzhao couldn't help but envy him. Luo Tongzhao is also a cultivator who has already reached the peak state of the 9th level of the Golden Core, and has tried to condense the nascent soul twice. Although the first 2 breakthroughs to the nascent soul realm failed and did not reach the stage of passing the thunder tribulation, Luo Tongzhao still has more than 100 years of life left, and there is still one last chance to break through the nascent soul realm. If he is lucky, Luo Tongzhao will most likely face the threat of the nascent soul thunder tribulation like Feng He in the near future. To be honest, he is not so sure whether he can pass this level at that time. After all, it is not so easy to find spiritual talismans above level 4 that are specifically used to deal with thunder tribulations outside. While the two were talking, the 6th and more powerful thunder tribulation had already fallen from the sky. The thunder tribulation was so powerful and imposing that it was far more powerful than the previous 5 thunder tribulations. However, before the 6th thunder tribulation landed on the already damaged Tiangang 5 elements formation, a blue light suddenly lit up in the air, and it turned directly into a blue giant net that blocked the thunder tribulation in the air. Although the power of this thunder tribulation was strong, it was comparable to the full force of an ordinary unyielding cultivator, but it failed to shake the opponent in the blue giant net. A small part of the thunder tribulation continued to fall to the ground through the gaps between the giant nets. However, the power of these thunder tribulations after passing through the giant net was only 1/10 of that, and the Tiangang 5 elements formation controlled by Feng He easily blocked it outside the formation. After a while, as the white light in the sky slowly disappeared, the last thunder tribulation soon disappeared, and then the black clouds in the sky also slowly dissipated, revealing a colorful glow in the sky. The spiritual dew from heaven, it really is a success in overcoming the tribulation. Seeing this scene, the faces of the people standing by showed a trace of envy. After standing there for a while, everyone came to the top of the mountain under the leadership of Luo Tongzhao. Seeing Feng He holding several porcelain bottles in the air to collect some spiritual dew, Luo Tongzhao led everyone to bow and salute. "Hello, Senior Feng, congratulations on your nascent soul." Feng He, who had just survived the thunder tribulation and had a smile on his face, nodded slightly to everyone, and directly handed a porcelain bottle in his hand to Luo Tongzhao. "You are all witnesses of my condensation of the nascent soul. Today is also a fate. This bottle of earth spiritual dew will be given to you. Thank you for the gift." Seeing the earth spiritual dew in their hands, Luo Tongzhao and the dozen or so giant and cultivators around him all showed a bit of joy on their faces. This earth spirit dew is also a relatively rare 3rd level spiritual water. Generally, it will only fall from the sky in places where cultivators have successfully passed the thunder tribulation. If a foundation building cultivator swallows this directly, he can increase his cultivation by 1 level. After a giant and cultivator refines it, he can also increase a lot of mana in his body. It is a rare high-level spiritual object. This bottle of spiritual water can be worth at least tens of thousands of spiritual stones if taken outside. Feng He gave them a bottle so generously, which really made Luo Tongzhao and others look happy. After thanking Feng He respectfully, Luo Tongzhao and others also greeted him very tactfully and left here on their own accord, leaving only Song Qingming and Feng He who came here together. "Congratulations, Senior, today I finally got what I wanted and broke through to the nascent soul realm." Looking at Song Qingming, who also had a respectful face, Feng He glanced around, then waved slightly to Song Qingming, and landed on the ground with him. "This is not the place to talk, come back with me first." After saying this, Feng He took Song Qingming to the cave where he had been in seclusion not far below the top of the mountain. Only after activating a forbidden magic circle at the entrance of the cave did Feng He take out 2 bottles of earth spirit dew that he had filled not long ago and threw them to Song Qingming. "You have been with me here for so long, and it's hard for you. This thing is of no use to me, you keep it first." In the past few years, Song Qingming has been coming here to check the situation frequently. Naturally, this cannot be hidden from Feng He, who has a strong sense in the cave. Most of the time, Feng He is also very clear about Song Qingming's every move near the cave in seclusion over the years. Taking the earth spirit dew given by Feng He, Song Qingming was also very happy in his heart. He nodded with a bit of joy and thanked him, and immediately put away the spiritual object in his hand. "My dear friend Song, I have already broken through the nascent soul stage this time. I will return directly to the floating cloud mountains once my cultivation is stabilized. What are your plans?" Hearing Feng He's question, Song Qingming nodded calmly and replied, "This time I came to Dongyuan country. In addition to helping you to break through in seclusion, I also want to travel around here. If you are in a hurry to go back, you can do as you please. Don't worry about me. After all, the Dongyuan country is so far away from the immortal cultivation world, and it is not easy to come here. I estimate that it will take at least a few years to travel before I go back. Well, if you want to travel, it will be beneficial to your future cultivation. Then I won't ask you any more questions. Let's meet in the floating cloud mountains in the future. Don't worry, I will take the initiative to find you then. Also, this set of formations has been damaged. You can try to repair it. If not, just take it to the market to dispose of it. You can decide on this matter yourself." After Feng He finished speaking, he took out the Xiangang 5 elements formation that he had used not long ago from his body and handed it to Song Qingming. This 3rd grade top grade defensive formation had several cracks on its plate when it was dealing with the thunder tribulation. The power of the formation has been greatly reduced, and it is estimated that it can only barely exert the strength of a 3rd grade lower grade formation. In order to repair this Xiangang 5 elements formation, in addition to requiring a 3rd grade formation master, it is also necessary to find suitable 3rd grade top grade materials, which is not an easy task. This formation is no longer of much use to Feng He now. Giving it to Song Qingming is also to give him a chance to see if Song Qingming can repair this formation in the future. If not, then he can only sell it at a discount. After Song Qingming took the Xiangang 5 elements formation and took a look at it, he took out more than 10,000 spirit stones from his body and gave them to Feng He in exchange for this formation. This Xiangang 5 elements formation that can be used to fight against a nascent soul thunder tribulation. If there is a chance to repair it in the future, its value is far beyond the ordinary 3rd grade formation. Song Qingming is very clear about this. As early as when Feng He was crossing the tribulation, seeing the power of the Xiangang 5 elements formation, Song Qingming had actually been salivating over this formation. Feng He naturally knew this, so he wanted to give it to him. However, even if it was damaged, the Xiangang 5 elements formation could still exert the power of a 3rd level lower grade formation. If it was taken directly to the market, it could at least be exchanged for more than 10,000 spiritual stones. Song Qingming was embarrassed to take advantage of such a big bargain. Seeing that Song Qingming insisted on exchanging spiritual stones for this formation, Feng He did not refuse and accepted it generously. After that, the two of them exchanged greetings for a while, and Song Qingming said goodbye and left the cave. Feng He's affairs had been settled, and Song Qingming did not choose to stay here for a long time. A few days later, he left a letter to Feng He, who was in retreat to stabilize his cultivation, and left the Juxin League headquarters alone. It has been almost 12 years since he left the floating cloud mountains and came to the Dongyuan country cultivation world. Now, more than 70 years have passed since the last monster riot in the northern border. In about 20 years, the monster riot that threatens the cultivation world of Funiu Mountain in Uyghur once every 100 years is about to come. Although the current strength of Xiaoyao sect is slightly better than that of 100 years ago, in this kind of war facing the massive invasion of monsters, the strength of every high-level cultivator is very important to the cultivation world of Uyghur. Whether as a guest elder of Xiaoyao sect or the patriarch of the Song family in Funiu, Song Qingming has no reason to miss this war to protect the human territory. According to his own plan, He will only stay in the Eastern Phoenix Country cultivation world for about 10 years at most, and then Song Qingming should set off to return to Uyghur. In recent years, because of Feng's retreat to break through the nascent soul, Song Qingming has not been to other places in the Eastern Phoenix Country cultivation world, except for traveling around Ningzhou controlled by the Xianyun sect. After leaving the headquarters of the Gathering Immortals Alliance, Song Qingming went straight north. It took more than a month to finally arrive at a small town in Zhuanzhou, northern Ningzhou. This small town called Fingyuan City has only a few thousand cultivators in the city. It is about the same size as the Gianfeng on the other side of the floating cloud mountains. It can only be regarded as an inconspicuous small market in the entire Eastern Phoenix Country cultivation world. However, the number of cultivators coming in and out of the city is much greater than that of the Gianfeng that Song Qingming has been to. Not only those low-level foundation building and Qi refining cultivators, but also giant and cultivators with a cultivation level similar to Song Qingming. Song Qingming has seen several of them when entering the city. After entering Fingyuan City, Song Qingming did not go to the market to stroll around, but very skillfully came directly to a loft located in the east of the city. Song Qingming had just walked into the loft, and several Qi refining cultivators who were busy sorting a pile of books saw him, and one of them hurriedly walked towards him. "Senior, what are you doing in Xianji Pavilion?" Facing a giant and cultivator with a high level of cultivation like Song Qingming, the waiter who was standing in front of him and asking questions was only at the Qi refining stage, but he was not nervous at all, as if he often dealt with high-level cultivators. "I want to find Taoist Liu Zhuan. I wonder if he is here now. The pavilion master is upstairs, but we have already received a full number of guests today." "Senior, do you have an appointment?" Hearing Song Qingming's answer, the waiter did not leave immediately, but stood there and asked another question. Song Qingming replied politely, "I made an appointment with him 5 years ago to come and pick up something. This is my name card. Please let me know." Seeing the red invitation handed over by Song Qingming, the waiter took it with a smile, nodded to Song Qingming, and quickly ran up the stairs in the hall. After Song Qingming stood there and waited patiently for a while, the waiter ran back and extended his hand to Song Qingming, saying, "Senior, the pavilion master asks you to wait for a while in Qin Hall on the second floor. He will come to see you as soon as he is done, okay? Please lead the way." After following the waiter to the second floor of Xianji Pavilion, Song Qingming came to a small room with many paintings and calligraphy on the wall, which was decorated very freshly and elegantly. "Senior, please sit down and rest for a while. If you need anything, just call me outside." After placing 2 cups of spiritual tea on the table, the waiter greeted Song Qingming with a smile, and then slowly walked out. After waiting in this Qin Hall for about an incense stick of time, there was a slight sound of footsteps outside, and then a graceful scholar in white clothes pushed the door and walked in. "Fellow Taoist Song, you are still as charming as ever after not seeing you for many years." Song Qingming saw the scholar in white and immediately stood up and smiled in return, saying, "Fellow Taoist Li, you are too polite. I have been traveling abroad for the past few years. Today, I just happened to pass by nearby and thought of stopping by Xianji Pavilion. I wonder if the matter I entrusted to you last time has come to fruition." The scholar in white was named Li Mengjian, the owner of the Xianji Pavilion. The matter that Song Qingming entrusted him with was the news of the 2 places, Funiu Mountain and Taxa Palace, which he had always wanted to find out. When Song Qingming participated in the Star Conference in Wu State, he had received the guidance of Mo Laogui. There was a place in the Donghuang State's Yuxin world where he could find out the place he wanted to find. 5 years ago, Song Qingming followed the address given by Mo Laogui and found the Xianji Pavilion in Fingyuan City. Only then did he know that this was a place that specialized in collecting all kinds of news in the Yuxin world. Unlike the underground immortal cultivation forces like the Yuxin League that run various businesses, the Xianji Pavilion is just a place where various information is simply bought and sold. It is not very large. The pavilion master Li Mengjian, who is in charge of managing this place, is only a late giant and cultivator. However, although this Xianji Pavilion is not a big force, it is also a very famous organization in the immortal cultivation world of Donghuang country. Every day, many high-level cultivators like Song Qingming come here to buy and sell information. Whether it is looking for various precious spiritual objects and exercises that are hard to find on the market, or asking where there are secret realms and spiritual fruits, or looking for the spiritual mountains and sects you want to go to like Song Qingming, the Xianji Pavilion can help you find the corresponding information. It's just that they can only provide you with information and intelligence. Whether the information is useful to you after you get it, the Xianji Pavilion is not responsible. Song Qingming has also inquired about Qi Mountain and Taixu Palace in the vicinity of Xianyuan City and Ningxiao in recent years, but he was very disappointed and did not get the answer he wanted. Even the huge underground immortal cultivation force like the Juxin League had no impression of these two place names, and only helped Song Qingming find a barren mountain with the same name as Qi Mountain, and spent more than 100 spirit stones for nothing. Therefore, after traveling in Ningxiao for a few years, Song Qingming followed the guidance given by Mo Laogui and found Li Mengzhen, who specialized in selling information, in the Xianji Pavilion in Zhuanzhou. When Mo Laogui was traveling in the Eastern Phoenix country cultivation world, he once lived in Funiu City for a period of time and gave instructions to Li Mengzhen, who had not yet formed a pill. Later, after Li Mengzhen successfully formed a pill, the two became close friends. Seeing Song Qingming with Mo Laogui's letter of guidance, Li Mengzhen was also particularly polite to him and agreed to help him find out about Qi Mountain and Taixu Palace. However, there are indeed many places with these two names in the entire Eastern Phoenix country cultivation world. In the Xianyuan City branch pavilion under the charge of Li Mengzhen alone, 4 or 5 places related to them were found. But the information was a bit messy and had many differences from the Lingshan Holy Land that Song Qingming wanted to find. In order to help Song Qingming find the two places smoothly, Li Mengzhen promised him to help him inquire from several other branches of the Xianji Pavilion and let Song Qingming come to him after a while. When Song Qingming mentioned this matter as soon as they met, Li Mengzhen knew that he was a little anxious, so he took out a scroll that he had prepared without delaying. Fellow Taoist Song, in accordance with your request over the years, I have selected all the places related to that name in Donghuan country and other immortal cultivation worlds near the mainland. There are 7 places that are close to what you requested, 5 of which are within the territory of Donghuan country. If you still can't find it in these places, then this place should not be in our Donghuang Xianzhou, and you may have to try your luck in other continents in the future. Well, anyway, it's fine as long as there is a result. Thank you, fellow Taoist Li. Song Qingming took the scroll from Li Mengzhen's hand, opened it and took a careful look, then smiled and nodded at him, and took out a bag of spirit stones and handed it to him. Seeing that Song Qingming was very satisfied with the scroll he took out, Li Mengzhen, who had put away the spirit stone, hesitated for a moment and then said to Song Qingming, fellow Taoist Song, you also know that this pavilion has always only bought and sold information, and we are not obliged to explain anything more. However, since you were introduced by Brother Mo, I still want to remind you. One of the 7 locations is very mysterious and may be dangerous. I have marked it in the scroll. If you must go there, please be more careful. Chapter 647 Xiangui Sect, Trading Conference. Hearing Li Mengzhen's reminder, Song Qingming also knew the other party's good intentions, and immediately thanked the other party with a bow before getting up and leaving. Although he spent a lot of spirit stones in the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, he finally got what he wanted. After leaving Funiu City, Song Qingming immediately stopped at a nearby uninhabited hilltop, took out the scroll he had just obtained, opened it and looked through it carefully. After his eyes swept over the 7 locations above the scroll one by one, the specific locations of these places slowly emerged in Song Qingming's mind. Except for one place that was not in the Xuxin realm of Donghuan country, although the other 6 were distributed far apart, 10 years was enough for Song Qingming to walk through all these places. Standing on the hillside, Song Qingming thought for a long time before deciding on the first place to start. He put away the scroll in his hand and disappeared into a beam of light. 3 years later, on a fury-like mountain in Qingzhou, west of Donghuan country, a young Taoist priest, about 15 or 16 years old, holding a book of Qi refining techniques in his hand, came to a courtyard at the foot of the mountain with a cautious look on his face. Ouch! As soon as he opened the door, the young Taoist priest bumped into a wire restriction head-on, was bounced back and fell to the ground, uttering a scream. Haha! It's you who came, why didn't you knock on the door first? Before the young Taoist priest could get up, a man in green appeared beside him and said something to him with a smile. Senior Song, I'm honored to meet you. Seeing the newcomer, the young Taoist priest quickly stood up and bowed respectfully. Song Qingming nodded slightly and asked, your master asked you to come here, right? What's the matter? My master asked me to tell you that the Xiangui sect's Congress will be held on the first day of next month. After explaining his purpose, the young Taoist priest placed a martial arts technique he had been holding in front of Song Qingming and continued, "And the martial arts technique you lent me, senior, I have already memorized it. Please take it back." Seeing this, Song Qingming waved his hand and said, "No need. This thing is of no use to me, so I'll just give it to you. You can take this as well, as a thank you for helping me lead the way in the mountain last month." Seeing the exquisite storage bag that Song Qingming took out, the young Taoist priest's eyes lit up instantly. He looked at the storage bag in Song Qingming's hand with surprise and did not dare to reach out to take it, as if he still couldn't believe it was true. Being in a small sect that has already declined, his cultivation level is only at the 3rd level of Qi Refining, so he is not qualified to get a precious spiritual object like a storage bag in the sect. Every time he sees other brothers using storage bags, he is always envious. Now seeing a beautiful storage bag in front of him, how can he not be excited? "I will leave here today. Thank you for your care over the past few months. You keep the things. Remember to thank me and your master when you go back." After Song Qingming finished speaking, he took the initiative to put the storage bag in the hands of the little Taoist priest, and then turned and walked into the courtyard. After a while, a white light flew out from the courtyard and quickly disappeared in the eyes of the little Taoist priest who had just left here. Standing on the phantom boat, Song Qingming looked back at the high mountain behind him and couldn't help but sigh slightly. This is the 4th place called Funiu Mountain he has found, but the results still left him clueless. In the past 3 years, Song Qingming has crossed the 4 continents of Donghuan country, traveling and looking for several places on the scroll he carried with him. It's just a pity that although the place he found is called Funiu Mountain, there is no information related to Taixu Palace on it. The place where Song Qingming just left is already the 4th position on the scroll. Although there is a declining foundation building sect on the Funiu Mountain, Song Qingming has been wandering around the mountain for more than a month and still hasn't found the place he wants to find, so he can only leave this place with a little disappointment. After leaving Funiu Mountain where he had stayed for almost 2 months, Song Qingming flew south for half a day and came to a tall market called Xiangfang. Seeing that there were already many cultivators queuing up to enter the city at the gate of the market, Song Qingming ignored them and directly bypassed a team and strode to the city gate. When the low-level cultivators who were queuing saw someone breaking the rules and trying to cut in line to enter the market, they all looked at Song Qingming with some surprise. However, when they felt the unfathomable pressure coming from Song Qingming, these people immediately put away their curious eyes and replaced them with a respectful look. "Another giant senior has come. He must be here to attend the Xiangui sect conference. I didn't expect to see 2 giant seniors today after just a short while. It seems that this conference should be more attractive than the last one, haha. Dao, I heard a long time ago that the Xiangui sect has prepared several level 3 corpse puppets for this conference. These are spiritual objects that giant and cultivators are excited about. This time it will definitely be more lively than the last time." "Oh. So that's the case. It seems that the Xiangui sect has really invested a lot this time." Song Qingming ignored the eyes of the people around him and came directly to the entrance of the city gate. Seeing that it was a giant and cultivator, the foundation building cultivator of the Xiangui sect guarding the door hurriedly bowed to Song Qingming. "Excuse me, senior, are you here to attend our sect's conference in 5 days? "Yes. I just passed by here. I heard that your sect was holding a conference and came to see it. Are there any requirements for participating in this conference?" Song Qingming nodded gently in response to the other party. Upon hearing this, the foundation building cultivator of the Xiangui sect immediately shook his head and said, "Our sect's conference does not prohibit outsiders from participating. Senior, you only need to bring this item when you arrive, and you can directly enter the auction." After that person finished speaking, he respectfully gave Song Qingming a gold medal representing his identity, and immediately ordered people to make way for Song Qingming to enter the market. Seeing that he walked in so easily, Song Qingming's face was slightly surprised. It seems that this Xiangui sect is really as they said, not excluding outsiders, and there are not so many rules. It's really convenient. After thinking about it in his heart, Song Qingming walked into the market with a happy face, and soon found an inn inside to stay temporarily. Although most of the righteous sects in the world of immortal cultivation are quite diverse to the art of refining corpse puppets, there are still a few sects that specialize in this art. Xiangui sect is a unyielding sect famous for refining various corpse puppets. Although their strength is not very strong in the world of immortal cultivation and Donghuang country, and they are not among the top 10 Yuanying sects. But if we talk about the art of refining corpse puppets, Xiangui sect is one of the top immortal cultivation sects in this world of immortal cultivation, and even in the entire Donghuang Xian's Hao, and the sect's heritage is not to be underestimated. 2 months ago, after Song Qingming came to the Funiu Mountain not far away, he learned from the monks of the foundation building sect on the mountain that the Xiangui sect was about to hold an auction nearby. After hearing about this, Song Qingming also became interested in the conference held by the Xiangui sect, so he stayed there for a while, until today when he learned the specific time of the conference. He came here alone. After staying in Xiangui for a few days, the market gradually became lively, and the streets were crowded with cultivators from all directions. Some of these people were small sects and family forces affiliated with Xiangui sect near them, and many were casual cultivators from other places who came to join in the fun after hearing the news like Song Qingming, and some were disciples of Yuanying sects nearby who were on good terms with Xiangui sect. After traveling in the immortal cultivation world of Donghuang country for so many years, Song Qingming had participated in many such trade fairs, but the scale of the trade fairs he had participated in before was relatively small. This was the first time that Song Qingming had truly participated in a large trade fair held by a Yuanying sect like Xiangui sect. Similar to the large trade fairs in the floating cloud mountains, the trade fair held by Xiangui sect this time also separated a time and place for the spiritual objects needed by high-level cultivators and low-level cultivators. A few days before the trade fair, most of the items that were taken out were relatively low-level first and second-level spiritual objects. There were very few spiritual objects above level 3, and there was no need for auction bidding. As long as you had enough spiritual stones, you could basically buy them. On the fourth day, the auction venue located in the middle of the market officially began to bid for those high-level spiritual objects. Those cultivators with foundation building and above in the market soon gathered here. As a giant cultivator, Song Qingming was immediately arranged by the cultivators of the Xiangui sect to the second floor of the auction as soon as he entered the venue. Only giant cultivators were qualified to enter the VIP area. The Xiangui sect was quite generous to these high-level cultivators who came to participate in the auction. Not only did they arrange a maid to serve in a separate private room, but they also prepared some spiritual tea and spiritual fruits very thoughtfully. After Song Qingming sat down, the maid next to him immediately took the initiative to come forward and briefly introduce the rules of the auction to him, as well as some spiritual objects that might appear next. After patiently listening to the other party for a while, Song Qingming picked up 2 low-level spiritual fruits on the table and handed them to her, then asked softly, "You just said that there will be giant and level corpse puppets at this auction, so do you know about the other spiritual objects that will appear?" Seeing the spiritual fruit in Song Qingming's hand, the maid, who was only in the Qi refining stage, although her eyes had inadvertently revealed a bit of unexpected surprise, she still resisted the temptation in her heart and waved her hand to Song Qingming to decline his kindness. "Senior, these spiritual objects are provided by the sect to honor guests like you. We are not qualified to enjoy them. If the elders of the sect know about it, Qingling may have a hard time explaining it. If you have any questions, just tell me directly. Qingling will definitely not dare to lie if she knows, haha. This spiritual fruit is of no use to me. It can only satisfy my appetite. Don't be nervous. I will definitely not mention this to others when I go out. Just be careful, the low-level spiritual fruit in Song Qingming's hand is really useless for a giant and cultivator like him, but it is different for a low-level cultivator in the Qi refining period like Qingling. Even if you don't refine it yourself, you can exchange it for some spiritual stones to speed up your own practice. Then thank you very much, senior." After hesitating for a long time, seeing that Song Qingming looked serious and didn't seem to be teasing her, Qingling happily accepted the spiritual fruit he handed over and carefully put it into her storage bag. "In addition to what you just mentioned, are there any spiritual objects that can improve the cultivation of these corpse puppets at the auction held by your sect this time?" Hearing Song Qingming's question, Qingling immediately nodded slightly and replied, "Don't worry, senior, there will definitely be some. Our Xiangui sect is the sect that is most proficient in the art of refining corpse puppets in the entire Donghuang Xian's Hao. In terms of cultivating corpse puppets, we naturally have many unique methods. No matter what level of corpse puppet you want to cultivate, you can find the corresponding spiritual objects here. Don't worry, I will remind you later." Well, Then I'll trouble you. Unlike puppet beasts, corpse puppets can continue to improve their cultivation after they are successfully refined, but because they have lost their spiritual intelligence, they have lost the ability to practice independently. Therefore, they can only rely on external forces or elixirs and spiritual objects to continue to improve the cultivation of the refined corpse puppets. This makes it much more difficult than cultivators who can practice normally. Since he had refined the golden wind that year, Song Qingming had become a little richer in the past few years, and he would occasionally feed him some elixirs and spiritual objects, but his cultivation base was growing too slowly, and he was still only at the peak of the first level of the golden collar. This time, Song Qingming came to the Xiangui sect auction, in addition to wanting to see if he could buy some spiritual objects that were useful to him. He also wanted to try his luck at the auction, to see if he could find a way to help Golden Wind break through his own cultivation base, so that his strength could be further enhanced. After all, this guy had been following him for so many years and had contributed a lot, so it would be very beneficial for Song Qingming to be able to help him improve his cultivation base. This time, in addition to looking for follow-up clues to the Yuxin Sutra technique, Song Qingming also wanted to travel around, and was not in a hurry to get on the road. He naturally didn't want to miss this rare large-scale trade fair. As the two were talking, the auction site below was slowly filled with people. Even the private rooms on the second floor that were prepared for giant and cultivators were mostly occupied by cultivators. Song Qingming took a quick glance and found that there were probably nearly 100 giant and cultivators who had just come to the auction. The excitement was no less than when he attended the Star Conference held by the Wu Kingdom Star Sect. The time for the auction had arrived. A ruddy-faced old man in the late giant stage came directly to the stage and said a few words of welcome in front of everyone, and then directly announced the official start of the first auction. As a powerful Yuanying sect, the Xiangui sect had naturally prepared for a long time to hold this kind of auction that was held only once every few decades. The first auction spiritual object that was taken out was a third-grade lower-grade alchemy furnace of good quality, which instantly ignited the atmosphere of the entire auction site. This kind of high-level alchemy furnace has always been the favorite treasure of alchemists. It can not only be used for alchemy in daily life, but also used as a magic weapon for sacrifice. Its value is far beyond the comparison of ordinary magic weapons of the same level. The auctioneer of Xiangui sect just introduced the treasure in his hand and announced the start of bidding. The price of this alchemy furnace immediately soared from 8,000 spiritual stones to more than 20,000. Finally, after a fight among more than a dozen cultivators on the scene, it was successfully won by a man in white at the 6th level of Jiandan at a high price of 26,000 spiritual stones. Taking advantage of the heat caused by the first auction item, Xiangui sect immediately took out 2 third-level spiritual talismans that had been prepared long ago, and continued to drive the atmosphere of the auction venue. However, looking at the very hot scene on the scene, Song Qingming, who was sitting in the private room, always looked around calmly and did not speak to participate in the bidding. Although the spiritual objects taken out by Xiangui sect are indeed high-level spiritual objects that are difficult to find outside, for Song Qingming now, they are not what he urgently needs, so he has no too much interest in competing with others. Until the end of the first day of the auction, Song Qingming did not get any other spiritual objects except for a bottle of level 3 elixir needed for cultivation. When the auction started on the second day, the Xiangui sect finally took out the sect's unique spiritual object corpse puppet, which rekindled the passion of the monks participating in the auction. My fellow Daoists have come from afar. I believe that many of you have come here for the unique skills of our Xiangui sect. Don't miss these second-level corpse puppets. These corpse puppets are made from the corpses of demon cultivators or bandit cultivators killed by our sect. We can guarantee the origin of each one and will never cause you any trouble. But let me make it clear in advance. Our sect only guarantees that there is no problem with the origin of this corpse puppet. If you encounter those who claim to be righteous and unreasonable people who use this to embarrass you after you get the corpse puppet, we will not be responsible. I hope you will think clearly before taking action. In the world of immortal cultivation, some disciples of the righteous sects with more extreme personalities are very disgusted with cultivators using the corpses of the dead to refine corpse puppets. Once they encounter such people, there are many people who will fight with them if they don't agree. This situation is not bad in the immortal cultivation world of the floating cloud mountains, where resources are relatively scarce, but in the large immortal cultivation world like the Eastern Phoenix country where large sects are everywhere and the flow of cultivators is relatively frequent, it is easy to encounter such people if you are unlucky. Because Bayuxin had reminded Song Qingming of this before he set out, he also did not dare to easily reveal his identity as Golden Wind in front of others when he traveled in the immortal cultivation world of Eastern Phoenix country over the years. Although the Xiangui sect had reminded everyone of this in person, there were still many cultivators present who came specifically for the corpse puppets on the stage, and naturally did not care about this. As the Xiangui sect cultivator who hosted the auction announced the start of the auction, the foundation building cultivators below were instantly ignited, and the bids were transmitted to the stage one after another. Seeing that the auction masters had already stood in a row, and each of them had a cultivation level no less than that of the corpse puppets in the foundation building period, Song Qingming's eyes also showed a hint of interest. Seeing this, Qingling, who was waiting on the side, immediately took the initiative to introduce to Song Qingming some of the special features of these corpse puppets refined by the Xiangui sect. As a nascent soul sect that has been passed down for nearly 10,000 years, the Xiangui sect has many secret methods for refining and cultivating corpse puppets. They can use some low-level demon beast spirits or ghost cultivator spirits to refine a large number of low-level corpse puppets. Then use some special secret methods in the sect to slowly cultivate these corpse puppets step by step to a high level, and continuously provide the sect with high-level corpse puppets. After the corpse puppet recognizes the master, it cannot be traded or transferred to other cultivators like a puppet, but the Xiangui sect has its own unique secret method, which can cultivate a corpse puppet to the foundation building or even golden elixir realm without recognizing the master. Therefore, they can treat these things as ordinary spiritual objects and put them on the auction site for auction. The sale of these corpse puppets can also bring a lot of income to the Xiangui sect, the nascent soul sect, every year. A corpse puppet in the foundation building period, if used properly, can be as powerful as an ordinary cultivator of the same level, and is much more powerful than the puppet beast of the same level. If an ordinary cultivator in the early stage of foundation building brings a corpse puppet of the same level to help, it can at least increase its own combat power by more than 30%. Sometimes it can even compete with a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building. How can this not make these cultivators who come here excited? Soon, the first corpse puppet in the early stage of foundation building was auctioned in front of Song Qingming for 6,000 spirit stones. Although he was prepared in his heart and knew that the price of these corpse puppets must be not cheap, Song Qingming was still a little surprised after seeing such a high price with his own eyes. After thinking about it, he still felt that it was not cost-effective, and slowly let go of the idea of bidding for one or two foundation building corpse puppets. After all, corpse puppets can only improve personal strength. They are more suitable for those independent cultivators who are eager to improve their own fighting strength. They are far less helpful to the family than puppet beasts. It would be better to spend more than 7,000 spirit stones to buy a corpse puppet of the foundation building period, and then directly exchange it for a foundation building pill. Maybe you can even train another foundation building cultivator for the family. Not only Song Qingming, but also the giant cultivators sitting on the second floor almost all looked down on these corpse puppets of the foundation building period, and few people made an offer. Almost all the people who participated in the competition for this item were the foundation building cultivators in the audience. Song Qingming also knew that these giant cultivators sitting upstairs were almost all here for the news released by the Xiangui sect before, about a few giant corpse puppets. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 648, Black Robed Monk, Late Giant and Corpse Puppet. Different from the corpse puppets of the Qi Refining and Foundation building stages, it is much more difficult to refine the corpse puppets of the Giant stage. The materials that need to be prepared, such as the third-level Ghost King Ghost Pill, are also very difficult to find in the world. Even if the Xiangui sect has a secret method to cultivate it, it takes a lot of time and spiritual objects to do it. The spiritual stone materials required to cultivate a corpse puppet of the Giant stage are at least 10 times more than the corpse puppet of the foundation building stage. Because of this, corpse puppets above the Jinden stage are so rare in the world of immortal cultivation. Like the foundation building cultivators below, at least half of the Jinden cultivators who came to the auction of the Xiangui sect on the second floor are also coming for the few Jinden corpse puppets that are the finale of the auction. After all, as Jinden cultivators, no one would want to refuse a helper who can improve their combat power by 30%. The help of a Jinden stage corpse puppet to Jinden cultivators is far more useful than ordinary magic weapons. However, with so many Jinden cultivators present, it was hard to say who would get these Jinden corpse puppets. After the appearance of these corpse puppets in the foundation building stage, the entire auction became more lively than ever before. It was not until more than half an hour later that more than a dozen corpse puppets in the foundation building stage were successfully divided up by the cultivators in the audience. The two most expensive corpse puppets in the late foundation building stage were also auctioned at a high price of nearly 12,000 spirit stones, which made Song Qingming sigh inwardly. Even among these foundation building cultivators in the audience, there are many people with a lot of money, who are willing to spend so many spirit stones on this. When Song Qingming was still in the foundation building stage, he was reluctant to spend so many spirit stones to configure even a talisman, let alone a corpse puppet that was so expensive and more valuable. After all the corpse puppets on the stage had their respective owners, at the next auction, the Xiangui sect continued to bring out more high-level spiritual objects unique to their sect, as well as things like foundation building pills that could attract the attention of many cultivators. Unlike the immortal cultivation world in the floating cloud mountains, the immortal cultivation world of the Eastern Phoenix country is a holy land for human cultivators, and the spiritual resources that can be cultivated, such as spiritual herbs and spiritual medicines, are much richer. Therefore, although the foundation building pill is also expensive here, it is not as difficult to obtain it as in the floating cloud mountains. As long as you have enough spiritual stones to go to a larger market, it is not difficult to buy it. Song Qingming had already purchased several foundation building pills when he passed by other ways and participated in the trading conference before, so the foundation building pills brought out by the Xiangui sect were no longer very attractive to Song Qingming now. Although he had no shortage of spiritual stones and spiritual objects, Song Qingming did not make many moves on the second day of the auction. He only participated in the competition for a few third-level spiritual objects. When he saw that the price exceeded his expectations, he immediately stopped. Like the Star Conference that Song Qingming participated in that year, the auction held by the Xiangui sect was also divided into 3 days. On the one hand, it could keep everyone in the market for a few more days and increase the income of some spiritual stones in various places in the market. On the other hand, it could also give some monks who spent too many spiritual stones the day before a little time to raise spiritual stones so that they could participate in the next auction. On the third day, the entire Xiangui sect auction conference also entered the final climax stage. At the beginning, the Xiangui sect monk who was responsible for hosting the auction took out a powerful corpse puppet whose cultivation had reached the Jinden stage as the first item, which instantly attracted the attention of all the monks at the auction site. Especially those Jinden monks sitting on the second floor of the auction site, all of them had a gleam of light in their eyes, and many monks had put down their teacups and were ready to start bidding on the stage. When the monk of the Xiangui sect who presided over the auction of this item below just announced the start of bidding, more than a dozen Jinden monks immediately sent voice transmissions to report their prices. Song Qingming, who was sitting upstairs, looked at the price of the Jinden corpse puppet with a calm face. From the reserve price of 20,000 spirit stones, it soared to nearly 40,000 spirit stones not long after. Seeing that the atmosphere of competition was still hot, Song Qingming could only gently pick up the teacup on the table, patiently tasted it, and first gave up the idea of making an offer. Although he could also take out so many spirit stones to participate in the competition, the main purpose of this trip was not for this Jinden corpse puppet, but to keep the spirit stones and wait for the next spiritual object. In the end, this Jinden corpse puppet, whose cultivation was not as good as Golden Wind, also fell into the hands of the middle-aged man at the third level of Jinden at a high price of 48,000 spiritual stones. Seeing that the other party spent so many spiritual stones to get this Jinden corpse puppet, and then went downstairs to trade with the Xiangui sect monks with an excited look on his face, Song Qingming sighed slightly in his heart. Originally, Song Qingming had an idea to try to take a Jinden corpse puppet and give it to King Yu or Wang Xian after returning. However, seeing that this thing has been auctioned at such a high price, it is indeed a bit difficult for him to do it. The reason why he didn't want to use it for himself was also because in the world of cultivating immortals, a giant and cultivator can only control one corpse puppet of the same level to fight against the enemy with the help of the soul. If there are more, the ability of the corpse puppet in battle will be greatly reduced, and it will be difficult for the controlled corpse puppet to exert the power he wants. It is precisely because of this limitation that the disciples of Yuanying sects like Xiangui sect can rely on the help of corpse puppets to gain some advantages in the battles with the same level cultivators, but their strength is essentially not too much beyond other ordinary cultivators in the world of cultivation. When they encounter those powerful cultivators of the same level who have better magic weapons, they are still no match for them. Otherwise, if it is like those puppet beasts, as long as the cultivator's consciousness is stronger, they can control several corpse puppets of the same level to fight at the same time, then it will be difficult for cultivators of the same level to defeat them. If this is true, the strength of Xiangui sect should be more than this, and it would have been among the top 10 Yuanying sects in the world of cultivation in Donghuan country. Under normal circumstances, a cultivator can only control one corpse puppet. Song Qingming now has golden wind on him, so he naturally does not need extra corpse puppets. The first corpse puppet had just been auctioned off. The cultivator from the Xiangui sect, who was hosting the auction on the stage, waved his hand and took out 2 green bottles. He smiled and said loudly to the cultivators present, "Dear Daoists, those of you who have giant and stage corpse puppets on you will definitely want to continue to improve their strength. Our sect has already considered this for you. These 2 bottles of Jingui pills are secret medicines refined by our sect's unique secret method, which can help corpse puppets in the early Jinden period quickly break through the realm of cultivation. Let me make it clear to you in advance that this pill is only effective when it helps the corpse puppet break through the realm of cultivation. It does not mean that if you refine it directly now, you can increase your cultivation by 1 level out of thin air. I hope that fellow Daoists will not misunderstand this. Well, I have reminded you what I should remind you. That's all I have to say. It's up to you Daoists next. Golden puppet pill, starting price is 3,000 spirit stones per pill. Please take it, fellow Daoists, 3,500 spirit stones. As soon as the voice on the stage fell, a voice was immediately shouted out from a private room sitting opposite Song Qingming on the 2nd floor. Seeing that the spiritual object he had been waiting for a long time finally came out, and after confirming the effectiveness of this object with Qingling beside him, Song Qingming did not think too much, and quickly opened his mouth and shouted out his offer. 4,000 spiritual stones, knowing that this object can only be used by the corpse puppet in the early stage of the golden elixir when it breaks through. Those cultivators who do not have this object on them will definitely not participate in the bidding for no reason. Therefore, there are not many cultivators competing with Song Qingming for this object on the scene, and there are only 3 or 5 people including him. 5,500 spiritual stones, 6,000 spiritual stones. As the offer was shouted out, the price of the golden puppet pill climbed to 6,000 spiritual stones, which has slowly exceeded its original market price. Gradually, some cultivators withdrew from the bidding. Because the speed of corpse puppet cultivation is generally lower than that of normal golden elixir cultivators, it is difficult for outsiders to cultivate it without secret methods. Except for the Xiangui sect that specializes in studying this way. Other ordinary golden elixir cultivators who get a corpse puppet in the golden elixir period will rarely spend too much energy and resources to cultivate it. Only people like Song Qingming, who already have enough cultivation resources and happen to meet the golden wind who had followed him for many years, and whose cultivation had reached the peak of the 1st level of the golden core and could not make any progress, would spend some spiritual stones to help it break through the cultivation quickly. 6,500 spiritual stones. In addition to Song Qingming, there was only one giant and early stage cultivator who was wearing a loose black robe, with a fair face and very handsome appearance, who was still bidding and did not give up the fight for this item. 7,000 spiritual stones. As soon as the black-robed cultivator finished bidding, Song Qingming did not hesitate, and immediately another voice transmission flew into the auction table below, raising the price of the golden puppet pill to 7,000 spiritual stones. Since he came here mainly for the spiritual object, as long as the price is not too outrageous, Song Qingming will naturally not give up easily. Seeing this, the black-robed cultivator sitting not far from Song Qingming's private room hesitated for a moment, and chose to send a voice transmission directly to Song Qingming. My fellow Taoist, although this pill is precious, its price now exceeds its original value. If we continue to fight like this, these spirit stones will only be cheapened by the Xiangui sect. If you agree, I will give this pill to you first, and please don't fight with me for the next golden puppet pill. How do you think about this? The black-robed monk was obviously dressed in a masculine way, but his voice was unexpectedly pleasant to the ears, with a hint of femininity, making it difficult for Song Qingming to tell whether the other party was a man or a woman. However, in the world of cultivating immortals, there are all kinds of strange people and things. These are no longer strange things for him who has traveled around. What Song Qingming cares about more is that the other party wants to discuss the auction of the golden puppet pill with him. After just thinking for a moment, Song Qingming immediately nodded slightly at the other party and agreed to his proposal. Although Song Qingming really wanted to get both of the golden puppet pills on the stage, since the other party was also coming for the spiritual pill. If the two of them fought endlessly at this auction, they would definitely waste a lot of spiritual stones, which was not a very cost-effective thing for him. Anyway, one golden puppet pill should be enough to help Golden Wind break through his cultivation. As for the next time he breaks through his cultivation, it will normally take at least a few decades. Song Qingming currently has no such long-term plan to cultivate Golden Wind. He can only take it one step at a time and see what happens. After all, improving the cultivation and strength of Golden Wind is only a secondary matter for Song Qingming. The key spiritual stones are still to improve his own cultivation. Since no fellow Taoist wants to bid, this third-level inferior golden puppet pill will belong to fellow Taoist number 32. Congratulations on winning this item with 7,000 spiritual stones. After the black-robed monks no longer competed, Song Qingming immediately stood up and went to the stage to spend several thousand spiritual stones to successfully get the spiritual pill he wanted when the monk from the Xiangui sect who hosted the auction announced the result. Although the price of 7,000 spiritual stones to buy this golden puppet pill was slightly higher than the market price of this pill, Song Qingming was still very happy to have successfully achieved his goal. When the second golden puppet pill appeared, Song Qingming was also very trustworthy and did not continue to participate in the competition. The remaining spiritual pill fell into the hands of the black-robed monk for 6,500 spiritual stones. After bidding for this item, the black-robed monk also bowed slightly to Song Qingming to express his gratitude. Seeing this, Song Qingming immediately smiled and returned the greeting. This time, both of them successfully got the elixir they wanted. Both sides were still very satisfied with the result, with a smile on their faces. After the auction of the two golden puppet pills, the heavenly puppet sect took out some spiritual pills that could improve the cultivation of the corpse puppets in the golden core stage at the auction. However, compared with the golden puppet pills that can be used for breakthroughs, the number of these spiritual objects is much larger, and the competition is also much smaller. After all, most people buy spiritual objects, such as the corpse puppets in the golden core stage, and use them as timely combat power. There are indeed not many cultivators like Song Qingming who are willing to spend spiritual stone resources to cultivate them. Taking advantage of this gap, Song Qingming also made frequent moves and spent thousands of spiritual stones to buy a lot of elixirs and spiritual objects that can enhance other cultivation for Golden Wind. After these spiritual objects were gone, it wasn't long before the heavenly puppet sect took out a precious golden core corpse puppet, which livened up the slightly depressed atmosphere at the scene. Because the giant stage corpse puppet brought out by the Xiangui sect has a higher cultivation level and has reached the third level of the giant stage. Therefore, compared with a previous giant corpse puppet, the price of this auction is also higher. It was not until 56,000 spirit stones that it was finally auctioned. Seeing the higher prices, Song Qingming also saw the love and madness of these giant stage corpse puppets by these giant cultivators present. If Song Qingming had not been lucky enough to get a ghost pill, and Chen Zhuangxin happened to send him the secret technique of refining giant corpse puppets, he would not have spent so much effort to refine Golden Wind. If he was asked to spend 40,000 to 50,000 spirit stones to buy a finished giant corpse puppet like the giant cultivators present now, Song Qingming might not be able to make this decision even if he had so many spirit stones on him. After all, since he entered the Dao cultivation, Song Qingming has never been a person who likes to fight with others. In his mind, improving his cultivation speed has always been a priority over improving his fighting ability. After the auction of the second giant corpse puppet was completed, the progress of the auction had already passed more than half. And the spiritual objects that the Xiangui sect took out next were also some of the remaining high-quality final spiritual objects. Next, the Xiangui sect took out several spiritual objects of level 3 and above in succession. When it came to the penultimate spiritual object, there was even a very rare level 3 high-quality magic weapon on the market. This immediately attracted everyone's attention and attracted a lot of competition from the giant cultivators present, but in the end, as expected, this object fell into the hands of a giant late-stage cultivator who was also from the nearby Yuanying sect. Magical objects of level 3 and above are very rare and precious spiritual objects, even in the Donghuang country where spiritual object resources are relatively rich. It is very rare to see a third-level high-quality magic weapon on an ordinary giant and casual cultivator, most of which are in the hands of those Yuanying-level sects. Song Qingming was traveling alone, so he naturally didn't want to provoke those Yuanying-level cultivators. Therefore, although the last few auction treasures were good, he did not take the initiative to participate in the bidding competition, but just sat aside and watched to gain experience. As time went on, the entire auction soon entered the competition for the last finale. When seeing the giant corpse puppet taken out by the Xiangui sect on the stage, Song Qingming, who had already expected it, was still slightly shocked. It turned out to be a corpse puppet of the late giant stage. The Xiangui sect is really generous this time. They are willing to take out even this, haha. It's not in vain. I didn't expect that I would have the honor to see such a rare spiritual object. Hearing the surprised voices around him, Song Qingming couldn't help but show a very surprised look on his face. Although he knew that the spiritual object that the Xiangui sect would take out as the finale of the auction would definitely not be a common object, it should at least be a third-level high-quality spiritual object to be worthy of the qualification of the finale spiritual object. However, even so, Song Qingming still did not expect that the Xiangui sect would be willing to take out a corpse puppet that had been cultivated to the late giant period for public auction, which was indeed a bit beyond his expectations. You know, it is very difficult for a corpse puppet in the giant period to improve its cultivation level by 1 level. If you want to cultivate such a corpse puppet of the 7th level of giant, even if the Xiangui sect has special secret methods, it is estimated that it will take at least 100 years to cultivate it. It stands to reason that this level of corpse puppet is an important battle power foundation of the Xiangui sect, which is generally reserved for the elders of their own family to use for sacrifice and cultivation, and it is not likely to appear in such a public auction. After asking Qingling, who was standing aside, Song Qingming learned that it was indeed not the first time that the Xiangui sect took out this level of precious spiritual objects at the auction. Song Qingming's face slowly showed some understanding. Before the monks present recovered from their shock, the monks of the Xiangui sect immediately began to introduce the detailed information of this late giant corpse puppet according to the auction process. To be honest, the hundreds of giant monks present, including Song Qingming, were all fascinated by this late giant corpse puppet. You have to know that this is a powerful combat power, comparable to that of ordinary late giant monks. If Song Qingming can get the help of this thing, with his current 5th level giant cultivation, he will definitely not be at a disadvantage against a monk like Li Wutong, who has just broken through to the late giant stage. My fellow Taoists, I'm kindly reminding you that this late giant corpse puppet is a rare spiritual object that our sect will only produce once every 200 years. If you miss it this time, you'll have to wait at least 200 years next time. I hope you won't miss the opportunity. The low price is 30,000 spiritual stones. Please make your bids. 32,000 spiritual stones, 33,000 spiritual stones, 35,000 spiritual stones. As soon as the Xiangui sect announced the start of the auction, most of the giant cultivators sitting on the stage immediately quoted their prices excitedly, all of whom didn't want to miss this rare opportunity that only comes once in 100 years. Our sect offers 60,000 spiritual stones. Just as the bidding was going on, a gray-clothed old man in the late giant stage, who was sitting in the private rooms on the 2nd floor, raised the price of this late giant corpse puppet to a sky-high price of 60,000 spiritual stones, immediately interrupting the voices of the cultivators who were constantly bidding. You are such a bunch of ignorant people. You casual cultivators are not qualified to own spiritual objects of this level. After the gray-clothed old man finished bidding, he did not forget to make a sarcastic remark to the cultivator who had just participated in the auction. Facing the gray-clothed old man's ridicule, many cultivators present were somewhat unhappy, but no one dared to show it. They all turned their eyes away and dared not look at him again. Haha. Old you, your words are really too harsh. Since the Taoist friends present have come here to participate in the auction, they are also guests of the Xiangui sect. Even if they don't have the strength, they are qualified to bid. Why do you have to say such cold words? The gray-clothed old man had just finished speaking when a middle-aged man sitting in a private room not far away immediately responded to him. Chapter 649, Flame Spirit Water, Sealed Demon Valley. Although the middle-aged man seemed to be speaking for the cultivators present, his words still contained some sarcasm for the people's overestimation of their abilities, showing his superiority. HMPH. Although my words are a bit harsh, you don't have to pretend in front of me, fellow Taoist Liu. Since you and I are both here for this corpse puppet, let's just rely on our own abilities. Well, my Luan sect offers 62,000 spirit stones. The middle-aged man bowed slightly and immediately announced his price to the audience. 63,000 spirit stones. As the two began to bid, two more people around joined in and began to compete for this item. However, whether it was the gray-clothed old man, the middle-aged cultivator, or the other cultivators who continued to compete for the late giant and corpse puppet on the stage, these people, without exception, were all people who came from the Yuanying sect. The other monks who had just participated in the bidding, watching these people bidding to compete for spiritual objects, although they were still a little eager in their hearts, they did not dare to bid easily, and became a spectator like Song Qingming. In this situation, the Xiangui sect, as the organizer of the auction, did not want to say much except for symbolically urging everyone to bid, and let these Yuanying sect monks control the bidding for the last item. It seems that this finale of the late giant and corpse puppet was taken out, and it had nothing to do with Song Qingming and other ordinary giant and monks who came to participate in the conference. Seeing the strange atmosphere at the scene, Song Qingming's heart was not too much. Although he was also very interested in the late giant and corpse puppet on the stage, Song Qingming knew very well in his heart that even if there were no people from the Yuanying sect to participate in the competition, it would not be an easy task to win this item with only the remaining spiritual stones on him. After all, among the hundreds of giant and cultivators present, there were many powerful ones who were at the late giant and stage or above, and there were 5 or 6 cultivators who had reached the 9th level of giant. Song Qingming's hope of winning the competition was also very slim. Seeing that the remaining things had nothing to do with him, Song Qingming didn't want to stay at the auction any longer, so he told Qingling beside him and got up and walked out of the private room of the auction on the 2nd floor. However, just as Song Qingming reached the stairs, a maid from the Xiangui sect who was dressed similarly to Qingling suddenly came from behind and called him. "Senior, please wait a moment." Song Qingming turned around and looked at the other party after hearing the words. After confirming that she was calling him, he asked in a strange way, "Can't we leave early? Do you have anything else to do?" "Senior, you misunderstood. We can leave the auction at any time. I came to you because another senior asked me to bring you a letter." The maid of the Xiangui sect who looked a little well-behaved took out a letter with a hint of restriction from her body and handed it to Song Qingming. Seeing this, Song Qingming nodded slightly, took the letter and directly wiped off the restriction on it. After opening it and scanning the content on it, he stood there and thought for a moment, and then put it away with a calm face. "Did the fellow Taoist who asked you to deliver the letter say anything else? Has he left here?" "That senior just left the 2nd floor and didn't say anything else. He just asked me to help deliver this letter to you," the maid of the Xiangui sect quickly replied. Hearing the other party's answer, Song Qingming smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Well, thank you for your help." After leaving the Xiangui sect auction venue, Song Qingming first returned to the inn where he lived to rest for a while. After packing up his things, he did not leave the market directly after going out, but came to a restaurant not far from the inn. Under the guidance of the restaurant waiter, Song Qingming soon came to a private room upstairs. As soon as he opened the door, Song Qingming saw a black-robed monk standing not far away, smiling and bowing to him. "Dao really didn't make me wait in vain. I am Li Zhuan, please come in and talk first." Seeing this, Song Qingming also bowed slightly in return. After entering the private room, Song Qingming asked, "I am Song Sen. Dao Li invited me here, saying that there is something to discuss. I don't know what it is, so please speak frankly." This black-robed monk was the one who competed with Song Qingming for the golden puppet pill before. Just when Song Qingming left the auction venue of Xiangui sect ahead of schedule, this person suddenly asked a maid to deliver a letter to him, wanting to meet Song Qingming to discuss something. Although it felt a little strange, this was still in the market after all, and Song Qingming didn't have to worry about any disadvantages in the appointment. After thinking about it, he came to meet the other party. The black-robed monk standing aside saw that Song Qingming seemed a little anxious, so he didn't say politely to him anymore, and said directly, "Fellow Taoist Song bought a golden puppet pail at the auction today. It should be used to cultivate corpse puppets. I don't know how your corpse puppet is now. Can you tell me first? I got this corpse puppet not long ago, and it is still at the peak of the first level of the golden pill. I came here today to buy pills to help it break through its cultivation." Seeing that the other party asked about the golden wind on his body, Song Qingming didn't think much about it and answered the other party directly. Although Lingyuan had not yet revealed his purpose, it was not difficult for Song Qingming to guess that he had asked him to come here today because of the matter of the corpse puppet. Song Qingming did not need to deliberately hide this from him. After hearing Song Qingming's answer, Lingyuan's face was slightly happy, and he said, "I see that fellow Taoist Song seems to be very interested in cultivating corpse puppets. I have a secret method here that can help fellow Taoist quickly improve the cultivation of the corpse puppet on your body. I wonder if you are interested in listening." "Oh. What secret method? Please teach me." Fellow Taoist Li, hearing that the other party said that there was a way to speed up the cultivation of golden wind, Song Qingming was slightly surprised, and instantly became interested, and asked the other party to continue. Since he had refined the golden wind Jinden corpse puppet, when he was still in the early stage of the Jinden, golden wind had indeed helped Song Qingming in many battles with others. However, as Song Qingming's cultivation level increased rapidly, golden wind, whose cultivation level had been stagnant, gradually could not keep up with Song Qingming's strength, which made Song Qingming feel helpless. After all, in the world of cultivating immortals, some secret methods of cultivating high-level corpse puppets are generally only available in large sects such as Xiangui sect, and it is difficult to find them outside. If there is a way to help him quickly improve golden wind's cultivation level, it would definitely be something that Song Qingming would be very happy about. After all, golden wind has been with him for so many years, and has experienced many battles with him. Song Qingming also has some feelings for him. Of course, he does not want to discard him casually in the future like a magic weapon or a talisman. Seeing that Song Qingming had aroused his interest, Lingyuan nodded slightly and continued, "Fellow Taoist Song also knows that corpse puppets cannot rely on their own practice to improve their cultivation speed. If you want to help them improve their cultivation, you must refine enough elixirs and spiritual objects. But even if you are willing to invest so many elixirs in him, under normal circumstances, the speed at which he refines these spiritual objects will not be too fast. For a corpse puppet in the early stage of the golden core, it will take at least 30 years to improve its cultivation level. However, I know a secret method that can use a kind of spiritual water to cleanse the corpse puppet's body, so that it can speed up its ability to absorb and refine spiritual objects. This way, the speed of improving their cultivation can be shortened by almost half." "What kind of spiritual water are you talking about? And it actually has such an effect, but can we find it?" Lingyuan suddenly asked. After a pause, he continued, "This thing is called Yanling water, and it happens to be found in a place in the Demon Ceiling Valley not far from here. However, this Demon Ceiling Valley is not an ordinary place. Even if Jinden cultivators like us rashly enter it, it is also very dangerous. In order to increase the probability of success of this trip, I have asked a few Taoist friends to go with us. I wonder if Taoist Song is interested in going with us." "Don't worry, Taoist friends, we are all here to cleanse the corpse puppets on our bodies. There is no other purpose for entering the valley. If you are worried, we can also sign a soul contract in advance before taking action." Demon Ceiling Valley, how can it be in such a place? When Song Qingming heard Lingyuan say that the effect of Yanling water can greatly improve the speed of corpse puppet cultivation, his face was full of expectation. However, when he uttered the 3 words Demon Ceiling Valley, Song Qingming, who was originally very calm, suddenly changed his face and frowned. Song Qingming had heard Bai Yuxin mention the Demon Ceiling Valley before he set out for Weiguo. Bai Yuxin had warned Song Qingming that it was dangerous and told him not to get close to it. Although Bai Yuxin had not been near the Demon Ceiling Valley when he traveled to the Eastern Phoenix Country Cultivation World, he had long heard of its reputation as one of the 10 forbidden places in the Eastern Phoenix Country, so he specifically reminded Song Qingming. After traveling in the Eastern Phoenix Country Cultivation World, Song Qingming had heard of the reputation of the Demon Ceiling Valley from many people over the years, and naturally remembered the name of this place. In ancient times, because the interface power of this world was relatively weak when it was first opened, many demons from the upper world took the opportunity to enter this world. At that time, there were powerful demon cultivators and high-level demon beasts from the upper world everywhere in the 5 continents and 4 seas of the Huaiyang realm. 100,000 years ago, a group of sages and monks came to Donghuang Xian's Hao. They spent tens of thousands of years slaying demons and clearing a piece of pure land, and then they created the Donghuang Kingdom, the holy land of the human race in the state. At that time, some of the demon cultivators from the lower realms were more difficult to deal with. They still carried a lot of true demon energy from the upper realm. Even if they were killed, they could not completely expel the demon energy in their bodies. In order to seal and suppress these true demon energy and prevent them from spreading out and being used by other demon cultivators to continue to harm the world of cultivation, many senior monks in the Donghuang Kingdom cultivation world at that time gathered all the corpses of the ancient demons from the upper realm in one place, and then laid out the ancient formation to suppress the true demon energy in their bodies. This is also the origin of the famous Demon Ceiling Valley. Since the establishment of the Demon Ceiling Valley, the area within tens of thousands of miles has become desolate and no longer suitable for ordinary mortals to live in because of the influence of the true demon energy. Therefore, it has been designated as a forbidden area by the East Phoenix Country Cultivation World, prohibiting cultivators and mortals from approaching there. However, as time goes by, most of the true demon energy in the Demon Ceiling Valley has been refined by the ancient formation, and the valley has slowly begun to be full of vitality, giving birth to many precious spiritual objects that are hard to find outside, as well as many powerful high-level monsters. Therefore, many high-level cultivators have begun to enter the valley with courage to search for treasures and spiritual objects. However, after these people entered, some found precious spiritual objects and returned with a full load, and many people disappeared and did not know where they fell. There were also unlucky people who accidentally touched the seal of the ancient cultivators and were contaminated by the leaked demon energy and fell into the devil's way. Not only the righteous cultivators, but also the demon cultivators hiding in the world of immortal cultivation, also came to the Demon Ceiling Valley upon hearing the news, hoping to find the true demon energy from the upper realm to improve their own strength. Therefore, the Demon Ceiling Valley has already become a well-known dangerous place in the world of immortal cultivation in the Eastern Phoenix Country. Although there are indeed many precious spiritual objects hidden in it, few cultivators dare to approach and step into it. Seeing that Song Qingming's face was a little strange when he heard about the Demon Ceiling Valley, Li Zhuan had expected it and quickly explained, since fellow Taoist Song also knows about the Demon Ceiling Valley, there is no need for me to explain too much. After all, it is not a peaceful place. If I say that there is no danger at all, you will certainly not believe it even if I dare to say it. But please rest assured, fellow Taoist Song, we are only going to the outer area of the Demon Ceiling Valley this time and will not go deep into the core area of the valley. In addition, with you, there are 4 giant and cultivators traveling together, so the probability of success is still very high. Since you are a successful giant and cultivator, you should also know how difficult it is for us to practice. If you want to find opportunities in the world of immortal cultivation and cannot bear any risks, I am afraid that is impossible. Please consider this carefully. After hearing what Li Zhuan said, Song Qingming was silent for a moment, and then asked, "May I ask, fellow Taoist, besides you, who are we, besides the 2 of us, what is the cultivation level of the other fellow Taoists traveling with us? There is another fellow Taoist Qi whose cultivation level is the same as yours, and another fellow Taoist Liang is a cultivator of the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage. These 2 fellow Taoists, like you and me, also have a corpse puppet of the Golden Core stage on their bodies. Compared with ordinary cultivators of the same level, their strength is 3 times stronger. Fellow Taoist Li, this matter is a bit hasty. Please allow me to think about it. How about you reply in a few days?" Li Zhuan nodded slightly, waved his hand and smiled. "Of course, I have agreed with several other fellow Taoists to set off in a month. If fellow Taoist Song has made up his mind, you can come to the other parties in to find me at any time." If fellow Taoist does not want to go, please help keep this matter confidential and do not mention it to others. I thank you in advance." After speaking, Lizhuan bowed to Song Qingming again. "Don't worry, fellow Taoist Li, I am definitely not a talkative person. I understand this." A month later, on a small hill dozens of miles outside Xianguofang, Song Qingming and Lizhuan were sitting on a stone, closing their eyes and meditating patiently. Suddenly, 2 rays of light flew from the horizon and landed beside Song Qingming and Lizhuan, transforming into a middle-aged man and an old man in a white robe. Seeing the 2 figures, Lizhuan, who was sitting beside them, immediately smiled and greeted them. He introduced Song Qingming, who was walking over. "Fellow Daoist Song, these 2 are the 2 Daoists Qiping and Liang Daosheng who are traveling with us. I am Song Sen, and I meet you 2 Daoists." Seeing this, Song Qingming immediately bowed to the 2 and introduced himself. A month ago, after Song Qingming was invited by Lizhuan to go to the Demon Ceiling Valley, he went back and thought about it, and finally decided to agree to the other party and venture in with them to find the flame spirit water that can wash and refine corpses. Song Qingming is not short of the spiritual stone resources for cultivating the golden wind, but it is also because it is too slow to refine spiritual objects. Song Qingming has not been able to quickly improve his cultivation over the years. When he learned from Lizhuan that he could change and refine the golden wind physique, he was very tempted, but the Demon Ceiling Valley he mentioned was not a good place, which made Song Qingming hesitate for a long time. But Lizhuan was right. The way of cultivation is a coexistence of opportunities and risks. If you want to get what you want, you sometimes need to take some risks. Song Qingming has been practicing for so many years. Although he rarely takes the initiative to take risks, he will not back down easily if he encounters an opportunity worth taking a risk. The other 2 people invited by Lizhuan are also cultivators from casual cultivation. Among them, the middle-aged man named Liang Daosheng, who is at the 3rd level of the Golden Core. Song Qingming has met him before. Liang Daosheng was the cultivator who bought the first Golden Core corpse puppet brought out by the Tianji Yui sect for more than 40,000 spirit stones at the auction of the Tianji Yui sect not long ago. Not only that, before Liang Daosheng took the Golden Elixir corpse puppet, he had already frequently taken several high-level spiritual objects of great value. His generosity was completely beyond the ordinary casual cultivators, which also left a deep impression on Song Qingming. In addition, the long-bearded old man named Qiping was a well-known old-fashioned golden elixir casual cultivator in the vicinity. His cultivation level was the same as Song Qingming's, which was also the 5th level of the golden elixir realm. However, although the old man's cultivation level was average, he was a very shrewd person at first glance. Song Qingming had practiced Taoism for so many years, and he never dared to underestimate these experienced old-fashioned cultivators. Compared with these 2 people, Lizhuan, the 4th level golden elixir cultivator who took the initiative to invite him to participate in the action, gave Song Qingming a slightly more mysterious feeling. Without guessing, Song Qingming knew that the other party's name should be a pseudonym like his own. Even the facial expression on his face, Song Qingming had always felt that something was wrong since the first time he saw him. It was estimated that he had used some special disguise method to change it. However, there are many cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation who will deliberately conceal their original identities for convenience when traveling outside, which is not a strange thing. Including Song Qingming, he did not use his real name when dealing with them this time. This kind of thing is not surprising to everyone. Unless it is necessary, they will not deliberately expose each other. The 3 people present, including Song Qingming, were actually invited by Lizhuan separately. Although they have met each other, they are not familiar with each other. The 4 people got to know each other on the spot. After exchanging a few words, under Lizhuan's arrangement, everyone took the flying boat he took out and left the spot and went straight to the north. Demon Ceiling Valley is located in a large canyon in the north of Qingzhou. The entire canyon is 20,000 to 30,000 miles in radius, which is twice as large as the entire Wei Kingdom. It is a place without human habitation. This is definitely worthy of its reputation as one of the 10 forbidden places in the East Phoenix Kingdom cultivation world. As a golden light flew over and stopped in the air, several figures appeared. After flying north for more than half a month, Song Qingming and his 4 companions finally arrived at the edge of the Demon Ceiling Valley. Fellow Taoists, in order to prevent any danger, we can no longer use the flying boat to travel directly. After Lizhuan finished speaking, He directly put away the flying boat under his feet, and then took out a talisman and stuck it on himself, and then his whole figure disappeared directly in the air. After hiding his figure, Lingyuan said hello to everyone, and then took the lead in walking in the air and escaping directly into the valley. Seeing this, Liang Daosheng on the side also immediately took out a red cloak and put it on himself. As he cast a spell quickly, his figure immediately turned into an invisible breeze and quickly followed. Song Qingming and Qi Ping also took out a hidden body artifact, covered their bodies, and followed closely. Unlike other places around them, this demon ceiling valley is full of mountains, clear water, birds and flowers, and it is not as dangerous as its name suggests. Although the scenery below is lush and looks like a rare paradise on Earth, everyone knows that this seemingly peaceful surrounding may be hiding something unimaginably dangerous. Unable to use the flying boat, and having to intentionally hide their bodies, the flying speed of several people has dropped by more than half compared to before. However, for Song Qingming and other treasure hunters, as long as they can achieve their goals safely, it doesn't matter if they are slower. Except for Lingyuan, the other three people are entering the demon ceiling valley for the first time, so everyone followed him closely along the way, and no one spoke up to make any comments. After flying in the demon ceiling valley for another 3 days, Lingyuan finally brought everyone to a mountain with a waterfall hundreds of meters long hanging. Fellow Taoist Li, is the place you mentioned right here? Seeing Lingyuan, who was leading the way in front, suddenly stopped. Liang Daosheng, who was following behind him, hurriedly asked. Chapter 650, Treasure Hunt in the Valley. Before arriving here, although Liang Daosheng had already asked a question on the way, Lingyuan was still quite cautious about this matter and had not revealed the specific location of the Yanling water to everyone. After arriving at this high mountain, he heard Liang Daosheng asking again, and then he replied to the three people beside him, Dear Taoist friends, this Yanling water is in a cave behind the waterfall. However, there is a demon king who has just broken through to the late giant stage guarding in front of the waterfall. We still need to find a way to drive it away before we can enter the cave smoothly. I hope that all Taoist friends can work together to repel the enemy, haha. This demon has just broken through to the late giant stage. It is simply a mantis trying to stop a chariot against the four of us. Don't worry, fellow Taoist, this matter is just a test of the knife by Xiaoniu. If that guy retreats wisely, it's fine. If he dares to stay and block the way, he may have to peel off his skin to take the elixir, so that we can get more spiritual objects back. Liang Daosheng smiled confidently. Before setting off, although Lingyuan did not tell Song Qingming and the others the specific location of the Yanling water in the demon ceiling valley, he still mentioned the information about this demon king to Song Qingming and the others. 3 of the 4 people present were strong mid-stage giant cultivators. The remaining Liang Daosheng also had the peak cultivation of the 3rd level of Jiandan. In addition to the Jiandan corpse puppet he had just obtained at the auction of the Xiangui sect not long ago, his combat power was almost equal to that of a 4th level Jiandan cultivator. 4 mid-stage Jiandan warriors, facing a demon king who had just broken through the late Jiandan period, their paper strength was already far superior to their opponent. Not to mention hunting down this big demon king, Song Qingming and the others could still easily repel the opponent. It was for this reason that when Liang Daosheng heard Lingyuan mention this demon king, he had the confidence to say such contemptuous words to the other party. As soon as Liang Daosheng finished speaking, Qi Ping shook his head slightly and said, Alice, we are here only to obtain spiritual water to refine the corpse puppets. It is enough to drive them away and not to cause any more trouble. Fellow Taoists, although this place is still some distance away from the core area of the valley, it is not a safe place. You cannot stay in a place of trouble for a long time. Fellow Taoist Qi is right. I am here only for spiritual water. It is better not to cause any more trouble, Song Qingming echoed after hearing this. Although the few people were deep in the place, except for the demon king they already knew, there was no trace of danger. However, Song Qingming felt a little uneasy about this place since he entered the demon ceiling valley, so he did not want to stay too long. Even though he knew that hunting a giant and demon king would give him enough spiritual objects to get at least tens of thousands of spiritual stones, Song Qingming was not too excited about it. He just hoped that he could successfully obtain spiritual water and leave here safely. Seeing that Qi Ping and Song Qingming were unwilling to cause trouble, Lingyuan nodded slightly and agreed, in this case, we should not get too entangled with it. Let's all work together and quickly force it back. Don't worry, Fellow Taoists, after we get the spiritual water, I will teach you the secret method of refining corpse puppets. It won't take up too much time. After Lijuan finished speaking, his eyes turned to Liang Daosheng on the side. Seeing that he had nodded in agreement, he said no more and led everyone to the waterfall. Just as everyone came to the bottom of the waterfall, there was a loud noise at the bottom of the pool. A monster with a huge strange horn rushed out of the water and blocked Song Qingming and others. What kind of person? How dare you trespass into my territory? The voice of the Demon King was a little intermittent and unpleasant, and it looked very strange. Song Qingming had never seen such a monster before, and he couldn't call out his name for a while. I'm sorry, Taoist friend. Today we need to borrow your way. Lijuan, who was in the front, uttered a word, and the flying sword in his hand swung a sword light at the Demon King in front. Then he waved his hand lightly, summoned a corpse puppet whose cultivation had reached the 3rd level of Jinden, and commanded it to rush to the opponent's position. Lijuan had just taken action, and Song Qingming and the other two did not dare to fall behind. They immediately took out their magic weapons and corpse puppets and began to actively besiege the Demon King. Especially Liang Daosheng, who had always been a little impatient along the way, took out 2 powerful magic weapons at the same time, and performed particularly hard, as if he wanted to prove in front of everyone that his strength was not much weaker than Song Qingming and other giant and mid-stage cultivators. The Demon King who blocked the few people in front had only broken through the late Jinden not long ago, and his strength was about the 7th level of Jinden compared to the human cultivators. Facing the attack of Song Qingming and his 4 companions plus several Jinden corpse puppets, the one-horned Demon King was defeated before the battle lasted for dozens of rounds. Seeing that the enemy was outnumbered and he was no match for Song Qingming and his companions, the Demon King roared, spat out the Jinden in his body, and used all his strength to force back Liang Daosheng and the Jinden corpse puppet next to him. Then he rolled up a grey gust of wind, quickly broke out of the crowd, and fled directly to the distance, and soon disappeared. After chasing for a distance, the crowd saw that the Demon King had really escaped, so they did not continue to chase him, and turned to Liang Daosheng, who had just been beaten back by the Demon King. Friend Liang, are you okay? Seeing that Liang Daosheng was taking pills to heal his injuries, Lijuan hurriedly asked him with concern. Liang Daosheng's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the Golden Core, and there was still a big gap between him and the late Golden Core Demon King. Even though he was prepared, he was still shocked and spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Haha. It's not a big deal to have a minor injury. I'm sorry to have worried you all. Seeing the concerned greetings from Song Qingming and the others, Liang Daosheng patiently healed his wounds while wiping away the trace of blood that remained at the corner of his mouth, and waved to everyone with a smile. It was not only Liang Daosheng who had just withstood the opponent's attack, but also the Golden Core corpse puppet that had been beside him, which helped him, its master, to share a lot of the opponent's damage. Liang Daosheng's Golden Core corpse puppet had a small dent on its chest at this moment, and it seemed that 1 or 2 ribs were broken, and it was also seriously injured. Fortunately, the corpse puppet's body was still very strong. This level of injury would take them a few months to recover at most, and it was not a very serious matter. Seeing that Liang Daosheng's injury was not serious, Song Qingming and the others were relieved. However, Liang Daosheng was still recovering from his injury, and the 3 of them could not leave him alone to get the spiritual water first, so they stayed there and waited for a while. After all, Liang Daosheng was injured in the battle against the late Jinden Demon King just now. This was for the common interests of everyone. It was reasonable for everyone to stay there and wait for him for a while, and there was no unhappiness in their hearts. After half an incense stick of time, Liang Daosheng slowly put away his magic power, stood up and smiled and bowed to everyone, saying, "Sorry. I kept you waiting for a long time. We should advance and retreat together. Fellow Taoist Liang, there is no need to be so polite. Since you are not injured, let us go in." After replying to Liang Daosheng, Lijuan immediately turned around and waved his hand to release a waterproof shield beside him, and then took Song Qingming and the others to fly directly to the position below the waterfall. After passing through the falling water flow at a distance of several dozen feet above the pool, Lijuan led everyone to a naturally formed cave. This cave was not very large, and could only accommodate 2 people walking side by side. There were also some small branching caves around it. After Lijuan entered the cave, He first carefully glanced at the surroundings, and then summoned his own giant and corpse puppet and directed it to explore the way ahead. Li Zhuan's giant and corpse puppet had reached the peak of the 3rd level of Jiandan, and was also the one with the highest cultivation among the corpse puppets on the scene. Although the other party's specific identity and origin were still unknown, from the secret method in Li Zhuan's hand that helped to improve the cultivation speed of the corpse puppet, and the cultivation of the Jiandan corpse puppet he summoned later. It was not difficult for Song Qingming to judge that the guy in front of him was likely to be from a sect power similar to the Xiangui sect that inherited the skills of cultivating corpse puppets, unlike the other two who were casual cultivators without any roots. After walking about 100 feet in the dark cave, the space in front of them suddenly became clear, and everyone found that they had walked into a square stone cave about 10 feet long and wide. That's right. It should be here. Li Zhuan, who was walking in the front, saw a ball of burning blue flames appear in front of the stone cave, and immediately walked over excitedly. Is this the flame spirit water that Li Dao said can cleanse the body of the corpse puppet? Liang Dao Shen, who had been walking at the end of the team, immediately walked to the front after hearing this, and asked Li Zhuan seriously while looking at the blue flames not far away. Yes. The immortal water that is as blue as the sky and shaped like yin fire is this thing. Looking at a bowl of spiritual water that looked like a blue flame flowing in a naturally formed trough not far in front of him, Li Zhuan introduced it briefly and nodded to everyone. After hearing Li Zhuan confirm that he had found the Yanling water, Song Qingming and Kiping were also slightly shocked and smiled. The happiest one was Liang Dao Shen, who had been the most anxious. This time, except for dealing with the late giant and demon king, they did not encounter any accidents or fights along the way. It was surprisingly smooth. They got this precious Yanling water so easily. How could they not be happy at this moment? Dear Taoist friends, if this item encounters wood or fire spiritual power when it is taken out, it will easily self-ignite in the air. It is best to use water-attributed magic power to contact it. Seeing that the other 3 people were already eager to try and wanted to take the treasure immediately, Li Zhuan, who was standing in the front, hurriedly reminded them. Then Li Zhuan took out a white porcelain bottle from his body, aimed it at the Yanling water flowing in the boulder trough, and began to cast a spell to suck the spiritual water inside into the porcelain bottle in his hand. After a while, he filled a small bottle of flame spirit water, stood up with a satisfied smile, and threw it to Liang Dao Shen, who was the most anxious among the group. This bottle is enough for you to cleanse the corpse puppet in your hand, Liang Dao Shen, please keep it first, haha. I finally got this thing, thank you for your help, Li Dao Shen. Liang Dao Shen took the porcelain bottle in his hand, opened it and took a look at the spiritual water inside, and immediately bowed to Li Zhuan with a happy face. After Liang Dao Shen put away the porcelain bottle in his hand, Li Zhuan took out several empty bottles that had been prepared long ago, and filled one bottle for Song Qingming and Kui Ping respectively. Li Zhuan got a total of 5 bottles of flame spirit water from this groove. After the 4 of them got one bottle, he put away the remaining bottle in front of everyone. Before coming, the 4 of them had already agreed that after Song Qingming and the other 2 got a bottle of spiritual water each, the remaining flame spirit water would belong to Li Zhuan, so everyone had no objection to his move. After taking the flame spirit water from the stone trough, Li Zhuan took out 3 bamboo slips that had already been engraved and gave them to Song Qingming and the other 2. He said softly, what is recorded here is the secret method of refining spiritual water. Please keep it well. This secret method was specially engraved by me. It can only be used once and cannot be copied to others. I hope you use it with caution, otherwise I will not be responsible if it is lost in the future. After getting the bamboo slips, Song Qingming and the other 2 used their spiritual sense to explore it a little. After discovering that it was indeed the secret method of refining the corpse puppet, they put their minds at ease and put it away. Liang Dao Shen, who was standing aside, put away the secret method in his hand, and couldn't help but ask Li Zhuan, fellow Taoist Li, I'm sorry to ask you a question. I see that it seems that this is your first time in this cave. How do you know accurately that there is this flame spirit water here? Faced with the other party's sudden questioning, Li Zhuan frowned slightly at first. Then his expression changed and quickly relaxed, and he replied to Liang Dao Shen calmly, I accidentally got this secret method when I was exploring a cave of a senior in my early years. At that time, there was also a beast skin map in it, which clearly recorded this place. That's why I found it here. Oh, I see. Fellow Taoist Li can actually find the cave of the senior cultivator. It's really a good opportunity. I'm really envious of him. Liang Daosheng heard Li Zhuan's answer and immediately responded. Haha. I see if you two Daoists have any questions, why don't you wait until you leave here and sit down to talk slowly. Seeing this, Song Qingming on the side also smiled and urged the two of them. Although everyone has successfully obtained the flame spirit water, they are still in the demon ceiling valley and are not completely out of danger. At this time, Song Qingming does not want to accompany them to chat here and delay everyone's departure. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.